Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Good Logic. I'm your host, Joe Neerman. Trial, closing, last second, thrown in here. Whew. I think I covered all my bases and did everything I was supposed to do. I think so. I sent out links to the usual suspects, and Nick sent me a text at 9 telling me he's not going to be able to cover. So here I am, 9:33, 34. That's not too bad. I'm pretty proud of that. I had to create a thumbnail and all these other links. Get my food ready. Put on pants. There's a lot to cover. There's a lot to do. Now I just gotta find a link to watch this closing, right? We gotta watch this thing. Yeah, I got the coffee. We're good to go. I really overhit that awe too hard than I normally did. Whenever I'm talking to people who are not from New York, I'm very conscious of how I say coffee. I don't say coffee, it's coffee. Coffee. Whatever. Yeah. YouTube. Find this stupid cockery. Private line. It looks like that's the right link. This can't be the right thing. This is linked from yesterday. This has to be linked from yesterday. I'm looking at what's going on Law and Crime. They don't say this is yesterday. I don't know what the hell it is. They're focusing on Waters' closing yesterday, where Waters is all fixated on the blue lights on Murdaugh's car. This is what he's fixating on. I mean, I guess when the judge gives you a window to present your closing of infinity, you have time to cover that. I'm going to tell you this. I actually think it's helped the defense so much that the judge has not given them a window on how long they can spend on closing. And it's really helped them. When you're a young lawyer, if you're not a lawyer, you think like, okay, if you have a lot of ground to cover, you need a lot more space. You can't appreciate until you actually are engaged in this art. You try engaging in this art, particularly in litigation. How much more powerful and effective a succinct argument is. It is so much stronger, so much more compelling, not just to other lawyers, but to laypersons. It is way, way more compelling. When you give an attorney the ability to just ramble at the mouth, they just go on and on and on and on and on. It's insanity. It's so much. People just zone out. They just zone out. One of the things that when I first joined Twitter, which was after lockdowns in 2020, it was the first time I even opened a Twitter account. I think it was like April 2020. And I found that their character limit was 140, 280, I think, on an opening thread or whatever, characters to be very limiting. It's got to condense everything. I would have like this thing, which would be like 500 characters. And it makes you like shave out this, cut these 3 words out, cut those 2 words out, modify this word. And it ends up being a far more powerful tweet because of it. It's a better tweet. Because when you're limited in how much space you have, you have to make sure to organize your thoughts, get it as succinct as possible, and just That's the only way to do it. Creighton Waters is showing us that as he's just like meandering, like all over the place, the same point over and over. What happens to your audience? What happens to your audience when you do that? They're just like saying, like, speaking of people who make you feel that way.
Hey, brother.
How are you?
Good, good. Another day, another Murdaugh trial.
Another day, another Murdaugh trial. This is what I have showing. I'll show you what I have showing here. I assume this is the right link. Oh, look, they just came in. Look at that.
They heard me sit at my desk.
First off, this morning we have to deal with the issue involving the removal of a juror.
Whoa.
A few days ago, I received a complaint from a member of the public indicating that a juror had engaged in improper conversations with parties not associated with the case.
Press.
Had communicated and provided a copy of the communications to defense counsel. After court, we then met with the juror on the record, and the
this must be what yesterday was about. When they went backstage,
denied discussing the case with anyone not on the jury or with anyone on the jury. She provided information that led us to the court to contact the persons that she was suspected of having conversations with concerning the case.
This is probably what it was about.
Individuals were interviewed and
it's not
provided an affidavit regarding the contact that the juror had with them. We then also brought those two individuals in and had a hearing in chambers on the record in the presence of counsel yesterday. In which both of those individuals waffled on the nature and the extent of the contact.
They waffled.
They also provided a recorded interview, or the state provided a recorded interview with the jurors, and I reviewed that interview last night. So the juror has had contact or discussions concerning the case with
the media. Just say it.
At least 3 individuals. Though it does not appear that the conversations were that extensive, it did involve the juror offering her opinion regarding evidence received up to that point in the trial that the conversation took place. And in order to preserve the integrity of the process and the interests of both the state and the defense in a fair trial, that juror will be removed and replaced by another juror.
In an unrelated note, I'm making a new 4-person.
I will make a part of the record under seal because of maintaining the confidentiality of the identity of the jurors. I will place under seal the recorded interview, affidavits received, and both discussions with counsel have taken place on the record, and all of that will be made a part of the record. In the case.
So they made it through 6 weeks of this testimony, and then they got kicked off right before the end.
It sucks, doesn't it?
Inform her that her services will no longer be needed.
Yeah.
We will then
the classic
replace her
firing
with
language.
an alternate juror. Any additional comments by the state or the defense? Mr.
Your Honor, we do not accept from your ruling.
Yes,
I've sat through everything you sat through, and it's muddled, but we would defer to your judgment. However, I think it's
rulings are
important for
often
me to
muddled.
note for the record that the interviews of these two people were done by SLED agents, one of whom was named as a witness in this case, and the other who was listed in the notes as being one of the investigating officers. Just to note that, again, SLED has made another bad judgment in this case. I'm not accepting from your ruling.
Yes.
I'm just pointing out that this is just a continuum of a calamity of errors. Thank you.
And the court has not
The court can do about
had
that.
any discussion with any SLED agents concerning this issue. And all the inquiry by the court has been directly with the suspected parties involved and with the juror.
So she spoke with SLED?
And this is a matter that this long trial.
Why the hell is SLED talking to her?
The intense publicity is certainly, it would be certainly difficult for any individual to not have some exposure outside of the courtroom to information concerning the case and to also be tempted to engage in discussions with others. But it is improper. It is contrary to my instructions to the jury daily, multiple times per day. And this juror unfortunately violated that order.
So we're not going to hold SLED accountable?
I don't understand that.
So
that's
if
probably
you
what,
will
that's what
bring
Hartunian
out
wanted.
juror number
What? Bring out juror number
785. Yes. And sir, he's gone. Let's make sure she brings everything with her. She will, I'm sure.
I didn't. If someone had talked too much, I would have thought that would have been a man.
Really?
Good morning. Yes, ma'am. Up here, in your normal spot's fine. If you just remain standing for me. Good morning. You doing okay today?
I think they're really stupid. I mean, they did it so close to the end. Also, that's pathetic.
I have, as you know, we've had some discussions with you over the past couple of days concerning indications of conversations with few folks not on the jury concerning the case and expressing some opinion about the case. I have reviewed everything, including statements given by individuals and recorded interviews, and concluded that despite my order to not discuss the case with anyone, that intentionally or unintentionally you've had some discussions with some folks not on the jury, and which is going to require me to remove you from the jury. You have been a
Bad girl.
by all accounts, great juror, and
What?
smiled consistently and have seemingly
It's a pretty low standard
been
for a great
attentive
juror.
to the case and performed well. And
The one job you
I'm
got,
sure that with all the
you
time
couldn't live
you
up
invested
to.
in it,
But
you
in all other
probably
respects, you were a great
hate
juror.
not to continue, or maybe you're ready to go. I don't know. But I certainly want to thank you for your service. I'm not suggesting that you intentionally did anything
No.
wrong.
But you're
that
fired.
in order to preserve the integrity of the process and in fairness to all the parties involved, we're going to replace you with one of the other jurors. Have you brought everything that you have outside of, you left some stuff in there? What do you have in there?
I don't think Borowski would have attached
Say
approached
again?
it this way.
Dozen eggs.
A dozen eggs.
Yeah, one of the other jurors brought in eggs for everybody.
Oh,
I think if
Okay.
a juror did this to Borowski, she'd be
Well,
leaving
you're gonna
crying.
leave the
She'd be
eggs?
leaving in tears.
You want to leave the eggs or take the eggs? You'll take the eggs. So, Mr. Bales, can you retrieve from the jury room her dozen eggs, her purse, and what else? And a bottle of water. You can get those things from the jury room.
So who else did Sled talk to from the jury?
As you know, the identity of the jurors are confidential, not known to the public, and the reason you are still where you are is that cameras are not allowed to videotape the jurors, and we have operated by juror numbers throughout the process, and we'll continue to do so, and your identity will be kept confidential as far as the court is concerned, and we'll trust that in the event you decide you want to speak publicly about this case, that you wait until after the case is over. You're not encouraged at all to do so, but you have a right to speak to anyone you want to if you decide to do so. No, I have not spoken with her today, but no, this is not related to, I know we also had some conversation was brought up concerning your
How does this happen by accident?
But that's not a part of this consideration at all. This is totally independent of any other conversation that he might have had concerning you. That's not part of the order of the court. So they're going to get your things, and then once you're removed from the jury, you can't go back in the jury room. We'll have to tell them goodbye for you. Okay, all right. Well, thank you very much. Ed, you can go. Thank you.
I'm saying this can't be an accident. How could this possibly happen? You don't stumble on someone from Sled and start talking about the thing you were instructed by a judge not to talk about. This is so corrupt.
We get a lot of interesting things, but now a dozen eggs. It's certainly quite interesting. We'll give her a chance to leave or to take her. She's gone? Okay, very good. Anything else before the jury comes?
Have we picked an alternate?
Oh, right, absolutely. When they come out, we'll need to select an alternate, and the clerk you have the remaining alternates in a box. Any objection to a blind selection of that alternate out of the box?
Nothing for the defense, Your Honor.
Juror number 254.
Juror number 254 will become part of the
blue shirt
panel, of the deliberating panel at this point.
I don't think so.
254.
It's probably not. It's probably not him.
Yes, sir. Mr. Griffin.
Your Honor, before the jury comes in, early in my closing argument, we have a blow-up of the photos of Maggie and Paul at the crime scene. I'm going to hold it up so that the jury could see, that the audience cannot see, but I'm just notifying Court TV that please don't display this blow-up during the proceedings. Thank you.
Thumbs up, yes.
Oh, sure. I apologize.
I don't know. Or she was leaning for the state, and they want, I don't know, and they wanted God. It's about guidance, about convincing others. There's no way to know. There's no way we'll know today. Whether we'll find out, we'll hear stuff in the future. It could be. We might hear claims in the future, but I don't think there's any chance we'll know today.
Okay.
Jim better be sharp as a tack today. And I don't want this to go on for like 3.5 hours. This whole thing should be like hour and a half.
That would be nice. That would be about right. The state should have been an hour and a half too. An hour on direct closing and then half an hour for rebuttal.
Yeah. I was asked by my locals crew yesterday, like, what's the appropriate length if you were a judge to give time? And I said a half hour per week for what the trial should be, not for this extended stuff. This should be a trial, hour and a half.
I think that's about right.
Oh, Nate, let me send you a link.
And they brang the jury.
Brang? You can brang the jury.
Send you a link, Nate. Just want to say regarding Waco, isn't it funny how the government's position is that they were never wrong? Yeah, they're never wrong, even in this situation here, right? It's pathetic. Do you have any thoughts about what is probably happening here that this came about? Like, how does a juror end up in contact with SLED without SLED initiating it?
I'm sure SLED did initiate. Maybe it's, this judge is so ambiguous, but maybe the juror was talking to somebody else inappropriately and SLED investigated that conversation.
So you're saying maybe SLED was not doing anything nefarious. They were trying to see if this juror was talking to someone.
I still don't see why it's their place. The trial's in progress. You should just bring it to the attention of the judge.
Good morning.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And good morning one more time. Day number 28. Welcome back. Juror number 254.
Hey, bro.
You are now part of the
What's going on?
first 12 jurors. We have 13. You're part of the first
I saw your
12,
prior. I sent him a link.
At the panel at this time. And the continuing with closing arguments is the defense's turn. Mr. Griffin.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's do it. Let's see.
He's starting at 9:57.
Good morning.
It should be done by 10:30 if he does as well.
Nah, he's going all the way to lunchtime.
Better than that would be bad. To 1 o'clock, 3 hours.
Wow. You saw what happened yesterday, right?
It's not good lawyering.
We're at the stage of the case that's called closing arguments. I don't know why they call it argument. I'm not here to have an argument with you in any form or fashion. What I'm here to do today, this morning, is to review the evidence with you that you've heard in the courtroom over the last 6 weeks. And in reviewing this evidence, my goal is to address questions that you may have about what you've heard. And the jury system that we have,
That sounds like it's going to be long.
is the greatest criminal justice system in the world.
Hey, when you introduce us to the
It's the
criminal
only
justice
system,
system,
jury system, that a criminal defendant's fate is put in the hands of his or her peers.
he's probably just pounding
In
reasonable
this
doubt.
country,
Yeah, he has
we don't leave the decision of
The
guilt
law's
or
on the
innocence
side,
up
the
to
backs on it.
governor,
That's the problem.
to the attorney general, to the prosecutors, to the presiding judge. You, ladies and gentlemen, make that decision. And as perfect as our jury system is, there's one thing that I wish it provided. an interchange during the course of the trial between us. Y'all sitting there and listening to what we say, and we don't know what questions you have and what you want answered. By the same token, we may have questions of you that we can't ask. Here's my opportunity to try to answer the questions that I think you have. There may be some things that I go over that you've already decided, and I'm wasting your time. And if I do that, I apologize. I truly do. But I don't, this case is so important, I don't want to leave anything out that one of you may have a question about. I think I can probably speak to for everybody in this courtroom that there's one thing that we on this side have no question about. It's that y'all have been ideal jurors. We've been here 6 weeks, and each of you have come every day on time, and you've been very attentive, and it has not gone unnoticed. And we do appreciate you for your service. We know what a sacrifice it is, being away from your home, your work, your family, your personal obligations. Maybe some of you miss vacations. But you've been here in a 3-week trial, and here we are at the end of 6 weeks. And I want to thank you personally. I want to thank you on behalf of Mr. Harpootlian, Mr. Barber, Ms. Fox, and especially on behalf of Alec Murdaugh. In his opening statement, Mr. Harpootlian explained to you that the law governing your service requires each of you to engage in an unnatural task. In every criminal case, jurors are required to begin the process by presuming the defendant innocent. In this case, you were required under your solemn oath as we began to presume Alec Murdaugh innocent of these charges.
This is what we were saying yesterday.
And frankly, as he explained, that's not natural. When you hear on the news that a crime has occurred and an arrest has been made, you feel a little bit relieved. Thank God they caught him. And frankly, I would not be surprised if some amongst you, when you read in the paper that Alec Murdaugh was charged with the murder of wife and son, that you thought, oh good, they got him. But those opinions, and each of you, when you filled out your questionnaire, agreed and affirmed that you would leave those at the door of the courthouse and that you would decide this case solely on the evidence. And that's what the law requires. And when we begin, the law also requires you to presume him innocent of these charges. Now, I've been doing this a long, long time, and up until the advent of instant replay in sports, it's been very difficult to explain just how to do that to jurors, how jurors can do this, apply this presumption of innocence. And if you're not as interested in sports, I apologize for this analogy, but the analogy is the instant replay. Whether you're a Clemson fan or Georgia fan, that on a Saturday afternoon, there's a play called on the field, and then it's reviewed. And under the rules, the call on the field stands unless there's visual, incontrovertible evidence that the call on the field was wrong. We see that every weekend on sports. Here, the call on the field is that Alec Murdaugh is innocent of these charges. That's what the law requires.
This guy's good. He's good.
And that unless and until the state proves his guilt to each one of you individually, voting individually, proves his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, then that presumption of innocence stays with him. You're not being tasked here to give your opinion in this trial. You're being tasked to apply the Constitution, the bedrock principles that protect us all from a government. Those bedrock principles are, first, you get tried by a jury of your peers. Second, that the jury of your peers begin with presuming you innocent. And third, that you will remain innocent until the government, if they can, proves to you individually in your mind that the person is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, the judge will give you jury instructions on what that means, beyond a reasonable doubt. But the definition has been defined that reasonable doubt is doubt that would cause a reasonable person to hesitate when making an important decision in their personal affairs, such as to buy a house, get married, any consequential decision. And you will be making, when you get this case, probably later this afternoon, you'll be making one of the most consequential decisions that you will have ever made in your life, I suspect. I don't know all of your backgrounds, but it will be a very consequential decision. And if the proof that the state has put before you causes you to hesitate, when you go to fill out that vote as you're deliberating in your jury room, each of you will have a vote. And you will have the right to vote guilty or not guilty. And each of you will write it down. And if there's any reasonable cause for you to hesitate to write guilty, then the law requires you to write not guilty. This burden of proof that we have, many of you may have had experience with civil cases. And in civil cases, the burden of proof is much lower, and it's called by preponderance of the evidence. And you may have seen lawyers or judges or watched on TV as they give a visual image of Lady Justice, who's blind and who's blindfolded, so she does not bias for one side or the other. And there's scales on Lady Justice. And those scales are the scales of justice. And in a civil case, if one party proves their case by a preponderance of the evidence, meaning ever so slightly tilt those scales in their favor, then they're entitled to the verdict. There's another heightened level of burden of proof in a civil case called by clear and convincing evidence. And the law requires things like to prove fraud or some intentional acts. You have to prove by clear and convincing evidence. And that's an intermediate level of proof. And so it's not just tilt the scales ever so slightly in the favor of the party that prevails, but you have to get sort of 3/4 of the way there. But now proof beyond a reasonable doubt is the highest standard of proof the law recognizes. And it is, you have to tilt the scales all the way to one side in order for the state to meet their burden. Now, a little bit about the verdict. You will have an option of guilty or not guilty. My friend Dick Harpootlian over here he travels a lot. He spends a lot of countries, and he frequently he recently returned from Scotland, where he attended a
not proven
jury trial
guilty
in Scotland. And
they have that option.
It's much like this.
Oh yeah, they have not proven. Yeah.
I might benefit from something like that.
Really?
But
Yeah.
Guilty, not
but
guilty.
in Scotland, it runs about the same until it gets time to the verdict in the criminal case. And the jury in Scotland, where we derive our laws from, and
I like this.
they are given 3 options.
I like this a lot.
One option is
This is a great
guilty.
point.
Second option is not guilty. And the third option is not proven. Not proven. Now here in America, we have combined the verdict of innocent
This is a great way of drawing this home for the jury.
and not proven into one of not guilty. And so when you go to render your verdict,
That's
if
where
it's
we're
a
at now.
verdict of not
proven.
guilty, it's either you concluded that the defendant is innocent of the charges, or that the government has not met their burden of proof, their heavy burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, and one of the reasons that defendants are presumed innocent and the government has such a high burden is because in criminal cases, the defendant really doesn't have the ability, doesn't have the resources, doesn't have the lawful authority to execute search warrants, subpoena documents, to prove his or her innocence. And so a defendant cannot secure a crime scene, cannot lift the crime scene for fingerprints, shoe wear impressions, cannot secure telephones and get electronic data in the course of an investigation. So the defendant is limited on what they can do. In this case, on June 7th, 2021, Alec Murdaugh called 911 And Deputy Green, and then followed by other deputies, rolled up on the scene. And he is standing on his property. His wife and son lie dead in a pool of blood each. He's within yards of him, and he just put a shotgun down. He just put a shotgun down. And what would that look like? 90 out of 100 cases when an officer rolls up, it would look like the person who had the shotgun and 2 dead bodies may have done it, probably have done it. Certainly is someone who should be strongly considered. And all the officers in this case told you that.
Especially when it's his
Deputy Rutland
house.
said, yeah, Alec Murdaugh was a suspect, but there are a lot of suspects out there. Everybody was a suspect.
I like pointing
Fair
this
enough.
out. Who?
Agent Owen says, well, we have a circle, investigative circle, and it starts with immediate family members, particularly if they found the deceased, the victims. So he's in the circle by virtue of calling 911. And that's fair enough. But what doesn't strike us as fair is that the next morning on June the 8th, after the gruesome murders of Maggie and Paul, this is what is issued, a joint press release, Colleton County and SLED, that says, at this time, there's no danger to the public. At this time, there's no danger to the public. You have 2 people have been executed within, y'all are out there, I don't know, is it 100 yards, 200 yards from Moselle Road? They've been slaughtered. And at this time, there's no danger to the public. Does that tell you that on June 8th, law enforcement had decided it had to be Alec Murdaugh? It's a fair question for you to ask yourselves. It's a question that's not been fairly answered in this trial. What we know from June 7th to June 8th, Alec is a suspect and he's in the circle. And from that day forward, he is at the mercy. He is at the mercy of the ability of SLED to exclude him from that circle. They have the ability to do the forensic work. They have the ability to interview witnesses, and they have the ability to gather electronic data. And we believe that we've shown conclusively that SLED failed miserably in investigating this case. And had they done a competent job, that Alec would have been excluded from that circle a year ago, 2 years ago, but he would have been excluded. What did you hear from the witness stand? You heard from Chief Barry McCroy. I didn't know Chief McCroy until I got involved in this case, but his reputation is outstanding, and he's a consummate professional. And he explained that when he got there, he was concerned that cars would be pulling up and there were some tire tracks that were not being protected and that they could have evidentiary value. And then
I like that he's starting from the night of the murder.
And then
like
you heard
diving
from
into it.
Mark Ball, who had a conversation with
people.
Well, it's a murder
Chief-
trial.
I mean, excuse me,
People
Sheriff
think
Hill,
about things in
who's another fine
timelines too,
public servant.
so it's good to place
And-
them in the
And
timeline.
and he
Let's start at the beginning.
also,
Tension
we've
only
got to
waned
stop
as
cars
we-
from
as
coming
day
in
goes
here
on.
to preserve these tire impressions. And it was not done. It was not done. Captain Chapman from the Colleton County Sheriff's Office, he testified about seeing other sets of tire tracks. As you had came in off Moselle Road, you probably saw where Deputy Green's vehicle had stopped right at the kennels. But then on the other side, where you saw that Alec was parked and pacing on some of these videos, that's where Captain Chapman had talked about seeing tire tracks. and he tried to track them. Slab was coming on, and then it's like it was like a trail to nowhere. It was a trail to nowhere. Deputy Rutland talked about seeing hair in Maggie's hands, you'll recall. You didn't hear anything about the hair in Maggie's hands from that moment forward. Was it tested? Was it sent off for analysis? There was no evidence of what, if anything, happened to the hair in Maggie's hands.
It's astonishing.
Was it as a result of a struggle with her assailant? Was it her own hair?
If it was Alex's hair,
we don't know the answer to that.
Yes.
We know they failed to take fingerprints from the feed room, and they should have.
He should point that
They
out.
failed to properly take footwear impressions.
If it was Alex's hair, they wouldn't tell you that.
Or at the apron right outside the feed room.
Yeah, he's doing a good job, but he's
And I
just
think
not.
that's
These are damning pieces of evidence. He's just not.
I mean, I
You know,
don't think
not
that's
selling it.
uncontradictory.
Yeah.
The
Not pounding
Agent Worley, who doing the best she can, did not go there to document footwear impressions. Did not do that. You heard from our expert, Mr. Zerti, what is required. And I believe Dr. Kinsey also agreed it was not done. I know Mr. Palmbach did. And both, now I'll get to the shot angles in a little bit, but both Dr. Kinsey and Mr. Palmbach have this murderer for Paul standing on the concrete. Whether 1 foot's in, 1 foot's out, both feet are in, but there should have been footwear impressions. But we'll never know because it was not preserved. It was not taken.
And that you don't have to be screaming. You could just say and ask yourself, since they
Thing
only
that has
had him in the
baffled
circle,
us,
why is it that they didn't bother
has
with that?
completely baffled us, is why did they never take DNA samples off of Maggie's clothes, her dress? Why did they never take DNA samples off Paul's clothes? They never did. And we asked their investigators, why didn't you? Well, that's somebody else's job. It was never done. But you know whose clothing they took DNA off of extensively? Alec. And you heard Agent Zapata talk about all the different grids on her shirt where DNA was samples were taken. Was Alec assaulted on June the 7th? No, he wasn't assaulted. Was Alec wrestling with the assailant on June the 7th? There's no evidence of that. So why are they taking DNA evidence of Alec's clothing in June of 2021? And
Yes.
there's only one reason.
I want him to say these words every
And
time.
it goes back to this right here. There was only one reason. Only one reason.
What's on the sign? What's on the sign?
There's no danger to the public.
Is that they had decided that unless we find somebody else, it's going to be Alec. Unless we find somebody else, it's going to be Alec.
All right, good. I finally got there.
And I'll get in more detail about Maggie's phone. And Maggie's phone was not secured properly. Maggie's phone was, well, let me just go right into it. Maggie's phone was found on the side of the road in the morning or early afternoon on June the 8th. Whoever killed her threw that phone on the side of the road, without a doubt. Alec, from the get-go, has said, you get Maggie's phone, you get my phone, or you get my OnStar data, and you will not see my car traveling down the road with Maggie's phone.
Right.
Because it did not happen. It could not happen. Detective Owen, have you gotten it yet? No, we've not. We sent the black box from on the Chevy to the FBI, It was a new model. Turns out the data's encrypted, and so we haven't got it yet. Well, what about General Motors? I mean, I'll do what I have to do, whatever I can do. And so, well, you know, we're looking into it. We're looking into it. But what we learned during this trial is, sure, SLED sent a subpoena via fax machine to somebody in Detroit, I believe. And whoever got it in Detroit, whether there was a number off, I have no idea what the reason was. But we do know the initial response was, we don't have anything. We don't have any OnStar data that you're looking for. There's no indication that SLED followed up with a phone call.
They sent
no indication SLED followed up with a letter. There's no indication SLED did anything other than put it in a file, put the response in a file. And that was it. That was it, ladies and gentlemen, until somebody watching this trial somewhere contacted somebody at General Motors and said, why don't you guys cooperate with the FBI and SLED on this investigation? And they're like, what are you talking about? So Friday, you know, sometime in the last 6 weeks, lo and behold, here comes all the OnStar data.
The Waters kept making it like they couldn't get it. The way Waters
and that would be great.
We couldn't get it till now.
That would be great.
We didn't try.
But for the fact that when they seized Maggie's phone, it had, they put it in airplane mode. They knew how to put it in airplane mode. Excuse me, I'm losing my voice. Let me get quiet. I apologize.
This is getting better.
Oh, there's pollen. Something else. The they put it in airplane mode, but what you'll see, I got a photograph, is the location services were still on, meaning still pinging off GPS satellites. And the phones don't hold that much memory. They hold a lot of data, as we have learned, but they don't hold that much memory. And it writes over itself. And for GPS location services, the ping points that we see from Paul's phone on all that data, that would have been on Maggie's phone for the 7th. But for the fact that it wasn't extracted until sometime in like June 16th. I think that's the date, but if I'm wrong, I apologize. But it's around the middle of June. And that ping information that we see on Paul's phone, for Maggie's phone, it goes back to like June the 9th. Well, a lot of good that does. A lot of good that does. We don't have it. We would have had it had they extracted it earlier. And that Agent Dove says we didn't have an upgraded software that would read it. Took us a while to get it. I don't know why it took them a while to get it. There's really no explanation about that. But you heard about Faraday bags. Put it in the Faraday bag. So it's not pinging against satellites, not overriding. They didn't do that. And it's lost. Had they done it, I hope we wouldn't be here. I hope, because I know it would say, because we have enough evidence in the record, and we have to go around our elbow to get to our thumb to get there. But there is sufficient evidence in the record that shows Alec Murdaugh is not driving down the road, Moselle Road, with Maggie's phone in the car and tossed it at whatever time. When he went by at 9:08. I don't know what time they think it's tossed, but that would have gotten him out of the circle. I would hope, but probably not, because they've been so focused on him. Now, as I mentioned, Alec asked multiple times. I think the testimony was 5 times. Agent Owen, you know, if you get this data, it will show I wasn't there. And you know, we didn't learn why they didn't get it off Alec's phone until very recently, because you'll remember on June 10th, he gave SLED his phone. Yeah, you can copy it. Please copy it, because it'll show that I wasn't driving. Now, my phone was not with Maggie's phone at any point in time going down the road, I did what I said I did. Well, they did extract it, but what we've learned, the extraction was a superficial extraction, not because Alec requested it. That's just what they did. said a logical surface extraction. So they didn't go in and pull out any GPS pinging data like you see on Paul's phone. They didn't get off Alex. Now, if Alex had not made those requests to Owen, and they are disputing that, it's one thing you can be 100% sure of, is they would have called Detective Owen up here on the witness stand during their rebuttal case to say, no, he lied. He didn't ask that of me. I mean, they got Sheriff Smalls in here to say, I didn't give him permission to put a blue light in his car. They came and challenged whether he had authority from the sheriff or maybe a deputy sheriff to put a blue light in his car. But they didn't contradict anything you said about, I've been asking for this data that would get me out of circle. And now we know why it took so long to get the stuff from his car. It's because it's because the FBI wouldn't go to General Motors on this event data. The FBI was up there and they bought a Suburban, they're riding it around and they're reverse engineering all these systems to try to come up with reports. And then they come in here and tell you, well, it's not complete, some of it's inaccurate, but this is what we got. And during the middle of all that, that's when, lo and behold, we get on started. Thankfully, we did. So then we roll into Labor Day weekend of 2021, where Alex, long-time drug problem, his financial issues, misconduct were exposed. And that made him an easy target for SLED. And I hate to say this, but the evidence is crystal clear. From that moment, they started fabricating evidence against Alec.
Good.
Mr. Griffin, that's an awful charge. Don't all lawyers accuse law enforcement of fabricating evidence? And I can tell you, this guy right here was a federal prosecutor, was a state prosecutor, and some of my best friends are in law enforcement.
This guy.
And I don't make that claim lightly.
What is 2/3?
Here, what you have heard
is accusing the state
is they came up with a report that says Alex's T-shirt had high velocity blood spatter on it. High velocity blood spatter.
Good.
What's that? That means you're within feet of a shooting. And they didn't just say any shooting. It said in their report, it says as a result of Paul's murder. High velocity blood spatter on a shirt as a result of Paul's murder. That was number one. Well, let's stick with number one. Why do I say that is fabricated? Well, you heard Agent Zapata said we did hemotrace confirmatory blood tests on that shirt.
0 for 74.
There was two types of tests. There's a presumptive test, which is what they use a product called LCV that makes it turn purple where it might be blood. But it turns purple on other agents as well, including bleach, you heard. You also heard that the shirt came out of the bag wet and it smelled like detergent. Anyway, they spray it, it turns purple in places. So they think, well, that must be blood. Next thing they do at the SLED lab is they do a confirmatory test to see if it's blood. 0 for 74, not blood. That didn't stop SLED from going out and pursuing with vengeance this report. They didn't give the no blood test result to the guy in Oklahoma, and
or the grand jury.
And when it surfaced, they had a problem on their hands, and they were pushing it up until this trial. And you heard the testimony from the stand that they went from Mr. Bloody Shirt leading up to this trial to Mr. Clean during this trial. And they ask him, and they raise issues during the trial with Blanca, where were his clothes? No one's asking about the man's clothes that he had on the Snapchat video back in, at 7 o'clock with his son until November or so, I think is what she said. I mean, the issue of changing clothes, it was late to the dance because when they went to, as you heard, when they went to the county grand jury to get an indictment that you're going to be deliberating on, they told that grand jury they had an expert report that says high velocity blood spatter. And I asked Agent Owen, I said, when you went to the grand jury and when the guy gave you the report, how'd you not know, the chief investigator, how'd you not know that there's this hemotrace test that says it's no blood? Well, I didn't get the email.
I didn't get the email.
I say it in somewhat jest, but should the dog eat his email? I mean, how's the lead investigator in the case not get the lab report that says there's no blood on the shirt? Now, ultimately, it was produced to us, and we were raising Cain about it and said, how can you say this on one hand and that on the other hand? And here we are with a Mr. Clean theory that he washed off after brutally murdering Maggie and Paul. He takes a hose and washes himself off and gets in a golf cart, butt naked, I guess, and drives to the house.
Yeah, he's doing it. He's doing exactly what we said.
So that's the blood spatter.
Go through the time sign.
Fabrication.
And destroy all the evidence.
The other is this blue raincoat with GSR. And do you remember that testimony? Shelley Smith, who worked for Ms. Libby and Mr. Randolph, had told SLED after September, after Alec problems have been exposed, after she had a conversation with a Allendale police officer following an accident investigation in which she was in an accident, that on the morning, she said in here, as she told you, on Wednesday after Mr. Randolph's funeral, and that turns out to be, I think, June 16th, that Alex shows up at the house at Alameda at like 6:30 in the morning, knocking, trying to get in, and he has a blue tarp. And
it's all too meandering.
Tarp,
there's no structure here.
She lets him in. He goes upstairs with his blue tarp.
There's no overarching narrative.
He comes back downstairs. He lays his blue tarp out on.
By theme, you're saying there's a lack of theme, which is what Steve was saying yesterday. He should keep pounding
in the living room,
and then he leaves.
And then she leaves.
Was determined to
go
prove
to her
he
day
was guilty
job,
rather than figure out who actually was.
And when she left, the blue tarp was
something to
laying
that
out
effect.
on Ms. Libby's
rocking
chair,
pounding it.
And so,
and he mentioned
SLED gets a search warrant.
I don't even love that sign.
Goes to Alameda, and they seize a blue rain jacket.
Not direct enough.
They seize a blue rain
He
jacket.
should have had 4 or 5 key messages he wanted to get across to them, right? Bad investigation, fabricated evidence, lied to the grand jury. Couldn't have been done. The phone was at a different location. Can't wash off the blood. And then circle back to those over and over and over.
Think of, and it's
Yeah.
And even have a slide that has those 5. Like
it's
one
defendant's
slide that has
87,
those 5.
Doug, if you can pull it up. But they showed this blue rain jacket to as many family members as they can get in contact with, and the rain jacket is and no one recognizes it. No one sees it. No one said Alex ever worn it. No one said Paul's ever worn it. No one said Buster's ever worn it. No one said Maggie's ever worn it. Have not seen this blue rain jacket. Has not seen this blue rain jacket. One more thing about this blue rain jacket. When they did the search at Alameda, John Marvin was there. And John Marvin asked him, did you find anything? And he said, well, we found a blue rain jacket back on the property. And he said, well, my dad drives a buggy around and maybe it fell off the back of his buggy. Clearly, John Marvin was understanding that it was back on the property. And then they asked him to come look at the blue rain jacket, and he was told it was found in the closet. And he said, that didn't sound right. And they never clarified it. Now here's picture. I'm not even going to put it up, but I'm going to. 411 is a picture of this closet, and you can see the blue rain jacket that's just sort of folded up and stuffed down here at the bottom right. That's the blue rain jacket.
You need to spell out. The state needs this
And,
rain jacket because they have no weapons. They have no clothing. They're trying.
And apparently, right before this trial, they showed
to
Shelley
make it
Smith
remotely plausible.
this picture and says,
You need to
"Does that look like
explain
the blue tarp you saw?" I said, well,
This
yeah.
entire
sure,
prosecution
yeah,
is a
sure it
house
looks
of
like it.
cards, and I'm going to expose it.
They
for
never
you.
showed her this. They never showed her this. And she said, "This."
I wish you would have said.
This is page 87. It's on the screen.
You all probably walked in here. Your
Never
friends
seen it.
probably think he's guilty
Never seen
because they heard reports about the blood spatter.
Well,
That's
they
why
did
you
GSR
walked in here
testing on
thinking
this,
that,
and
but there
it
was
says-
none.
Woo! That's a hot. It's hot.
Yeah, and for all the people who watched the Netflix documentary,
Oh,
that's
yes.
the reason why they said he's guilty, because he had this blood spatter on
Because
his
there was a
shirt.
lie
Now
about
we
the
know
blood spatter.
it's bullshit.
But they didn't say
And
that.
then there's this issue of misrepresenting what are the type ammunition found in the shotguns at the residence at Moselle. Paul was murdered with first shot was a buckshot. Went through his chest. He was turned this way, went in here, and then out under his arm, and that was buckshot. The second shot was into the head, either depending what expert and what pathologist, it's either this way or this way, but into the head. And that was still a duck shot. I learned that you can't shoot ducks with anything but steel pellets because they don't want lead in the water. So you got to have steel pellets. And then Agent Owen testified, admitted begrudgingly that he had testified to the grand jury that there were 4 weapons found up on the property in the gun room, 12 gauges that were loaded, or I'm not saying 12 gauges, I'm sorry, 4 shotguns that were loaded with buckshot and birdshot. There's 4 other ones. So that matches. Well, guess what? Totally not true. That was totally not true. And he admitted on the stand it was not true. He admitted telling Alec during the interview, and he said, well, I can do trickery. And we're going to see that shortly. But and then I said, well, you trying to trick the grand jury? No, I didn't say that. Well, we walked through it, and he did say it. And he didn't remember it, and you'll remember the testimony. And I said, well, people make mistakes, don't you? Yeah, that was a mistake. And it's okay to make mistakes, right? Yeah. And you can make mistakes about time. Well, that's the most common thing people make mistakes about. It's not all right for Alec Murdaugh, who's in the center of the circle, who's not all right for him to make mistakes about time. It is not all right, according to the same investigator who says it's okay, happens all the time. But here we go, and then Eureka. They finally get into Paul's phone in April of 2022, and they see Alec. Well, they don't see Alec. They see Cash the dog, and they see Paul's feet walking around, and they hear voices in the background. One of them sounds like Alec. And off they go. They go off and get an indictment from the Collier County Grand Jury, relying upon high velocity blood spatter, relying upon 4 guns having the same load, and relying upon a rain jacket that's got GSR on it, and Alex lying about being down at the kennels. Now we know, after we've been here 6 weeks, of those 4 things,
Bixby voice privacy contacts have been updated. To continue, review the updated items on your screen.
Faraday bag.
no, that was turned on. I will turn it off. What we know is 3 out of those 4 things that was presented to the Collin County grand jury that you're going to be deliberating on for the indictments that return aren't true. No blood spatter, no GSR rain jacket that's ever been connected to Alex whatsoever, and there's no loaded gun. So we're left with the lie. We are left with the lie. Now, Alex lied about being down at the kennels in Almeida. And why did he lie? And that is certainly a fair question. And that's, and frankly, I probably wouldn't be sitting over there right now. He had not lied, but he did lie. And he told you he lied. And he told you why he lied. He said he lied because, I'll tell you, he lied because that's what addicts do. Addicts lie. He lied because he had a closet full of skeletons, that he didn't want any more scrutiny on him, which is the most ironic thing in the world, because depending on which day of the week, their theory is that he slaughtered his wife and son to distract from a impending financial investigation. But he puts himself in the middle of a murder investigation, and he puts himself in the spotlight of a media firestorm. That's their motive evidence, and we'll get to that. But he lied. He lied because of his drug paranoia kicked in, and he was clearly in the throes of addiction. He lied for all those reasons. But what he didn't lie for is because he was covering up the fact that he killed Maggie and Paul. That is not the reason he did it. Doug, will you play the dog kennel video, please? I'm going to play the dog kennel video.
Point out they're still alive.
And he has to address this lie.
Everybody in the chat, this is the trial. This right here, this question has to be answered. This messes up the timeline and everything. You have to answer.
4 minutes later, the state would have you to believe that Alec Murdaugh up and blew his son's brains out of his head and murders his wife after having that conversation about Bubba having a chicken or a guinea. 4 minutes later, their case wants you to believe that this is a family down at the dog kennels doing what families do. They're checking on a dog, tail. Bubba's out running around, and they're saying, Bubba, got a chicken. Now, why would Alec not want law enforcement to hear that? I mean, there's nothing on that tape. There's nothing on that tape that indicates there's any strife, any conflict, any anger, any planning, anybody being afraid, anybody running, anybody scurrying. Nothing. It's Maggie, Paul, and Alec down at the kennel. That's it. And their timeline is based on the fact that this automated thing kind of messed me up, but point I was going to open this up and say, under their theory, if your phone's not moving for some period of time, you're dead right then. You could be run over in the traffic 2 hours later, but
Andrew,
if you're not answering a text
saw you yesterday.
2 minutes after you receive it, you're dead at that point. And that's their case.
Exactly what you said, word
that
for
is
word.
their case on time of death. Is phone stop moving, you're dead.
I like him pointing out that 5 minutes before they're having a normal conversation, all of a sudden, boom, blam, 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 blam. He's shooting his
You've
own
heard
family.
testimony from a lot of witnesses.
Good use of the incriminating evidence.
I would say practically every witness who took the stand, who actually knew Alec and Maggie and Paul and Buster, testified under oath how much Alec adored Maggie.
Yep.
Good point. She was his all. Some people describe Paul as Alec's best friend. His relationship with him was awesome. And that was unanimous. Unanimous. I want to just play briefly a clip from Blanca testimony about Alec's relationship with
No, he
Maggie.
should be playing. He should play like 3 or 4 of them.
He also, I think, in multiple interviews
Not just
with Sweat and other folks, described, I think the words were
lovey-dovey.
Meg.
What happened?
The state's objecting?
Maybe.
Yeah, they're objecting. Yep.
Yeah, they don't like
the
that
testimony being replayed.
Yeah.
I owe Nick $20.
I actually was wondering about him showing testimony. I have a feeling he's not going to let him show it.
They showed testimony yesterday.
Did they?
Yeah.
Testimony from the trial?
Oh no, they didn't show testimony. They showed his
You could show evidence, but not testimony.
They showed his evidence. Yeah, they didn't show his testimony.
Please continue, Doug.
Oh wow, he loves it.
Overruled.
Isn't that what you told Sweat?
Yes, sir.
What does that mean? Maggie was his all.
He adored her. He loved her. He adored her.
Worshipped her. I mean, just treated her as somebody he adored, correct?
Exactly. Yes, sir.
Now, this was her testimony from the witness stand. And then
John
in
Lithgow
every
looks
trial, there's just, you hope you find, some very authentic witness, part of the fabric of America that comes in this courtroom. And we had it in this case, and it's Dale Davis. And I want you to remember what Dale testified about Alec's relationship with his family. We played Dale Davis's.
Me? When you use the phrase lovey-dovey about Alec and Maggie, what does that mean? It means they loved each other. What in your presence, you described them as being lovey-dovey, didn't you? Yes. And tell the jury what you meant by that. Oh, every time I always see him, I've never seen that man even raise his voice at his wife or kids. Or his wife. I've never seen him even, none of them argue. But he always, anything she wanted or the boys wanted, he would try to get it. And what was your observation about his relationship with Paul? They like to hunt and fish together. I mean, they drink beer together. Okay.
That was Dale Davis.
The trouble with replaying testimony, folks, is you could just redo the entire trial that way.
Which brings us to the question, why?
Yeah,
Why?
They want to focus the jury's attention on
Why would Alec Murdaugh on June 7th execute his son Paul and his wife Maggie, who he adored and loved? Why? The state's theory is that that there was a storm a-coming, clouds are arising, and that his financial house of cards is about to collapse, and he's about to be exposed. And because of that, he does what every rational person would do: go kill your wife and son. That is their theory of motive. That is their theory of motive. And it worked too, by the way, because he killed his wife and son. Guess what? Jeannie Seconder quit asking questions for a few weeks. Oh, in the boating case, that won't be worth anything now that his wife and son's been murdered, because he's sympathetic. Have you heard such? One thing Mr. Waters and I agree on is the best thing about jurors is you bring your common sense in here and you use your common sense. And that's what it's all about. That's what your collective wisdom. And just collectively think, individually think, what kind of sense does that make? Alex, his financial house is a wreck. He's stealing money from clients. He's got to produce a financial statement, maybe, in a hearing coming up. And his dad goes back in the hospital that day. His dad goes back in the hospital that day, and he ultimately dies a few days later. Okay. So I get a call. Jeannie comes in. My dad's in the hospital. Paul's coming home. That'd be a good time to kill Paul, wouldn't it? That is their theory of the case. And if you don't accept that beyond a reasonable doubt, ladies and gentlemen, I submit the verdict has to be not guilty. Because there's no reason for him to do it. No reason whatsoever. Now, you've heard a lot of testimony about these financial
They're going to come back and
crimes,
say lack of
misdeeds.
motive. You don't need to prove motive.
And he told you he did it. He told you he did it to support
That's what I
a
would come back and say.
very expensive drug habit, and none of that's an excuse, but he is an addict, and addiction is real, and addicts lie, addicts cheat, addicts steal to keep getting their drug. The evidence was permitted in this case for you to hear solely to consider, did he murder his wife and son because he had this storm coming that he was going to be exposed? Is that why he murdered? That's what they say. That's why he murdered. And that's why you're allowed to consider it. Now, Judge Newman in his jury instructions will tell you that's all you can consider it for. You can't consider it by saying, man, I never knew he could do that. So if he could do that, he must be able to do the most heinous crimes in the world. Kill his wife and son, execute him style. That's a no-no use of that evidence. The only permissible use of the evidence is that sufficient provocation, motive for him to kill his wife and son? Is it sufficient motive, not provocation? And the evidence in the case is that there was no impending financial doom on June 7th. June 7th was a day which frankly was no different than any other day in the frenetic lifestyle of Alec Murdaugh. He had so many balls in the air, and he even forgot his paralegal's name, and I apologize to her. I think Christy. She said he would come in like a Tasmanian devil. I mean, he was frenetic. And they were on to this $792,000 fee in the Ferris case, and they were asking questions to put Chris Wilson's office. But the reason they weren't concerned that he was stealing money. They were concerned that he was sheltering money, trying to hide it from being disclosed in the boating litigation, which he was a defendant. And they didn't want any part of that. And that situation with the with the Ferris fee, as Ms. Seckinger, Jeannie Seckinger said, that was a one-off. That was completely on its own, different type conduct than all the other stuff that you heard about. That was a one-off. And what happened on June 7th? She says, I'm in his office, and he gets a phone call that his dad's put back in the hospital. And she thinks that he told her it was terminal. He may have, I don't know, but his dad is put back in the hospital. He wasn't terminal that day, but the next day he got the terminal diagnosis. Any event, she takes off her CFO hat and puts on her mama bear hat and hugs him and a friend hat. And their theory is he slaughters Maggie and Paul to buy time from her investigation. That is it. That is their theory. That is their theory. And it's totally fabricated. They've got no evidence of that. There's no evidence that Maggie was on to his financial misdeeds. There's no evidence that she was about to blow the whistle on him. There's no evidence that he had a $20 million life insurance policy on her, and that if he murdered her, that he could get out of financial bind. None of that. And I asked Ms. Secretary, how long of a delay did that buy Alec? What, month maybe? A month? That's their theory. That's what their case is built upon. And then this motions hearing is, there's a motions hearing scheduled for Thursday. It had previously been scheduled 2 other times. And it was continued at the last minute on the other occasions because 2 of the lawyers had cancer and were receiving treatments. But it wasn't sure it was going to be continued previously. Did he go murder anybody, to get out from under those prior hearings? No, this had nothing to do with it. And, so they brought the plaintiff's lawyer in. He's an excellent lawyer. And he's, like any plaintiff's lawyer. I'm going to clean his clock. I'm going to take everything he's got. That's what they all say. So then we had to bring the defense lawyer in to say that was a negligent parenting case. And it wasn't worth the paper it was written on. Folks, that's what we are in a murder case. And that's what we're having to deal with because that is their theory of motive. But even if the financial day of reckoning was impending, if it was right there, Alec would not have killed the people he loved the most in the world. There's no evidence that he would do that. We do have evidence of what he would do and did do. And if you'll pull up Defense Exhibit 125, which is in evidence. On September 2nd, 3rd, 4th, I forget the date. This is Labor Day weekend. He gets his drug dealer, Curtis Eddie Smith, to shoot him in the head so he couldn't go on because it was all going to come crashing down and he had a big life insurance policy. So when Alex is at financial collapse, he doesn't go kill somebody else. He tries to end it himself. This is a natural response. You don't want anybody to do it, but people kill themselves from being exposed. Don't kill their wife they adore, son, the apple of his eye, as some people have said. That's not.
It's not reasonable.
I don't have the adjective for that. That is so outlandish. I don't have a word for it. Totally illogical, irrational, and insane. Those are words I wrote down. For someone to kill their loved ones when their criminal conduct is being exposed. So, you can take that now. Yeah, thank you, Doug. Yesterday we heard a lot from Mr. Waters. And I've been in Mr. Waters' position. As I explained, I was a federal prosecutor for a number of years. I've been a state prosecutor, part-time mostly. And I've done his job. It's a very rewarding job. And I hold him and I hold his office in very high esteem. But there just sometimes folks just get caught up in a case, they get a desire to win. They get so intoxicated by the attention that's brought on by the case that they start sort of a win at all cost approach. And I'm going to go through some things that Mr.
They damn sure
Waters
win at all costs
stated to you that just aren't facts and aren't supported by the facts and the evidence that you heard. And before I do that, I want to give you a cautionary statement. We lawyers aren't witnesses. I didn't take an oath to stand up here and talk to you. I have ethical obligations about what I can say and limitations under the rules, but I'm not a witness. I'm here to talk to you about the evidence. And the same applies to Mr. Waters. You decide what the evidence is. You decide. And
Further, we're going to take a short break for about 10 minutes. Please do not discuss the case.
All right. So there's a poll up there, which I sort of sensed we were coming to a break period here, which is why I put it up now. I think we're like probably at the 1/3 to somewhere probably like around 40% of the way in, I'm hoping, on his closing. And yeah, just weigh in how you think he's doing so far. Is it amazing?
Not great. It's I mean, he's getting the arguments out there before the jury, but in a very uncoordinated manner. I like a lot more structure in a closing. I like to tell the jury a story and repeat my key themes over and over and over again from beginning to end. First, tell them what the key themes are I'm going to be talking about. Talk about each of them in turn, and then repeat them in summary.
Problem for them, but
and then wrap up with the
enough...
same points.
Yeah. And
so the jury all these words he's saying need to be put into some kind of structure.
And the reason that's important is because they're going to go back into a jury deliberation room, and you want your story to be resonating with them so that they can, it's sort of, it sticks in their mind. There's so much information and different things that they're hearing over the course of 6 weeks that if you can tell something compelling and keep coming back to it, to the fact that we're only here because the state lied. We're only here because they keep zeroing in on Alex and never thought for a second that anyone else could have done it. They never for 1 minute seriously considered anybody else, despite the fact that we're looking at a homicide of a person's own son. He didn't mention the fact that they probably zeroed on him because they were the spouse is always the first one. He seemed to intentionally bypass that point, instead fixing on the fact that he's the one who called it in and that he was holding a shotgun moments earlier. So, but I wish that he would have focused on that. He did. Look, I think he's gotten a lot of the important information out. But you're right. As far as...
And I don't buy this. He's from the South. Everyone in the South talks slow. This is just the way they talk. You can still tell a story in the South, folks. Mark Twain could tell a story.
Yeah. Yeah. You can, in fact, quite the contrary. I'll tell you right now, you can tell a story which doesn't even have to be as fact rich, and that will resonate with the South. I mean, when we have a longer break by lunch, I don't want to do it during the short break. I can share with you a story I got from my advanced trial advocacy about closing arguments in the South and what was very effective, and the whole point to the story though is to present that theme, where you just sort of get the jury nodding along, agreeing with the logic of your theme. And that sort of helps them sort of feel where you're coming from and just keep coming back to it, because stories resonate. The reason that we have fables and things that pass down for generations is because they resonate and they're lasting. And if you have a theme that's really strong here of like, this was all about going after Alex Murdaugh, and anything that fit their story, they were going to throw in. And
even if they had to make stuff up,
and if things didn't fit their story, they would literally make it 180 degrees the opposite of the truth, and they would come up with things that made no sense. And everyone's sitting here, you probably were sitting here watching, thinking like, "What's with this whole blue tarp thing?" It's because they had to make this up in order to say, because they realized that they have a serious problem here. Serious problem is we don't have weapons. Weapons had to get off the property somewhere. They had to. How did he do it? Well, he obviously had to wrap it up in something. Well, what did he wrap it up in? So they come up with this whole blue tarp thing, which we know could not possibly be the actual thing that any murderer would have wrapped it in, because it would be covered with not just GSR, but DNA from Paul and all these other things, and basically point out how the state has been desperately trying to build this house of cards. By finding cards, by basically turning things that are paper and calling them cards, and that this entire thing at the end of the day is still just that same house of cards, because that's what they decided from day one, from the moment they drove up onto his property, that he was the killer and never seriously for a minute looked at anyone else. But you can keep coming back to it over and over and over again. And you don't have to say it fast. Some people are saying that's how we talk down here in the South. You could say it slow. It's probably better saying it slow. That's fine. It's not the speed in which you deliver it. It's the way the narrative is framed. That's what we're really fixating on here. So
go
ahead.
I think you guys are talking about presentation other than substance, right? The substance of what he's saying is good, but the presentation sucks, and that's what I'm talking about.
Well, it's not as bad. In fairness, it's not as bad as Waters. Yes.
Oh, no. I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is
it could be better. Is all I'm saying. He's not doing a terrible job. I just think it could be better.
But that's what I'm saying. Your complaint isn't on the substance of it at all. It's really
no. He's getting the right facts out.
And what I think is that when you have this monotone, well, two things. Number one, I think whenever you're telling a story, you got to structure it in a way where people can follow along. And when you have high points, people recognize your high points. And when you have low points, people just kind of ignore them. And here he's had 3 major high points, but he's just been saying it very monotone. Oh, well, this blah blah blah. Well, what about this? What about this? There's no voice inflection. There's no difference in tone. Like for me, I'd have been screaming. Why the hell is he killed? Why would he kill? These things that matter. Why is he doing this? What are you talking about? There was no blood on his shirt, right? You change your voice inflection because you want to drive in that it's important. So that's one thing I think sometimes this type of lawyering doesn't expose. It doesn't expose the performance piece of lawyering, because there is that performance piece. And I think he's trying to make a very technical legal argument about the burden of proof and all this stuff. But I think he's failing to understand that you have to also perform in a way to make the point stick. So hopefully he'll do this after the break. He'll make it easier to follow, and he'll be able to point to those high points in a better way.
I hope so, and it's particularly important in a trial of this ridiculous length.
Yeah,
because there's just so much information. There's so much crap that's been thrown against the wall. Let me hit on some of the points that came in earlier that I didn't get a chance to pull up. Real question is Yankees or Mets? Definitely Yankees.
Mets, baby. And you live in Queens, and that's funny because I'm in Manhattan. You're in Queens, and we're rooting for the wrong teams.
Yeah, that's true. I grew up 5 miles from Shea. Cameron Mason says, I really think Waters was boring them on purpose in hopes the defense was going to have to go yesterday. Well, the Hobbit was wrong. I don't know. I don't think he was trying to bore him, but he might have been stretching it out.
But keep in mind, the real state closing is going to be the rebuttal.
Yeah. And I'll tell you right now, I think there's a really good chance we're going to see Alan Wilson for that, because they can pull up anyone they want for that, and they don't have to stick with Waters. And
it's hard though. It's hard. I mean, unless Wilson's literally been watching every day stream like we have, how does he onboard all the testimony that he might want to reference? I don't see it.
Maybe he has been following. Who knows? Katie sent a rumor in asking, is it common for prosecution to be able to rebut the defense on closing arguments? Yes, that is. But saying, why does prosecution get 2 chances for closing? Aside, will Waters get as long as he wants to present? So that's the part that's weird. Normally, I've never been associated with someone where they give you unlimited time. And because normally it'll be like, they'll say, okay, you'll have an hour and a half, and you can break each side will have an hour and a half, 2 hours, whatever it is, and you can break it up as you see fit. And that way, when you're on a clock, and the state will invariably not use up their entire time, so they're able to they have a chance to rebut. But now, when there's no clock at all, well, in that case, you can basically just make a brand new closing after hearing the defense's closing. It's kind of backward to me. It's very disturbing. Let's talk a little bit about the whole thing with this jury husband. I had a few chats on this. Jury husband got drunk, got on Facebook and talked. Okay. Sled is talking. Alex was convinced now after talking to a jury member. So what you were taking from this, Andrew, from what you heard, was that there was some publicity about a juror blabbing about the case, and that
I don't really know, Joe. I couldn't really tell what was going on, so I was guessing.
So if we can, the best we can hope for in the interests of neutrality, is that some juror did get on social media, or some spouse of a juror got on social media, opened their mouths up, SLED looked into it, and then came back and told the court about it. That's like the best case scenario here, rather than SLED. It's hard to imagine SLED actually reaching out to a juror for the purposes of trying to engage in jury tampering. That's a level of corruption which would be so humiliating if it ever got exposed, that you have to question whether they would have the cojones to try to go to that extreme. Maybe I'm being naive and too kind in my assessment of the state. I'm sure many of you are screaming that I don't understand the levels of corruption that we have in the government.
No, if SLED became aware of something like that, I would expect SLED to approach the prosecution, make them aware of their concerns, let the prosecution take it up with the court.
Yeah. So you think it's possible that SLED actually reached out to someone? Do you think there's any real chance of that?
Listen, given the quality or lack thereof of their investigation of this case, SLED could do anything. I mean, who knows?
All right. Who's worse, Binger or Waters?
In terms of, I think Binger was a fine technical lawyer, a contemptible human being, but in terms of, knowing what levers to pull in the courtroom, he was fine. Waters is much more scattered.
Who's more corrupt?
Hold on. I mean, you can't go, because don't forget he did violate Kyle's Fifth Amendment, right? So
No, I'm not saying he's a nice guy. I'm just saying from a technical, performing the tasks of a lawyer in court. I think he knew what buttons to press.
Yeah.
Yeah, but who's more corrupt though? I mean, this one brought up Fifth and Sixth Amendment issues. So
well, Binger's Fifth Amendment issue was straight up like. It was a straight violation.
That was more overt.
Yeah,
that was more overt.
And it was obvious what he was doing. It wasn't like he was even trying to hide it. It was like, there it is.
Yeah, that's true. The prosecution's closing was as mindless as Paul. I thought that was funny. That's why, even though I brought it up, I brought it back, because the really good ones I wanted to say. Could the defense cut up the video of the prosecution's closing case where the prosecution admitted to reasonable doubt for their closing? If they can get it in. You're saying I think what Scott is asking, pull it up and say this right here, where the state admits it could be two shooters. That's reasonable doubt. That right there. Boom. If the state itself is saying that, you have to ask that. That means they're saying we're not sure. It's very possible. If it's very possible, that is reasonable doubt. So is that considered jury tampered by SLED? That's back on the same thing. So I don't know that we have any basis to say that. Oh, come on, Judge. Got to go to the Juror in front of the entire classroom. Did you think that was weird that he called her out in front of everyone? He didn't really call her out. He was actually...
he was very kind, I thought.
Yeah, he was very kind. From yesterday, after Waters' closing in that Virginia is why Waters works for, and I'd pay for the state, he could not get billable hours. It's possible.
Listen, he's got a bad case. It's hard to have a good closing when you have a bad case.
That's true. And it's one of the things. Every lawyer is taught, every litigator is taught, like if you don't have the facts, pound the law. If you don't have the law, pound the facts. And if you don't have the law or the facts, pound the table. And that's what we're seeing is, rather than him screaming it, it's just, instead of really pounding the table, he just has a big pile of guana and he's throwing more and more and more to try and make it look like something. Oh, now there was something that was playing in my head that I wanted to mention. I think that it's important for them. I would try to put them in a position of superiority and basically say, you probably walked in here thinking he was guilty. And because your friends probably talked about this case, the reason they all think he's guilty, and they might still think he's guilty, is because they don't have the information you have. They haven't sat through minute by minute. You've seen that the state lied. They all think that he's guilty because the state told everyone they had blood.
They believe the lies.
Yeah,
right.
They believe. That's why they all think that. But you know better. You know the state has no evidence here. I think that would be a great way to hit this up. I think we're starting to come back in here. I'm going to get a quick rumble ramp here. Uncovered Lamp says, what about SLED just standing near the juror for some reason, moronically asking how you doing or something, and the juror answering about the facts of the case? I mean, we don't know what happened. We really don't. There's too little information available to us at this time. But I really think that he should put He's trying to put the jury in a position where they can appreciate that their breadth and depth of this is far better, and that the public has been lied to, and they probably walked in here thinking he's guilty because of these lies that were fed and spread through the media for well over a year that made him look terrible with information that was false, complete lies spread by SLED. I mean, that's a healthy way to sort of make them feel like, yeah, we do know better, and that's why we're going to vote not guilty, even though every one of our friends might think that he's the murderer. Give them a way to dissociate from public opinion. It gives them an opportunity to do that.
All right, thank you. You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yesterday in Mr. Waters' closing argument, he said that the evidence established that Paul and Maggie were murdered with family guns. And that perhaps is his view of the evidence, but that's not a fact. In fact, the state's ballistic expert testified that the 12-gauge shot shells, as you found in the feed room, were fired by the same shotgun. That the shot shells, the things that rolled under the door, were fired by the same gun. That's all he testified to as to shotgun. Now, they have put a lot of guns in evidence here that have nothing to do with the crime. So we don't know what shotgun was used. It could have been a shotgun bought at Walmart that afternoon. It could have been a 20-year-old shotgun. But all the evidence, ballistic evidence, is shot shells were fired by the same gun. And
we don't have the gun.
You really need an expert for that, but that's what the testimony was on the shotgun. With regard to the 300 blackout, you'll recall that this guy Paul Greer testified that the cartridges found at the crime scene, and Maggie was shot with a 300 blackout. That the tool marks, it's called tool marks, that the extractor and ejector marks from the cartridges found at the crime scene matched extractor and ejector tool marks on some cartridges found at the house and some found at the shooting range. And what he didn't say was that where the firing pin breaches that cartridge, which is one of the most reliable indications, it did not match. No match. And he also did not compare projectiles. There was a projectile found. I'll say projectile. That's the bullet. That's the bullet thing. That went into Maggie's body and broke up. But one went into the dog house and was found in the dog bed. And so they have that. And what they did not do is take that projectile and dig projectiles out of the berm where the shooting range was and compare it to see if they match. And that's the most reliable way to do it. Now, in David Owen's notes, he said that the ballistic expert can't be 100% sure until you have the gun. And you heard my cross-examination of Agent Greer, and this tool mark ballistic examination is somewhat soft science. It's come under criticism. It's what they rely upon. Not every investigative lab relies upon it. That's what they did here, but it's not gospel. It's not gospel. Another thing about the 300 blackout, he in his closing, Mr. Waters repeatedly said that Alec bought it. And I assume we're talking about the replacement. I don't know. Alec bought it. Well, Alec didn't buy it. The evidence in the record is Maggie bought it. And he kept saying it's the defendants. And it's not the defendants. The replacement 300 blackout, which frankly no one had seen Paul with it in quite some time except Will Loving on one occasion in sometime in March. It was Paul's gun. It wasn't Alec's gun. Paul's gun. At one point in time during his closing argument yesterday, Mr. Waters reenacted a shooting scenario, if you'll recall. And I'll do my best, but he stands up here and he says that Alec shoots Paul in the chest one time. And 999,999 times out of a million, that person is dead. He puts his shotgun down and he has a 300 blackout right here because he is so smart and so diabolical that he's going to stage it so it look like two shooters. So he's got a 300 blackout here, a shotgun that he just took his son out, but his son was 1 in a million, he says. 1 in a million. Comes this way, so Alec has to put the 300 blackout back down, pick up the shotgun, and shoot Paul. Where in the world does that scenario reside other than in Mr. Waters' mind? It doesn't. It doesn't.
There you go. He's getting angry.
There's no evidence to support anything like that. None. None. And the fact that he has to go to such gymnastics to come up with the Alec staging a two-shooter theory, I ought to tell you, there's a two shooters out there. I ought to tell you, someone to do that. Another curious point in Mr. Waters' closing argument yesterday involves Paul's intuitive talents. You will recall that Alex informed agents that Paul was an intuitive little dude. Referred to him as a detective. That Miriam Proctor, Maggie's sister, said that Maggie referred to Paul as this little detective, her little detective. And particularly when it came to trying to root out whether Alex was still doing drugs. And then he just sort of left it there. Sort of left it there for you to then take it and run with it as if, oh, Paul must have found Alec using drugs. There must have been a confrontation down there at the kennel, and that must have been what happened.
A 90-second confrontation.
He didn't go that far in his argument, but he laid it out there for you to run with. But that was clearly the implication. And I want to tell you first, there are no facts to support that. None whatsoever.
Or time.
Let me add another scenario that's equally as plausible.
Here we go.
What if Paul, the detective, learned the source of drugs that were being sold to his dad? What if Paul, the detective, goes to that drug source, says, cut it out. It's my dad. You're ruining my family.
Alternative theory of the case, huh?
I'm going to tell on you.
There's 20 alternatives he could throw out there.
And what if source is a member of dangerous drug gang?
No, that won't check.
Well, the point is, there's no more evidence to support it, and there was no evidence. Those were just plausible scenarios that they were throwing out to you, and that you could think up many equally plausible scenarios.
I don't want to get.
But you have to decide the evidence based on the facts that the state puts before you, not theories, not inferences, not speculation, but cold, hard facts. Mr. Waters also said that Alex, the master liar, accused Shelley, Smith, Blanca, and perhaps another witness of lying. He never did such a thing. He never accused anybody of lying from this witness stand. Now, I've been around long enough to know that witnesses can misremember things and believe them to be true. And frankly, I'm the biggest offender of that trait in my household. I convinced myself that I remembered something accurately, and I will have an argument with my wife until she shows me photographic evidence that I'm just wrong, and that's what it takes. I mean, that happens. People misremember things. But because we point out that there was an inconsistent fact, that doesn't mean we're saying someone lied, and we never did that. We never did that. One example is Sister Marion One example of misremembering. Sister Marion said that she spoke with Maggie about 7 p.m. while she was at Edistoke, and that Alec wanted to come to Moselle to visit her father. Well, we know that her recollection is mistaken because we have cell phone records, we got FBI records, we got her phone bill, we got that shows she was in Mount Pleasant and then she was traveling to Moselle around the period of time where Sister Marion thought she was at Edistoke. Did not happen. That doesn't mean that she was lying about that. Absolutely not. That's just how she remembered it. And she also said that when she talked to Maggie, that Maggie was, going to go over and visit Mr. Randolph at Alameda. But we know from the records that Mr. Randolph had already been readmitted to the hospital. I mean, that's in the records. And that Maggie knew it. We've got Maggie's text to Blanca, I think in the day, saying they're putting Mr. Randolph back in the hospital. We're scared for everybody and hope Alec doesn't go down to the hospital. Well, no reason I'm pointing it out. This is how Miriam remembered it. But if she remembered it incorrectly, and that happens because we point stuff out like that, we're not saying they're lying. Now, in the same with Shelley and the blue tarp, she remembers something. We're not sure what, but the evidence clearly is. She says it was on Wednesday, June 16th. And we got FBI cell phone forensics. We've got records, and we got testimony that Alec is in Somerville. He spent the night with his in-laws, the Brandstetters on Tuesday, and he stayed there toward the end of the week, and then they went to the mountains at Kiowee. So Alec could not have been knocking on the door of the Alameda house on the morning of June 16th. And Barbara Mixon came in and told you that she relieves Shelley. Shelley works all night, leaves, and goes to work at the school district. Barbara Ann comes in at 8 o'clock and relieves Shelley. And as Shelley recalled it, as the tarp was laid out when she left for work. Barbara Ann came in and said, I didn't see it. No time during that week that when I worked was there a blue tarp. I mean, Shelley remembers something, but she's not a blue raincoat, and it's certainly Alec could not have come over there on Wednesday. Now Shelley also says that he spoke to me about times, and that bothered me. I called my brother. We're not disputing that, but what she didn't say is Alec told me to say I was here in 45 minutes or things like that, and frankly, it doesn't make a lot of sense because Alec kept saying, you get my phone records, and you'll know exactly what time I was when I was there. And I'll get to this a little bit more in a moment, but Mr. Waters keeps talking about, he's hurrying to get over there. He's hurrying to get over there to compress the time so that it looks like he's been gone from Moselle longer than he was. Fair enough argument. I understand his point, but that point evaporates when you're talking about how long you are at Alameda. It doesn't matter if he's there 45 minutes or 20 minutes. Does it really matter how long he was there? Now, I guess before you had the OnStar data, they could be saying, he said he was there 45 minutes, but he's only there 22 minutes. And he spent the other 10, 15 minutes traipsing through the woods, burying bloody clothes and getting rid of murder weapons. Well, we may have heard that in this trial had we not gotten the OnStar data from General Motors in the middle of the trial, which shows conclusively he drove over there and he drove straight back. Another small point. He said there's biological material on the Polaris. I don't think that was ever tested. It certainly looks like it. But what we've learned in this case is things aren't always as they seem. They thought they had blood on the shirt. Turns out there's no blood on the shirt. And that this biological material showed that Maggie was running toward her baby. Now, I don't know that there's any evidence which way Maggie was running or what she was running to. There's not. I mean, it's a fair inference, and everyone who knows Maggie would know that's what she would do, and we're not disputing that would be her mother instinct. And did that probably happen? It probably did, but it's just to state it as a fact. There's no evidence of that.
It doesn't tell us who
Now,
pulled the trigger.
He also said the cell phone backlight turning on. And I don't have an Apple phone, but so here's the issue, and mine won't do it because I don't have an Apple phone, I don't think. But if you take a phone flat and pick it up, light comes on, and why is that important? Why is that important? Like I said, I'll probably turn this phone off, and if I'm making a point that you all know the answer to, I apologize, but it's important that you do know the answer to why this is important. It's important because now that we have the OnStar data, we know Alec drove his Suburban by the spot where Maggie's phone was found at 9:08. Now, there's probably some seconds in there, but 9:08. And we know that her phone is in the woods at that point. So the question is, did Alec throw it out the window at 9:08? And the answer is no, he didn't. Because if you throw it out the window, at a minimum, the display light's going to come on. At a minimum. And when that display light comes on, it registers. These phones say a lot. I mean, lesson learned in this case. It registers in this Knowledge C database, and it says display light on, and it has a time that the display light came on. Well, on Maggie's phone, the display light does not come on at 9:08. Okay, so
I agree with this comment.
The phone out.
Yeah,
and yesterday, Mr. Waters says every single expert testified that the backlight comes on and sometimes it doesn't when the phone is raised aggressively. That's not true. Only one person testified to that.
This is no excuse.
And Mr. Madigal,
he's
who over the weekend, he works for Charleston County Sheriff's Department. I don't know why they didn't get SLED agent to do it, but he says, apparently he got a phone similar to one that Maggie had, not Maggie's phone, had software, not the same version as Maggie, and he spent all weekend throwing the phone on the ground, see what would happen. Or many hours of the day throwing the phone on the ground. And he comes in here and says, hey folks, sometimes the light comes on.
You better show that screen is on. That screen's not on.
Well, our expert, Mika Sturgis, says it comes on. It comes on. That's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about. But folks, we wouldn't even be having this discussion if they had secured Maggie's phone and not put it in a Faraday bag. So
he should have rigged his phone to come on
GPS coordinates on the 7th would not have been overwritten. And they were. So now we got a guy down in Charleston throwing a phone around all weekend. Because they are desperate to prove Alec threw the phone out when he went by the ring. They got no evidence of that. In fact, the evidence is the contrary. He did not. And the evidence supports everything that he had said from the day he had that interview or a couple of days. You get the OnStar data, you get GPS data, you get my GPS data, and you'll know I'm not traveling with her phone. Never got it, wrote over it, and now we've got a guy tossing a phone in an office. Doesn't even work for SLED. Not every expert says that. The guys even said that's not his area of expertise.
You talked about Micah Sturgis. He gives you the digital alibi about the camera being manipulated. Hit that. That is like the most compelling evidence you have.
Oh, yeah. The last one's about me.
Oh, come on.
Mr. Waters says that I did an HBO interview in November 2022. And he references some things I said in the HBO interview. Well, I didn't, and he knows I didn't. It was testified about. There's an HBO special. I am on it. I'm not telling anybody to watch it, but that was filmed back in I don't know, spring, summer of 2022. I'm well before he was charged with murder. I'm not on TV talking about his murder charges, but he wants you to think that, and I don't know why. And I took a little bit offensive to that. I really did.
And we object. Because he was.
What?
I was not being interviewed.
Objections overruled.
Not being interviewed in November of 2022. Not.
Oh. That's weird. That was a weird moment. That was a really
So
weird
I've
moment.
asked why they can't answer that. They don't have an answer as to why. Now how could Alec?
Finally, a little structure.
We know we're going to get to it, but how could he have butchered Maggie and Paul without leaving a trace of evidence within a matter of minutes?
Here we go.
How? We went from why, now how. And the answer to the how is he couldn't. But this is the wrong question to be asking yourself. Because the question that you are tasked with answering is, has the state presented evidence that proves beyond a reasonable doubt showing that Alec butchered Maggie and Paul without leaving a trace of evidence, all within a matter of minutes? In a matter of minutes. Have they proven evidence? Do they present evidence of that? Proof beyond a reasonable doubt. He was able to make bloody clothes, bloody guns. Who knows how much? Whatever. Disappear in a matter of minutes without leaving a trace. Without leaving a trace. Of course they haven't. A reasonable doubt is doubt that causes a reasonable person to hesitate in one of the most important decisions of your life.
Yeah, he looks really tired.
And here, there's no direct evidence of Alec doing anything other than he's at the kennel, 844, and it's just pleasant family talking about Bubba the dog getting a chicken. So the state's trying to weave this story of his guilt based upon circumstantial evidence. And the judge will charge you on circumstantial evidence, and I have no dispute with what the state put up here yesterday, because that's the law, and you're going to get it. He's going to give you the written document with the charge. And you will see in there that when they rely upon circumstantial evidence, it's as good as direct evidence, but there's some things that it has to do to be as good as direct evidence. And what it has to do, the circumstantial evidence, is that the circumstances must be consistent with each other, and when taken together, point conclusively to the guilt of the accused beyond a reasonable doubt. And if these circumstances portray the behavior of a defendant as suspicious, the proof has failed. That's circumstantial evidence. So what are the circumstances that the state relies upon? Well, he was at the kennel at 844. Paul last used his phone at 848. He replied to a text with a friend about a movie recommendation. Maggie's phone locked for the last time at 850, actually 849 and 50 some odd seconds, but 850. But however, her phone recorded significant steps around 8:55, and we're going to see that. And her phone tried to activate the camera at 8:55.
There.
And it registered an orientation change at 9:06. And I think pretty much understand the orientation change, but when the phone goes from landscape to portrait, or this is it's me, but goes from that to that is an orientation change. And the phone will tell you. So it did that at 9:06. And they've got 300 shell casings, the extractor and ejector markings matched with casings found around the house and shooting range. So that's pretty much it. And then of the circumstantial evidence of his guilt. Now they want to say, well, he lied about it, so it's consciousness of guilt. But I'm talking about what evidence they have, put all the circumstances together, prove he shot to kill Maggie Paul. And that's pretty much it. And how have they established the time of death here? Solely on cell phone use. And And using the phone or not using the phone doesn't dictate or define whether you're dead or alive. I mean,
you all have phones. You haven't been using them for the last hours.
Yeah, but
does not have their phone with them right now.
This is a weaker argument.
Under the state's theory, as I mentioned before,
It's true.
you know, if they die while they're not using their phone, then they're dead the moment they stop using their phone. That's what they have here. That is their case. There are a number of reasons that Paul would stop using his phone. First, so I got two testimonial clips, one from Rogan. Remember Rogan Gibson? If you'll play that quickly, Doug. This is Rogan testifying about Paul's phone.
I think the phone usage thing on time of death.
You were asking a little bit about Paul's cell phone usage. He was on a lot. He was on a lot, yes, sir. Yeah, and did the battery get down?
Okay, moment. All right. What is the objection?
Not showing the witness, they're showing the defendant while the witness is testifying. I think the testimony was.
What's the legal basis for the objection? All right. Mr. Griffin.
It's a clip from the live feed of this trial, Your Honor. I can't control who is being depicted, but it's the voice, my voice asking Rogan.
Been in trial. How many weeks?
6 weeks.
So we're not going to replay the trial.
That's right. That's a clip of a few seconds.
No.
I sustain the objection.
Ooh.
All right, take it down, Bill. So you will remember that Rogan said that when Paul's phone, and by the way, if you don't remember and you have questions about it, when you're jury deliberations, you can always ask to have testimony replayed for you through. John, can we play the audio without the video?
You're asking me,
Yes.
what can you do? I rule on objections.
Can you play the audio then, please?
You were asking a little bit about Paul's cell phone usage. He was on a lot. He was on a lot, yes, sir. Yeah, and did the battery get down low pretty regularly? Yes, he would let his phone die sometime, or he would lose it. Well, and when it would get down low, did he have a habit of not using it to try to keep him going all the way out? Yes, I have seen that happen before. And have you done that yourself? Yes, sir.
All right, and so
maybe that's why
the photographs and the
not
evidence
checking
in the
messages.
case that Paul's phone was at 2%. At 2%.
That's helpful.
And it was on low power mode at the time. He was texting this friend of his about a movie recommendation. And then can you play the audio only of, you remember Nate Tootin, and he testified about Paul putting the phone down when he was working around the kennels.
And how would you describe the relationship between Paul and Alex?
They had a really good relationship.
Would you say that Alex?
I don't think that's the right clip. So there's Mr. Tootin testified that when Paul would work, he would put the phone down, forget where it was at times, and that it was pretty common for him to put the phone down at the kennel so he wouldn't get it wet. And you recall Dale Davis, they brought him to the stand. I think they brought him to the stand to make it seem like the hose was unraveled and then it was used and put back. And we know from the video, and you can see it again, the dog kennel video, we pointed out the hose is on the ground outside Cash's kennels. And Mr. Davis says, yeah, that was not how I left it. Someone had put it down. And then I'm going to show you. right here. Doug, can I have the?
It seems like he did not practice his closing, and he wouldn't have had much time, really.
Yeah, they really. I'm sure he. It seems like he wrote it out and maybe outlined it. There's a lot of reading, but you don't have time when you're on trial, and you can only write this closing after all the evidence has come in.
Oh, that's awful.
So you don't have the 3 hours to go through it and go through it 2, 3, 4 times.
But you should be constructing it through the course of the trial, right? Chopping out the segments you're contemplating using in your closing. You may not use them all, but
definitely.
Ladies and gentlemen, you'll have back in the jury room State's Exhibit 503, which is a picture of the dog kennels from the murder scene, and what I'm pointing out on top of these 2 kennels are dog beds. You'll see Exhibit 503. The dog beds are up here on top, and you recall Dale Davis says that when you clean out the kennels, hose it down, you put the dog beds on top. So it's pretty clear from these photos, this photo, that Paul and or Maggie had sprayed out those dog runs and put the dog beds on top, and put the hose away. Alec testified that Bubba and Grady had on collars, and we see the collars in State's 45. And so their collars hanging here, but their collars hanging here, and then there's collars here. And the dogs don't have collars on them in the dog picture. So it's a fair conclusion that after Alec left, when he said he left, that Paul puts Bubba up, Paul puts Grady up after cleaning out the kennels, and then he goes back into the feed room to get his phone where he was confronted. Or sometime later it happened. I don't know. But they are relying upon cell phone usage for time of death. The coroner said he did the armpit test, which is no test at all. It's just a guesstimate. Can you pull up in evidence? Now I want to talk about Maggie's phone and Defendant's Exhibit 158, please.
I hope he gets this camera.
So this is Maggie's phone timeline that we put in evidence, and this is going from 8:49 to 9:07. And if you'll just walk through it, you'll see at 8:49:26. Last text message read by Maggie. Okay, go to the next one. 8:49:28, backlight off. Go to the next one. 8:49:31, phone locks, remains locked until recovery by law enforcement. It was locked for the last time and never unlocked. 8:53, but on 8:53, the backlight comes on.
There we go.
Backlight comes on. It's being manipulated. 8:53:12, orientation to portrait starts. 8:53:15, phone begins logging 59 steps. 8:53:20, there was a Siri usage, and the testimony is you can get that by squeezing the button. 8:53:24, an orientation portrait completes, so it switches. And then 8:53:28, backlight is off. Next, backlight is on. Backlight is off again. And it's on again.
It's good with the bright white.
And then 8:54:34, camera use starts. It's activated by touching the camera icon or by swiping left from the lock screen. There was a question as to whether that could be from facial recognition, and Lieutenant Dove said that information resides in the Knowledge C database, but he did not look for it. Micah Sturgis, our expert, looked for it, found it, and came and told you that was not a facial recognition miss. It was from intentionally activating the phone only for 1 second. Go to the next slide. Camera usage ends. Go to the next slide. Orientation of landscape starts 8:54 and 44. It ends. And then 8:55. So the point is, there's a lot going on with Maggie's phone at around 8:55. Keep going. Keep going. And then at 9:03, the backlight goes off. And at 9:04, there's a missed call from Alex. And 9:04:23, the backlight's off. And 9:04:41, the missed call from Alex ends. So let's back up to, let's go to 9:04:23, missed call from Alex. Okay, and this was the testimony on 9:04:23, and it's important. Alex calls Maggie. And when that happens, you would, her backlight was on. Go back one more. So her backlight is on at 9:03:52. At 9:04, missed call from Alex starts. At 9:04:23, and instantaneously, the backlight goes off. Now, you heard the testimony of that means when that call came in, someone pushed on the side to stop the call. Now was that done by Maggie because she was over on the other side of the workshop where we see those footprints that we heard about that were never really analyzed, and that she didn't want any noise coming through? Or was that some bad guy or bad person has Maggie's phone and stops the call? But something's going on with her phone at 9:04. I'll tell you that. And then at 9:04, the next one is missed call from Alex ends. 9:05, backlight on. 9:06, orientation changes to portrait. 9:07, incoming call from Alex. 9:06:14. Keep going, Doug. And 9:06:52. Keep going.
What are we doing?
And then at 9:07, her phone stops.
It's getting chaotic.
What is the point of all this?
It's getting chaotic. And he does.
Now, one of the things that you heard in this case is that orientation change was at 9:06 that we just talked about. And Doug, if you'll go to the
you're supposed to be guiding the jury to a conclusion.
If you go to defendants 156, please. And so these are Alex steps on his phone that were registered during this time period. And if you'll go to entry, if you look at entry 28, and if you'll pull that out, Doug.
This should be side by side with Maggie's phone data.
All right. So 28, this is between 9:02:18 and 9:06:47. And this is the time period that Mr. Waters in his argument said was scurrying around because he took, can just bring it back a little bit more, please. So can we do it so we can see the whole line? Just, that's fine. So that, so here we see line 28 between 9:02 and 9:06. There's 283 steps, and it went 208 meters. So I want you to first, and so they take the position that this is him scurrying around. But if you do the math, which we haven't done here on this document, but 283 steps in 269 minutes, 269 seconds, turns out to be 1.05 steps per second. 0.05. 1.05 steps per second. Multiply that by 60, you get 63 steps per second. And if
per minute,
ladies and gentlemen, this is a slow walk. 1 step per second. 1001, 1002, 1003, 1004, 1005. This is Alex scurrying around.
Good.
According to the state's case.
Demonstrative.
And if you look at the distance in meters of the last, when he gets, I guess, to the house at 7:55 to 8:55, he goes 203 meters before it stops registering. And then one thing you will remember during this time period, between 902 and 906, at 906, Maggie's phone has an orientation change. Her phone has moved from here to here. But what her phone doesn't have, go to the second page.
It's 283 steps.
What her phone doesn't have are steps. And Lieutenant Dove testified that, yeah, it doesn't look like anyone that her phone is moving at 906, but there's no steps being registered. Alec is walking from 902 to 906. So fair to reason that Alec is not walking with Maggie's phone.
So who has her phone?
That's the timeline data that I wanted to review with you. The if you'll go to Exhibit 524, Defense Exhibit 524, please.
Either Maggie's still alive or the killer has her phone.
I think it's, yeah, State's 524. I'm sorry. Do you have that? So if you'll go to the slide where no, not 38. Do you have the whole document or you don't? Oh, yeah, we'll drop that. Okay. Well, I mentioned earlier, and so State's Exhibit 524 is all the OnStar data. You will see there that he goes by the spot at 908 where Maggie's phone was found. And there was testimony that he sped up after he went by there. He sped up to like from 42 to 45 and went back down to 44 miles an hour when he went by there. He's not speeding up when he goes by the area where Maggie's phone was found whenever it was tossed. And then they have, a chart or slide that talks about how long it took him to get over there and the speeds that it took. And Mr. Waters was arguing to you that compressed the timeline. The faster he gets over to Alameda, it means that he's gone longer from Moselle, and it gives him a better alibi because, as you know, he's orchestrating this alibi. And so he's driving fast over to Alameda according to their theory. And we graphed it out, and he's driving, passing some cars, and he is, he's a fast driver. Okay, so they say, he's compressing the timeline. Compressing the timeline is what they say. Compressing the timeline. But then they say, he drives fast on the way back. Why? He's driving the same speed over there, same speed back. There's no reason to compress the timeline coming back. I mean, you'd want to be driving slow as you can to make it appear you've been gone a lot longer. I mean, He drives the same speed from Moselle to Alameda as from Alameda back to Moselle. It takes him the same amount of time. He's not compressing any timeline at all. And what's the most curious part about Maggie's phone? About Maggie's phone? What's most curious about it is Alec has her password. Alec, if he is wanting to change the timeline, when he calls her phone, he should answer her phone. When he texts her, he should reply to that text to show activity on her phone that she's still alive. If he is manufacturing a timeline,
great point,
by speeding,
great point.
The easiest way to do it is use both phones, talk on both phones, and he did it. And this whole thing about using Maggie's phone, driving Maggie's phone, throwing Maggie's phone out it's such a stretch for them to come in and try to put her phone in his hand. And then you start thinking through, why would Alec take her phone and not Paul's phone? Let's start there. Why would Alec take her phone and not Paul's phone? That's the question I don't have an answer to. It makes no sense. It makes no sense why he would take Maggie's phone. If there's something on there, he knows her password. Put it in. See what it is.
There's no reason for this Alameda
escapade. The phone was never
escapade.
unlocked. And he had the keys. So if he's taking her phone to unlock or to do something with it, he didn't. And so why? And these are circumstances that have to be consistent with each other and have to point conclusively to the guilt of Alec Murdaugh.
Drive
Beyond a
that
reasonable
over
doubt.
and over again. That's the question
These
that's going to be
circumstances
on the jury
just
instruction.
raise more questions, ladies and gentlemen.
Beyond
Raise
a
more
doubt,
questions
that's
that we
reasonable.
wouldn't have to be dealing with if they had just simply secured Maggie's phone in a Faraday bag on June the 8th when they got it. We wouldn't be here. So we do know from the timeline that Alec left the property at 9:07. Were they killed before he left? I don't know the answer to that. But we do know that if he was in the house when the shots were made down at the kennel, that he would not have heard them. We had decibel testing from Mr. Sutton. Now they were angry with Mr. Sutton's angle test. They were not angry, but they challenged his conclusions on a lot of things. But they didn't touch his acoustic testing. Didn't doubt that. Haven't challenged that. And so if he's in the house and the shots are ringing down at the kennel, he doesn't hear it. Now, they say that sometime after 8:44, and they peg it 8:48, 8:50, because that's when Paul last responded to a text from this friend of his, but they ignore the fact that it had to be cleaned up. And I think Buster testified that takes 10 minutes at least to get the dogs in, clean up, and et cetera. And then there's all this 8:55 stuff going on Maggie's phone. But let's take him at their theory at 8:50, after having a pleasant conversation talking about, is it a guinea or is it a chicken, and Bubba, and all right, so 4 minutes later, let's go ahead and kill my wife and my son because I got questioned at the office today by Jeannie's secretary. Okay, that's their case. So let's run with it and see where it takes us. Well, it takes us that he leaves the property at 9:07. So from the moment, if he's got, if it happens at 8:50, he's got he's got 17 minutes. 17 minutes. He would have to be a magician to make all that evidence disappear. As you heard, under either Dr. Kinsey or Mr. Palmbach, Dr. Reamer and Dr. Kinsey, Mr. Palmbach and Dr. Eisenstadt, either way, the shooter's covered with blood on Paul's shooter. And that's what all that testimony was about. It wasn't about trying to figure out who's got the right angles. The whole point of that is, while we ended up having to get our own experts, is to prove the shooter is covered in biological material, covered in blood, covered in everything because of the blowback. And it wasn't until on reply that Dr. Kennedy said, oh, well, there'd be blowback under my version too. Blowback meaning blood, biological material from killing Paul. So the shooter's covered in blood. The shooter's gun is covered in blood. And that there's not sufficient amount of time to clean all that up, make all that disappear. And then call your son Buster, driving to visit your mother, who you got a call from Barbara Nixon earlier today and said your mother's agitated because your dad went back in the hospital and you might want to check on her. He goes to check on her. He calls Buster. And does he say, hey, Bus, I just blew your mom and brother up. You should see the damn mess. Are you kidding me? He calls Chris Wilson. Normal conversation. He calls his brother John Marvin, talking about his dad. And then he goes over there and he sits down with Shelley and sits on his mom's dad. And he stays there 20 minutes, not 40 minutes or 22 minutes. I don't know. The records show what time. But the fact of the matter is, he's got no blood on him. He's acting normal as every day. He is the same old Alec. Yet their theory is he just blew the person the people he loved the most in this world, blew him away. Now, I'll talk a little bit about the angles that Mr. Sutton
That's great.
did, his reverse trajectories on the shots, and I mean they're having a good time joking about the size of the figure in the Pharaoh, saying, oh, it must have been a 12-year-old kid, and it's 5'2", 5'4", and let them have their fun, but that's not what the testimony was. Testimony was that the barrel of the gun has to be at that level to make the shot into the quail pen. We didn't take the measurements. SLED took the measurements. And so, yeah, could a 6'4" person get down to that level? Sure. And Mr. Sutton says that's not a natural shooting angle. Could a 6'4" person get on their knees? Sure. Shooters are in movement, and a 6'4" person is going to be moving around on their knees? I don't think so.
Is an opioid addiction.
The most common sense thing here is there were two shooters.
Here we
There
go.
were two guns, and as Mr. Palmbach said, one gun is high capacity, holds 10, 20, 30 rounds. And if you're going down to execute somebody, one gun's enough. I'll take another gun that only has 3 shots. And Dr. Kinsey agreed with the angle coming out of the quail pen, so that the angle puts it pretty far away from the door of the feed room where Paul's killed. But it's not our burden. It's not our burden. It's their burden to prove to you, based on circumstantial evidence,
I think he's done.
that all the circumstances are consistent with each other and point conclusively to the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. And those facts are just not consistent. those facts are just not consistent.
Maybe not.
Come on.
I won't say a word about condition of Paul and Maggie, particularly Paul. I'm not going to show you any photos. But I think you would agree that it was so bad. It was so bad. And Alec in the back of the car, me in the back of that, you could see me on the camera, sitting there talking to Agent Owen and Agent Croft. And he says, it was so bad. They did him so bad. Agent Croft misheard that and said, he said, I did him so bad. I think the evidence is everyone who's listened to it and everyone who knows what Alex was talking about around that time says they did him so bad. And Agent Owen was in the car and he doesn't say to you, oh, he actually said, I did him so bad. I think we can put that issue to rest, but that issue points to a bigger question.
The desperation of the state.
What would they be saying in this trial if that conversation wasn't videotaped? What would they be saying? We know Agent Croft would be saying, he said, I did him so bad. And then where would we be then? I am grateful to SLED that they videotaped that so that you'll hear it if you have any questions. I don't think you should, but they did him so bad. That is for sure.
The officers in the car did not treat that as a confession.
Another thing that we're going to clear up right now is Alec's concern for Buster. You heard that, and you heard that in Mr. Waters' closing. That in the statements that Alec made on the roadside shooting in Labor Day weekend, where he tried to arrange a assisted suicide, that he told officers that there's no danger to Buster. Of course, there was no danger to Buster because of that roadside shooting, because he knew who shot him, Curtis Eddie Smith. He knew he was trying to get himself killed. But from that, there's going, the reason he knows there's nothing to worry about Buster is because he knows he did it. That's what was just argued yesterday. Well, Deputy McDowell, in a body cam video that's in evidence, captured Alec speaking to Buddy Hill about his concern about Buster's safety. And will you play that now, Doug? It's in evidence. I don't have the exhibit number.
Can y'all get a police officer with my oldest son in Columbia? Can you call back here? No, I haven't told me yet.
Can you play that again? Because I think the.
Randy, what about Buster? You gotta get, Bud, can y'all get a police officer with my oldest son in Columbia? Can you call back here? No, I haven't told me yet.
Did you hear that? Can y'all get a police officer for my oldest son in Columbia? What about Buster? What about Buster? Can y'all get a police officer for my oldest son? Buddy, can y'all get a police officer for my oldest son in Columbia? That's Buddy Hill, sheriff.
That's great audio.
And they want to come in here and tell you he wasn't concerned for Buster's safety?
That's great audio.
Once again, I'm grateful Colleton County Sheriff's Department had body cams. Now you know Alec was concerned. You know Alec asked for a police officer for his son in Columbia, Buster.
They're in that high stress moment.
Now I'm almost.
That's what he's thinking.
I'm almost done, I promise. But I do want to talk about Alec's misstatements about time. Alex told Deputy Owen during interviews that, well, first, Alec's statements about time are not lies. They were just misstatements. And even like I said, Deputy Owen says people make mistakes about Agent Owen, they make mistakes about time all the time. And they do. Now, Mr. Waters is critical because Alec was wrong every time he gave a time estimate. Turns out, I think Mr. Waters is probably right about that. Whether the time period is inconsequential or consequential, he's wrong about it. And and we had brought in, Alec had told deputies in an interview that he got home at 5 o'clock, and that's not true. That he went to work that day at 8:30, that's not true. And that and so he is just wrong on times. But what was consistent whenever he had an interview, he said, you get the records, and it will show what time did this, what time I did that. It will all be in the records. And guess what? They are in the records. And when the records show that his time estimate was wrong, they jump up and down. The statement to Deputy Green, he says, I've gone to my mom's for about an hour and a half, and I last saw them 45 minutes. Now that I don't know. I frankly don't know if that's wrong or not. He's talking to Deputy Green about 10:30. Hour and a half from 10:30 is 9 o'clock. He left. He left at 9. He left at 9:07. But that's that. The question about what he did when he got down to the scene, and he said he ran up to Paul and Maggie, and he left his phone, and he went back to get his phone, and then he's talking to the 911 operator, and you can hear it, and he says, I've been up to it now. It's bad. He doesn't remember the sequencing, and I don't think anyone should hold that against him. Mr. Waters gets up here and says Maggie was running to her baby. Alec was running to his baby. And can you imagine what he saw? And is it evidence of guilt that he doesn't remember what the sequencing was in that moment? Is that evidence? Is that evidence of guilt? Or is that evidence of trauma? This is a guy that then went to get a 12-gauge shotgun, and he put 16-gauge shells in it. He knows the difference, but he didn't know that night. And I'm not quite understanding what the state makes of this. Did he not go up to their bodies? Because the forensic evidence sure speaks to the contrary. What we have is Maggie's DNA all over his T-shirt. And you heard that from Agent Zapata. We have Paul's DNA on his T-shirt. How did he get Paul and Maggie's DNA on his T-shirt if he didn't touch them? If he brutally murdered them, hosed off down there next to their dead bodies, got in the golf cart butt naked, drove to the house, changed clothes, went over to his mom's, goes down, calls 911, then searches for Whaley restaurant menu and checking emails, waiting for the police to show up. How does he get their DNA on his body? Because it's on there. The forensic lab tells you that. Because he went up to them and touched them. And then there's a spot of blood on the Suburban steering wheel that was Maggie's. Yep.
Because he touched her.
And we know that the Suburban was never down at the kennel, thanks to the OnStar information. I'm not sure that was an accepted fact until OnStar sent their stuff in, but the Suburban never went down to the kennel until after he returned back from Moselle. So we know the blood got on the steering wheel after he checked Maggie like he said he did on the 911 call. And then there's a spot of blood on the gun that he went to get. And then there's GSR. There's GSR. There's 3 particles of GSR on his shirt, 3 particles of GSR on his shorts, and 1 on his finger. And the SLED agent testified that's consistent with transferred GSR when you pick up a gun.
Good. Now he's hitting it. Now he's getting to the points. We're 2 hours in.
So, but really, we're back to the lie. We are back to the lie. Because that's all they have in this case is that Alec lied to them when he last saw them, and he shouldn't have. He shouldn't have. And he said, "What a tangled web we weave once we start to deceive." And once he lied the first time, he was stuck with the lie, and he continued to lie, and he shouldn't have. He shouldn't have. And he told you, what was going through his mind. Probably wasn't rational, but he was in the throes of an addiction, and he just found his wife and son murdered. And he's being interviewed. He'd been swiped for GSR, and he does think David Owen is the guy that investigated his friend. But he was wrong, and he told you. Turns out he was wrong, but I thought that's who it was that night. And he was under investigation. He was being accused of obstructing the boating accident investigation. And he's under investigation by SLED for that. And he had all these skeletons in his closet. And he was wanting to get them away from him and looking for the real killer. The state in this case has gone to lengths trying to, through a sleight of hand, convince you of this and show you that, and without convince you of guilt, without showing evidence of guilt, convince you that he murdered his wife and son because of his financial misdeeds were going to come out, which is about the most illogical thing imaginable, and there's no evidence of that. And then the state brings all these shotguns in here, and I'm not going to pick every one of them up, but the forensic evidence on these shotguns is they can't be excluded. Well, okay. They can't be included either, so you know nothing more about these shotguns than you would have the day you showed up for jury selection, because there's nothing to know about them. Can't exclude them, can't include them according to them, but we do know there's no blood, guts, brains on any of the guns that would have been there from the shooting under everybody's interpretation of how Paul was murdered. They want you to think that because you own guns, that you should be viewed differently.
Oh, there's gun owners on the jury. That'll be telling.
I don't know what else to make of that.
Yeah.
I don't know what else to make of that.
And there almost certainly has to be.
It's almost impossible.
When this trial began with opening statements on January 25th, Mr. Harpootlian asked, why? Why would Alex execute his wife and son in cold blood? And here we are, 6 weeks later.
No closer
still
to
don't
figuring
know.
that out.
And you've heard weeks testimony about Alex's financial crimes, drug addiction, and lies. But after all that, the state has failed to provide a satisfactory answer to this question. Why? The state cannot provide an answer to this question because the answer is he would not, under any circumstances, murder those that meant the most to him. Your oath requires that you hold the state to the exacting standard of proof that the state must prove the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. And when they rely solely on circumstantial evidence, these circumstances must be consistent with each other, and when taken together, point conclusively to the guilt of the accused beyond a reasonable doubt. And if they merely portray the behavior of the defendant as suspicious, you must find him not guilty.
This sounds like
the state's evidence fails to meet these requirements.
It's right from the jury
Circumstances don't point conclusively to Alex
guilt. How he's rapping.
Far from it.
He's got 2 minutes.
Mr. Waters wants you to believe that Alex slaughtered Maggie and Paul on June 7th and repeatedly lied and changed the story to fit the timeline and evidence. As it turns out, in fact, the state is the one that's been manipulating evidence to fit their theories of guilt, which changed over time from the date of these murders until yesterday. In the absence of forensic science, a reliable investigation, the guns, blood spatter, the time and opportunity to have committed these murders, you're instead left to make inferences about all sorts of interactions and behaviors.
Good.
Prosecution wants you to view the evidence through the diabolical monster lens that they have tried to paint, but the law requires you to view it through the lens of innocence, where none of these things, individually or taken together, prove conclusively to Alex's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Up until now, you've not been able to say a single word. Can't imagine how frustrating that must be. But soon you will have the most powerful voice in this courtroom. With your words, you can let everyone know that in a court of law, only evidence and the burden of proof matters, not gossip, innuendo, opinions, and most of all, not theories layered on top of speculation.
Yes.
With your words, you can let the state know that they don't get to obtain an indictment by misleading a grand jury and then bring you before you a case built on theories, speculation.
Okay.
There are two words that justice demands in this case, and those two words are not guilty. The oath you've taken in this case is to follow the law, to follow the Constitution, and to hold the government to the burden of proof. And it requires a verdict of not guilty. On behalf of Alex, on behalf of Buster, on behalf of Maggie, and on behalf of my friend Paul, I respectfully request that you do not compound a family tragedy with another. Thank you.
All right,
That's
he ended strong.
Phenomenal.
The last couple minutes.
Yeah. You could tell he wrote that part out a while ago.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll send you to the jury room for a break. Please do not discuss the case.
He definitely wrote that part out a while ago. It was much stronger. That was well practiced, and that was a very, very nice, strong finish. Let's see if there's any discussion here about when they're going to go to lunch, or which I imagine they may have.
So there was a comment in the chat. Obviously, it's intended to be an attack on me because I don't do trial work, and I'm always talking about the closing and how I'd structure a closing. Folks, my legal practice is a legal consulting practice. So someone's involved in a use of force event. I'll circle back to it after we see what's happening.
Oh, yeah.
So, Mr. Meadows, are you closing on behalf of the state?
Yes, sir.
Do you have an estimated length of time that you might go?
6 hours.
All week through Friday.
Within 40 minutes.
40 minutes.
You ready to go?
If you give me, I just need to go to the bathroom.
All right, we'll take a 5-minute recess.
All right. So it looks like we're going to finish up by lunchtime today.
That would be great.
I mean, they'll go out. They'll send them out with jury instructions.
Get the afternoon back.
Yeah. I mean, so I'll be staying here through the jury instructions, but that's going to be mostly boring stuff here.
So I was mentioning my legal practice is a consulting practice. Someone's involved in a use of force event. They retain lead counsel. Lead counsel retains me if they want me to consult on the case. And what I produce as part of that consulting effort is essentially the closing argument that they would present to the trial. I take all the evidence, apply the law, and provide a narrative of innocence. And it's that closing argument that's prepared by me that is in turn presented to the state prosecutor to say, listen, this is what we plan to argue at trial. This is what you'll need to overcome if you want to prosecute this client. And almost almost 100% of the time we get the charges dismissed or the client put into a diversion program. So crafting that narrative of innocence is the entirety of my legal practice.
Yeah, well, it's also, if you understand, if you've watched a few trials and you understand what you're watching because you're an attorney, you know what feels right, what doesn't. And in fact, you don't even need to be an attorney. Everyone here in my chat, before we said anything, they started perking up like, yeah, go get him. Yeah, go get him. It's the same. It's not strong because it sways us. It's strong because it sways the everyman person. Like that's the jury that's what your target market is. And to that, in that sense, yeah, we can tell what's probably going to likely move a jury. And the reaction from the chat here, I got 8,600 people watching on YouTube, another 2,800 on Rumble, is like, the fire. Yeah, get him, Jim. That's a reflection that everyone, the whole vibe is, yes, this is it. Boom, lay it out, finish up strong, and you feel it. So it's hard to imagine the jury wasn't feeling it also. I mean, maybe
but
I don't
if you're
know.
going to have a strong moment, having it at the end is where you need it. I mean, there was a lot of meandering there in the middle, but closing strong is the most important thing. So hopefully it's enough. And the lawyer, the prosecutor, they're bringing up, the state's bringing up for the remainder, for their rebuttal, is that crazy guy, the guy who tried to interrupt the cross-examination of one of the witnesses. Remember, who wanted to jump in and restart direct?
Oh yeah.
So I would be surprised if he presented a compelling rebuttal, which will be the single biggest favor that Alec Murdaugh could ever have received. But this could have been better. It could have been much better structured, folks. And I mean, we all know this, right? We all learned in high school or college how to structure an essay, right? We know structure matters in a narrative.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm kind of a tough grader. I would give this I gave that like a 6.5 compared to Waters, which I gave like a 2.5, 3. I thought he did a terrible, terrible job. Now, and the reason it's frustrating is because this was the defense's last opportunity to basically walk the jury through the BS they've sat through for 6 weeks. I think he definitely could have invested a lot more time in establishing that it was impossible for him to do it. It's not my burden to show you that it's impossible, but if you even have a question whether it's impossible, you certainly have reasonable doubt.
Right. My only obligation is to show you why the state doesn't have a reasonable narrative for guilt in this case. Why they cannot prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. That's all I need to do. But in fact, I can do a lot more than that, and I'll do that in this closing.
Right. Yes. And just keep pounding on the desperation of the state. If they had a video of him killing, if they had a video of the killer,
changes everything if there's any direct evidence, but there's no direct evidence. It's entirely a circumstantial case.
No, but the point is, if they have a video of the killer, they don't need to start manufacturing lies. They don't need to start twisting stories. They don't need to start inventing this tarp over here and weird theories over here. The reason that they're trying to infuse so much emptiness and literally BS is because they don't have anything. So we're trying to sit here saying well, what do they have to prove? What's the evidence? The state's case tells you that they have no evidence. If you have to fall back to lies, it's because you don't have enough to convince the jury with truth. So their own case is what tells you that there's reasonable doubt.
And they don't have the excuse of being an addict who's been stealing money.
Yeah. Yeah. I was surprised to hear that the rebuttals are going to be I'm surprised to hear that guy who looks like Kevin's father from Wonder Years is the one who's going to be doing the when he was objecting. I was like, oh, if he's objecting, it seems like he's the one who's going to be doing the reply.
Right. I counted 4 objections by the state.
And so someone asked, as far as the whole thing with the video versus the audio. So just to clarify, I highlighted something that wasn't even a super check, so I wanted to come back to this. You might recall that one of the objections was an objection when he was showing some testimony. The objection was that it wasn't showing the witness on the stand. It was showing something else. So they ended up playing the audio, and when they played the audio, the state didn't even object. I think what the point to the state's objection that was sustained by the court was that it's misleading to have one person on camera and another, you hear another voice. So that's why they're like, okay, we'll take out the misleading element to it. So this way you're not seeing a misleading visual while you hear the audio. You can just hear the audio and digest it in and of itself. And that's why that got through at that point. That's my best guess as to what was happening.
Sure. Yep. That's exactly what it was.
So,
I mean, it's kind of penny ante stuff. It doesn't really change anything. The jury still got to hear the testimony. A little surprised that they're replaying testimony. I mean,
it's very unusual.
But you know, the judge allows it. I guess I'll allow it.
Yeah, and your point to that is because if you're going to allow replaying of testimony, then
why not all of it?
Yeah,
I mean, where do you stop? Right, that train can run away from you pretty quickly. Now they kept it pretty in control here. It was just a few seconds, a handful of times. But it wouldn't be hard to, you know, put together a montage of all the favorable bits and pieces of testimony that you'd like the jury to see over again, particularly if you can take it out of context, right, without explanation.
Mm-hmm.
You know, no judge should allow that to happen. And this judge, in fairness, didn't allow that to happen. But I don't think most judges would have. You know, you can show the jury the evidence, and it's weird because, of course, the testimony is a form of evidence, but normally they wouldn't replay the testimony for the jury in closing.
Yeah, but I definitely would have liked, even though I'm not a huge PowerPoint fan, I definitely would have liked an encapsulation of here are all the bases for reasonable doubt. Here it's, you know, the two shooters, the fact that he loved his, you know, the fact that even the state's witnesses are all saying lovey-dovey with the wife, loved his son, went to every baseball game, and 4 minutes before the state's claim of death, they're having the most normal dialogue with each other. And I loved how that's one thing he did that we never really discussed. And honestly, I don't know if I even thought of it, using that video evidence that puts him there as a way of exonerating him by saying, listen to what the conversation. I mean, think about what the state would have you believe. The state would have you believe that they're having this nice, normal, natural conversation. And in under 5 minutes, they get into such a heated exchange that Alex kills his son and his wife with two different weapons. I mean, think about how
in the most vicious way imaginable, right? Deliberately blows their brains out of their heads.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. Yeah. Multiple shots at his wife, blowing his and they seem to be a distance away from each other also. Like, how could this possibly, think about it yourself, your relationship with any of your loved ones, your children, your spouse. Can you imagine having a nice, normal conversation with them, and 5 minutes later they're both laying dead?
Well, in fairness,
by your hand.
My family is Sicilian. They're a little crazy.
Yeah, but even that, you know what? Even they, I'm sure they've never been brought up for murdering a relative.
Also, in fairness, there'd be a history of animus for a prosecution to point to. You know, this is a family that yells and screams all the time. Right. Not my immediate family. I have a very, very happy family. I'm talking about the extended Branca family, the clan. Lots of arguments over holidays, believe me. But there's, you know, people would be talking about that in trial. There's literally zero evidence of any history of animus, of violence, of resentment among any of these family members.
And 5 minutes later, they're both dead, supposedly at his hand. I mean, how and for no motive, for no understandable motive. It's almost asinine for the state to make that claim. And not only are they making that claim, they're saying you should be positive that's what happened beyond a reasonable doubt. I would actually phrase that, like, I would try to slip in there, beyond a doubt. That you should be positive that that's what happened beyond a doubt that's reasonable. Like, sort of phrase it that way. I like sort of phrasing it, and you can sort of modify it back so you're not misspeaking about the standard. You say it's beyond a doubt that's reasonable. And that way you sort of just remind them this is not 50-50, like more likely than not. It's got to be you believe it beyond a doubt that's reasonable. And it's a way of just sort of driving home the importance of them applying the proper standard. But I'll tell you something, I really would have tried pointing out to that. I would have pounded much harder about how much more knowledgeable they are about this case than all of their friends, than the podcast people. You know more about what evidence there actually is, as opposed to all the gossip and all the talk we've all been hearing for years. You probably sat around a water cooler or hanging out at a bar talking about this case because this is such a big case. And your friends, almost certainly, some of them came to a conclusion before this trial started that sure, Alex killed his wife and son. But now you know better because you've heard that much of the claims that came out to the press were flat out lies told by SLED. And this way you're sort of giving them in their not guilty vote a feeling of superiority. I know enough about what is here and more specifically what is not here to acquit. I think that it helps as a motivating factor to help distinguish them from the rest of the populace. I really would want to hit on that much harder. But
I would have liked to have seen kind of an executive summary at the very start that, listen, I'm going to explain to you why the state, it's impossible for them to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt based on the lack of any direct evidence, based on the lack of any reason for him to kill his family, based on the impossibility of being in two places at the same time. And then step through each of those segments in more detail. Yeah. But each time you move on to the next segment, you do a recap. You say, all right, that's why there's no reason to believe he would have murdered his family, right? There's no motive here for that. Now let's talk about the impossibility.
Yep.
And circle through it time and time and time again. And then you wrap up with that executive summary again at the end with that emotional appeal as the exclamation mark.
Yeah. Yeah, and when you start that way, you also have the benefit that you're drawing their attention. Like, really, you're going to convince me like that? That's impossible. Like it's sort of and
the jury knows where they are. Then they know where they are in the progression, as opposed to this kind of chaotic scattering of ideas.
Yeah. Okay, so I just want to clarify those of you who might be a little confused as far as stuff that I bring up versus stuff that I don't bring up on screens. Just so you should understand, comments that I feel like are timely and need to come in there. I'll sort of flash up on screen and likely react to it with some sort of facial, or thumbs up or whatever. Things that are questions or any rumble rant I can't really pull up on screen. So those I'm gonna try to get to do a break. This is only a 5-minute break, and I don't really have time for that. In fact, they're coming back in now for the reply. So, but I plan on doing that when we get to the lunch break. So, just so you're all aware.
It would have been nice to mention on closing too that, you heard a lot about financial crimes. Alex is going to trial on those financial crimes.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, he's going to face a jury on those. What about the idea of that he did not do, of basically saying, I understand that everything he did is with those financial crimes was loathsome, and in that context, you might be very angry with him, as I'm sure a lot of people.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The state gets an opportunity to do a rebuttal. Mr.
Metters.
Please support.
All right.
40 minutes, my ass. We'll see.
It's 12:41. We'll see who's done at 1:20.
On behalf of Attorney General Alan Wilson, Deputy Don Zelenka, and Deputy Attorney General Creighton Waters, and this entire team, and I want to name them all, but thank you for being here. Thank you for the attention you've given this case. Being a juror is not an easy job. I'm not a jury watcher. I don't sit and stare at jurors, but goodness knows we've been here 6 weeks. I have looked over occasionally, not to pry, but I've noticed when I have looked, you've all paid attention. So thank you. 6 weeks. Thank you. And I'm not going to be that long.
Yeah. You're not going to be 6 weeks. We're very proud of you.
Your clerk, Ms. Hill, has done an outstanding job bringing the world to Colleton County, bringing the world right here with the hospitality of her grace, making everything as convenient as she can. But the one thing she didn't do and couldn't do is give you a booklet on how to be a juror.
Well, they didn't watch the video?
When y'all got here 6 weeks ago, She didn't have that pamphlet for you because they don't exist. There's not a book on how to be a juror, but you have been preparing for this moment in this courtroom to decide this case your entire life. And it's called life. It's called living.
Laugh.
It's called experiences. It's called interacting with your spouse, your children, your neighbors, your coworkers, your good experiences, your bad experiences, evaluating people and deciding what's credible, what's believable. It's true in every case I've ever tried in my 34 years of doing nothing but murder cases.
This is their murder guy?
Credibility, believability. And
They're normally pretty easy cases.
That's true.
When I looked at this case the first time, I said to myself, this is a CSC case. Now, in our world, that means criminal sexual conduct. It's not a criminal sexual conduct case. This is a common sense case. And you didn't leave that common sense with you when you came here 6 weeks ago. It's with you now. It's been with you during the 6 weeks here, and you're going to take it back
and
to the jury.
And that's why you'll acquit. Common sense. Did he kill his own son?
I've been listening yesterday and today, and we all have, about law enforcement didn't do this, law enforcement didn't do that. I think they actually said they fabricated evidence.
Yeah.
Well, they did.
Or lied.
Putting law enforcement on trial.
As they belong.
I once called Mr. Harpootlian in a trial an automatic smoke screen machine. I think what the defense is doing in this case is more like an eclipse. You remember that eclipse on August 17th of 2017, where it kind of got dark for a little bit?
Okay. Well,
And the birds started chirping, and you almost felt like it was dark. And then
the storyteller,
the eclipse went over, and the light came back. That's what the defense is doing, taking you away from the facts, from the credibility.
How about you talk about some facts?
There's a eclipse here. There's a smoke screen here.
It's
Look at that. And somebody says the word offensive. I find it offensive that a family with a great-grandfather, a grandfather, a father, Sylvester Randolph Murdaugh, who was good to me when I was a young man, prosecutor. He knew I wanted to do this as my job. He knew I cared about this job.
Not how
this
bad
is the best job in the world. I tried to be solicitor 3 times as long. It doesn't get any better than this job. And I find it offensive that the defense, through the defendant, who was also a part-time solicitor, is claiming that law enforcement didn't do their job. Listen to me, please. Didn't do their job.
Apparently they weren't listening.
While he is withholding and obstructing justice by not saying, I was down at the kennels. I was down at the kennels. I was down at the kennels. And he's going to blame everybody else.
God.
Is that offensive? Is that offensive? Mr. Griffin said a minute ago, can you imagine coming up on the scene and seeing, can you imagine not telling law enforcement, lying that I was down there and I saw him? I was right there. Why wouldn't you tell them that?
It's not material.
Maybe get some more evidence. Did you hear somebody? No, I wasn't even down there. Credibility, believability. That really does sum it up. You remember 6 weeks ago today when Mr. Waters' fantastic opening and talked about direct evidence. And direct evidence is something
it wasn't a fantastic opening.
It's evidence you gather with one of your senses. You hear it,
it was
feel
fine.
You smell it, you touch it, and you come in here and tell witnesses, hey, this is what I heard, what I felt, what I smelled, what I touched. But do you remember when he was describing circumstantial evidence? There was a storm that day coming. Part of his theme, the storm.
Oh, we're
just
back to
happened
the
come.
storm.
No.
And you could hear it coming. And then during part of his opening, you remember it started raining? You could hear it. You could feel it.
Oh yeah. Like literally.
It's almost like
literally
circumstantial
raining?
evidence morphed into direct evidence. And that's
Is
what
it?
happened in
Is
this
that what it's
case.
like?
Circumstantial evidence became direct evidence in many instances.
In
This
many
case is
instances,
about
not.
two things. It's about being real, and choices. My mama gave me a book when I was a little boy about the Velveteen Rabbit.
Oh my God.
There we go. Yes.
Dealing with people and learning about people. And
It's the Velveteen Rabbit
Tough times in
prosecution. But it was a chicken.
Rabbit and read it if you haven't read it. But she just put in the front of that book, and I love my mama. Always be real.
Yep.
Always be real. In this case is about that defendant never being real. And choices, which I'll get to at my end. Ladies and gentlemen, they blame everybody but Alex. Everybody but Alex. Let's go back to the first. I'm not going to bring it out.
He's not going to bring it out.
Back here.
I just don't think this is compelling because
Press
Alex
release was sent
accepted
out.
a lot of responsibility on the witness stand.
There's no danger.
I stole that money. It was wrong.
There's
I
no
lied.
danger.
I'm a drug addict. I just didn't kill my family.
Did Alex
I
not do?
have a 5-minute story for you by the lunch break as to why this might be better than you think.
First
Okay.
time he tried to call Buster, took the sheriff a while to get out there. You know when the first time he called Buster? It's about 40 minutes. Well, actually, he texted him, didn't even call him. Wasn't
Didn't
his
even
first
call
thought. Wasn't the thing after he did 911.
I think it's a
was
dating
later.
relationship.
Perhaps even when some of his friends had gotten there, don't call. No, right off the bat, if this happened, call my son. Call him. Buster, stay where you are. You with your girlfriend up there in North Charlotte? Go. We got some people after us. That's what's real. Don't you? You go to the police station right there. And what else do you do too? You don't talk about being real. What do you do? Y'all, I just left my mama. She's with Shelly. Get somebody over there. Get them over there. If these people are out here to kill us, get them over there. Go, please, take them right now. They're by themselves. I can't do that. That's why I took the guns. I can't tell them that. That's what's real.
Pure speculation.
And he brings up the boat case right away. Right away. A year and a half previous. It's coming up for a hearing. Nobody's thinking about that boat case except Alice. And right then,
Wait, I thought
he's
that was a
using
key
it
part of the
to throw
stressors.
off.
That was the gathering
Here's your
storm.
first suspect. Does that make any sense? They have a hearing coming up. They're going to look into resolve this thing. Nobody's out there thinking about a boat case on a Monday night. Anybody upset about that? Think about all the facts that would have to happen.
Mallory Beach's family
They
might
have
be.
to know both, as Mr. Waters said, somebody in the boat case would have to know that they're both there. They'd have to know they were there. They'd have to know that Alex is just wasn't there. Oh, no, wait a minute. That he was there, but just for a little bit, went back up to the house. And they'd have to come.
They live there.
You know what? We don't need a gun. There'll be guns there for us to use. Yes, and that's great circumstantial and direct evidence. I'll get to that. They'll have guns there for us. They'll have guns there for us. We can use them. Does that make any sense whatsoever?
Yeah, they had a lot of guns there.
Yeah, a ton of guns. An armory. He had a room of guns.
Talking about murder.
They had a gun
Murder
room.
is
They literally had a gun
intentional,
room.
malicious,
Yeah, not a gun rack,
killing
gun
of
room.
another living, breathing human being with malice aforethought. What's malice? Y'all know what malice is. It's the name malice. It's the evil wickedness one person shows to another. You know how long
We
it's
are
gotta
in church.
exist? Just like that.
I wonder if he's going to
Pulling of a
pass
trigger.
the plate at the end.
Pulling of a trigger. 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 Malice of forethought. It can be expressed. Rarely happens. I'm going to kill you. Or it can be inferred. It can be inferred with the use of one gun. There's no claim of self-defense here. They're claiming they weren't there. It can be inferred 2 guns. Malice of forethought. And we don't have premeditation in this state. We don't have to prove premeditation.
No,
we don't have to prove motive.
You just have to prove he pulled the trigger.
I think it's been proven.
Do
The
you?
world was collapsing. Mr. Griffin goes, does that make sense? Did in his mind.
Why? Why?
His world's collapsing. His world's coming down. This was the only way he could save. The only way.
This is the way he could save.
Save Alex. But if you don't, if that motive, well, I don't know, is that enough? Don't know. We don't have to prove motive. We're certainly there. That's one explanation.
Don't have to prove
But
motive.
if he's down there
That's true.
and he's angry, just don't sound like a real jovial there. Bubba! Don't let me forget
He
about
yelled
Bubba.
at his dog. He must have
Bubba!
killed. He must have shot his son's head off.
The only animal not killed. He killed his family because he was mad at the dog.
Maybe he got angry at Paul. Maybe he got angry,
Maybe.
Started
All
this
these maybes are reasonable doubt.
and maybe he just lost it. Maybe he just lost it. Maybe it looked like a suicide, and then Maggie came, and he had to shoot her. I don't
How
know.
would it look like a suicide?
Only one person knows.
I don't know.
And that's why we've got the motive. That's why we say he did it. But we don't even have to have motive. Just angry. He did it. Nobody else could have done it. Nobody else did do it. I'm
No
gonna
one
get
else
to
could have
that.
done
That's
it.
how we prove beyond.
Nobody else could have done it?
I want to say all that. But our burden's only reasonable now. But losing it, and then you get the question, well, have you proven malice?
Your burden's
Yes.
not reasonable doubt. It's beyond a reasonable doubt.
2 shots to Paul. Malicious. First one didn't do it. The second one finishes him off. 5 shots to Maggie. Not an accident.
Whoever killed him did it with malice.
shot.
I get it.
2 shots, 3 shots, 4 shots, maybe 5 shots, depending on whether this one's running through. That's malicious. So if you find he killed him and you get the malice, I don't think there's any dispute in here about that it's a malicious killing. But I've got
Okay.
to go over that with you. Malice of forethought. And then the burden on us in this case, as in every case that's tried in this wonderful land of ours. That's why this is so great. I agree with, is beyond a reasonable doubt. I'm going to borrow one of these waters if that's okay. It's not beyond all doubt. If that's the case, this courtroom wouldn't have been here as historically as long as it had. The law doesn't describe that, and listen to his honor. And I'm not playing up to him. He is the best.
The best.
He's the law.
What?
Listen to him when
Best.
he reads the law.
He's the best.
Beyond a reasonable doubt. It's not beyond all doubt. We can't do that. It's beyond a doubt that would make reasonable folks hesitate to act. I was trying to retrial a case years ago and reading reasonable doubt from this ex-solicitor, Solicitor Wilson, I'll give him credit, describing reasonable doubt. And he said, sometimes, questions are just questions. You can't answer every question, and the law doesn't require it. If after
Come on, guys.
hearing all the evidence, or if you're firmly convinced of the defendant's guilt, you must find him guilty. If, on the other hand, you're not firmly convinced, then you must find him not guilty.
This is the guy who would prosecute a death penalty case, folks. Keep that in mind.
He goes to see his mother. He goes, and you see the OnStar taking him up to the side, over near the smokehouse. We submit to you that's when he went to hide the guns. It's common sense. We submit to you that there's a driveway there. Nice pavement. You can go look at it. Nice paved driveway. Submit to you when he came, it was 9:30 at night.
They're talking about the mother's house. They're not going to go look at the mother's house.
Very rare. Kind of funny is Miss Nixon, who testified earlier, we talked to her recently, didn't remember any of the conversation, but said she called and said he told him your dad's not doing well. Well, he didn't go there that afternoon when he got the phone call, when his office is right near there. Go see him then. He didn't do that. He waited to 9:30. I don't know if anybody's got any folks that are suffering from Alzheimer's, but when they're asleep, they're tired. He wasn't going to love his mama. He wasn't going to be with her.
Now we're just
going there because he loves Alex. He loves Alex. And he was going there to create his alibi. At 9:30 at night, use your common sense. And you remember, she said he called.
This guy is evil. You only go to
But
visit
after
your
that,
Alzheimer's
about 5
mother
minutes or so.
to create an alibi. Okay.
At first I was thinking, but that's when he was going to hide the gun. And the time frame over there is so important, not for how long he was from left to come back, but it's how long he was in there with Shelley. How long he was in there. Because that's when he was hiding the guns. The guns are missing, y'all. He was hiding the guns. And what did Shelley say? He didn't stay long. 15, 20 minutes. He left. And later that week, later that week, and I don't know which one in my mind right now, I'm so tired. But one of the days she came by, I think
you can't remember
visitation. And he says, Shelley, you remember I was here about 35 or 40 minutes. Y'all remember looking at her up here on the stand? And she got visibly upset. I said, what's wrong? Ask her, what's wrong? What's wrong there? Was he there 35, 40 minutes? No, sir. Why are you upset? It's a good family. You think she knew right then? He's coming back to say, hey.
Well, she didn't know. He just came back from a meeting with Sled, so maybe that's why she interpreted it that way.
No, you weren't. So upset that she calls her brother, police officer in Yamasee. You think she knew right then? And that's real. That's real. Shelley's real. You saw her, but body language is so important, right? Body language is so important. She's talking about the defendant. All our body language. You see Shelley's?
He's
and
been
then one day that week,
language people on the internet.
Never before. Never, ever before. It's 6:30 in the morning. Doesn't call.
Good point, Terry.
He didn't need a timeline to create for that one, does it? Didn't want a timeline. Didn't want a record of that. He comes to see Shelley. You ever been over that time before? No. What was he carrying? It was some blue vinyl-like. Remember I tried to what did you think it was? Tarp. I don't know what it was.
She
and they
doesn't
try to
know.
gloss over it now. Tell you one thing they didn't gloss over. You remember when she was on the stand? I said, well, have you talked to them? Have you talked to their investigators? Well, yes, sir. Did they record you? Yes, sir. Can I have a copy of it? And then we came back and we got a copy. And two investigators, they were worried about it then, went down and talked to her.
They're investigating.
Talked to her about her times and ran times by her and asked her if she'd ever seen anybody in this blue coat. Have you ever worried? They were worried about it.
Because they're investigating. What the hell does that
That's
even mean?
great circumstantial evidence.
The worry by investigators is
It kind of morphs
circumstantial
into
evidence
direct evidence.
that Alex.
6:30.
He's so close. It's almost direct evidence, Joe.
It's
almost
Good circumstantial evidence. It's
What
almost
the hell
direct
is he
evidence.
talking about?
This was days after the murder. Shelley sees him come in with a blue something. Well, where'd he go? He went upstairs. Why? I don't know. Did you see it later? Thought I saw it on the chair. Can't answer every question. Miss Mixon sure didn't see it the next day. Now, I asked her, was there another tarp there? Well, there was a blue and silver tarp.
They're trying to convict him with gibberish
Picture of
and
it
stuff
too.
and
That
trying.
wasn't it though. This was all blue. And the only other blue tarp that's in evidence, and I let it go in just so I could argue this right now, is the tarp that they showed Jelly that they got from Kmart. That's not real.
Well, it's kind of real.
This tarp, no. Looked like that. I don't know what it was. He had it bundled up. Well, lo and behold, when we find out this information, and they try to make a big deal about it, I think it makes it more pure. She's at a traffic stop or an accident or something, still a police officer. I forgot about this. You can't make it up. So they get a search warrant and they go search. And lo and behold, crumbled in the closet is a blue vinyl something where you pull it out and it's this jacket. You see how evidence of a fact and another fact that leads to the fact in question? I don't know why he put it in there.
Where's it lead?
I don't know why he killed his wife and son. I don't have to say why. I think he did it to protect the one he loved the most. The one he really loved the most.
How does that make any sense?
He loved
Keep his
Buster
lifestyle.
more than he loved Paul. He hated Paul and loved Buster.
And not
That's our theory.
embarrassed financially, and he wanted to keep going and loving Alex. I don't know why he kept that jacket. Maybe it was Solicitor Murdaugh's jacket. Certainly consistent. It might have been in that truck. I think one of the family said he kept a lot of stuff in that truck. Might have been out in that something else. I don't know. But he brought it
I don't
back
know.
in
It's
there
not
and hid it.
helpful for you.
6:30, days after the killing. And what's inside? Wait a minute. What's on the outside? There's a little bit.
700.
Shot here and there. What's on the inside? The inside. Minimum 38 particles. It got so much that Megan Fletcher
ball.
said, no. We get so many. I just stopped. I've been there for days. Gunshot residue. Inside.
But zero DNA.
Inside the rain jacket, the blue type garment that Shelley said,
And zero
I saw him
DNA.
carrying something like that. He got rid of the guns, and he's hiding it there for some reason. Thank goodness he did. Because thank goodness for Shelley for bringing that in.
Oh my God.
That's what he disposed of the guns with. And he went out town. She said he left, and before that, she thought he'd left. He came back, and he had moved to ATV, and then he said he was in another truck, and he came back, then he left. He's disposing and hiding whatever he was doing with that evidence. Only one
Zero
person
evidence of any of this.
But that blue rain jacket, that tarp, is incredible circumstantial evidence that we ask you to consider when you go back there.
Incredible.
Shelley making that up? How could she make that up? How could she know there'd be a blue tarp in that closet? Same closet, same stairs, he went upstairs. We went upstairs. I can't explain the tarp on the chair. Don't have to. We can't answer every question. That doesn't mean it's not reasonable doubt. She saw a blue tarp.
Oh, it is reasonable
in that
doubt.
closet,
I agree.
Gunshot residue on it a few days after. Maggie and Paul were brutally murdered. And that's consistent with every reasonable hypothesis.
What?
And you know the thing he told Shelley? The night when they were talking. You're getting married, aren't you? You remember her saying that? You getting married? If you need any money or help with it, let me know. It's incredible time. Oh, and your job, don't you work for the school? You know, I got friends down there. Could help you on that if you need. I was there 35, 40 years, wasn't I? Can you make up the sequence of facts that lead to the conclusion he's trying to get her
Not what he
to say? I was there longer. I wasn't outside longer. Blanca. Blanca loved Maggie. I didn't realize that really until I talked to her just a few times. I met her years ago in a federal prison. Remember when I saw her? Remember her name? But you know, even when Blanca was quit working for him for a while, and you remember she had health problems and said she saw Maggie on the road somewhere, and they kind of pulled off and just talked, just called up. Blanca cared about Maggie. Knew her so well, she knew what she wore to bed and what she didn't wear to bed. And that kind of bothered her about the clothes that were laid out. Some undergarments, which she knew she didn't wear. But Blanca's texting Maggie's texting Blanca on June 7th. And in one of his statements, and I'm going to get to those.
Blanca was in corrections. She was not a prisoner.
No, sir. No, she didn't. She was having working on her other stuff. He tries to say in here today, look, she was in Charleston. She was going back to other stuff. Remember the text to Blanca, well, I left the workers there, but I guess it'll be okay. He had said, come. I want you to come. She didn't want to come.
She said, no, I'm not.
We also know that from her sister Mary.
He held a gun to her head, said, you have
who had
to
a
come.
little regret in here today. Didn't hear much regret.
We don't know that, but that could have happened.
You know who regretted? Who was real? Was Mary. I encouraged her to go. She didn't want to go. They got close. You know, it's like siblings. Jane, Marshall, James. I had to get my siblings on the record. We love each other. But she had that relationship. You know, we weren't close. Then we got closer as the kids got older. I got going. We were close. We talked. One of her best friends. And she told her, why don't you go on over there? She regretted that. But she killed her about it. But that refutes his lie. Oh, she wanted to come. She wanted to come. No, so you wanted to come. Why? Had he already planned it out? Was his world collapsing? He didn't have to. We don't have to prove
out
he did.
that day.
But he got her
Within
there.
3 minutes.
She wasn't planning on being there. Blanca's got the food ready. She leaves.
Should be about 10 minutes left, folks.
Stay on the real train for a minute. She goes home.
I don't think he's rapping in 10 minutes.
She gets a call sometime that night.
Then he's a liar.
This is real. What does she do when she hears? She drops the phone. Remember that? Her husband had to get on the phone. She dropped the phone.
He's not going to finish
Real
until he
emotion.
says, everybody
She
takes
cared
a
about
beating
Maggie.
sometimes.
That's real.
She dropped the phone. That's material evidence
And
of
you remember she
Alex.
described that day when she left Alex leaving, and I put his shirt up, got his collar, helped him with his, I assume it was a blue jacket, I don't know. Described the shirt. Remember, he just kind of tucked it in. And now on Alex's second interview, when he's confronted by David Owens.
Yep.
And they actually showed him the video of the tree. They showed him that. When did you change? When I saw you that night, you were wearing shorts. When did you change? And you remember what Alex said on that interview? When is that? You sure that? When is that time was that? And then he told him the time, 7:44, whatever it was. He said, well, I guess I changed after that.
Yeah, and he sat on the stand. And
Well,
he took
those
a
are
shower
the-
after that. He got home.
Clothes he was wearing when he murdered Maggie, and Paul.
Oh, that's your theory? Then why'd you rip apart the T-shirt?
Those are the clothes. And what does Blanca tell us? That was on August 11th. She said sometime mid-August. I didn't know this. I got it. Can't make it up. Sometime mid-August, he comes to see her. Do you remember that shirt when I left that day?
I would say a hypothesis is a reason. Yes, we don't know.
Vinnie Vine shirt. You weren't wearing a Vinnie Vine shirt.
But yes,
I fixed your collar. He tries to get her to tell what he was wearing. He tried to say, no, you weren't wearing that shirt. That Columbia shirt, you got one of those. But guess what? I ain't seen that one since. I have not. Blanca and Shelley. That's great circumstantial. Did you ever see that shirt again? Never saw that shirt.
Is it great circumstantial evidence?
What's the shirt? You know what? I forgot about Shelley. I don't think this was mentioned. When Shelley sees Alex that night, you remember what she said about his clothes?
This is a gift to the defense.
Shirt. What she said about the shoes? Sperry type, cloth shoe. You remember that?
Remember that?
When Dave Owens and those get there, when I think I accidentally put some of the dust out on the, those aren't Sperry shoes. He's changed his shoes again. I'll get to you in a minute why that's important. From the one to visit his mom, he's got Sperry type shoes. He comes back and puts on the shoes. Why? I think, is she making that up? Blanca said, I've never seen the shoes before. When I got there the next morning, there was a T-shirt that looked like it had been pulled down, fell on the floor. Where does he keep it? She washes his clothes. Those are clean shorts up there. This is where he kept his shorts. Did he wear these shorts much? No, he didn't wear them much. But she knows that family. She knows where the shorts are, where the shoes are. What? Do you remember this?
I know shoes? The glitch is not me.
Did you see those? Never saw them again. Never saw that shirt again that he was wearing in the video. Never saw it. And when he confronted her at the house about what he was wearing, she had real feelings and told him about that.
What the hell?
Is that real? And why is that important? Because it goes back to credibility and common sense. Those were clean clothes that Shelley had washed. Excuse me, that Blanca had washed. And when we get there on the scene that night, you remember Laura? Miss Rutland. She's sitting in the back. David's in the front. Alex in the front. His lawyer's on the side. And you know, it's something else I don't understand. Your wife and your son has been killed, and you're worried about having a lawyer around. Everybody said, well, you know, we need to have a lawyer around. Really?
Yeah.
My wife and son have just been butchered, and I'm worried about having a lawyer.
Yeah.
That's objectionable.
And that threatening, overbearing, cheating, manipulating.
Amendment right to counsel.
That's no Dave.
Stepping on his right
Put
to
his
counsel.
hand on his shoulder. So did Laura. What are you doing? I got a heart. Is that rushing to judgment? I got a heart. They didn't rush to judgment. They were saying, tell me what happened. Tell me what happened. Well, and he starts looking at his phone. You can check my phone, the alibis that he's created, that he's doing. And he says, I went and ran. I'm like, I got on my knees over here. Went and ran, and I tried to take the pulse of Paul.
Well, was he on his knees or not?
On the ground, over my phone. And I tried to turn him over. Trying to check his pulse. Really? I went to Maggie, checked her pulse. And you can't do that in the 20 seconds. He's now trying to say you can. You can't. And they tried to change that. And he never did it. Because what did she say? What did Miss Rutland say? He was clean. He was clean. He was clean.
I thought he had high velocity blood on his shirt.
He washed up. Yeah, and you hear the water running in the dog video. You hear it. He washed up. And this phone,
videos before the shootings.
I tried to make a big deal about this phone that you saw. You do see right afterwards when we know he was down there. There's some movement on Maggie's phone. But every expert has said, just because if one phone's down here and the other one's walking, you're not going to have steps on that phone. He took Maggie's phone, the golf cart, however he got, drove back up.
However he did it.
That shirt. And yes, you can get it and manipulate it and call to see if you made a call, put it down. That's not going to record steps on that phone because it's not moving. But that doesn't mean it wasn't with his phone. Don't fall for that. That's not real. Every expert said that.
Oh my God, he's getting so excited.
Expert said that. And doesn't that make sense? You can grab it, see, make a call, put it down. You keep walking, it's not going to record if it's there. If it's in the car, it's in the Suburban. And I'm getting to that.
Rounds.
So what happened?
Yeah, this just reeks of desperation.
And they're bringing in drug use. If he did as many pills as he said, he'd be dead. You can't take that many pills.
So what do you think happened
That's
to the
your
money?
common sense.
Where do you think the money
Why
went?
I asked her this? I'm
Show
asking,
us
I'm gonna look
the
at every one
money.
of y'all. Tell me what he was like in that car.
Why would he lie about the number of pills?
Did he
Why would that
appear
be
to
material?
understand you? Yes, sir. Were his answers timely? Yes, sir. Were they subject matter appropriate? Yes. Do you understand him? He can understand you. Look, he's thinking. He's opening the door. Was he in his right mind? Of course he was. And why is that so important? He says he didn't go down there. Is that enough? Yes. With everything else, that's enough. I never went down there. He's in his right mind. I never went down there, Dave. I never went down there, Lord. I never went down there after supper. I stayed up. I took a nap. He goes from taking a nap from 6-7. The next time they met, 6-10. I took a nap. August 15th. You sure you're down there? Or up there taking a nap. I took a nap. I never went down there. Never, ever, ever. You think he would have taken the stand?
Why are you yelling at me?
I was down there, y'all. If that video hadn't come out on that phone. Well, no. Now, under Mr. Waters' cross-examination, I lied. Why'd you lie? I wrote it down. I'm still not clear. I had paranoid thoughts. Usually I can take a deep breath and get through it. But I couldn't, so I just lied. Once I lied, I continued to lie. And he continued and continued and continued until 627 days later when he took this stand, the first time he'd ever told anybody.
Oh my God, objection. Objection.
He told his family, he told his friends, he told everybody, and they believed him. I wasn't down there. Why is that so critical? That's the time. That's when it happened. That's what the records show. That's when the conversation.
No.
Yes, it is important.
When he was down there, they were alive.
Paul is in a conversation about the dogs interacting. Well, send me the picture. He does. And then it stops. Yes, that's what it happened. And then Maggie's phone. A little bit text. She reads that text. I think she went to her car. Y'all decide. Nobody knows. One person knows. She goes to her car. And she's got some rings there she's putting back on. I think she's got 2 rings there, and she's putting on another in the car. Maybe they've been working the kennels. There's one shooter. There's only one shooter. And she hears that shot, and she comes back around. She hears the shot. She reads the last text y'all have in there. I think she opens the thing about Solicitor Murdaugh. He doesn't. And then you don't see anything else. You don't see anything else on the phone. So is that common sense? Yeah, that's when they were gone. Yes. Yes. When they interact so much. Yes. That's common sense. And that's why it's so important. You want to help law enforcement? You're in law enforcement? I was down there. Y'all know what? I was down there. I didn't take that nap as long as I did. Did you hear anything? Why would you not give that information?
We're over 40 now, folks.
Okay, then the 10th.
He's not close to being
With his lawyer, Mr. Griffin. In the car. Did you go down there? No. Look at him. Is he coherent? Is he under the influence of anything? Is he withdrawing? No. I want to help you.
Where's the music we need from the Emmys?
Then on the 15th, here's this video. Here's you in the tree. Now, Rogan says he thought he heard you down there earlier. Well, I don't think so. Why not say it then? Think about it. That's just Rugden's work. Does that make any sense? Just Rugden's work.
True. Good point.
No, sir, I can handle that. He made a mistake, like Shelley did. Like lock it and close. No, sir. I can handle that, though. But when the video comes out, he's stuck.
Yeah, this is a guy lacking emotional control.
Yeah.
I'm going to try to wrap up.
That would be nice.
Yeah, there's no sub rebuttal. That's not happening.
Yesterday morning at 2:53 in the morning, I don't sleep much during trials, but I kind of woke up. And what he did when he took the stand was corroborated that he's a liar. He corroborated the fact he doesn't tell the truth. The one thing that was more important.
He didn't corroborate it.
And you know, they're putting these law enforcement on trial, talking about blood evidence, talking about other things that were presented to the grand jury, which that blood evidence was investigated, and the state didn't offer it.
Because it was bullshit.
Didn't try to offer it. Now they're trying to put us on trial for doing our job. Think about that. Blame everybody else.
Oh my God.
Look, they looked into this, and it didn't turn out to be. So now we're going to blame them. We didn't try to present it. Isn't that how they're now jamming us for doing our job?
Was that your job?
No,
Lying
we're
to
not
you?
doing your job. That's
all the evidence of the guns.
What guns? What guns? Yesterday they started pretending
All of that, the gunshot residue, all of that's
that
presented.
the guns had defects.
And do we make
in them.
mistakes? Yes. And that happens in life. But you don't lie and misremember being at the scene of a murder when you said you weren't even there, or being at the scene where your family was brutally murdered. You don't lie about that. That's not a mistake. That's not a mistake. This is the state of South Carolina versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh, not the state versus David Owens, not versus Sled. And I want to tell you something. Sled, Walterboro, Laura Rutland's working with David Owens. Sled starts working with the FBI.
The FBI.
They're working together. This is, think about it. Rush to judgment. They gave that man every benefit of the doubt.
I'm not sure that's the appeal to authority it used to be.
Oh, what are y'all doing? How's it going? You remember that third interview when he was David Owens said, well, and I submit to you, they're taking those interviews where he's trying to come find out what they've got on him. Well, why is this thing looking? How's this thing looking? Well, we've got some shell casings. By Maggie's body, out over there where y'all shot in the range, and some shots out there by the side of the house, the shell casings, they all came from the same gun. All cylindered in the same gun. You think if they didn't, they could find an expert to refute that, they would have? Yeah, says, oh, really? So the gun was there. Yeah. You see his reaction? They all came from the same gun on Maggie. Now the other one, Mr. Griffin tried to argue. Paul Greer, yeah, it could have come from that shotgun. Don't know. Is that credible evidence? But it could have. Not saying it did or didn't, but it certainly could have. He's got that gun. It's got Maggie's blood on it. Don't know if he used that or not. But I know the assault rifle's missing. And Will Loving comes from a fine family in Columbia. I can tell you that. Says we were down here not in March. It was more like May or April or May.
That's
we
today. Next week.
His gun on the side of the house.
Next week he'll accuse
And no
Will
shell
of
casings.
shooting his own kid.
That's where they found him. And lo and behold, the shell casings match the shell casings around Maggie. They were all cylinder in the same gun. They came out of the same gun. They've been in the same gun. Yes, Mr. Waters is right. That's a family-owned gun. And is that incredible, circumstantial, and direct evidence?
Nobody
Yes, ma'am,
knows
yes.
it's a family-owned gun. Not one person.
Powerful. You
There's
can
been
feed it
zero
like
evidence
rain.
that this was a family-owned gun that pulled
The murderers come
fired
in.
those shots.
It's so
That'll be a gun, man.
objectionable how he's mischaracterizing circumstantial evidence as direct evidence. It's not direct evidence of murder. That was the murder weapon.
There's zero evidence that it was a family gun. It's just that it was a gun similar to one that the family once owned. Okay, that is This is
Still
defamatory.
too young. You ever watch Columbo?
Slander.
When I
Not
first
slander,
looked
it's
at this
libel.
case, this is an episode of Columbo, except this is real. And you get to see one of my heroes, the detective, didn't always look that good, wasn't all that, but you got to see the crime, and then you got to see him figure it out, and the mistakes they made. And that's what happened here. He killed him. He thought he could get a timeline, but it got him. Within 20 seconds, he's texting Maggie on that phone when he's passing the location of her phone. Is it common sense? He threw that phone out, called her, and threw it, and the orientation didn't go on. They said, if you pick it up, yes. And we had somebody come in here, you throw it rough, and it doesn't come on. And one of the chances is anything else. He'd almost had to bump into him. And you take this new story, I was down there till 8:50, whatever, go and take a quick nap, come back, he didn't hear the shots, just happens to come back. It's common sense. Don't leave it with you. Take it back there with you. I'm down there now, my wife told me this. I'm down there under this new story, and the deal is to come talk, go see my mama at 9:30. And you're right down there. You've just seen them now. Well, you said before we hadn't even seen them. Don't forget that. And you go up to the house. Why don't you say, hey, Mags, I'm going to go see Mom real quick. Just a few minutes later. No. You go up there. You take a quick nap. You know what? I'm going to try to call them. Let them know I'm going down. Does that make any sense? And then when you get to the line, you'll see the light. When y'all went out there yesterday, those trees are much lower. Go back in and look at the way it was. Mm-hmm. And I think even Buster said, when you get down there, if the light's on, you can see. Why don't you just go right over there? Hey, I ain't going down there. No, doesn't hear anything, doesn't do anything. He just takes off. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, because there's no phone
We've
reception in
proved
the
that
area.
nobody else could. With that timeline, does it matter when he's rushing back? Yeah. I doubt he's ever killed two people before. So he's not thinking, he's frantic. Puts the wrong two shells in the gun. Coming back, it's got Maggie's phone. It had been sitting there. That's why the steps weren't on there. He's moving. He gets it. I can't take this phone with me. He's a lawyer, so he tosses it out. That's the only thing that makes sense. And what did he say about Paul's phone? When we went up there, and I started to get, I didn't know. I got it out, and then it kind of just popped out too. Does that make any sense? You got to evaluate everything. You can't believe somebody's credible on one thing. How can you believe them on the ultimate issue when they said they didn't? When the only thing they corroborated for you throughout the investigation, throughout this trial, and throughout Mr. Waters' cross-examination is he's a liar. And that's all you can judge people on. The three witnesses that were beautiful.
Beautiful.
That were uncontroverted. And one was Paul. He didn't testify to you up on the stand, but he testified through Dr. Reamer.
Yeah, Dr. Reamer. Yeah, I don't think she's very reliable. Meow. Beautiful.
And here's so beautiful of evidence. It's so pure. He didn't know he took that video. That's why he said he wasn't down here. And this is beyond all that. We respectfully submit. Paul knew. Dad, I got some insurance. I got some insurance. Not the kind of insurance you've made money off of. An insurance some clients you gave back and some you didn't. I've got some insurance on you. I don't know why you killed me. I've made some mistakes. You heard a lot of good things about Paul, too. I know I put your life, open your life, your fake life with this boat case. Your finances are coming out. I know that. But if you go lie and say you weren't down here, I got you. I don't know when it'll come out. Maybe you'll go ahead and lie. But this is going to come out. Paul had that insurance on him. Maybe that's why he was worried about that phone. And you can't make that up. Because you remember when I asked
just
David
made it up.
Anybody else in the world know that video was out there except Paul? And that's incredible evidence. And it did sit there until law enforcement working together, the states, the local, SLED, everybody, got it out. And that's great law enforcement. Thank you. Yes, and that's when the case changed, along with all the other. Maggie testified to you. He shot me here. He shot me here. And look at all the shell casings around. Y'all look at them. They're the same ones that Will Loving shot with Paul. They're the same ones that have been shot down there. Yeah. They came out of the same gun. That's great direct circumstance. And finally,
Oh, we're getting to an end.
finally, and my daughter-in-law, Sally, and my Aunt Cissy still calls my dad Jack this. My daughter-in-law been married about 3 months, one of the happiest days of my life, because they were happy. They were watching that kennel video. She and her dog Tater. And when Bubba started to bark, that's what my aunt calls him, dead Bubba. Tater bark.
What?
And Sally said, isn't it something that your best witness in here are the dogs? You know, some people say they got a sixth sense. You think Bubba knew?
Is Bubba testifying?
You got Alex to say something. Bubba! Thank God for Bubba.
Thank God.
DNA, and that DNA, when people live together, you'll have it all over your shirt. That's not it. The DNA in this case, that dog negates all. Thank you,
dog.
Bubba.
What?
Thank you, Bubba.
And guess where
Thank
Bubba
you,
is now?
Bubba.
What is he talking about?
Bubba's with Blanca. Bubba's with Blanca.
The state's best witness is a
Can't
dog.
make that up. And that puts him down there. And that's the
That's
lie he
real,
told.
Joe.
He told-
You can't
he
make
told
that
I
up.
wasn't down there. Why aren't y'all doing something law enforcement? Why aren't you telling us you was down there?
Praise Bubba.
Why aren't you telling us you were there?
Praise Bubba.
I want Bubba in the witness stand. Is that it?
I think so. I think so. His voice faded at the end there.
Thank God for Bubba.
Oh my God. That's how he wrapped up with Bubba. Our best witness. The final words in this trial. Our best witness is Bubba.
Thank you. If he tried to respond to
Oh.
phone, as Mr. Griffin said, it would
What?
show that he was going to Malmina.
Oh, never mind.
He had to get rid of that phone. He had to get rid of it there. Finally, it's about your greatest power. My dad gave it to me when I was young. He said,
Another book reference?
your greatest power. You know what it is? Your greatest power is your power to choose.
Jesus.
Choice. We've all got it. We're born with it. We use it every day. We use it when we treat people, whether we say, hey, where we're nice, whether we forgive people. We make good decisions. We make bad decisions. But what my dad always told me,
I wonder if Bubba was
don't
on the
blame
boat.
anybody else. If you make a good choice, that's good. Don't get too cocky. Be humble, but that's good. But if you make a bad choice, you're responsible for it. There are consequences. It's your greatest power. And for whatever was going on in his mind, his world's collapsing. It's coming down. All these worlds coming down financially. He's confronted that day by somebody's law firm. Where's this check? He's got another hearing coming up. It's motive. Don't have to have it. But yes, there. And is this rational? When he said that, is that rational? Was it rational to be on the side of the road and claim you're shot? And when you're in the ambulance, and go watch this if you need to, and you're talking to the officer in the ambulance, and you say, what happened? Oh, by the way, when he killed himself, he called 911. He called 911. When he told the officer in the ambulance, well, what happened? Well, some guy shot me. He even did a sketch. He faked the sketch. But what did he tell the guy in the ambulance? It sounded like a shot. He's trying his world, and he says there in that last interview with Mr. the call-in interview, Mr. Harfootman and Mr. Griffin, what you got in there. Ryan, I'm sorry, I lied about everything. I was under a lot of pressure, had a lot going on. Really? Your wife and your son were murdered 3 months ago, and now this is the real Alex. Well, my world's coming down. My world, Alex's world is coming down. been confronted by his law partners, losing his job. Now it's me. My world's being affected. Not about that, but now. I'm sorry I lied. I've lied about everything. Richard Alexander Murdaugh loved, I think he loved me. I think he loved Paul. But you know who he loved more than that? You know who he loved more than that? And who he's going to make sure that life, wanted to make sure that life, he loved Alex.
And Bubba
And
more
he
than
exercised
Alex.
his greatest power of choice to make
Buster
sure
more than
that
Alex.
life continued. Or try. And it couldn't.
Idiot.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, after his honor charges you, you're going to go back there and exercise your greatest.
You think somebody's texting Bubba?
Based
Bubba, get on the screen.
evidence you've heard.
They're talking about you in closing.
The
You're the
credibility,
best
the
witness.
believability.
You're the best boy, Bubba. You're the
The
best
witness.
witness, Bubba.
Especially
Who's
Richard
a good
Alexander
witness?
Murdaugh.
Who's a good
He
witness?
lied and lied and lied and lied. And it's been okay. He got you through. It stops here. We respectfully request it stops here today. No, it's not okay. And we're going to exercise our greatest power to find you guilty of killing Maggie and Paul. Thank you.
Well, there we go.
Thank God.
There we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've now heard the evidence and you have heard the closing arguments.
Wow.
Next up will be jury charge and then your deliberations.
Next up,
We're
compose
at
yourself and stop
lunchtime. We're going to
bickering.
take a break for 1 hour and 15 minutes for lunch, and you'll come back. I'll charge you on the law, then you will deliberate. Please do not discuss the case.
Oh my God. Wow.
All right.
Wow. My God. Wow.
Bubba's with Bianca. I think they the two of them, Bianca and Bubba, I think they orchestrated the whole thing.
It would explain a lot. It would explain a lot.
Explain the brown hair in Maggie's hand.
I have to tell you.
See that?
Oh, wait.
When we resume, I intend to go directly into
Maybe.
charging the jury. When I'm charging the jury, no one comes, no one leaves. Before we break for lunch, are there any matters to discuss regarding the jury charge?
I'd like to move for a mistrial, Your Honor.
I think the state emailed a revised charge on the other pending charges, which we did not have any objection to. I don't know if Your Honor.
We received it and incorporated that into the charge with correcting a typo here, typo there.
We don't have any additional charges or any objections.
And without addition, we don't have any either.
All right, we'll be in recess for 1 hour and 15 minutes.
Well, there we go.
All right.
Okay. And then there were two.
So what's your plan, Joe? You're going to continue to stream through the jury charge?
Yeah, if you want to get out of here, I understand that, but and that's fine. I'm going to be covering my plan. I figured I'd have a brief talk with you, let you do a little hawking, and also go over I saved questions and a few of the choicier rants, just a handful of those, but yeah, for now. So I can sort of go through them and answer questions that people have. I also wanted to explain to you why I think that this.
You still want to do that?
Yeah. It confounds your basic normal lawyering approach.
Okay.
So this is going to take me like a good 3 to 5 minutes to go through. So, but I'm giving you that heads up.
All right, I'm ready. I'm braced.
I was in advanced trial advocacy. So I had Professor Ron Fischetti, who's a very, very experienced. Advanced trial advocacy is where they teach you how to conduct yourself in a courtroom. It's not like they're teaching the law. It's really about, how to, just practical application. So my professor, there was two professors who were actually practicing attorneys. One of them was Ron Fischetti, he was a pretty big deal in his time. He bragged on his first days there that he graduated in the top 10% of the bottom third of his class in St. John's. But he just happens to have a phenomenal knack for how to try cases. And he got big name cases. In the Adner Luima case, he was like defending the cops. Like he was big stuff in the 90s. So
and that's the guy in New York who got shot 39 times or whatever by the police.
I think I think they actually jammed things in orifices. They were terrible to
Oh, that one. Okay, right. Yeah,
right.
I remember that one.
Yeah, they were really terrible to him, and he ended up, I think, getting the cops off. So he was saying that part of being a good litigator is understanding the jurisdiction you're in and who your jury is, who your pool is. You don't care about anyone else. You just care about those people there, which perhaps is why I end up having this dialogue with you. He said that when he had a case down south where it was like a sting operation by the feds, and there were 30 defendants all brought in, and he was only representing. And he said so each of them had their own counsel, and there was one attorney there who was only representing one defendant, and there was like 6 weeks of trial. And every time every witness came up, they would ask each of the counsel, do you want to cross-examine? And this guy was on the end, who was like a small-time part of the whole operation. Every time, no questions, no questions, no questions, no questions, because none of them related to his client. The last witness to get on the stand on the final day of trial, though, is the one who fingered his client as being involved. And he spent like a good 2 to 3 hours cross-examining him. It's the first time he actually opened his mouth in court. So he said, at closing argument, this guy, who he said a really seasoned attorney, got up walked up to the jury, and this is his closing argument. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, my family was blessed to know Amy and David Miller, beautiful couple. They prayed for years and years to have a child, and finally their miracle was answered, and they had little Jimmy. Jimmy, he's the sweetest little thing. He's just adorable. And they raised him, and everyone in the community said, what a beautiful child Jimmy is. He is such a beautiful child. He turned a year old. They threw the biggest party you can imagine. And all poor Amy Miller was waiting for was that first time he would say, Mama, Mama. He turns a year old, 18 months old, and he's not saying a word. They start talking to him every day. Say something, Jimmy. Say something, Jimmy. No matter how hard they try, they can't get Jimmy to talk. He turns 2 years old, never said a word in his life. They start taking him to doctors. Doctors say nothing wrong with him. They can't figure anything out. Do you know they took him all the way to Charleston to an expert when he's 2.5 years old, trying to figure out, why won't Jimmy talk? Why won't Jimmy talk? Doctors examined him, ran all sorts of tests on Jimmy. They run tests on Jimmy, and they can't get him to talk. No matter what they do, they're like, we can't figure it out. There's nothing. It doesn't seem like there's anything wrong. He turns 3 years old, 4 years old. Every night, Amy Miller would be praying to Jesus, say, please let Jimmy talk. Please let Jimmy talk. Please let Jimmy talk. They had given up hope. He was 5 years old. He's sitting at the breakfast table one day. And all of a sudden, cute little Jimmy looks up at his mama and he says, Mama, the toast is burnt. Amy falls to her knees. She's crying. She's so excited. She can't believe it. She's like, oh my God, you could talk. You could talk. I can't believe it. She's crying. She's thanking Jesus. And finally, she says, Jimmy, why didn't you say anything till now? And he just looks at her and says, till now, everything was fine. And then that lawyer pointed to the last guy to testify and barks out at the jury, the toast is burnt. And the whole jury, this is what Ron Fischetti tells me, the whole jury is like, They're just nodding along with him. Nothing to do with the trial, nothing to do with the case. He sat right back down. He's done. He's done. He's just making his point as to like, I waited this whole time. I said nothing the whole time. He's just telling a story, a narrative over. He goes, that's what you have to do when you that. He goes, that was such an effective closing. He said, I sat there just stunned. It's nothing about the trial, nothing about the testimony, nothing about his guy being fingered. Just get the jury to be sitting there nodding along with you. So when you and I sit here and we look at this, we're like, this guy's a buffoon. I don't know how anyone's like taking this seriously. And maybe they are. Maybe they're not. Maybe you and I are right. I'm simply saying it's possible. It's possible that given the climate he's in, that's not as terrible a closing as you or I as attorneys would look at it and think.
And that could be. I mean, we don't live there. We don't practice in that jurisdiction. We're not in those courts, right? We can't see the jury or how they're reacting. That's all possible. But there's nothing we can do about that because I'm not moving down there and I'm not sitting in that courtroom. So we can only comment based on what we do know.
Right. So, but it's an important. It's hard for us to because we sit here. Everyone in the audience here. I mean, almost without exception, is laughing at this guy as being like just a yokel and useless, and assuming that the jury is completely tuning him out. And I'd like to hope so. You know.
Well, I think that rebuttal was burnt, Joe.
All right.
Witness is Bubba. Come on, that's gold.
that made me just like that was killing me. That was really killing me. Oh my god. The best witness was Paul and dead Paul through the voice of Amy Reimer, or whatever her name was, who was like that crazy cat lady. It's like, don't question the science. I looked at his body. I saw his body. And the dog. Yeah, it was bad. It was bad. It was bad. He probably would have been better if he told over the story. Poor little Jimmy couldn't talk. That probably would have been, I would think, more effective. But who knows? Can you tell us a little bit about what's your deal?
Yeah, let me do that quick. So we have our upcoming, let's see, I've got it here someplace. Upcoming Law Self-Defense Advanced course taking place on Saturday, April 15th. Full day course taught live by me on how you can be hard to convict, an unattractive target for prosecution if you're ever compelled to use force in defense of yourself, your family, your property. Saturday, April 15th. It's the only class scheduled for this year, folks. So if you missed this one, could well be till 2024 before we do another. Best of all, if you sign up for this live class, full day class, taught live by me, streamed to you at your computer. If you sign up for this class this month, the month of March, you get 10% off your registration. Effective April 1st, it's the full price. So I would encourage you to take a look. And if you're interested, to register sooner rather than later at lawofselfdefense.com/advanced. And in addition, you can get our excellent, very well-reviewed book, Law of Self-Defense Principles. Teaches you much the same lessons as the course, but in book form. Check it out on Amazon. 1,200 plus reviews, 5-star rated bestseller in their criminal law segment. But don't buy it on Amazon. Amazon will charge you for the book and the shipping and handling. We eat the cost of the book. We only ask you cover the cost of getting the book to you. You can get this book, softcover, at lawofselfdefense.com/Joe. Or if you'd like the very handsome hardcover edition, makes a wonderful gift, folks. Same book, but in hardcover. You can get this one, you know where, at lawofselfdefense.com/gethard.
Beautiful. Make sure you check it out. This guy is not like he is the top self-defense expert
that's right.
in the land. In the 48 continuous states. And that other place out in the middle of the Pacific, as well as Alaska. So yeah, make sure you check out his work. And as I've said about him frequently in the past, and I've advised my viewers frequently in the past, a lot of you may have guns primarily for self-defense. It's really, and that's important. It's very important that you're able to defend yourself, but it's kind of useless to defend yourself and then spend the rest of your life in jail because you didn't take the proper steps.
Yep.
And it really could be something as simple. I mean, we saw a case that we frequently reference comically, but with the mattress and the dumpster killing, where the father ends up getting convicted. And if he did like things slightly different, if he had read Andrew's book and did things slightly differently, almost certainly,
if he just not said take your swing, if he had just not said that, yeah, he'd be in pretty good shape.
And if he had read the book, he would know that you can't do that and then fire on him.
Yep.
But that and many other things that you may need to know, which could literally save your life, your freedom for the rest of your life. If God forbid you find yourself in that situation, you have a gun, make sure that if God forbid you're forced to use it to protect yourself or your family, that you're going to use it in a way that the state is not going to be able to convict you for. So, all right, I got a whole bunch of rants and chats that I wanted to get to here. So if at any point you say you need to get out of here, I totally understand. I get it, and that's
cool. I'll hang out for some super chats.
All right, cool.
And once you're caught up on those, I probably will go see if I can take my wife to lunch today.
Cool. All right. So John Diaz says, I know that it's a speech pattern of his, but I don't think Griffin's stuttering comes across well. He's not a smooth speaker. Bit Bandit says 8:55. She tries to take a picture of the murderers. That's why they grabbed the phone. That's the only reason you would take a phone, risk the tracking until you confirm your picture isn't on it. But that's all. And maybe they try getting into it, which would explain why it wasn't him.
The camera activation, right? That was one of the steps on the phone.
Yeah.
You only need it for a second to see if you were the last image.
But that's if you can get in. That's if they can get in there, which they presumably couldn't.
No, because you don't need the code for that. So, like, here, let me. So I've got my iPhone here, right? So I got my iPhone. I could do the face recognition, or I could put a code in. But
we see nothing.
Oh, sorry. But if I just want to take a photo, I can just press the camera button, and the camera opens up even without a passcode.
Right. And then would you see the last picture? Would you see the last
down here? I can open up the roll.
Ah, interesting. Good, interesting thought. All right, Katie Madonna says Jim said yesterday that his allergies were bothering him, which could explain his sluggish.
Yeah,
his sluggish.
I'm sympathtic.
Yeah, Peanutty says. Still, the jury sees what the jury sees, and it's if he also can't speak English, he might be a great attorney, but that's a hindrance,
right?
Peanutty says over an hour behind, but it's possible the defense lawyer doesn't want to perform due to testimony about Alex becoming emotional during closing. I don't buy that. You wouldn't worry about him becoming emotional. IC Chappie says, Hail Joe and Andrew. I appreciate your coverage of this trial. Thank you. And previous trials like Rittenhouse has helped realign my view of the state, innocent until proven guilty. John Diaz says, if I'm on the prosecution team, I'm saying I really don't know that guy. I just started here. He's really not. Havana Maker said they should understand Alex's time mistakes. They have shown this court that their idea of 40 minutes is actually 2 hours. He did take over an hour on this, on roughly an hour.
Lied to the grand jury, and the state lied to this jury.
Yeah. John Diaz says, I wouldn't be surprised if the prosecutor stopped, pulled out a metal flask from inside his jacket, and took a swing in the middle of closing. F-Fight Weld Pipe says, so this mastermind murderer was too stupid to get rid of the raincoat months after the murder when he knew a search was coming. No, they planted it. Possibly. Or he didn't know anything about it because it was so irrelevant. It's like if someone goes through your closet, they might find things in there that you hadn't thought. It's not even his own closet. Imagine someone going through, your dad's closet. It's like you're not cleaning out your dad's closet for something that the state might interpret as something that you used. You just wouldn't even think of it. F-Fight Weld Pipe says, I'd be willing to bet at least $500 that raincoat was not placed there by Alec. They had nothing, so they manufactured something sick. He also says, Paw Paw and Mag Mag had information that could lead to the arrest of Hillary Clinton. He also says, placing bets on hung jury friends. They will not be as hung as me like a horse, but they will in fact be hung enough. Hashtag free Alec. Also says, I love how they waited for the last week of the trial, mentioned that golf cart. Why? Their timeline didn't make any sense without it, and they failed to do any forensic evidence on it. SLED equals corrupt. Rayson says 40 minutes. This feels like hours. F-Fight Wellpipe says cocaine is a hell of a drug. Mr. Prosecutor, sit down and shut up. John Diaz says, and I would have got away with it too if it wasn't for that damn kid Paul and that dog Bubba. All right. Let's go back to the top here. Artur Burak says, is it possible that SLED talked to all the jurors and only switched on the one that was going to say not guilty?
Well, I would think
I
not.
would not.
I would hope
accuse
not.
that. Yeah. Yeah, it seems doubtful. That's a hard thing to do without them being exposed for being crazy corrupt. You have to realize that people who are corrupt are not trying to be exposed for corruption by being stupid about it. And that would seem like a really stupid way to approach it, because you just need to come across one person who says, Sled came over to me. And so Jason Angelfather says, hypothetical, Sled thought she was sympathetic to Alex Murdaugh. By talking to her, she gets removed. Maybe too much credit to Sled. I think that's giving a lot of credit to Sled, that they have competence. And that's been called into question by this case. Best logic. Imagine if you sat through 6 weeks of this and Sled did you dirty. Get Kurt on here. Drinking is in order. I sent him an invite, so we haven't seen him, but he has the invite. Keeley says she must have been found not guilty after hearing Poot's comment. She must have been for not guilty after hearing Poot's comment. Oh, like that Poots was upset that she was gone. Yeah. Nicholas Starr says, did Sled approach the juror with body cam on and engaged in conversation? Seems odd if it was vice versa. We don't know. The facts here are too murky for us to really know. Michael Milano says, James from court will know the skinny. He talked about the email briefly on a show last night. Objection Trickery says, juror's spouse was recorded on social media talking. Nancy Kane, I am so disappointed. I thought Alex Murdaugh would show up today wearing vintage Vines shirt.
Vinny Vines.
Yeah, Vinny Vines shirt. McRae says all Alec needed was a Ring doorbell. I presume he didn't have one, but it could have made all the difference. I don't know what that means.
I don't know. Maybe the Ring doorbell is like video records, right? People who approach the door. I'm surprised they didn't have cameras around that property. I certainly would have if it were my property, but they didn't. Especially with the threats that Paul was getting. Yeah. Well, just, there's stuff there, people, it's right off the road. Yeah, I think they were not worried about people taking their stuff. I mean, they're so haphazard with items that cost thousands of dollars. There's guns laying around. There's keys in the car. I mean, they're so haphazard with it. I think that was he may have become victimized by his own privilege. He's like, we're the Murdaughs. No one's coming on our property and taking our stuff. We're the freaking Murdaughs. I think it's possible that led to their laissez-faire attitude when it came to their own personal security. Laura McCullough says, do you know if there's any truth to the, quote, jury who deliberate on Friday is more likely to vote guilty just to be done, especially after 28 days? You can be done with not guilty, too. Yeah. In fact, I've advocated that in self-defense cases, that the defense should argue to the jury, listen, there's a whole bunch of criminal charges here, and then there's the legal defense of self-defense. If you consider self-defense first and land on that one, you get to go home in an hour. Yeah, that's true. Are we going to see any clip art today? I'm really disappointed. Best Logic says, my name is Brandon, says, I like that he's going to get them to reason, think this through versus going over 6 years of testimony. They most certainly don't remember. I like that also. I would save this comment because I thought this was an important thing. That was really the approach that Jim was using, is just think about, really think things through here, which is why it's funny when you consider how the rebuttals start on common sense. If you don't hit the like button, Joe will shut this stream down. Just practice flicking the bean on the button, people. Errol Bear says, Julie Grant from Court TV is claiming that Agent Owens lying to the grand jury isn't in evidence. Journalism is dead. Yeah. I saw the testimony. She doesn't know what the hell she's talking about. Content Character says, anyone else hate it that when they use affirmative language to prove a negative? For example, saying it's ridiculous to believe the fact that Alex murdered his family to garner sympathy and gain time. Yeah, that's very poor use of what we call English. There was a lot of odd phrasing by Griffin in his closing that I would not have done, which I presume he didn't actually think it through ahead of time as carefully as he ought to have. But all this talk of like skeletons in the closet, I don't know if we want to talk about Alec Murdaugh's skeletons in the closet. Yeah, that's a good point. Katie says, all I could hear was baffle them with BS with the last prosecutor. I really couldn't concentrate with all his theatrics. Okay. Lady Butter says, I agree with your stance on telling a story, draw them in. Storytelling is usually a Southern tradition. We're some of the best storytellers. Humans are just storytellers. That's how we like to view the world. That's how we best absorb information in a structured way. Right. This is true.
Mary Coppola, if LE was smart, most city people don't know these properties have septic tanks. Wonder the proximity of tank to kennels. Good place to dispose of guns. Should have pumped the tank. Okay. It's an interesting thought. Maybe they did. I don't know. D. Lindsay, thank you for the super sticker. Much obliged. Same for you, J870. Appreciate that. Cycle Boy says, do you think big defense teams have people listening to panels like this for multiple takes and feed that info back to lawyers in court with ideas? Look, Natalie Wisco said that they actually did check during the Rittenhouse case. She was on she was on the defense team. She said that there was some checking of that. I don't think that anything would be relayed to them in the middle of the day. It would be like at the end of the day type of thing, if anything.
I mean, I just don't see where it would have to get back to the lawyers arguing in court, right? For them to use it in court. And these guys are so maxed out on bandwidth. I don't think there's more opportunity for them to absorb what talking heads like us are saying on a stream.
Well, I mean, like I said, Natalie Wisco, I think she said that, I'm not sure who it was, but in theory, they could have paralegals sort of like scanning, because there is like, the collective knowledge of the internet is sometimes beneficial. So it's possible. So it's highly speculative for any of us to say, oh yeah, they're watching us right now or watching someone else. But
But I don't see how that works. So you have a paralegal watching this stream, for example, right? And they hear a lot of great ideas. But now you have to trust a paralegal to figure out what the good ideas are, as opposed to just the bullshit ideas.
In other words, if they sort of make I think, like, for example, in closing, so we saw, what was his name? Mr. Havoc. What was his name? Do you remember him from Rittenhouse? Havoc.
Oh yeah, but I'm bad with names, so
yeah, I
certainly remember him.
Yeah. So apparently, there was like something about, like, there was discussions. This really never came up.
Richards was the prosecutor's
Richards,
name.
yes, Mark.
Thank you, chat.
Mark Richards. See, collective knowledge on the internet. So he said that. So I think she said that the idea that one of the witnesses pointed to when they made a motion of Kyle holding the gun, that they put their hand downward, indicate, and that came up, that they used that there was a talking head. I don't remember who it was. I think it might have been Robert Barnes or whatever, or it might have even been Darth Crypto. But that's I think something like that was something, or that they had actually seen talked about by the talking heads, that spurred that idea for the defense to reference it in their closing arguments. So I think that there definitely is possibility, but who knows what this particular defense is doing.
I think it would be a good idea. Listen, a lot of these threads, you, Nick, me a little bit, perhaps. We have some pretty good insights into a lot of these cases, and we're not under the gun like the lawyers in court, right? So we have the luxury of kind of sitting back and letting it percolate and think about it, and that's an advantage that the lawyers in court don't actually have. So I think it would be valuable for them to do that. It's just, when I think about the mechanics and the already existing stressors and limited bandwidth of being in court, I'm just not sure how you get that to the lawyers in the courtroom in an effective way.
It's a fair point. I'm saying we really don't know. And Generic Account says, it seems plainly clear that this paralegal is watching the stream and handing your comments about his presentation off to him. Total tonal shift. I don't think that happens in the middle of even though this came in like right after the break, like 2 minutes after the break in the middle of his thing. I don't think that anyone said, hey, Joe and Andrew think that you need to like spice it up a little bit. That just doesn't seem.
No, more likely one of his co-counsel just made that suggestion.
Yeah. Content character. Why does the state get 2 opportunities to present a closing? Wouldn't justice be better served that was reserved for the defense? So the reason for that is because the burden of whoever has the burden of proof, in order to try and balance that out, they'll do this in every state court. They will try to do little small things to try and make it more to level the playing field, because you have to overcome this burden of proof. You're starting with a foot in the hole, so they try and give you a little leg out of it. So that's why that's standard operating procedure in all trials, that they're gonna try and give you.
And it is a huge advantage for the state, not so much the closing, defense closing, and state rebuttal, but just the fact that the state gets to speak last, right? The last substantive words the jury hears about the case, they hear from the state. And by the way, the first substantive words the jury hears about the case. They also hear from the state because the state does the first opening statement.
In fact, you'll also, if you're observant and you look at where the jury is seated, you will always see that the prosecution sits closer to the jury because that too is considered an advantage. So when you're a plaintiff in a case in a civil suit, that you're supposed to sit whichever table or bench is closer to the jury or closer towards the front if one is behind the other, because they try to give you that little advantage to balance out for the fact that you have a bigger hurdle than the other side has.
Yeah, and the first words and the last words are a huge advantage, folks. If you invite me to a debate and you let me speak first, there's a pretty good chance I'm winning that debate because you get to frame the whole perception of the issues that are going to be argued.
Right.
And then you also let me talk last. That's a huge advantage.
Yeah. Tenny Simmons, I don't want to slam this closing argument because I think it's way better than Waters, but the length of this trial has clearly zapped these attorneys. Jim sounds tired, like he's losing steam. This was a great point, which is, even though I pulled it up, I wanted to just, bring that back up because I thought it was really good. Content Character says, if this jury is as fatigued as I am, they should be getting bullet points. No pun intended. This meandering is sounding like the teacher on Peanuts. Jessica Olson, in closing argument, can lawyers just outright lie about what was testified in court? No, definitely not. Does that violate rules of professional conduct? Yes. And it'll lead to an objection. In fact, that's what we saw happen when Jim started speculating as far as the drug cartel things. And the reason he objected to that is because there was absolutely no evidence that there was a drug cartel.
I mean, once you have a nugget of evidence, then you can argue to the jury they should make reasonable inferences from that evidence. But there has to be some core, right?
The two-shooter thing was brought up by an expert, so you can talk about that and but if there's no evidence, you can't do that. Bleed the sheep. I don't get it. They played video testimony earlier. I covered that. I sort of put that aside so I'd remember to cover it. MS Krim says prosecution is not putting the objector as doing the rebuttal. If so, I'm getting popcorn ready. The guy who objected was the one who did the rebuttal. Thankfully. Man says looks like he may need some opioids for energy. He's talking about Jim's
Griffin.
Yeah. Gabriel K says, I used to work for Apple, and when Siri is manually activated and is recording what is said and stored, and I know Apple used to keep that data, why didn't no one try and get what was recorded from Siri? I don't know the answer to that. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that.
No.
Hey, Kurt's people are here. Maybe Kurt's on his way in here also. We'll see. Jesus Chris, maybe the killer was checking the pick reel to make sure she didn't get a pic of the killers, and they went through the camera app to see the reel. That's what we talked about. MS Krim, he's going over timeline as potential jury. This is what I want to hear. That's when they were showing the phone records. That to me is not really the timeline, but
I mean the Griffin slides, his white slides.
Yeah, the whole 853, 853:32, and the light on, light off thing, which was just you were getting frustrated by that, saying, "What are we getting out of this? What are we getting out of this?" Which I felt was fair.
I don't mind. Sorry, I got fire engines going on outside. I don't mind going over the timeline per se. He was just doing it in a very disorganized, directionless way.
Yeah. Matthew Felty says, set up emergency buttons on yourself, folks. Maggie could have tried to take a pic of the murderers. Yeah, I don't think anyone thinks they're going to be a victim of a brutal homicide. That's why we tend not to do that. I'm not saying we're right for making that assumption. I'm just... Can't hurt, I guess. Shannon says, I stepped away for a bit. What happened? Jim seems a bit frazzled. Yeah, he was frazzled. If AM is a mastermind making guns disappear, why not make a raincoat disappear? Great question. That's a great question. I don't know. I can't answer that. This one made me laugh. Senior Spielbergo said, these super chats talking about Jim being tired and sleepy. I thought these people were crazy. Then I remembered I'm behind and watching a 2x. That got a good laugh out of me. Shannon, question. Do you think prosecution will jump on Jim saying he wouldn't be there if AM hadn't lied about being at kennels? Like, see, even he even fooled Jim. Well, they didn't. And it's not saying he fooled Jim. It's not saying because he fooled me. He's saying because he lied. That's why we're here. So I don't think that would have been a good tactic for them. Michael Roach says the problem Griffin is having is allergies in the pollen. I'm in North Carolina. The pollen can make you feel hazy. It coats everything outside green. Ew, green. That's gross. Tinch says, just going to say the fact that the state gets 2 closing statements is gross. And I'll tell you something. I'll credit this guy that he kept it relatively short compared to the Waters. So he could have gone for 4 hours. The judge said, "How long do you want?" And he said 40 minutes. And even though he took an hour. Yeah.
Hey Joe, I'm gonna have to take off
later,
but
Thank
I'll try.
you so
If you're
much.
still streaming later, I'll try to jump back on.
Okay.
And if not, I'll see you all again soon, I suppose.
Later, brother. Take care. Thank you so much. Make sure you guys check out Law of Self-Defense. Get his book. Do his thing. You're not going to regret it. If you own a gun, make sure that his book is in your library. He offers courses, and right now you get a 10% discount on his course. That's April 15th. So I highly recommend. Buddy Catch says, Andrew, I'm confused. I thought you were a smart man. Exactly what evidence do you have that even Minority Chat graduated high school? Fair enough. I think that's a fair point. Chaz says, I think the reason in the beginning it wandered is Poot expected to do the legal argument and Jim do the emotional, but Judge wouldn't let them split closing. Jim did good with no time to prepare. Maybe. I don't know. It's not normal to split it. If they thought they were going to, that's an unusual expectation because normally they don't split. They'll split if there's a break in between, but not if there's like all of a sudden, it's not like in the middle of a closing. It's like tag team. Now other guy get in there. I don't remember seeing that. Marley says, McClure, I went into this with no preconceptions of guilt or innocence. My conclusion is acquittal based on the state hasn't proved their case. Too many questions. You and me both, Marilee. You and me both. MS Krim says, who won, Nick or Nate on the objection? Nick won. There was like 4 objections. Nancy Kane, how come the state gets to use a different person, but the defense could only use one? Like I said, if there's a break in between, you can use 2 different people. If there isn't, it's rare for the court to allow you to just tag in someone else. Cameron Mason, the AG probably said, Waters, no more clip art, or you're not doing the reply. I thought that he might do the reply. I mean, he could have gone over a generic timeline the same way that the Baptist preacher did at the end there. But KHM says, think strongest point were sloppy, lying sled. AM was concerned for Buster. Makes no sense for AM to toss M's phone and 2-shooter makes sense. I thought the digital alibi was really, 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 really important. It makes it impossible for it to be him. And impossible is a great thing to have when you're trying to create a standard of reasonable doubt. Because impossible is squarely in that zone of reasonable doubt. He would have had to have psychological breakdown for that to occur, and there's no reason to think that there was such a thing. Rest of town, I came here to delete my family, but first priority is getting this chicken out of this dog's mouth. That's pretty good. Sarah Price, Joe, I'm so curious as to who the man in the yellow suit behind Alec has been there every day in the same spot. The man in the yellow suit behind Alec. Let me go back and see if I can see what you're talking about here. I don't recognize that guy. I'm looking at it now. I went back like an hour. Yellow suit, yellow shirt. I don't know who that dude is. Yo, my bro. How are you?
Yo, Joe. Guilty, huh? Guilty.
Clearly.
My God. This is I gonna say it. This was so inappropriate. The closing. It's like they just literally just making it up. I've never seen anything like this. Have you?
Which parts were you referring to? I was bothered by a Sixth Amendment violation. I thought there was a Sixth Amendment violation there where he was talking about how he didn't tell his lawyer something, and I'm like, what the hell is happening here? I'm trying to remember what it was, but
yeah, that would be a big Sixth Amendment violation.
Yeah.
This is crazy.
That wasn't that. It wasn't that. I want to correct myself. What he actually said was, why would someone who just discovered their wife and son dead, why would they sit in that first interview with a lawyer? To me, I'm like,
yeah, that is a violation. Yeah.
What do you
have the right to an attorney.
Yeah. And like you're basically implying that there's some level of guilt by him having a lawyer there. To me, that's outrageous.
So everybody understands what Joe is saying is that if you have a right to it, like for instance, the right to remain silent, then the state can't say, well, since you exercise that right, that's consciousness of guilt. So you have a right to an attorney. So if you exercise that right to have an attorney present during questioning, then they can't say, well, he had an attorney, so he must be guilty. That's not only inappropriate, it's reversible error.
In theory. And I don't think, by the way, they didn't object to it. So I'm wondering if there's a duty to object in the middle of closing or not. I don't know. It might vary from one jurisdiction to another. Because yeah, if it's a witness testifying and questions that are being asked and you don't object, that could frequently that will lead to a waiver of your right to appeal the issue. There was no object. It's much less common for people to object, for attorneys to object in the middle of closing. So I don't know. So perhaps it would not be deemed a waiver if you fail to object during closing. I don't know though. That's purely, I'd have to speculate on that, and I'm not.
No. You gotta if you have you have to object. But the thing is that just not objecting doesn't lose you your appeal. It just changes the standard in which they review it. You have it goes from plain error to I forget the other one, but like the standard is different. So if it'll go from it's plain error versus something else. I'm forgetting the term of art, but essentially it makes it harder for you to win on that appealable issue if it's not just kind of plain as day. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So that's what I mean by preserving your objection on appeal. But yeah, but they should have. But again, I don't know. This judge seemed to be very prosecutor friendly with the objections and everything.
But you're not objecting so that you get anything from him. You object to preserve the lower standard on appeal.
Yeah.
So, is Nate going to yell, "This is Murdaugh country"?
Yeah, it's funny because people I think this case is one of those few cases where I think he should go to jail, but I don't think he should go to jail for this.
Right.
If that makes sense.
Of course. It makes perfect sense because that's consistent with the crimes that have been proven during the course of this trial. He literally admitted to committing fraud multiple times and to stealing from his own clients and all sorts of there's at least
impersonation.
There's at least 3 or 4 crimes that he's admitted to while he took the stand. And I want to see him prosecuted and sent to jail and pay his time for that. But that's miles and miles and miles away from a double homicide, though.
You know, it's fascinating to see how different everybody's opinions are. Like Emily's opinion, he's going down. You guys are kind of less likely. But seeing both,
I think he may go down. I'm
talking about just like whether he's guilty or not. Right. Like I think Emily has that. Like I think she has that prosecutorial view of it, and I think, but I think she's correct that when she makes great arguments on her side, but you guys make fantastic arguments on your side. I'm just saying, if I'm a juror, I want him to go to jail, but I don't know if I could morally convict him. Because I don't think they've proving he killed them beyond a reasonable doubt.
I would enjoy debating her about why it is that she believes, if she believes, I haven't heard it from her directly, but if she believes that the state in any way managed to prove its case to justify a conviction of guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, I would love to have a discussion with her about where that is that I missed it. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm very curious about that. I would love to see that.
I think sometimes it's the fact that we're biased for our own. Like for instance, yesterday.
I'm a commercial litigator. I'm not biased.
Yeah, that's true. No.
In either direction.
Oh, Kurt. No, what I mean by bias, like I wish Andrew was still
here. Who has to pay who $20?
I gotta pay Nick $20 for that one stupid objection. But,
no, there was 4 objections.
But I only got to pay 1 though, because they object one time. I wish we should have won for the amount. But I wish
that's not what I heard. I heard you owe $80. Pay up.
Okay, I'll pay $80 for $80. But I wish Andrew was here because yesterday he was saying that they would explain away, right? Oh, she said. Oh, so she said they haven't proven it. I'm with that.
According to this viewer, yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know. Says
I haven't had time to really watch her stuff.
I'll look. I'll look again because I remember she seemed to be put to prosecution. But let me get back to Andrew. Andrew yesterday, like for the whole why did you lie to the police at the beginning? That whole thing about because Sled lied to the grand jury, I thought that was like the worst rebuttal to that ever.
Agreed.
But I think the way that they tried to get around that today, it didn't help today. And I think that's their biggest problem. Their biggest problem today that I don't think they answered well. Why the hell do you lie? You come home, your 2 family members are murdered, shot. The police are trying to say what happened. When was the last time you saw them?
Mm-hmm.
And you lie. The only reason you tell that lie is if you're guilty.
Yeah.
I don't see how you get around that.
That's not true. That's not
all
true.
right. So why else would you tell that lie?
Because you're an attorney and you want to and you know that you discovered the bodies and the spouse always did it, and so everyone is looking at you. So you sort of want to distance yourself from having any relation to being at the scene of the crime. It would be like in your brain, you're like, it's all 1,000 times more likely they're going to zero in on me and believe that I did this if I tell them that I was there. So if no one knows that I was there, it's that I didn't see anything. There's nothing I can provide that's going to give them any helpful information. So that's why I'm not saying it's the right call. It's a stupid call. And I'll tell you one more thing about that before you respond. Mm-hmm. When you have spent your entire life as a thief and a closet drug addict, mm-hmm. your fallback is anything that might make me look guilty, I'm going to lie about. Like that's his fallback. That's his natural. That is who he is. He's a liar. And if his fallback is anything that might make me look guiltier, I'm going, and I don't think I can get exposed when I lie, I'm going to lie about.
Listen, I'm going to bring it to what's known as the reasonable person, the reasonable juror, right? Mm-hmm. And my family's been killed. I believe somebody's killed them. Mm-hmm. There's an element of time here, right? Time went from and when were they last seen alive, right? Because now you're talking about, if they were last seen alive an hour ago and they were killed, you're trying to narrow down when they were killed, all this other stuff, and on top of that, you're under the emotional stress of just seeing your family dead.
Yeah.
But then when the police say, "When's the last time you saw him?" I'm going to lie because it doesn't make sense. And again, I believe. This should come out to hopefully a hung jury. I think the best, or maybe even a not guilty. But I will say this though: that question is the question I think it can get him because everything he's saying about it makes no sense. That's just not. I don't think the excuse, the thing that you said is something that would convince a jury that he doesn't have any skin in the game. And I think at worst now, for me personally, I think he knows something about it, but I just don't think they've proven it beyond a reasonable doubt.
There's another thing they haven't even touched on, which is when he admitted that he was down there and they asked him, "What were your final words to your wife?" He's like, I don't remember. And to me, what we were speculating about, I think it was Legal Vices I had on here, it was probably like words in anger. Because he actually said, and I put the chicken on the chicken was caught in the dog's mouth. I got the chicken out of its mouth. It was dazed, and I put it up on a bunch of boxes. Got back in my golf cart and jetted out of there. And the phrase "jetted out of there," which Creighton Waters threw back at him, that I actually believe that was perhaps a slip, and it was a little bit of it. And you don't remember the last words you said. Look. He didn't, assuming he didn't kill them, which is where I'm at. So you're driving away. You don't realize it's the last time you're going to see them. So it's not going to be some tear-felt, "I love you, baby. You're my whole world." It's not going to be anything like that. It's going to be a standard, normal conversation between husband and wife. He said he didn't want to go down to those kennels. He ended up going down there because Maggie wanted him to go down there. He didn't want to get all sweaty after he had taken a shower. Mm-hmm. And we actually envisioned that his last words to her were probably like, "You see, this is why I didn't want to come down to the kennels. I'm getting out of here," and getting back in his thing and jetting out of there. And that would make a lot of sense. But that's not the sort of thing you want to say to a jury when they're looking at you that you killed your wife, that the last words you said to her was like, "You witch! This is why I didn't want to be down here in the first place," and jet out of there. So like, what are you going to say if that is what happened? What would you say? You would say, "I don't remember."
Yeah. I think you can make the argument, but I still think you have the double homicide because if like in normal circumstances, I think these excuses make sense. But in the circumstances we're here now, your family's just been killed. You're trying to find the killers. You're trying to give the police the best information to find the actual killers. It just none of that makes sense. Why am I thinking about protecting myself at that time if I didn't have anything to do with it? Right? It just seems like a weird response.
This is my favorite troll, and what makes me laugh at this is I literally just said I think he lied when he said he didn't remember, and 2 seconds later he says Joe believes everything Alex said. I literally just said he lied on the stand when he said he didn't remember. I actually believe that guy who's been in my every day I'm streaming, he's been here trolling my chat. I genuinely believe that he is the biggest Alex supporter out of anyone. I think that this is purely a troll, and he's laughing his butt off because he's like, this will rile them up, and I've become more and more convinced of this every time I read anything he says. So
you don't see the other. Well, you have a whole bunch of people. Let me see it because I was looking at the chat just a couple seconds ago. You had a whole bunch of people who I agree. I see it's all pro. This one is all pro Murdaugh. The other one is all pro anti Murdaugh. Yeah. So you gotta watch what you say. But hey, my opinion is my opinion, straight up and down. I think he's going to get convicted if the jury falls for this crap. I think he shouldn't be convicted, but it is what it is. Oh, Bob B is here. That's my man. He always says mute me. Oh, Bob B, we love you, Bob. Bob is like he's my troll, Bob. Even though Bob loves me, Bob knows he loves me.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, what do you guys think the jury's going to come back? Because the juror who got kicked off said that they were not guilty.
How do you know that?
That's what what's his name, Larry. They're down in the courtroom. They said they I think they spoke to or whatever, and spoke to the person, and supposedly the person was like they were not guilty.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's interesting. But if that's the case, then I think because I think if you're going into the jury room not guilty, I don't think there's anything that's going to change you from not guilty. There's just nothing here to change you from not guilty. But I think if you're going in guilty, then I think he's got a problem.
Yeah. What did you guys think, Kurt? You watched, I assume, the closing from Jim. What were your thoughts? What were your thoughts about his closing?
I want to talk Tater the dog. That's what I want to talk about. Tater the dog. The aunt's
Tater?
daughter. Yes, aunt's the prosecutor's aunt's daughter's dog, Tater, who barked along with Bubba, who told us the truth that Alex Murdaugh is the real murderer. Did you miss that part in the rebuttal testimony?
And the rebuttal where they said the best witness in this trial was the dog.
Yeah, well, it's not even Bubba the dog; it's Tater the dog, who the prosecutor's aunt's daughter's dog, who barked along with Bubba and thus knows the truth because they speak the same language.
This is great. That's crazy.
That happened in this case. Yeah, that's a thing that occurred.
Well, let's do this. The evidence.
I'm sorry. What was your question? You were asking me about Jim's closing, and I moved on to completely other topics. Because
no, we're talking about Jim's close. Yeah, Jim's close. The fact that there's no blood and that high velocity blood thing that was all nonsense. Like how the hell that happened?
I really did not care for the reply from the state. It was all emotion. It was, and also it just seemed sloppy technically, which I didn't really understand. He's like, I've been doing this for 34 years, and the only thing I've been doing for 34 years is murder cases. And I'm like, really?
Yeah.
That's all you've been doing for 34 years is murder cases? Because you're wandering around, you're walking around with no purpose, pacing. Your vocal variety doesn't seem to have purpose. Things don't seem to really have purpose. It's like, do you not know how to do basic control of your space and the way that you do? It just it was all appeal to emotion. It was just I don't get it.
Well, to be fair though, like there is a when you're at the
40 minutes is 60 minutes.
They have specialties. Some of those specialists are on that way. So,
but he says he's been doing nothing but this for 34 years, though.
You would think that for their murder,
I've known some people who've done it for 20 years. That's all they do, murder trials. But it's New York though, so it's different.
You would think that for their murder guy, that would be like that's their top dude, right?
Mm-hmm.
You would think so.
Yeah.
I mean, if there's anything you want to get convictions on, yeah. So this is like basically, one of the top 5 prosecutors in the state is that guy who was meandering around telling stories over about Bubba being the best witness here.
Yeah.
That's South Carolina's best. That's their best and sharpest.
It's usually the person with the most. Yes.
That's it's a sad state. It's like which is worse, which is worse, the execution or their judgment departments. Like oh my gosh, this is you have their DOJ or their FBI. Which one's worse?
Yeah. Well, yeah, he said at one point Sled was working with FBI. I'm like, oh, okay, I feel way better now. That's really helpful news.
But the funny thing is, I think he did it though. I honestly, personally, I think he did it, or he knows something about it. But I don't think they proved it. I want to be very clear. If it finds out that he did it, I'm like, oh yeah, I think he did it. But I just don't think they have proven it.
Okay,
but I do think he did it.
I'd probably vote for liability in a civil case if this is wrongful death.
That's where I was a week into my watch. I missed the first 2 weeks of trial coverage.
You didn't miss anything.
I know that's what everyone says. So I came in like around week 3 or so, and and after about a week of that, I got to a point where I was like, okay, I think there's no case that's been proven or anywhere near a case, and that's when they were coming to the financial stuff. But I think he probably knows. I don't think he did it, but I think he probably knows who did it. And the more I watch, when we got to the cell phone evidence, and when the state basically said, here's where we see at 8:53, someone is trying to open the camera and on the thing, and the whole evidence that we saw, which basically to me, this is and the defense really came down strong on this with the Micah, what's the Sturgis it was the expert. It's not something that could happen automatically. It can happen from someone moving with the phone, walking with it. Somebody at a point in time, like 5 minutes before that phone is being, or 10 minutes before it's being thrown out the window. After we think Maggie is dead, somebody is trying to access it at a point in time where it was literally impossible for Alex to be near her phone, like handling that phone. It's just, he had the 283 steps on his phone while there's 59 steps happening on her phone. Like there's so many things, like what little forensic evidence we have, which is so scant. And what little we do have contradicts a claim that he's the one who killed them. So I don't know why it is that I should, and it makes me think it's impossible. Like tell me this, if he killed her, how is her phone moving 59 steps while his is moving 280?
Excuse me, be right back.
The step evidence is something that I'm going to just straight up say I think it's BS. I think the step evidence is BS. I count my steps walking around here. I walk to the bathroom and back. That's 50 steps, something like that. So yeah, so it's that the step evidence is ridiculous. But I don't know. It just doesn't make any sense. And like you're right, you're saying she's going to do 200 something steps. She's doing 68 steps. And I think another big piece too was the phone. If you take your phone now, is your phone screen off?
The phone screen is off. Yes.
Take your phone.
I actually did this
and slap it through it and slap it, and it turns on.
I was imitating the state's rebuttal expert in throwing it, and I did this before, and it came on. Now it didn't, but it came on when I did it. And I was like, "Oh, there it is."
But the fact that it can come on and not come on, that's reasonable doubt, right? That's like, all right, is it, did it happen? Did it happen? That's the problem. There's too much on the edge here.
Friend of the program says, thank God I found my spare account. Now you can do shots together. Joe, you owe me 2. Kurt, do you want in?
Uh-oh.
Did you get, are you paying off on one? I guess he wants in. All right. I gotta go check Venmo. I'm sure he's I'm sure that's accurate. There's enough history. I'm gonna trust him enough given his history.
I'm paying off on the first one. There are more.
Oh yeah? How many more do you owe?
9.
Whoa. Okay.
9. Oof. 9. That's a lot. Yeah. 9's a lot.
Oh, so I guess you texted him saying yes when you saw his super chat.
Yeah.
All right. There you go.
It's gonna be a long day.
Teddy's getting paid today. I'm happy for you. That means I have to stay on the air like long enough for you to actually work your way through 10 shots.
Yeah, I'm 2 for 10, so no problem.
All right. Yeah, that's why I take doubles. But let me check off a few. I still have some super chats and rants to run through here, stuff that's been popping in, stuff that I haven't had a chance to cover yet. So I'm just making sure I check them all off before I start reading them. All right, I think I'm good. I just want to warn you, by the way, if you send those of you who are sending super chats, $2, the blue super chats, the $2 ones, they don't show up on the top of my timeline. So when I'm reading through super chats, when I'm reading through them, I'm looking. I have to take it off the normal screen from where the super chats, the chat is scrolling. And I'm bound to miss $2 super chats. So I'm going to urge you that while I'm going through these super chats, please don't, if you're worried about me missing a $2 super chat and it's going to upset you, please don't send it. I'm even apt to miss a bigger chat, but those I'm almost definitely going to miss. So while I'm going through these chats, I'm urging you, please don't send the $2 ones because it's almost as if the system is designed for me to miss them. And I don't want anyone being disappointed or upset. Patrick Henry says, I found that everyone I've seen talking about how he's guilty has watched Netflix doc. I promised myself to wait until after the trial.
Yes, I watched the Netflix doc, but I still believe they haven't proven their case. But this is how it was before the Netflix doc. So, but I will say it, and I do agree. It has skewed my opinion of this case, and if I would not be a good source or fair juror after watching that.
Yeah. You see, and I told you this guy is the perfect troll. Joe, you missed mine yesterday. I wasn't streaming yesterday.
Yeah, he wasn't. Yeah, you weren't streaming yesterday.
That's how much you missed it.
Yeah. ADF Toxic says the shouting surrounding the dog having a chicken sounding like a similar tone to my parents when they discovered the basement was flooding. Almost anger, but actually more, we have a problem. I hear the same tone as this. That whole thing with him and like, Bubba got the chicken. Like, that's not anger. You met someone who's unfamiliar, or basically autistic might interpret it as being anger. But if you're familiar enough with social settings, you understand that that's a consternation type of tone of like there's a call for immediate action. So you're sort of like barking something out, but not out of anger at anyone around you. It's sort of like that. It's a franticness of like, oh my gosh, we got to get this thing now, kind of thing.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Definitely not. Brandon says this guy is at least trying to tell a story. This is referring to the reply. His story sucks and he's a shyster, but he's at least weaving me a tale. This isn't a proper rebuttal. Chris Cianti says, let's talk about common sense. 2 sentences later, quote, he was manufacturing his alibi after taking the guns to his mom's house to hide. Leaves out, he told the police he went to his mom's house where he hid the guns. Common sense. Yeah, there's so much contradicting themselves, and then he calls for common sense. It's kind of a joke. It's kind of a joke for anyone.
It's all emotion, like you said. It's all emotion. It's all emotion.
Yep. Renee Wilson, new member of the following. Welcome aboard, Renee. Definitely not Brandon. If he's arguing for is he arguing for reverse jury nullification? Why haven't they brought up the instructions at all? The instructions are going to be read after lunch. They wait until after all the closing arguments before they read the instructions. They usually try to reference it in the closing, and I think that we saw a bit of that from in the closing that's sort of woven in there. They try to
some places read them before closing, and some other places read them after. I don't know. It's weird.
Everybody remember that your $5 super chats, which Joe is morally obliged to read, allow you to type in 150 characters. Let's make this stream longer. Got that character. Anyone else struggling to remember what points the defense made during the closing? I don't know. I mean, I think part of that might be because he was hitting on points that like I've been saying for a while, so things start to blur together, but that doesn't mean that's points that the jury had been thinking about. So I got a few rumble rants here I want to catch up on. Fundamental error from the uncovered lamp, referring to the Sixth Amendment thing. Katie says, is there some common wisdom about length of deliberation as an indication of guilt or innocence? When does one side or the other start to worry? It will vary significantly, and I think it's so. I don't think anyone really knows. I don't think anyone really knows. Everyone likes to speculate about that sort of thing, but that's even more difficult to read than jury analysis, because now you're doing jury analysis without actually looking at the jury. So you never know if it could be like a fight of 6-on-6. It could be 11-on-1, and 11-on-1, you don't know which side is winning. So
yeah.
F Fight Weld Pipe says, 7 years ago, our fathers brought forth upon this continent a new nation conserved in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal and greater than women.
What?
I don't know. I'm just reading. The opinions expressed by me are not necessarily my opinions.
Oh, man.
John Diaz says Nate needs a tag for Nick's stream, something like Boozy Bucks Billionaire or the Boozy Buster. Uncovered Lamb says, if a dog who never took the stand is your best witness, your case isn't going well. In fact, it's going really rough.
That's a good one.
I think I did a pretty solid read on that one.
That's pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh no, come on, this thing is popping on me. Gosh. I'm trying to keep track here.
Oh, you don't star them?
Mine's yeah, that's what I've been doing. I star them and then sort of like go through the star section, and then I try to like run through. But that way, because otherwise I'll never find them. I won't find them 10 minutes from now.
Yeah.
Suzanne Labianus Aurelia says, did he mention penguins getting tall again? I don't think so. Banana Bread, judge said 40 minutes your time or 40 minute my time. LJ says, sounds like a case from Saul Goodman. I don't remember which case we've been talking about now at this point. There's been 5 trials in here, but maybe that's the Jimmy story I told. I told over a story a while ago, which I'm not going to tell now because it took 5 minutes. Ron White says, thank you, Joe and Andrew, for your coverage and spot on articulation. I appreciate that. Thank you. Jeffrey Schwartz says, I'm losing it. More than 70% of EDB chat thought that was good. Oh, I guess on the reply. Yeah. Like I said, I gave a whole thing about how I thought his reply is not really tailor-made for attorneys, but it could be tailor-made for a Southern jury. So John Diaz says, Kurt, I'll say a prayer for your liver.
I really like the way the defense started the close, the defense.
Mm-hmm.
I found it to be a little bit casual, but I thought it was very nice for this particular environment. For whatever reason, the defense seemed to fluster a little bit after that break that they had. I'm not sure why. It felt a little bit muddled, a little bit not very streamlined. It felt like there were points that were being held in a nice sequence, and after the break, I had a little bit of trouble keeping attention. But
interesting. Wait, right after the break, or like 45, or like a half hour after the break?
It wasn't immediate. It just felt like after the break there was a noticeable dip in its quality. I'd say 20 minutes after that break, or just like we'll take 10 minutes in the middle of the thing, and they came back. It just felt a little bit.
I remember the break. I thought
a little bit.
That's interesting. I thought he came across sluggish to me. Maybe that's just you're more familiar with South Carolinians, so maybe to you it didn't come across in the same way.
Well, I was able to really track the points before the break. I was like, okay, we start with the beyond a reasonable doubt thing, and going and hitting that point, and then we went to how SLED screwed up the investigation and how they, on a technical matter, and also how they pinned him as the perpetrator right away in the circle and the whole rest thing. Then we talked about motive and how that didn't really make any sense, right? So there was a theme, there were theming, and so those were the 3 major themes that they covered before the break. Then after they came back finished up talking about motive. And then I'm like, okay, the next logical thing to talk about in this framing is timeline, but it wasn't the next thing they did. They did eventually get to it, but it wasn't next. And it felt a little disconnected, but it felt a little casual, a little bit familiar, but I thought it worked for this audience.
Interesting.
It wouldn't be what I would do, but I understood it.
Right.
Yeah.
It's really interesting because the parts that you seem to like are the parts that Andrew seemed to dislike, and quite the like literally like backwards from each other. Like we like my feeling was coming out of the break, he had more pep, more energy, and that there was that he seemed more willing to, like, he started pointing the finger at SLED and saying they lied, and I
thought he could have done more with that, particularly because apparently at that point, at least, we were allowing in clips from the trial, which was bizarre to me at all that we do that.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I couldn't believe we were doing that. But as long as we're doing that, which apparently we are at this stage, why not have the guy be like, yeah, I totally lied to the grand jury and replay that clip? Because it's such an impactful moment.
Yeah.
And for whatever reason, they didn't play that when they still had the green light to do it.
Interesting point. Yeah, it's a great point. It's a great point. Agnes writes, there parts of what he said is not only untrue and contradictory, but completely absurd. I think I'd be kind of offended if I was a juror. LJ says, you love Bubba more than me. Bang, bang. Wikipedia says, I'm not sure if he's a mental patient, but he's giving PTSD to the jury. Nicholas Darrow, they say that cows fart more than any other animal, but the hot air this guy's blowing on the jury must break a record. Like I said, my chat is like really, it's like the anti-Emily chat. It's literally,
you guys are
it's literally the anti-Emily chat. It's not like, I don't know how anyone goes back and forth from one to the other unless they're just like,
I can understand it because the contrast is refreshing too.
Perhaps.
Yeah, it's okay to disagree. I think that's the problem nowadays, is that people are like, if you disagree with me, you're an idiot. It's like, no,
what I mean is
this is a hard case.
I don't know how people would split 50-50. I think you would spend probably like 85% in one and 15% just checking up on what the other ones like what the sort of like drifting into like enemy camp, because that's what my chat feels like. It's like one camp versus the opposite camp. But I agree with you. You're much more rounded and better off if you get flavors from like different flavors. That's imagine eating.
Yeah, I mean, if Emily D. Baker had a sharp opinion that was different from me, I'd want to know why.
Right.
Because
because you respect.
She's a smart person.
Yeah.
And she might very well have an opinion I should consider. So
Bubba, it's a chicken. Lua says Bubba was handling the blackouts. Burnt raw toast says, was Jimmy's toast raw? I don't know.
Huh?
It's a reference to a long story that I told. I told a long story. I was trying to explain how in the South, closing arguments are not necessarily tied into any evidence or anything that happened.
Apparently not, no.
But you can literally, I had my advanced trial advocacy professor told me, you're practicing down South, there's nothing wrong with and can be very effective. I basically told the whole story over. I'm not going to repeat it now because it's 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Most of my audience saw it already. But basically telling over a story about a child who, it's a fraud case, and he started telling over a story about a child for 5 minutes, and by the end had the jury like not, and like some sappy story, and at the end the jury is like not along with him, like agreeing with the point that he was making, even and not talking about the evidence, not talking about anything, but you just sort of tell a story, grab everyone's attention, pull them in, and then you finish it up with some sort of point that's relevant to where you want the jury to be thinking, even without talking about the evidence or anything, and the jury will be sitting there nodding along, saying like, I feel you, I'm with you, I understand you, and that could be a compelling thing to a jury. Whereas here in New York, it's like, don't tell me don't tell me about like your grandma's stove stories. Don't talk to me about Velveteen Rabbits. Tell me why it is that I should believe you, not the other side.
Yeah, but the judges here wouldn't like that last argument. The judges here is not going to have that. It's like, what are you doing? Like, come on. Like a lot of that was just literally, essentially them just making shit up. Like I would have been objecting and raising hell with that last. Like, come on, what are you talking about? There's no evidence for anything he's saying. He's just making it up. and the emotional plea to emotion and all that shit. There's like a lot of. All right, I'm going to say it. I have ethical concerns about this prosecution. Just, you know. So.
Okay.
I don't think they're trying to seek justice here. I think they're trying to seek a conviction.
All right. He's saying send me a chat. I don't know. This looks like 1. I don't see 2 here. Amanda says, thank you for making this long, boring trial watchable. Stay unbreaded. Yeah, this doesn't look like a double shot to me, my friend. Doesn't look like a double to me. I already poured myself a double. I already poured myself a double here, my friend. But this looks like 1 shot. Not that I'm looking to get drunk today, because I'm hosting. And yeah. Matt Hodge says OJ just gave his thoughts on the AM trial on Twitter. Not even joking. It's a must watch.
Nice. What did he say?
I don't know, but I'll tell you after jury instructions, I'm going to try and pull that up.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Try and pull that up. Yeah. Hold on a second. I missed a whole bunch down here.
I do like it when my mic cuts out for no reason. It does happen occasionally.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm talking and just stops working.
How many shots are you at?
5 for 10.
Oh wow, nice.
We're doing a twin pairing with Knob Creek 9-year and Four Roses small batch.
Oh, okay. Knob Creek is bourbon, isn't it?
They're both bourbons.
I don't know how you do that. I couldn't even.
Bourbon kicks ass.
Yeah, that's true, but not in a good way. It just kicks your ass. But
how I do it is I was paid to, and a Lannister always pays his debts.
Lanesta.
Okay, well there you go.
Although the official house motto is "Hear me roar."
Oh, like a Juror.
Hey, are you guys? I'm praying that Alec Baldwin is televised.
Oh my God!
Great.
Yeah. Although I think the probability of him doing any jail time is now basically effectively 0.
Oh, it's nothing. He's a first-time offender. Yeah, he's not going to jail.
Yeah.
First-time offender in an accident case? Oh, no, essentially a negligence case. Yeah.
Probably. I think it might be pled out now.
Yeah.
But Alec. All right. So
if you need to kill time, Joe, I'm happy to do a bourbon review between these 2 bourbons, and we can do a full tasting notes and everything between them. Just saying, I'm available.
I appreciate. I'm gonna store that away, and maybe definitely it's in the top 10 things of what I had to cover today. Random commenter says, I know it's a far stretch, but does the family own drones? Could totally have flown the guns, bloody clothes, phone away, right waters, still team, not guilty. I saw the Lincoln lawyer also. I saw the Lincoln lawyer.
I'd like to see a drone that can pick up a shotgun. I'd like to see that.
I saw the Lincoln lawyer. Did you guys watch the Lincoln lawyer? No,
I haven't seen it.
No. Well, I just ruined it for you. So there you go.
I'm gonna forget this when I'm watching it. So
yeah, I do recommend. I'm talking about the series. It's do you guys like watching law shows?
Yeah, I do actually.
I do. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll tell you that most law shows that I watch, I can't stand. The only one I can really stomach at all was Law and Order I think is really like very the vibe.
I do like Law and Order.
The vibe and everything about it is so accurate. It just feels the difference in the way that the attorneys act when they're in court versus in chambers, the nature of the arguments, everything about it just feels very real to me, much more so than any other law show I've watched. But the Lincoln lawyer, I don't know, some of it, like when I watch Boston Legal, I'm like, this is crap. This is supposed to be the top DA and she's terrible. Like I watch this and I'm like, she's frantically trying to come up with the arguments, and I'm like, here, make this argument, make that argument, but
Law and Order is actually pretty good at the law itself. They form unrealistic scenarios. The way people behave isn't quite true to life, but the law itself, the pure law, is pretty good.
Yeah,
yes. It actually, it's not only good. It's actually like with the terms they use, the way they go through it. Whoever writes for Law and Order, They had to be like an ADA because
Attorney,
everything it's essentially the same thing, except they give it to you in an hour.
Yeah, and obviously,
I mean, it's fantastical in the way that people behave, or the way lawyers even behave, because they wouldn't necessarily make arguments that they wouldn't necessarily do things that way, but given the way they do things, the result is right.
Yeah. Ground Up asks, what happens if he's found not guilty and the new owners find the weapons when they move in? Nothing. Facts Matter says, unbreaded, hire the chat for closing strategy. Stogies and Boomsticks, if I find it super wrong that everyone on these trials, state objects during argument, but defense gets admonished for doing the same. Well, that's the way this thing's been going. Alan Campbell says, the higher audio volume of the trial feed in your stream is way better than Nick's. Really noticed that yesterday.
Getting the audio volume right is hard. It's hard as shit because we can't hear the way it sounds, and so we have to rely on you. And so if it sounds good, it's a fluke.
To each of us, I'm pretty sure we sound like everything.
No, it sounds great
to me.
When
everything will sound the same to me as it does to Nate and you.
Yeah, when we're behind the scenes,
but
it all sounds great.
Ears.
Everything sounds great in my ear, and then I listen to it on the replay, and this is shit.
Yeah, it's very tough. It's very, very tough. So that's why I try and stay attuned to that. We all try to stay attuned to that.
Yeah.
Jimmy Engel says Jim lost enthusiasm after Alex took the stand. I think Alex blew his case. I don't know if we'll ever know. Winton Dupree says, just watched Netflix doc last night, and it really pounds on how horrible, corrupt, and criminal the family is. It also said his shirt was bloody. See, this is one of the things that he did not hit on in closing that I would have hit on. I mentioned this right before the rebuttal. You have to understand the mindset of everyone down there. This is something they probably talk about a lot. And I would, if I was Jim Griffin, I would have said, I'm sure you all heard of Alex Murdaugh before this trial. You probably heard about this case before you walked in here. You probably had conversations with some of your friends. You may have watched some documentaries. I'm sure many of your friends walking into this trial are convinced that Alex killed his own wife and his son in cold blood.
Damn right.
And you may have walked in here knowing that and believing that. And you said you walked in here with an open mind. And your friends may still believe that today. Your friends, your family, they may all believe that, but they haven't had the benefit that you've had. But why do they believe that? Well, there's documentary out there that's repeating the claims that the state made to the grand jury. Claims that there was blood on the shirts. Is that when there actually was no blood. So those claims that were made by the state has been repeated in public over and over again. And if you hear about a husband who finds the bodies, who has the blood, who has a bloody shirt and is holding a shotgun when the police show up, of course everyone's going to think he's guilty. But you sat through 6 weeks of evidence. You know that's not true. You know better than those people who you've been talking to for the last year about this case. You've seen how little actual evidence they have. You've seen the lies from SLED. You know better than from them. You know that there's no evidence here. And that's why you know he's not guilty. The rest of the world outside this courtroom might think he's guilty, but you have actually seen that there is no evidence that he's guilty because he didn't do it. And that way you sort of give them an opening to recognize their own superiority based on the information that they have individually accessed, so that they don't have to feel like, well, all my friends say he's guilty. And that they know, it's like they know better than their friends. Yeah, and I think that's a way more compelling way to push them towards acquitting rather than just, relying on them. Because I do think there's a social pressure. And
of course,
that they're going to be known as the jury, if they feel like we're going to be known as the jury that acquitted him. And that's something that's intimidating. Like I'm going to have to go back to my cousins, my friends, my family, explain why it is I acquitted this person who everyone knows, everyone knows killed them, and I acquitted them. That's a real terrible pressure to have to deal with. So I can understand that way you're giving them the superiority based on their experience as jurors compared to everyone else. And I think that that's a way where you're motivating them to feel comfortable acquitting. And that's something that without that comfortability, I think you'd be afraid they're going to be intimidated into a conviction. The same way we saw in the Chauvin case, that there was so much social pressure to convict that you were like, how's this guy ever going to get a fair trial? There's a similar social pressure.
The Court of
here.
Appeals wanted to bounce that issue real hard because it's one of the issues they want to bring up and they want to talk about anything else.
Do you think you would ever? I would never. If I was on a jury that acquitted Derek Chauvin on any of those charges, I would never want anyone to know I was on that jury. I'd be terrified. I'd be terrified. Some lunatic is going to come out there and
hold on.
Here's an opinion they won't like. Derek Chauvin was guilty.
Hold on, let me. Yeah,
he
Derek
was
Chauvin,
guilty.
he's
not on
guilty,
second. I don't think guilty on second-degree murder. It's not like he was intending to kill him. I don't think that
given the state of the law, which is bullshit.
Given the state of the law, which is bullshit. He was definitely
I don't
guilty
like
of
it
third-degree
because
murder,
the felony murder using the underlying assault as the basis of the
bullshit.
felony is fucking bullshit.
I
But
think
apparently that's okay for some bullshit reason.
He killed him.
But given that predicate, it's right.
I think he
right.
murdered him. I think he murdered him. I think that he deserved 2 time in jail. I do not think that it was I don't think it was second degree murder. I don't even think it was felony murder. I think that was all a bunch of crap.
Well, that's more disagreeing with the fact of second degree murder, though.
The law is clear. If you commit the assault and he dies,
the law is clear, and the law is also bullshit at the same time.
It's total bullshit. I agree with that. It's so bad.
But
it's the same in Georgia, too.
Good lawyers will tell you the state of the law. And I disagree with the state of the law a lot. I disagree with Wickard v. Filburn. I disagree with Chevron versus NRDC.
You and your Chevron.
I disagree with some shit. I'm like, look, I disagree with this. This is some bullshit, but it's the state of the law. And under the state of the law, Chauvin's guilty.
And I disagree with this whole jury. The juries can't acquit because there are so many cases, right? From OJ to let's not forget about Trayvon Martin. Look at all the pressure that the president of the United States was like. He looks like he would have been my son, and they acquitted him because the evidence wasn't there. So I have faith in the jury system. I think if these jurors are looking at the evidence it'll be a not guilty.
If this jury gives a not guilty, I'm going to laugh really fucking hard.
Yeah, but I would think they had done the right thing. Casey Anthony, somebody just said in the chat. Casey Anthony.
Thank you.
I think not guilty is
lady and members of the jury, you have heard the testimony, received the evidence,
double shot for you, Brandon,
and heard the arguments of the state and the defendant. I will now explain to you the law that applies to this case. Under the Constitution and laws of South Carolina, you are the finders of the facts in this case.
As every jury is.
I do not have the right to pass upon the facts or to even express any opinion that I might have as to them.
Don't worry, you did express
because
that.
This is a matter solely for you, the jury, to determine. As jurors, then, it is your duty to determine the effect, the value, and the weight of the evidence presented during this trial. As a trial judge, it is my responsibility to preside over the trial of the case, and I have the duty to rule upon or pass upon the admissibility of the evidence offered during the trial. You are to consider
and everything is
only
admissible
the
in
testimony which has been presented from this witness stand, along with other exhibits and evidence presented during the trial. Any other evidence or exhibits which have been made a part of the record you may consider, along with any stipulations made by counsel. I have the additional duty to charge you the law applicable to this case. And as the presiding judge, I am the sole judge of the law. It is your duty as jurors to accept and apply the law as I now stated to you, then to deliberate in an effort to reach your verdict. And finally, I charge you in this regard that you should not be concerned with what you think the law ought to be, but what I charge you that the law is. You are also the judges, the sole judges of the credibility, that is the believability of the witnesses who have testified and of the evidence offered. In considering credibility, you may take into consideration many things, such as the demeanor or manner of testifying, whether the witness had reason to be biased or prejudiced, and whether the testimony was contradicted on the one hand or supported and corroborated on the other hand. You may believe a small portion of a witness's testimony and disregard the larger, or vice versa. All these things you will consider, bearing in mind that you should give the defendant the benefit of any reasonable doubt. It becomes your duty as jurors to analyze and to evaluate the evidence and determine that evidence which convinces you of its truth. There are two types of evidence which are generally presented during a trial: direct evidence and circumstantial evidence. Direct evidence directly proves the existence of a fact and does not require deduction. Circumstantial evidence is proof of a chain of facts and circumstances indicating the existence of a fact. Crimes may be proven by direct evidence or circumstantial evidence. The law makes no distinction between the weight or value to be given either direct evidence or circumstantial evidence. However, to the extent the state relies on circumstantial evidence, the circumstances must be consistent with each other, and when taken together, point conclusively to the guilt of the accused beyond a reasonable doubt. If these circumstances merely portray the defendant's behavior as suspicious, the proof has failed. The state has the burden of proving the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. This burden rests with the state, regardless of whether the state relies on direct evidence, circumstantial evidence, or some combination of the two. The rules of evidence ordinarily do not permit witnesses to testify to opinions or conclusions. An exception to this rule exists for witnesses we call expert witnesses. An expert witness is a witness who, by education and experience, has become expert in some art, science, profession, or calling, and may state an opinion as to relevant and material matter in which the witness claims to be an expert, and may also state the reasons for the opinion. You should consider any expert opinion received in evidence, and like any other evidence, give it the weight you think it deserves. If you decide that the opinion of an expert is not based on sufficient education and experience, or if you conclude that the reasons given in support of the opinion are not sound, or that the opinion is outweighed by other evidence, you may then disregard the opinion entirely. An expert witness's testimony is to be given no greater weight than that of any other witness, simply because the witness is an expert. Further, you are not required to accept an expert's opinion, even though it is not contradicted. In regard to evidence of other crimes,
and all this stuff is standard,
and evidence of alleged bad acts on other occasions, this evidence is limited to consideration by you as it relates to the motive of the defendant for the offenses charged in this case. This evidence cannot be used for any other purpose. This type of evidence must not be considered in any other fashion. In particular, the South Carolina rules of evidence provide that evidence of other crimes, wrongs, or acts is not
that I've allowed in here
admissible to
over and
prove
over
the
again.
character of a person in order to show action in conformity
That's
therewith.
what it says.
And that's what it says.
Put another way,
But that's not what the DA
evidence
wants
of
you to
other
think.
crimes or bad acts cannot be cannot be used to show that the defendant is a bad person and therefore is more likely to have committed the crime for which he is accused.
Not guilty.
You may not consider evidence of other crimes and bad acts for this purpose or for any other purpose other than it as it relates to the motive of the defendant. In addition,
The motive is shit.
while you may have heard that other crimes and bad acts of the defendant have resulted in other charges or indictments not before you, the fact that the defendant was arrested, charged, and indicted in these matters is not evidence and cannot be considered by you as evidence of guilt in this case, nor do these indictments create any presumption of guilt. As to any other pending charges, as is the case here, the defendant is presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt by the state
God
and a
bless
court of
America.
law. The function of the jury is to determine whether a
This should have been
defendant
closing
is
for the
guilty
defendant.
or not guilty, and the consequences of a conviction in this or other pending matters is of no aid in determining whether the defendant committed the offense. You should not
Correct.
consider
You shouldn't worry
nor
about consequences.
speculate
Just do your job.
about sentencing consequences for
Sentencing
this
consequences,
or
he
any
goes to jail
other
forever.
crimes, as those issues are not before you. The fact that the defendant was arrested, charged, and indicted in this case is not evidence and cannot be considered by you as evidence of guilt.
Right.
Nor does it create any presumption or inference of guilt. The indictments are simply the formal written instruments which contain the charges made against the defendant. The
I don't
indictments
know
are
if the
the
jury
formal
fully
documents
appreciates
by
this
which
in the words that are being said.
this case is
but
brought into
to me,
this court.
it means so much.
The defendant,
He's not
Richard
guilty.
Alexander
Yeah,
Murdaugh,
I mean,
has pled not guilty to the indictments. And that plea puts the burden on the state to prove the defendant guilty. A person charged with committing a criminal offense in South Carolina is never required to prove himself innocent.
preach it. The
I
defense
charge
doesn't
you
have
that
to
it
do
is an
shit.
important rule of the law that the defendant in a criminal trial, no matter what the seriousness of the charge may be, will always be presumed to be innocent of the crime for which the indictment was issued, unless guilt has been proven by evidence satisfying you of that guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. This presumption of innocence does not end when you begin your deliberations, but it accompanies the defendant throughout the trial until you reach a verdict of guilt based on evidence satisfying you of that guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The presumption of innocence is like a robe of righteousness placed about the shoulders of the defendant,
I've never heard this before.
which remains with the defendant until it has been stripped from the defendant by evidence satisfying you of that guilt beyond a reasonable doubt.
Robe of
The
righteousness.
presumption of innocence is not a mere legal theory. It's not just a legal phrase. It is a substantial right to which every defendant is entitled, unless you, the jury, are satisfied from the evidence of the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. The state must prove the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. So what is a reasonable doubt in the law? A reasonable doubt is a doubt which makes an honest, reasonable, sincere, and conscientious juror hesitate to act. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt must therefore be proof of such a convincing character that a reasonable person would not hesitate to rely and act upon it in the most important of his or her own affairs. Proof beyond the reasonable doubt can also be described as proof that leaves you firmly convinced of the guilt of the defendant. Now, there are very few things in this world that we know with absolute certainty. And in criminal cases, the law does not require proof that overcomes every possible doubt.
Although the prosecutor said
it's based
twice
on your
at least they had
consideration of
that.
the evidence.
They said
you
twice
are
they had proof
firmly
beyond all
convinced
doubt.
That the defendant is guilty of a crime charged. You must then find him guilty. If, on the other hand, you think there's a real possibility that he is not guilty, you must then give him the benefit of the doubt and find him not guilty. The indictments in this case allege 4 separate offenses against the defendant. The indictments are murder of Maggie Murdaugh, murder of Paul Murdaugh, possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime involving the murder of Maggie Murdaugh, and possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime involving the murder of Paul Murdaugh. Each indictment charges a separate and distinct offense. You must decide each indictment separately on the evidence and the law applicable to it, uninfluenced by your decision as to any other indictment. The defendant may be convicted or acquitted on any or all of the offenses charged. You will be asked to write a separate verdict of guilty or not guilty for each indictment. The defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh, is charged with the murder of Margaret Murdaugh and Paul Murdaugh. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant killed Margaret Murdaugh and Paul Murdaugh with malice aforethought. Malice is hatred, ill will, or hostility towards another person. It is the intentional doing of a wrongful act without just cause or excuse, and with an intent to inflict an injury, or under the circumstances that the law will infer an evil intent. Malice aforethought does not require that malice exists for any particular time before the act is committed, but malice must exist in the mind of the defendant just before and at the time the act is committed. Therefore, there must be a combination of the previous evil intent and the act. Malice aforethought may be expressed or inferred. These terms, expressed and inferred, do not mean different kinds of malice, but merely the manner in which malice may be shown to exist. That is, either by direct evidence or by inference from the facts and circumstances which are proven. Express malice is shown when a person speaks words which express hatred or ill will for another, or when the person prepared beforehand to do the act which was later accomplished. For example, lying in wait for a person or any other acts of preparation going to show that the deed was within the mind of the defendant would be expressed malice. Malice may be inferred from conduct showing a total disregard for human life. The defendant is also charged with possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime. 2 counts. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was in possession of a firearm during the commission of a violent crime. A firearm means any weapon which is designed to or may readily be converted to expel a projectile. In order to find the defendant guilty of possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime, you must first find the defendant guilty of committing a violent crime. Murder is a violent crime. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the weapon furthered, advanced, or helped in the commission of the crime. While the arguments of counsel are a beneficial part of every trial, you should remember that the statements made by counsel are not evidence. In presenting their arguments, counsel often have referred to the evidence. However, you should base your verdict on the evidence as you remember it. If there are any conflicts
6 weeks
between
in,
the recollection of counsel about the evidence and your own recollection, you should rely on your own understanding of the evidence. You must decide whether the state has met its burden of proof beyond the reasonable doubts based solely on the evidence presented in this courtroom. As you were instructed at the start of the trial, you're not permitted to conduct any independent research about this case. The facts of the case, the evidence presented in the case, or the people or organizations involved in any way in the case. Do not try to find any information from any source outside the courtroom, however reliable that source may seem to be. Do not look at dictionaries or other reference materials. Search the internet, websites, or blogs, or use any other electronic tools to get information about this case or help you make a decision. You may not use computers, telephones, cell phones, smartphones, tablets, the internet, or other tools of technology with communication capabilities at any time during your deliberations, except only as provided by the court to review the digital evidence in this case. If your deliberations necessitate an overnight break, you may use these devices as necessary, but you may not use them to communicate with anyone about the case until the case is over. This means that you must not use phone calls, video calls, emails, text messages, instant messages, blogs, chat rooms, websites, or any social media, such as Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, YouTube, Reddit, and Discord, to send or receive any information about this case. This includes information about a party, a witness, an attorney, a court officer, or your fellow jurors. News accounts about the case, research on any topic raised, or even any topics you may think would be helpful in deciding the case, or any testimony presented by any witness you may not investigate. During your deliberations, do not read, listen to, or watch any news reports about this case. This includes anything that may be in the newspapers or on the internet, radio, or television. You must not consider anything you may have read or heard about the case outside of the courtroom, whether before or during the trial. Information on television, radio, internet, or from other sources may be wrong or incomplete. In our judicial system, it is important that you are not influenced by anything or anyone outside of this courtroom. If your deliberations necessitate an overnight break, even though you may use electronic devices as necessary for purposes unrelated to this trial, I must urge you to minimize your use of such devices. Many internet browsers, smartphone apps, and social media services, as well as traditional media like television and radio, will provide information and news that you do not seek with little or no prompting. It is a strong possibility that information about this case may be thrust upon you every time you use an electronic device. You must therefore use these devices only as absolutely necessary. You must ignore and avoid uninvited information about this case. No matter for lady and members of the jury, I am required to charge you the law as I have done through these instructions now I'm being given to help guide you to a just and lawful verdict. Whether some of these instructions apply will depend upon what you find to be the facts. The fact that I have instructed you on various subjects must not be considered as indicating an opinion of this court as to what you should find to be the facts or what your verdict should be. In conclusion, now you've been chosen and sworn to give the parties a fair and impartial trial. When you have done so, you will have completed your oath, and no one will have a right to criticize your verdict.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I
You must not
right
be
to criticize your
swayed
verdict.
or
I have First
influenced
Amendment right.
by opinions or expressions of opinion you may have heard outside of the courtroom.
I will be very
But rather
critical of your
should base
verdict.
your verdict solely on the testimony of the sworn witnesses who took the stand, the exhibits received into evidence, and the law which I have stated. You should not be swayed by caprice, passion, prejudice, or improper sympathy
Or any Karen
for
Foreman.
or against anyone. Remember, you have no friends to reward or enemies to punish, and all parties are entitled to a
I have no
fair
friends.
and impartial trial.
You're a loser. You're alone.
It is your duty as jurors to consult with one another and to deliberate in an effort to reach an agreement.
Yeah.
Each
I do
of
like the
you
juror- I
must
like the
decide
chat
this
saying
case for
caprice.
yourself,
Yeah.
but only after
capriciousness?
impartial consideration
Yeah. Who knows that, right?
of all of the evidence with your fellow jurors.
Jurors.
In the course of your deliberations, do not hesitate to re-examine your own views and change your opinion if you become convinced it is erroneous. However, do not surrender your honest conviction
This is odd.
as
actually.
to the
This
weight
is
or
like
effect
a,
of the evidence
this portion's like
solely
a
because of the opinion of your
charge on
fellow
the jury's
jurors,
deadlocked.
or for the mere purpose of returning a verdict.
This
As
this
I
portion's
stated
a little odd.
earlier, you
charge.
are the judges of the facts. Your verdict must represent the considered judgment of each juror. In other words, your verdict must be unanimous. Now, you may have noticed that I have read these instructions. I do so to give you the law as accurately as possible. I will give you a copy of these instructions to have in the jury room.
I wonder if
you may refer to these instructions to assist you in
I will
your
give you a copy of these
deliberations.
instructions.
You must consider the instructions as a whole and not follow some and ignore others. And Madam Forelady, it would be your duty to preside over the deliberations of the jury. If during your deliberations you should desire to communicate with the court, please reduce your message or question to writing, signed by your foreperson and the foreperson only. Do not address any questions to anyone other than the court, and reduce it to writing and pass it to the bailiff, signed by the foreperson and the foreperson only. It will then be brought to my attention. I will then respond as promptly as possible, either in writing or by having you return to the courtroom. I caution you, however, with regard to any message or question you might send, that you should never state your or specify your numerical division at the time. Now, you've heard the testimony and you have heard the law. Whatever your verdict, Madam Forelady, you will indicate the verdict on the back of each indictment and then sign and date your verdict. You will have these 4 indictments, and on the back of each indictment is a place for verdict. And each one, as to each one, you write your verdict, either not guilty or guilty, then sign and date the verdict. You're not authorized to write the verdict until all of you have agreed on the verdict. Now, in just a minute, I will send you to the jury room. But prior to doing so, I want to ensure that from the 12 jurors we have remaining, if there is any reason that any one of you cannot continue deliberating, please let me know at this time. We have 13 jurors. Only 12 can deliberate. So out of the first 12 jurors now on the panel, if there are any reasons why you cannot continue, please let me
I've never
know
heard
at
this
this
before
time
either, by the way.
before I excuse.
I've never heard this. Do you have any reason you can't deliberate?
Show of hands as to anyone who cannot continue deliberating. All jurors then seem to be in good shape and good to go. So when the jury leaves the courtroom, the alternate will remain. And the alternate is. I will send you to the jury room, all of you, except for the alternate. But do not begin deliberations until you have received a copy of this jury charge, the indictments, and the exhibits. Once you receive these things, that will be your signal to begin your deliberations.
And go.
Once you begin deliberations, you will deliberate until you have reached a verdict, at which time you will knock on the door, advise the bailiff, and we will bring you out to receive your verdict. So if all of you will now go to the jury room, except for the alternate, juror number 741, who will remain with us while the others go to the jury room.
Can you imagine being that loser who sat through 6 weeks? 6 weeks of this?
No.
And then gets nothing?
No. I could not imagine that. No, I'm out.
It's like juror number 741 right now is like, it'd be funny if we would like hear someone bark from the crowd, like, "Are you kidding me?" be hilarious. That would be really hilarious.
Stated for the record, whatever it is.
So are we supposed to stick
No,
around
what
here,
about
or
it?
what's the deal?
We go on for 6 weeks, and if we, could perhaps hold the alternate in the case there's a problem with the 12, and we have to insert the alternate during the deliberations.
Yes, the state concurs with that, Your Honor.
Juror 741, you're
Said
doubly
the alternate
screwed.
Must be excused once the jury begins deliberating. And that's always a risk that is taken. So with the consent of the parties, if that's what the parties want, Mr.
Are you about to
Murdaugh,
openly defy the law again?
Yes, sir.
do you want me to hold the alternate in the event something happens to any other juror?
Yes, sir.
All right, very good.
That means they believe in the jury.
So, madam, you will not be dismissed.
Let me get this straight.
You will
They
Let me
believe
make
in
sure I
that
understand
juror.
this.
as a
It means they believe in that
member of the
juror.
panel while the jurors are deliberating, but will need to be taken someplace separately from the panel to ensure
No, I
that
don't.
you do not
This is some
talk
bullshit.
with anyone or
Look, different
communicate with
jurisdictions
anyone.
deal differently,
We'll figure all that
and
out
I think
out
it's
in a few
good
minutes.
practice to
But,
hold the alternates.
Aside from that,
I think that's the right thing to do, but different jurisdictions say differently. Apparently, in South Carolina, the law
aside from that,
says
we
once
you
the
all
jury
will
sits,
review
dismiss the alternates. And now we're
exhibits
holding the
to
alternate.
order and
That's some
they'll
bullshit.
take the charge
The
and
judge
indictments
really
in, and the jury
cares
may
about what the
begin
law
deliberating.
is.
I care about what the law is.
Okay, thank you for reminding me on that.
Having
Any
just been
additional
told the
exceptions?
law by this judge for a half hour, I care a lot about what the law is. Thank you very
Voluntary
much.
I did my
intoxication
afternoon prayers while he was
is not
giving military
charged. It was
instruction.
not raised.
Voluntary
cited with
intoxication, no problem. Let's do a shot.
the fact that it was not raised as a defense and would not be appropriate to charge.
Anything else?
Okay. Why is everyone standing?
Can we go home? Are we allowed? Do we have to stay here for this? Are they deliberate? Can we go home? That's what they want. That's what they want. No.
So, let's see, is there a separate room the alternate can go to for the time being?
We're gonna
by yourself.
Put them in private confinement.
Myself.
That's for the time being.
Wanna
What,
be
for like the next 4
all by
days?
myself. Stare at a wall and don't talk to anybody about anything, especially what you've heard in the
Don't
last
look
6
at anything
weeks.
online. Juror 741, if you want to come on the show here,
Yeah, sure.
we'll have a talk with you, Juror 741.
741, if you will follow court officer to
It's a joke.
a place.
Joke. I'm going to bring Juror 741 on.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may I approach with Mr. Waters if something has come up? That I think that needs to be-
Someone's come up already? Really? Jury's been deliberating for 5 seconds. Well, whatever it's worth, and I'm not sure how much it's worth, but the judge's instructions are right on the law. How much the jury pays attention is a whole other set of problems. But
Yeah. And they say typically the first thing the jury do, most juries do, is they go into the room and they're like, okay, where are we starting at? Guilty, not guilty? Show of hands, you think he's guilty?
Yeah.
And, show of hands, not guilty, and then they move from there. How long will this take? I know some of the super chats are going to be asking me, how long do I expect deliberation to take? I think there was a Rumble rant about that, and others.
it's 4 o'clock on the Eastern Coast. They'll probably deliberate 2 hours tonight and in the morning. There's always a little bit of pressure on Friday to finish because of the weekend.
Yeah.
So I don't know that it'll be done tomorrow afternoon, but wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah.
The standard rule is a really early verdict favors the defense, because if it's going to be not guilty, it has to be clear. If it's going to be guilty, it's going to take a little bit more time, but especially in a case like this, if they came back with a really fast guilty verdict, it would amaze me. Because there are cases where fuck, guilty, 10 minutes.
I'd be surprised. I'd be surprised if there's a verdict either direction in any time in the next today. I'd be shocked if that comes back.
Oh, I wouldn't think today. No.
I don't
I was thinking.
come back.
I was thinking end
either.
End the business tomorrow, maybe, but
maybe I don't know. My poll is: has the state proven guilt beyond a reasonable doubt? Are you looking at that, or don't look at it? I'm curious what you think my numbers are.
In terms of what we think collectively, or what the jury thinks.
Has the state? It's just a question. The poll is: has the state proven guilt beyond a reasonable doubt? What do you think my chat came in at? Don't look.
I think your chat is about 20% guilty, 80% not.
96% say not proven guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, and 4% say yes.
They're shaded
out of 3,000.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, you just heard the judge give you the law, which is correct. You know, in terms of reasonable doubt, it's the most serious affairs of your life. It's marriage. It's your buying your house. It's the most serious aspects of your life. And would you hesitate? And I have reasons to hesitate, so I'm good.
Yeah. That just tells me I should be proud of my chat, because I'm sure I couldn't. If I asked them if they believe in gravity, it'd probably be like 92-8. So, you know, 96-4.
I do think there's technical sufficiency here. Like, unlike Kim Potter, I was discussing this on my own stream. In Kim Potter case, I did not think there was technical sufficiency. In this case, I do think there's technical sufficiency. So I can see how a jury can get to guilty. I think it's incorrect. But if I were going to appeal, it wouldn't be based on technical sufficiency. It'd be based on other reasons.
Yeah, I agree.
You know, one thing you guys kept saying yesterday too was this was like an old white county, whatever. You know, this county is like what, 20 or 30% black, and like 10% Latino. So this is a very mixed race place. This is not just like
really.
Yeah, I looked it up yesterday. This 14th.
That's surprising.
District. So it is. But as soon as I saw the black judge and the black, law clerk, I was like, okay, hold on. This may be. I think we might be overselling the racial mix of this jury. So again, I think that's why. But then Democratic County, high minority population, you're probably going to have some minorities on the jury. So I do think. I understand why they're making the arguments now, because the arguments sounded very, privileged. These people have been doing this for years. That type of thing.
You may take them all in, along with the.
Someone in chat says the jury makeup is 7 men, 5 women. 7 men, all white. 5 women, 2 black, 3 white. I'm not sure what that means. It's a pretty diverse jury.
I have no idea how intersectionality would play in this thing at all.
Think about this. It was only one black person on Chauvin's jury.
I think probably you would think women are more likely to have watched documentaries.
We'll be in recess waiting for the verdict.
All right.
That's
recess.
Woo! Verdict time.
All right. Now we are officially on jury watch.
Deliberate 2 hours tonight, and we'll be back and deliberate all day tomorrow and go from there.
We'll if they're back today. If they're back today,
it has to be. I can't imagine how they're back today, because as much as I want them to come back and be like, no, I don't think they can do it that fast. As much as I wish, and they can't get guilty that fast. That seems insane.
Yeah, guilty unless it was obvious. Unless you're talking about Darnell Brooks, right? That's obvious.
Yeah.
But here, though, the issue is
Darrell Brooks, I'll do this fast. That'll be fine.
Darrell Brooks
fuck about him.
You don't need to go back there. But that's direct evidence. The direct evidence case.
Yeah.
The problem with this case is
apparently there's direct evidence in this case too. So we learn from the closing.
Yeah, there's no direct evidence.
If you have enough circumstantial evidence, it's direct.
No, that's it.
No, that's not what he said to me. He said, we got so much circumstantial, it's direct. It's direct evidence now.
Yes, that's bullshit.
Nonsense.
Yeah, that's nonsense. All the circumstances now all of a sudden turns direct. No, that's not how it works.
If you say it enough times, it becomes direct. So yeah. So I'm gonna urge you all, by the way, I am at 92,500 subs.
Yes.
There's 8,000
you should absolutely
people.
subscribe to Joe. Joe is a good guy. He does good work. He's a good friend. He's treated me well personally. He treats Nick well personally. He's a good guy, good friend, good content. Why aren't you subscribed to Good Logic? You should absolutely subscribe to him. Do it right now. 100,000. Let's go.
Yeah, we got the
Yeah,
100,000.
get this man his silver play button, man. This is it. Silver play, baby.
Some of
And
Nate's people need to unsubscribe from him and subscribe to Joe. Nate doesn't need those subscriptions.
I have extra. I have extra.
I know. You don't
Even
need
though I
all
love
those.
my, even though I love
You
my
don't
guys.
deserve all those people. Subscribe to Joe.
I don't know if I deserve them or not. No one deserves the subs, but I'm still happy to simp for my boy Joe.
And I'm trying to get to 10,000 on Rumble. So you guys, I know you don't like hitting the like button. That's okay. As long, I mean, it's not okay, but I've come to accept that, understanding that the relationship between us. I hope you've all noticed that the relationship between me and you, the Rumble viewer, has shifted. Where I've started giving you guys more priority, pushed you up in the chain. If you can sub up, I'd appreciate that. I want to hit 10. My goal here was to hit 10,000 subs on Rumble and 100,000 on.
Oh,
YouTube.
how many you got on Rumble?
When I last checked, like 6,500.
Damn,
Nice.
I'm like at 2 grand on Rumble. You know where I
Sure
didn't realize I had a lot of subs is on Rockfit. I was like, damn, I had like 8,000 subs.
The people that paid you.
Wow.
Yeah. So
you have 8,000 fans on. You have 8,000 subs on
Rockfin. Yeah,
and there's only 6,000 people who use Rockfin, which makes you.
That's what I'm saying. It's crazy. I was like, this is all these followers on Rockfin. No, but listen, I'm just gonna say,
like you become like Tom from MySpace on Rockfin. It's like as soon as people sign up to Rockfin, they're all subs to Nate the lawyer.
Yeah, no, this is like that, right? No, but I
think I've got 60 followers. I've got 60 followers on the Rumble.
On Rumble, you gotta get your Rumble game up. Rumble is good though, but I don't know. Rumble just it's just not as easy to use as YouTube. That's the problem. They got to just do something with the interface. Do they have an app yet? Because before they didn't even have an app.
They have.
Rumble does have an app.
They have the app now.
It's become much easier for me to follow the chat there and follow both chats at the same time because they now have pop out.
Oh.
So now I can like basically watch both chats at the exact same time without there being any sort of conflict. So like as long as, I mean, that's why if you're wondering why over the last week or so I started becoming cross-eyed, it's because I've got like YouTube and Rumble. So like, you know, my eyes are going.
You got more than one screen, right?
Yeah.
I only have one screen.
You only have one screen?
Yeah, I use a TV as my computer monitor. I've got a 42-inch TV as my computer monitor.
Oh.
Yeah, I got 2 screens over here, but this messes me up. So
yeah, I don't know how people work this with only one screen. I don't know how that would work. Anyway, I've got and I'm going to urge you. Links to both on Civil and Nate the Lawyer are down below, as well as Law of Self-Defense. So you know, I bring these people in here because they know what they're talking about, and because I enjoy them both as friends and have deep respect for the content that they put out there. So,
well, today I'm releasing a Supreme Court decision dealing with tax law, which is a guy who had some foreign bank accounts, and the IRS said he owed $2.7 million in penalties, and he says, "How about 50,000?" So it's a dispute on 2.7 million versus 50,000. We'll be releasing that today.
That sounds like me negotiating with the yeshiva over tuition. So
sounds about right, yeah.
You know what? I did want to get you. What do you guys think about the Gonzalez case? Gonzalez v.
I still have not done the oral arguments on Twitter. In terms of Gonzalez versus Google, I think that the odds right now favor a vacate remand in favor of Twitter. So I think Twitter is going to be the more dominant decision.
Yeah, I think Google's going to win this case. I think it's.
Well, I think they're going to win one way or another, but I think the technical merits, I think they're going to defer to what happens in Twitter. So I see an outcome where Gonzalez versus Google basically disappears.
Okay. Who's suing Twitter? What's the name of that?
Gonzalez versus Google. Or no, Twitter.
There's 2 cases.
He's suing both of them. The same guy suing both of them.
No.
Are they cousins?
There are 2 cases that have the same. That have the same issue, so they put them all together. Yeah,
that's wild. All right. Oh, look at what we got coming in.
A friend of the program.
Google deals with Till 30, and Twitter deals with the Terroristic Act, which deals with liability under terrorism law. But I don't think the 230 case is going to go anywhere. But I heard really good things about the oral arguments in the student loan forgiveness case as well. Heard the Biden administration really showed up for game today. So.
I love Rumble because I can play sound on my phone with the app closed. No backlight, which makes it easier to steal someone's phone when they're on Rumble, I guess, and like kill them and no one will know where you are. Stream on Rumble even if the chat could blow Paul's brains out. Now take a shot and address my chat to Nate, por favor. I'm working my way through the chats.
What chat to Nate? What did he say to me?
I don't know.
Oh no. Friend of the program is a good friend, but it's hard to keep track.
He's not a friend of my program. He's a friend of Joe's program. He's a friend of Silla's program.
I did 10 shots for him today.
I've never seen this man before in my life, so.
Well, I hope you never do. Keep giving money to me.
So friend of the program, I did a double, and that's fine. I'm not going to ask you. We're more than even. I wasn't looking for you to give me another shot or anything like that. I did a double before you sent this chat earlier.
All right, we can do one. We can do one for free.
That is
so. Which way
of course.
Yeah. So which way should we go? 4 roses or small? Which one do you like?
Well, hold on. I got to go back. Brandon, I'm sorry. I didn't know that was you. If that's Brandon, everything I said about me not knowing him or all that stuff, it was wrong. Brandon has definitely hooked me up before. Brandon, I am sorry. Yes, if that's you, Brandon. Yes, Brandon is the man.
Never do anything again.
Yeah, don't hit me up though. I'm trying to stay away from the. This is their Alcoholics Anonymous.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find that chat from sorry, Lady Logic had an issue that she needed me to handle.
She said she was a real man in the house.
Yeah. I'm looking for that chat that he's referring to here because he sent more than a couple. Oh, here it is. I want to call Nate out on Netflix doc partially. It was all hearsay, and they had factual misstatements in it that contradicted evidence in the trial. Don't get me wrong. Guy still belongs in jail. I have 21 more characters.
Well, hold on.
No, he definitely belongs in
jail. Did he not hear
No.
me say this earlier? Like I said that same exact thing. I said I said the evidence was conflicting. They said this about the shirt. Yeah, I know the Netflix thing was garbage, but still, someone
if you're
watching
trying to
that
prove
Netflix
wire
documentary,
fraud, banking
not
fraud,
happening.
on services fraud, computer fraud, check fraud, then you got it. You got it for days. No problem. He's guilty of so many things. He deserves 30 years in prison. But the murder, not so much.
I don't see the murder. That's the problem. Everything else is good, but the murder, no. No.
Everything but what they're trying to prove is good, basically.
But the thing is that I don't think you guys can really, because the problem, this defendant's biggest problem is he's a liar. Now I know, like Andrew always says, well, you lie about everything. Listen, that's bullshit, right? We're talking about a double homicide, and he's got some material lies all up and down the place. And what do you guys think about this? The prosecutors, they say that when he testified and said, I didn't do it, if the jury can say, well, we don't believe him and believe that he did it and convict on that. Now, I say that's not allowable because the prosecutor still has to present some evidence of his guilt. You can't just say, well, we don't believe him, so we're going to convict. But I think Natalie and Emily believe that since he's testified, if the jury says we don't believe him, we think he did it, they can just convict based on his statements alone. So I don't know. I don't think that's enough, but we'll see.
Just looking up Goth prosecutor. Goth prosecutor went to the Charleston School of Law, which didn't exist for very long, which is interesting.
Oh, if it's ABA
they tried to form a law school at Charleston, and it folded. But she graduated in 2015. She's a graduate of University
Judge
of South
is not
Carolina.
back, by the way. I'm looking at this thing right now.
Oh, no. that's the fun game. You haven't played that game. That was when Rittenhouse started Rittenhouse.
Oh my God! Every
Judge is back.
Judge is back. Judge is back.
Freaking out. This is back. Oh my God!
Like, leave me alone.
I'm trying to follow her on LinkedIn, guys. She's the one for me. I'm telling you.
Oh.
Before we go any further, there's one person who has weighed in on this thing, which we really need to get his opinion as to whether or not there's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt.
James Simpson?
Orenthal
James Simpson.
Yes.
OJ. What does OJ think?
OJ Simpson. Who's not a Jew.
He's definitely not. No.
Oh yeah. He's not black
O.J.
either.
Simpson,
He's OJ. That's what
not
he said.
a Jew.
He said, "I'm not black. I'm OJ."
Yeah. This is what he's got here. Here we go. Let me show this.
Even after her poor performance, I think she did fine with the shit case. That's what I think.
Who?
I think Savannah, the Goth prosecutor. Goth prosecutors being critical. There are people being critical of Goth prosecutor in chat. She did fine with not much. Play the audio. I can't hear shit.
I didn't start it yet. I was just checking off so I didn't miss a check.
No, she did
here.
fine. She did fine. She did fine. She did. She definitely needs some practice, but she's doing fine.
Yeah. Let me just make sure. Okay,
I would just hate that this was my client, boy. I lied about everything, but I'm not lying now. Yeah, this is a tough sell to a jury.
Let's hear what OJ has to say about a 3-minute message from OJ. So a moment of silence, please, for OJ. Here we go.
Hey, Twitter world, is me, yours truly. Well, a whole lot of people are asking me what I think about this Alex Murdaugh trial. I don't know why they think I'm an expert on it, but I got to admit, when he took the stand, a guy who's an habitual liar, I did watch when the trial first started. I watched him take the stand.
Because he's thinking, no way in hell I ever would have taken this
Yeah,
stand.
no way. That's why I'm free now.
I thought it was probably a mistake because the guy
because I had the best lawyers ever. And they actually called us, they actually called him the dream team, and they told me only an idiot would take the stand.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's where he gets his legal
admitted liar. And it's hard for me to think he can be on the stand 5, 6, 7, 8 days without lying. Question is, what did he lie about? But lying and stealing money is a little different than murder. I realized in watching them testify what he was doing. He was just trying to relate to 1 or 2 of those jurors that he was a good old boy. He was one of them. And I'm not sure he didn't succeed in doing that. I am not qualified to really say if the guy did it or he didn't do it. If a juror missed an hour of testimony, they no longer qualified. I've missed days that I haven't watched this. But from what I've seen, do I think it's more likely that he did it? Yes. But more likely equals reasonable doubt. So from what I know, I would have to say there's a lot of reasonable doubt there. He's going to go to jail for all the thievery he did, stealing millions of dollars of people. I think he should be looked at more about the death of his housekeeper a few years ago, where he ended up with
Netflix
over
joint.
$4 million of the insurance money.
He watched Netflix.
I'm gonna tell you what. I'm gonna
You
tell
watched
you.
it.
I'm gonna tell you what. I don't think he killed her, but I would not be remotely surprised if it's very convenient, very, very convenient that she tripped over a dog rather than tripping over her own 2 feet. There's probably not too many defects in the house. In order to win in a case, there has to be some negligence by the homeowner. So if she slips on the stairs because she's wearing slippery shoes or whatever, and there's no defect, you don't win anything from the insurance company. The only way you win anything from the insurance company is if there's some sort of negligence or fault that you can attribute to the homeowner, which magically, let's just put it this way. I don't know what happened. I wasn't there. You weren't there. What I do know is, from the perspective of a lawyer, it's very convenient that the nature of her fall was by tripping over the dog rather than it being any way of 1,000 other ways that it could have happened.
Well,
I'm just saying that.
Well, hold on. That whole
and he
was...
recommended to the orphan, sue me.
No, but
and I'll retain me and sue my wife, the homeowner, and I'll be the lawyer for you.
Yeah.
So,
how many conflict of interest is that? That's a ridiculous conflict of interest.
It seems like it. Yeah.
He's number one. He said he was there. He's not only a witness. Mm-hmm. It's his house, and it's his insurance company, and he retains them as clients and sues his insurance company for the stuff that happened on his property. It absolutely made no sense.
If you have any questions about what an evil, slimy thief this dude is, what an evil, totally slimy thief this is, okay? You have to understand, the orphan took the stand. And I'm not saying this as a knock on him at all. I'm just speaking from what all appearances. He basically looked like a skinnier, frailer version of Forrest Gump. Okay, that was my takeaway from him. He sounded and basically came across like a frail, and you'll understand why I'm phrasing it this way, just so you can understand how evil a thief Alex Murdaugh is. No one should sit here thinking I'm simping for Alex Murdaugh. He's a terrible human being. This guy, so picture Forrest Gump's mother is a maid working for Alex Murdaugh. She trips in his house, allegedly over a dog, and goes into a coma for like a couple of weeks before she dies. He goes to this kid, and he's actually not a kid. He's like 35 now. And he says to him, hey, I got $500,000 in insurance coverage. My wife is the homeowner. I'll represent you, and you sue, and you and your brother will each take $100,000 from this, which is like, all right, that seems really low for a $500,000 policy. But he's like, you're going to each make $100,000 from this. So the kid says, okay, fine. And he basically tells him forever, case still going on, case still going on, case still going on, even after he settles it. What he never tells the kid, so he doesn't give the kid the $100,000. What he never told the kid was, yeah, first level insurance was $500,000, but they had under insurance for up to $5 million. And he ended up settling with the insurance company for something like $4.2 million, and doesn't even give this kid and his brother the $100,000 each. That's how greedy a thief he is. Doesn't even give them the $100,000 each. Keeps it for himself. And because how stupid a thief he is. Because if he gave him the $100,000, they'd be like, oh, woohoo, we made our money, and not known that they were totally ripped off by him. Because in most cases, when it's personal injury, the victims or the victim's family is supposed to take 2/3 minimum, which means out of this 4.1 million, they should have gotten like 2.7 million, and a max that they can get is a third plus overhead, which overhead is like, under 100,000 probably. So, or much less than 100,000 if they settled. So so that's how evil a guy this dude is. And the sickest part of this whole thing, remember how I told you this guy who got on the stand looked like Forrest Gump to me? He said, he was asked, why is it that you were speaking on behalf of your brother? And this kid goes, oh, well, because my brother's kind of slow. You're muted, Uncivil. Yeah. The Forrest Gump. Slow? Yeah. The Forrest Gump is like basically the most social. Yeah. That's my point. His brother is kind of slow. And I was just like, oh my God, I can't believe Alex stole from these two orphans. I can't believe he stole from these two orphans, like these two, like Forrest Gump and his slower brother. Oh my God, what a jerk. What a freaking jerk. Didn't even give him the 100,000. What an idiotic freaking jerk. He's a terrible human being. He's a slime. It's like he should go to prison for his financial crimes, and justice would be as if his fellow inmates would beat him up every day because he's that big a jerk. He's that big a jerk, if you ask me my opinion as far as what real justice is. But anyway, yeah, we should. I'm going to finish up here what OJ weighing in here, because he's got the goods here.
He's an expert.
Hard look at that, but it wouldn't surprise me in the least if this guy beats this case. He's going to go to jail. He's going to go to jail for all the money he stole. I'm curious there because I got 9 to 33 years. 33 years because I caught some guys trying to sell my stolen property, and I yelled at them. Even they didn't think I should go to jail, and the judge Jackie Glass gave me 9 to 33 years. So I'm trying to see what this guy is going to get. I was up there with guys who had robbed casinos and robbed banks 2 or 3 times, and they had half the time or a third of the time that I got. So I'm always curious to see what kind of time these guys get for stealing millions of dollars. When I caught guys stealing my stolen property, the state of California, after I was convicted, ruled it was my property, and they gave it to me. So I have it now. So how do you go to jail for catching guys who are trying to sell your stolen property? Well, nevertheless, I do think this guy more than likely did it. But once again, more than likely, to me, is tantamount to reasonable doubt.
No, I
it
agree.
would work against him in a civil trial, but I don't know if it's going to work against him in this criminal trial. Wouldn't surprise me in the least if he beats this. I'm just saying, take care.
I think that's a fair assessment. I think more likely than not, it's a fair assessment. Especially if you broaden out the concept into like involved, accessory, conspirator, knowing. If you broaden it out, I think more likely than not, it's fair.
Yeah. I concur with OJ. Run, AJ, run. I concur with OJ. So
that's what you get when you hear from an expert.
Yeah. Let me just see what from the program. Here's my problem and why Joe should use the last $200 to take a shot. Just try him on the financial crimes. Lock him up forever, then hold this circus trial. I agree. Why did they charge him with this crap evidence? Well, a lot of people think it's political.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take another shot just because you're such a generous benefactor. So
I've been taking shots in the background because he keeps giving me more money.
Oh no, I'm out of alcohol. That's not good.
Now I've got Knob Creek and Four Roses. We can do bourbon comparison.
I don't have bourbon to comp to. I don't even have alcohol here. You put me in a spot, bro. You put me in a spot. I got like a quarter of a shot here. This is not good. I can't really get up here. This is not something I was anticipating doing today. I put up a poll to find out whether people are interested in jury watch streams or not. So just to get a general feel, like tomorrow,
there are things to talk about. I mean, but there's not.
Well, that mean we can review some of the testimony and things of that nature. I mean, let's face it, during the Depp trial, there was like a million things to talk about. On this one, I'm a little bit less sure. So that's why, and I'm not committing to doing
the Supreme Court. I've already done all the Supreme Court decisions. There's nothing there. So go to last year, do some Supreme Court decisions I haven't done yet.
Every time you see me go like this and mute myself like this, that's me having a discussion with Lady Logic about things she wants me to take care of, not related to streaming. So yeah, and that happened like 4 times, and I keep saying to her, I'm talking to like 10,000 people here. I can't make that phone call you want me to make today. I'll have to do it like at 5:30 the earliest, which has not made her happy. And she actually left the house. So I don't know how to
Good
do that.
logic. You have a great wife.
I'm blessed. Thank you. Thank you
You're
very much.
blessed beyond all compare. How the hell you tricked her into marrying you? God damn. She's a hottie. Shit.
Thank you.
She's a nice person.
Yeah.
And she's kind, caring, respectful, loves you.
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah, I hit the jackpot. I was very look, you can't appreciate looking at me now because I look like an old man. When I was like 25, I was like I was a pretty good looking guy. So
I don't believe that for 1 second.
It's sort of like 3 days after I got married, like it just like like everything just dropped. But like
so you cashed in just in time.
Yeah. No, I cashed in my chips in at the right time. So there you
okay.
go. Griff the jury watch. We can all commiserate together. Is she directly to your left? No, she's not even in the house. So, all right, let me catch up on some of these.
She would never impose on Joe. That's the thing. She's a great woman.
Oh, she totally would.
Well,
okay. she totally would. But yeah, I mean,
I was trying to compliment your wife.
Yeah, but I'll tell you real. I mean, not because she's looking to impose on me, just because she like things need to get done that she feels like
she cares about you.
It's really looking out for the kids. It's like I actually joke with her that like because she loves our grandkids like crazy, and I jokingly made the comment that she like puts everyone before herself, including me. But the more recent addition you are to my family, the more she cares about you. So I basically rank behind every one of my kids and grandkids.
That makes sense. You've served your function. You're pushed off to the
yes,
past.
I have.
Yeah,
basically, I mean, it's
that.
not like she's looking for more DNA from me. So it's like, yeah, no, you did.
I don't need you anymore.
Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah. So I mean, she's a smart woman, I guess. So there you go. Anyway, she's great. She's a phenomenal. She's a exceptional mother, really. Winston Dupree says, just watched the Netflix doc last night. Really pounds on how horrible, corrupt, and criminal family is. It also said his shirt was bloody. Yeah, that's
It
why
wasn't.
that's
Yeah.
precisely why I would have, gone on about how everyone was saying that the shirt was bloody. You know better. You know better. Everyone thinks he's guilty because they think his shirt was bloody. That's why everyone comes out and says, how could he have this whole bloody shirt and not have been the one to kill them? That's why everyone thinks he did it. You know better. And the lack of blood on his shirts should be reasonable doubt that you say, I can't convict this guy. That's how you dissociate them from public at large. And I think that's a very important thing for them to do here. Is Nate going to yell this? I got this one already. Jim at 2x speed equals Nate at 0.75 speed. Hi, my name is Joe, and I don't check my Venmo. Hi, Joe. I checked Venmo. We're caught up. Crystal Lokinski says EDB said that reasonable doubt could be a big factor, and she could see many jurors not able to convict. Yeah, a lot of people. I'm going to tell you this. I want to be clear about this. I've said every single time her name has come up, I've said I have deep respect for her. I like her. I think she's a smart lawyer, crazy level of experience, and very entertaining. And I also don't think, I don't know anything about her chat or whatever's going on in her chat. Her chat, is her chat, and they're following her over from 50 other things, including the Depp trial and other stuff where they found her. And they're coming at things. They probably watched the documentaries, many of them, and probably accept a lot of what was conveyed in those documentaries. So, I think a lot of her chat may have walked in biased. I don't think that she does. She, at the same time, she understands her chat. I don't think that she would compromise. I from what I've seen of her, I think that what she says she believes. And I've never seen her say something that was crazy. So she might sometimes express opinions that I disagree with, but every attorney I've ever seen in both real life and online, I disagree with them on some things.
The joke is get 2 attorneys in a room, get 3 opinions.
Yeah.
So I tend to agree with this completely. Emily D. Baker is a smart woman. She has a great experience. She knows what she's talking about. She has incredible perspective. She's biased like everyone else in the world.
Yeah.
But I respect her opinion. And so if she says something, and not for least reasons, I want to learn from her. If she said, if she said, I'm convinced guilt, I'd want to know why.
Oh, 100%.
Because maybe I'm missing something. And maybe I listen to her, I get to the end, I'm still like, I disagree, but I still learn.
Yeah, you're not going to hear something stupid. It's not going to be something idiotic.
Yeah.
So
No.
yeah, she's great, and she deserves every one of her subs, and I have the most respect.
And congratulations, by the way, for hitting 700,000 subscribers. You kick ass.
God bless her, indeed.
Yeah.
MS Krim says a possible reasonable juror here. This lie is not an issue for me. Yeah. Hopefully, other jurors say the same.
And
Tony Ravioli,
say, like I saw someone in chat say I'm simping. I'm not simping. I respect her. She's intelligent. Smart. What did I just say? She's intelligent, smart, educated. She has experience. She is a prosecutor for a lot of years. That might bias her in some ways.
Mm-hmm.
But I'd be interested in learning if she has some perspective. I'm willing to disagree with her. If I got to the end of the opinion, I'm like, you're just wrong. I'd say so. I say that about the Supreme Court. You don't think I disagree with Emily D. Baker if I thought she was wrong? I disagree with her if I thought she's wrong. I disagree with 9-0 decisions from the U.S. Supreme Court. What do you think Emily has? I mean, she's a lawyer. We wind up disagreeing. Amazing.
Let's go. Gosh, this guy. Tony Ravioli says, Nate, this was already dealt with in the defense case. Makes you think you didn't watch anything. I'll tell you this much. He definitely did not watch all of the trial. I don't think he claimed that he did. And sometimes he would say things and I correct him and point things out that, he didn't have an opportunity to see. And that's going to happen. But the one thing about Nate is if you present him with new facts, he will amend his opinion because he doesn't care about where he lands. He's just trying to land on what makes the most sense to him based on the law and the facts that he's aware of. Barbie Dracul says, question, if Alex didn't know what time the murders happened, why would he lie about being there at that specific time? How would he know? Well, That's a fair question, Barbie, and I'll answer that question by telling you he knows that he saw them at 8:40 at the kennels. He knows that he found them at the kennels an hour and a half later, or less than that. So clearly, the murders happened sometime. I mean, they probably weren't planning on staying at the kennels for like 3 hours, for 2 hours. So it's a fair estimate to assume that the murders probably happened within like 20 minutes of when he left. And if he's able to say that he hadn't seen them for like, since 8 o'clock because he was napping, it just distances him from having the accessibility to the crime. It was a stupid lie. It's a sort of stupid lie that addicts tend to tell. Do I think that makes it okay for him to lie? No, I don't think so at all. But does that mean he killed him? Absolutely not. So, but I think that answers your question. MS Krim mob hit he witnessed. I had this theory 2 weeks ago, but I gave up on that theory. I don't remember why, but I was like, mob hit is hard to understand how that. I had a problem with saying that he witnessed it. Because if he witnessed it, I don't think when he goes to I think what it was is that I'm picturing him going to his mother's house.
Yeah, I don't
and
think you can
being able
hold
to have a
together.
normal
It's the same problem.
conversation. Being able to have a
It's the same
normal
problem.
conversation. Yeah. It's hard to understand. Nana Casey says, if he's innocent, don't you think he would willingly produce the missing clothes? I don't even know that they asked him for the missing clothes. That's a good question. I like this question from Nana. I like this question a lot. I don't know that they asked him for it. I also don't know that he didn't wash them before, it's likely that if he took them to some other house, because he was in 5 different places, and Blanca said that she never saw them again, but he had clothing in 5 different places. He never slept again in Moselle after the incident. So it's very likely it was washed before. He's not thinking about what did I wear earlier today. And if he took the clothes with him and they got washed, in that case, what's he going to produce to them? So Tanny Simmons says he's automatically in the circle. Yes, he is. He started in the circle, and that circle was very tightly wound around him and no one else. Jane B, hey, love you all. Nate the lawyer, Kurt and Joe, great job as always. Alex will walk. My honest opinion. Well, we'll see.
We'll see.
Thank you, Jennifer, for the super chat. Much obliged for that. Todd says, doesn't the fact that you're having this debate prove that he's not guilty beyond a reasonable doubt? That he's not? Yeah, well, I would think so. Unless one of us is being unreasonable in arguing that he's not guilty. But yeah, the problem is, here's
there seems to be a fairly strong consensus from what I can tell from the
96 to 4.
Yeah. Well, who's against this?
I don't know. There's 4% of my chat said
no. I mean among the commentariat, among the LawTube commentariat, the LawTube genre commentariat.
Even Emily Baker seems to think. Yeah, even Emily
Everyone's
Baker
aligned.
Yeah,
we're all aligned.
Yeah, I concur.
It would be interesting if we had. It's interesting that we all agree because you would think we disagree, but not so much.
Yeah, I can't see this chat from Pam, but she asked, why were Maggie's fingerprints on the shell casings? Were they? I wasn't aware of that. That is weird.
I don't know.
Did I not
if
send
you
you
told
a
me
link?
she never shot ever, it would surprise me a little bit.
Did I fail to send you a link, Sean?
You failed to send me a link first thing this morning, so I had to do my own stream. Oh yeah.
I sent you first thing this morning.
Not first thing, because
Okay, hold on. Whoa. No, besmirching me.
No.
I found out at 9:10. At 9:10, what happened was last night I heard Nick saying he may not be able to stream today.
You didn't send me a link till 8:53.
9:53 maybe, because I didn't even create this. I didn't even create the show until after 9:10. What I'm saying is I didn't create the show because I wasn't going to stream if Nick was streaming.
Mm-hmm.
So that's not on me. It was a last minute thing that I ended up streaming.
Yeah.
So, and as soon as I created, I sent it to everyone at the same time. I just like boom. So that's not on me.
Okay.
Todd says, we said this. Definitely Brandon.
People like drama though. So what can I say? That would be really insulting.
This is really old.
You're dissing me. You're dissing me purposely.
It's a long time. It's a long time ago that he sent that. That he sent that at 2:30. So, Laura S. Flores says, to me, Alex Murdaugh is involved in some way. Hired hit on wife payback, but he didn't pull the trigger. It seems possible Maggie was target and Paul got caught up. Okay, let's think about this. If he didn't do it, what was his motive to hire a hitman? Like
That's the same fundamental problem. If he has motive to murder, it's the same motive to hire hitman. What is it? It doesn't really work.
Yeah, I mean, the only reason to think he's remotely involved is because he's the last one to see him, and then lies about it. But yeah, did you know anything about Maggie's fingerprints on the shells?
No, I haven't heard that, but it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, they lived in the same house.
No, because that
she ever shot guns or loaded guns or touched guns, it wouldn't surprise me.
No, to me, that's a very important fact. The reason it's a very important fact is because I have absent that, I have no reason to believe that they were Murdaugh weapons. I don't know why we think they're Murdaugh weapons. If you tell me her fingerprints on the shells, that tells me why we think it's Murdaugh weapons. But I didn't hear the state say anything about that. You would think that he would say, we know they're Murdaugh weapons because we see Maggie's prints on the shells. It's not like she saw the shells on the ground after Paul is shot and she picks them up and touches them. So after she's shot, she's like laying on the ground picking up the shells that shot her. So yeah, I didn't see that though. I'm not sure where Pam saw that. Juliet Echo Papa, if Alex was truthful with SLED that he was down at the kennels and they went back home, do you really think that they would change the state theory that he killed them 4 minutes later? No, it wouldn't. Kyle Lakinski says no one should be convicted with sloppy investigations and so evidence. Do your job. Here. Ferguson says if he was so aware of gathering evidence, why does he leave the shell casings with the guns? He did everything else but left the shells. Not buying it. Yeah, it does. It's a good question. Ditch Doc says guy who did the rebuttal was retired, and South Carolina actually hired him in January of this year. Oh, I didn't know that. He was previously a prosecutor though in the Fifth Circuit. I didn't know that.
He left a lot to be desired, in my opinion. To be honest,
I wasn't that impressed. I was not blown. Not blown away.
I feel like I could have done better with a little bit of prep. Yeah,
I agree. I concur. You could have, and would have, and should have. No, wait. I don't know. Should have, but yeah, definitely something. New member of the following, Nancy Coop. Welcome to the following. Wolfram says. Prosecution's slide yesterday showed Maggie was on Facebook app at 8:55. Okay. Defense showed camera activation at 8:55 for 2 seconds. I don't know. I don't understand what time she died, according to them, even. That whole thing is very confusing to me. Tim J says, what's your favorite single malt? I can't remember mine, and I'm trying to find it. So I prefer the peatier stuff. My favorite is actually
I hate peat. I hate it.
Yeah. My favorite is actually called Caol Isla, Caol Isla, and my second favorite is Lagavulin. They're both peaty. Just means smoky to those of you who are unfamiliar with.
Yes, it does.
Yeah,
ashtray. More to my point.
I was a smoker for many years and converted to this.
Yeah, we can't tell. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, I like bourbon. I'm a bourbon guy, and I got 2 different bourbons, and between the 2, it's interesting because I'm tasting them both. I think between the 2, I'm going to go with Knob Creek 9-year. It was one of the reasons I got both was to taste them together, and I think I like the Knob Creek better.
All right. Professor Anastasia Dog Record says, why did I get an ad for a Tel Aviv beach when I opened this? Okay, well, there's good reason. When I was younger, I had a story on a Tel Aviv beach, which I've told over here, and apparently, ever since I told that story, the Israeli Tourism Bureau has felt that my channel would be an optimal place for them to advertise.
It should be.
So apparently, ever since I'm totally kidding. I totally made that up.
You want to go to the beach together in Tel Aviv?
No.
You want to wear a swimsuit together?
Oh God, no! The horrible memories. Horrible memories.
You want to go to the Dead Sea, baby?
The first time that I ever was approached by a man.
It'll be the last time.
By a man was on a Tel Aviv beach, and I was shaken. I was shaken by it. I was very, very. It's a long story. Rocky says, distressing to find all of our so-called justice systems corrupt from top to bottom. Law schools have mostly gone woke BS. Brian Wilson, why would he hide the guns but leave the jacket? No one can answer this question. No one can answer this question. I don't know. You're asking questions that hopefully the jury right now is asking. Right now, that question. I wish I could super chat this to the jury. Why would he hide the guns but leave the jacket? Makes no sense. Why would the jacket have GSR all over it and none of Paul's DNA when we know that his DNA was like Vesuvius, just blowing everywhere? So, and that the reason he's using the jacket purportedly, if he did do it, is to wrap up the guns in it. And that's how it gets the GSR on it. How does it get GSR and not the DNA? And if he cleaned off the DNA, that would clean off the GSR. So none of this makes any sense at all. I don't understand the whole blue jacket. The blue jacket to me, I said yesterday, blue jacket is a red herring. Rebuttal sounded like you watched my cousin Vinny, prosecutor, last night. David says, can you hire hypnotists, do closing arguments, and try to hypnotize the jury? What are your thoughts on that?
No.
You sure? You want to think about it?
No. I'm good.
Right. Huh? Okay. I agree with you. I was testing you.
Okay.
So I just wanted to know your thoughts on it. But yeah, I don't think you're allowed to.
My thoughts are no.
He's not guilty. Nancy Coop, I've never paid to send a message, but you've done such a good job of this trial. Thank you. And you became a member. Thank you so much, Nancy. And I usually give a whole thing where I'm like, you know, my show at night that I do at night from 10 till midnight on Eastern time is called The Following Program, which is why people who join the stream are called followers. Higher level people are called like priests, disciples, depends on like levels of thing. I think I have a high priest level. It's not a cult though. It's a group.
It's not a cult. It's just you follow us indoctrinately and it's fine. Yeah.
And I'm not the leader. I'm a follower myself. We're all working together to greater community unity.
What's your what flavor do you like?
Right. Strawberry raspberry. I am Cash says I can't get past 13-17 minutes of time to kill them. Have no emotions, clean himself off, dispose clothes and guns, track no blood in the house. Is that more reasonable than happening when he left to go get to Almeida for 20-30 minutes?
Yeah, this is basically my problem. This is my problem in brief. The motive doesn't work and the timeline doesn't work. You have 16 minutes tops to do all the things you talked about. And it just doesn't work.
And
I don't really have a great alternative theory, and I don't have to. That's one of the things. It's like when we're trying to assess this.
It's not 16 minutes tops because we know that he's walking from 9:02 to 9:06. So if he's cleaning himself off, he basically had only until 9:02 to get all that stuff done.
Well, if the walking includes the cleaning off period, I mean, I'm just trying to give the state every possible burden and reasonable inference to make this work. It doesn't work.
Here.
Yeah.
Considered him innocent. Consider him innocent. The trial alone is proof of why he lied. There you go. I love our merry band of misfits. Amen, Keely. Me too. My merriest bands of misfits, I actually refer to them as my redheaded stepchildren or diggers.
That's me.
Yeah. Those are the people who follow me on Locals. That's actually what I call them, members on Locals. But I urge you to sign up to Locals just so you can find me in general. Because sometimes I'll be on other streams. I might join Kurt, I'll go Legal Mindset or on Nick. And if you want to be able to, follow along wherever I am. And
Jury has a question already. Someone's in chat.
I have it up here. I have it here on this screen in big, and I don't see anything.
Well, maybe they're teasing me.
I have a big message up here which says we'll be right back. So
okay, fair enough.
Yeah, Bubba, unalive chicken, not a good witness. Brian Dowd, did you hear about the juror dismissed today? She apparently forgot her belongings, which included a dozen eggs. Court employee had to go fetch them. Yes.
I was a little bit dubious on the court's decision there to dismiss the juror. It seemed a little bit tenuous based on the court's recitation. But yes, apparently when they kicked her out, they said, "Do you have any belongings?" And she had a dozen eggs.
Which, if you think about it, that's like worth like $20.
Goods. Yeah.
In Biden America?
Yeah. She's trafficking in really expensive goods, bribing her fellow jurors. I'm not sure what that's all about.
Yeah. Attorney kissing but to judge, not justice for victims. Fear the Reaper. I don't know how this got here. Alyssa Ramirez says, Kurt, Thoughts on whether Netflix doc media infringing on rights to a fair trial if jury is not sequestered?
I haven't seen the Netflix documentary very deliberately by choice, and I don't know that every member of the jury has. And even if they've been sequestered, the documentary is so widely available, I don't know that matters. So I'm going to assume the jury is just doing what it's supposed to do.
All right. Grimwolf says, I still think Blanca did it. Well, she's the right height. So Aaron Guano Loco Mischler, Bubba framed Alex for taking away the chicken. Content character says, as a South Carolinian, the rebuttal was not tailored to this.
South Carolinian.
South Carolinian.
Yeah, South Carolinian.
Is that what you all call yourselves?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. South Carolinian, the rebuttal
Well,
was not
it
tailored.
depends how you want to pronounce it, because if you're foreign, you'll do 4 syllables, Carolina. But if you're native, you'll do 3 syllables, Carolina.
Carolina.
Yeah.
Is it the same thing in the North, or is that one of the disputes between North and South Carolina?
No, well, there are definitely disputes between the North and South.
Are there?
There are some. Like, for example, there are 2 towns which are spelled exactly the same way. But in North Carolina, it's Beaufort. In South Carolina, it's Beaufort.
Oh.
Yeah, but they're spelled the same way.
Wow.
And there are 2 Greenvilles.
Really?
Yes, there's Greenville, North Carolina, where Mr. Beast lives, and Greenville, South Carolina, which absolutely kicks ass.
Really? What's so great about Greenville, South Carolina?
It's a wonderful artistic community right up there in the Appalachian Mountains. Beautiful, developing. It's a home of BMW. It's just a beautiful, wonderful, artistic, bohemian, beautiful town. I love South Carolina. I lived there for 20 years. It's a great place. I lived in Beaufort for a little while, so I've lived in the Low Country. I grew up in Columbia. I went to Clemson. I know Greenville, so I know the state.
Nice.
It's a beautiful state. Love it.
Nice. Did you know Deshaun Watson?
I didn't know him personally, but he went to school where I went to school, so I know him a little bit.
Allergy medicine probably made Jim sluggish. They made crop dusting drones that lift 250 pounds. I don't know what. Oh, we're talking about the drones carrying the stuff away. Right. Stephanie Settle says, I definitely watch both for differing views and opinions. Only way to practice exercise critical thinking. Fair enough. OJ says the same as you all have been saying. Oh, well, maybe he's watching the show. Hey, OJ. Run, OJ.
And
run.
as some people might be able to tell from my thing behind me, I'm a Clemson grad. I don't know how many people could see it because it's a little bit blurred out, but that's CLEM.
That's a pretty fine institution.
Yeah, no, it's a great school. I got 2 degrees from Clemson, so I respect it. I graduated twice.
Did you think about and were you into any of the athletic program there? Because they got
fenced. Did
you?
I did.
Wow. Yeah. On the Clemson fencing team. Nice. Yeah. Nice. Love it. Shauna says, Nate, I agree with you. It feels so personal. I feel like this trial needed a strong closing from the defense, and I was hoping to see that conviction from Jim. Still not guilty for me. I'd hang that jury. Yeah, I think a lot of us are sensing that there was some personal going on here. Definitely something personal. Yeah, I concur. It's like because otherwise even if you're on the prosecution, you'd start to question, like, what do we really have here to prove this? But like anything, like some of the lamest inferences, they're like, this clearly shows guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. I understand you have a job, but like, it feels as if they really, and he's going to jail. He's going to jail for the financial crimes. So it's like, why are you so determined to get him on this murder? It's crazy. It's kind of crazy. Matthew Frederick says, haven't seen Alex not guilty, but knows who did organize crime. Why he can't name them. Dogs were freaking out because sensed on property, airstrip, BV, maybe very useful. I don't know. Could be. Mob hit to me makes the most sense also. Whether he knew it was coming, whatever, I don't know. But friend of the program believes that Jesus is Lord and Savior. What say ye? I know what you did here. I know what you were doing here, Brandon. I'm wise to your tricks. I'm wise to your tactics because I remember when he sent this, it was right after I made a joke how the opinions expressed by me are not my opinions, but I'm forced to read them. So he was really trying to get me to say this, but I was one step ahead. There you go. Ooh, Kerr's drinking. Can't wait for the angry lawyer noises. Please do a show about motive of prosecutors to prove cases to further careers. Some laymen don't know if prosecutor brings a case must be true. I think that really pretty much sums it up. I mean, Julia, I don't know how long a show I can do on that. Julia Anafrios, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that. Moni says, which one is it? He hid the guns at mom's, therefore needing caregiver to lie about time, or hid them days when he was seen with the tarp? I'm confused. I didn't even realize it was different days that he was seen with the tarp. I thought that was all the same time. That was news to me. I didn't know about that. Were you keeping track of the whole tarp story as to when it was seen and when because that was really a little bit before I got in on here. Do you know?
Tarp story is a little bit ambiguous on terms of things that are happening. As far as I can tell, the state just is like, does this color look right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's where we're at.
Yeah. Cab 66 has a rumble rant asking, good logic, will you carry the verdict or Ricada? How will we know? LOL. Well, you can follow me on Locals. You know where you'll find me. I assume that Nick is going to be carrying all this stuff. I don't know. I'm going to find out from him. But I assume if not, I will try to carry when I have time to do so, to carry the jury watch. So to the extent I'm able to, I will carry it. Next week is the holiday of Purim, which last year is when I did my Blue Genie thing. And this year I plan on streaming when I get drunk on Purim again. So what day is Purim? I think it's Wednesday, Tuesday or Wednesday. I'm not sure. I got to check out. But yeah. And El Gonza says,
I need
Emily, all you want.
I need a pair of good earphones that goes behind the head because the earphones I have don't really work with the hat, and the ones that go in the ears, the earbuds, they kind of irritate my ears. So I need over the ear headphones that go behind the ears. These don't really work.
So this one I just tucked it behind my ear, and I'm only listening to you in this ear.
Yeah.
Also, I'm able to go to the top of a baseball hat. You can't really do that with the hat you're wearing. So
no, it doesn't really work.
Yeah. Algonza says, respect Emily all you want. The fact that she's not only one to convict with what amounts to single lie and no relevant evidence is frankly effing disgusting. No. She's not only willing, but excited. I haven't watched her. I haven't seen what she said. I don't know.
Her perspective is valid. Without watching it, I couldn't begin to critique it, but she's experienced. She knows what she's talking about.
I don't know. I will say she's smart and she's experienced and entertaining. Yeah. But as far as how she phrased things or where she stands on this whole thing, all I have is what the chat tells me. That's really all I have. So I don't know.
I'm 15 shots deep now. Does it show?
No, you look the same as always.
Excellent.
Yeah, you look better. In fact, you have like a nice
even better still.
Yeah. It's me, Andy says, OJ just had his opinion on Twitter. Nora Stevens, my mom accidentally sent a blank super chat. She wanted to say, hope jury has watched Perry Mason, where defendant always lies about alibi, but is innocent. Oh, well, thank you, Nora and Nora's mom. I appreciate that. And yeah, hopefully they have watched Perry Mason. I agree with you. I agree with your mom on that. She seems like a wise woman. Della Sandor says, Fifth, Sixth Amendment already objected to, judge overruled. Just because it's objected to prior does not mean that you don't have to raise it every time there's a new Sixth Amendment objection. And that was my problem. They should have raised it. And they should have screamed Sixth Amendment objection during the rebuttal. That's my opinion on that. I stand behind it. So, Kerry Crum, thank you for the generous super chat. What are your thoughts on how long it will take the jury to decide? Thanks so much for the great coverage. Love all your guests, commentary as well.
I'll predict Tuesday of next week.
You're predicting Tuesday. That's a reasonable period of time. I don't think it's going to be before the weekend. I do not think it will be before the weekend. That's my take. I do think it's going to be next week. A lot of it. See, here's why it's so ridiculously speculative. Not only have I not seen these jurors, even if I sat there staring at this jury for the entire 6-week period and watched them with video cameras as they're going to and from their homes, and was raised with them. And every one of them was like in my collection of friends. What you don't realize is much of this jury comes down to a force of will. You need to know where someone lands, and then frequently there'll be someone who lands on the opposite side, and it will come down to force of will as to how much conviction do you have in where you're coming from, and how vested do you feel in it, and how long are you willing to fight over it, and where are you willing to give or whatever about this point or that point, as you sort of start arguing with each other about these points. And frequently and reputedly in many of these juries, there'll be one person who'll be like sort of dominate the whole show, whether it's the foreman or someone else. I don't know. They're more likely to, when a jury's selecting its own foreman, they're most likely to be the one who says, "I'll be the foreman." But when the foreman is appointed,
it doesn't do that for some reason.
Yeah,
this judge doesn't.
Yeah, this judge doesn't like doing things that way. My point is, it's so completely and totally speculative that I feel like a jackass even weighing in on it, because I'm like, I don't know. And it's totally a guess. There's no way. And the reason I think it's not going to be tomorrow, or today or tomorrow, is because I know how strong the sentiment is pushing for a conviction, and I know how weak the state's case is. So I have to think to myself that there's a fairly good possibility that there are people who are strongly in opposing camps. And when you have that, that's when you have more drawn out deliberations. So given what we know, I would expect it to be more drawn out deliberations. But if the force of will on one side is, they're more malleable, given their personal nature or belief in the case or against the case or whatever, if they're more malleable by nature, well, then they might give in after like 4 hours. That's what I'm saying. It's so ridiculous that for anyone to claim that they have any sort of insight beyond the level of insight that you sitting at home watching has. We are all in the same boat. Well, and my speculation is no greater than any of yours.
It's not quite true.
Okay. Hit me.
Because unlike many trials, we haven't seen the evidence in real time. A lot of it, because it's been held from us. And some of it's been released after the fact on Twitter or otherwise.
Mm-hmm.
But we haven't seen it in real time, so we're not quite in the same position as a jury. Does that make sense?
No, I don't know what the hell you're trying to say, even. I'm serious. I don't even know what you're saying. Say it one more time.
Okay. So in this case with Murdaugh, the evidence, a lot of it has not been presented in real time to us.
How not?
Because we haven't seen it. They've been hiding it on screen. They've been blocking it, not displaying it. Right?
I understand what you mean now. Yeah, go ahead.
All right.
You mean like pictures of Paul's and Maggie's bodies and things?
Whatever. A lot of it. Not even that. Like the judge, for whatever reason, has not been displaying the evidence in real time. And some of it has been released after the fact. But it's not quite the same thing as the jury's experienced.
I'm talking about, yeah, I understand what you're saying. I'm talking about speculating about how long it'll take the jury to reach a unanimity.
No, I understand.
And I don't see how that relates to. I understand your point. I just don't see how it relates.
No, I'm not making myself clear, and that's fair because I'm drunk as shit.
Yep,
but
that's possible.
The fact the jury has experienced things differently than us,
in
terms of how they've experienced the evidence.
Oh, that's what you mean. Okay.
Yeah,
I
might influence how they could come to a verdict differently than us in some time.
That's fair. That's fair.
Okay, fair enough.
Can I get a Jew prayer for my 96-year-old mom? She beat cancer, but is not feeling well today. Thanks, Joe. I will tell you.
I'm only 15 shots in, guys. It's fine.
You're doing awesome. You're doing great.
Fair enough.
Stay strong, brother.
Fair
I'll say to anyone who's dealing with a parent or loved one who's dealing with health, including obviously you, American Dreamer, and your mom, I'll say to you that this is a tough challenge that we're dealing with, and we can only pray that each of our loved ones whatever illnesses they're facing, that they merit a speedy and complete recovery. And
amen to that.
Yeah. So Jason Simedru, odds of a split verdict. It's the same answer on how long a jury will take.
Yeah.
Exact same answer.
It's the exact same.
Yeah. MS Krim says 60% not guilty, 30% hung jury, 5% guilty for killing Paul, 3% guilty for Maggie, and 2% guilty killing both. Kurt, you're doing jury watch
Whatever
after
it's
this
worth
closing
and not
recap,
much.
more shots. I think
Yeah.
you're.
Yeah,
I'm staying here.
no.
I'm staying here.
Well,
till
no,
we're
he
close
said
to
this
the
a
day.
while ago.
Yeah,
he said this a while ago,
At
and I said I'd
3:24
do more
he said it.
shots, and he gave me $500 more dollars. I had to do 500. I had to do 5 more shots, which is why the total is where it's at now because I've done 15 shots.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that was a while ago. I've done the shots now. It's over.
We're good.
We could do
We're good.
more, but I've done those. I've paid my debts.
Is that your mouse wheel, Joe? Buy a new mic. I'd buy it for you if I haven't already. You've probably paid for more than one mic just today, but
Right now at this point, you're helping to pay for some of my taxes because I have to write the IRS a big fucking check, big ass check.
Thank God for that. Thank God for that.
Well, there is some good news for that because it means I earn some money.
Yeah.
But last time I calculated, it was rough calculation. I haven't done the full calculation, but it's roughly $12,000.
Wow. And you live in Texas, where taxes are much lower than like the rest of the planet.
I don't have any income tax in Texas. It's all federal.
Wow.
Yeah. Because the YouTube doesn't take out income tax.
Yeah.
And so I've paid nothing on the YouTube income. And so I have to pay them because, well, my tax liability is probably not zero. So there's that. So, yeah.
Come back to Texas. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's wonderful. The Iceman says, wouldn't it be wise for this case for the jury to be sequestered in deliberation? Impossible to expect jury to not read or hear something. They don't. Sequestering seems to be so out of vogue this century.
Yeah. So, yeah. So people like Brandon helping to give me some money, like it's pretty important because
you don't want to go to jail.
The IRS a big check. Yeah.
I sent you to a DM, Kurt. But anyways, what's our shot count? I think that was also a while.
Well, that's
ago.
why we keep you in chat. I think we're
good.
50 for 15 right now.
Isaac G says, "I bet deliberations will be short 6 weeks. I don't think they'll argue for long." Squiscar, if you accept the state's theory, you can't get malice. Yeah, because how do you know that was premeditated? I think the fact that he shot so many times.
Right. Yeah, you can form malice in an instant.
The fact
malice
that he
is the intent to kill.
Yeah.
I can form the intent to kill Joe right now.
Yeah, and it's surprising if you haven't. So, you get past malice because it's the point is it's not an accident, and it's like sort of like I accidentally stabbed you 10 times doesn't really work. So. Same thing with the multiple shots. Friend of the program, you can't tell me that they haven't spoken over 6 weeks, just like you can't take an oath and tell me that the shot glass holds 3 ounces of liquid. It does. I've measured. So don't even start that with
shot
me.
glass here. Someone sent me these too in the mail. Gold flake.
Nice. Alternate jurors in the order in which they are called shall replace jurors who, prior to the time of jury retires to consider its verdict because or are found unable to disqualify to perform their. Yeah, it's boring stuff when he's reading that stuff. Yeah, get juror 741 on here so you can discuss legal analysis. Frank, why are jurors compensated so little? I couldn't imagine going without a month's worth of income. Imagine being paid to pay and getting stuck with this.
It's a very good question. I mean, the root answer constitutionally is because the Constitution demands a fair verdict from a fair jury, and so it's part of a civic obligation. So they pay basically nothing. $15 a day, $30 a day. It's because it's your duty. That's why.
Pam says, right juror 741. All alone, can 741 drink? Hopefully.
I'm sure they've all been drinking up to this point.
Yeah. Objection trickery. State isn't confident, still trying for tacking on charges. I think they probably have good reason to be very nervous. You have to realize the state is used to winning. The state almost never loses, almost never, because they only take cases that they feel confident they're going to win. So, yeah, and this case has not gone great for them. So they're probably not used to feeling uneasy about how a verdict is going to come down. So, Stanya Garay says, love seeing Kurt back downing shots, waiting for cowboy hats. Court easier with dranks. Shot. Let's go. Squizgar, you can't be swayed by a Caprice. Caprices have a sway bar. Oh, I see what he did there. I see. Because the judge mentioned Malice or Caprice. South Carolina is mostly black and we don't see color here. Oh, that's good. Brian Alleman says, dog negates all might be the cringiest thing I've heard in a decade. I don't remember hearing the dog negates all thing. I don't know what that's from. Not sure what that's from. Ex-SSFD Lieutenant, did I miss it? But is the jury being sequestered? No, they're not. Jury will take Sled's lies for far outweigh Alex. Distrust of our justice system is now prevalent, unfortunately. And I'm part of the group which has a deep distrust.
I think things are in balance, at least for me. I have fundamental faith in the system. Mm-hmm. And so I try to look at things more piecemeal. And in this particular case, I don't think they have it. But I have trust for the system.
What we got here? Rummel ran here.
Says, you don't want me to talk anymore.
The Mega saying, Joe, Rummel chat doesn't fall for your BS about paying more attention to Rummel because we know the truth. You say you hate YouTube censorship, but your tiny hat won't let you leave. It's not my tiny hat. It's actually my bills.
No, it's fundamental reality.
Yeah, fundamental reality that
they own our ass.
Yeah, that like my expenses are probably like twice what Nick's are, and I don't think Nick could survive on what he gets from Rumble if not for the contract he signed with them. So that's just reality.
Nick does well. He's the
and he does well. He does.
Nick is,
deservedly so. The dude is the Pope because he's the best.
He's been married for 20 years. He has 5 kids. He's married, happy. He's earning it. He's knowledgeable. I wish I was Nick.
Really?
Yeah.
That's an interesting statement. That's a really interesting statement. I've never in my life.
I have envy. I've
never in my life wished to be anybody but me. I've never in my life even thought that, had that thought flow through my head, like I wish I was that person. Like I don't care who the celebrity is or the athlete or whatever. Like no, I've never.
As far as I'm concerned, Nick has it made. He has everything I want. He's got a wife who loves him, 5 kids. He's got the income. He's got the knowledge. He's got the experience. He's got the respect. He's got the community. He's got it made. And I'm not saying he doesn't have his problems. I'm not trying to impute on him. If he has his problems or issues, I'm not trying to impute on him. Maybe everything's an illusion. I don't know.
Yeah. You and I need to have a talk.
Okay, we can do that.
No, but you're not the only one. I think there's probably a lot of people out there who think they wish they were someone else. And I think that they don't fully appreciate the unique influence that they're able to have and the abilities that they're blessed with or experience their personal experiences and their abilities to influence their next door neighbor or whomever in the way that they can, and are appreciating the greatness of that. Like to me, that's part of the whole
to some degree, and I'm not sure I can say this properly, but I'm
talking to you when you're 15 shots in.
I respect you. You know that.
Ditto.
You've got a wife who loves you.
But that's not a reason. That's not you know what? But here's the point. That's not a reason to respect me just because
it's not.
No, because I have. I don't merit more respect because I had the good fortune to find a great woman. That's not what it's in who you are as a person. The same way, you shouldn't respect someone for their looks or their height or whatever. It's I respect you because of who you are as a person, not because of things about, not because you're a lawyer, not because you have a law degree, or because you have this house or whatever living situation you have. And even if you could live in a $50 million mansion, that would not be I would have
I
zero
understand
more respect
that.
for you.
I understand that
me,
aspect. There are people who
and
live
you
in
having a
15
relationship is the same thing as
I
having a
get that.
house.
I get that. There are people who live in $15 million mansions who I wouldn't trade their life with for all the money in the world because they're fucking miserable. I get it. There are people who have houses or cars and they're fucking miserable, but you're not one of them.
Right. No, I understand that. But
so if you're not one of them, I admire you.
Yeah. Okay. But that's what I'm saying is it's not, to me, having a great relationship is similar, not exactly the same thing, but it's similar to having a great house. In other words, you build that, you come to it, you develop it, and you have good fortune to meet good people, whatever, and you cultivate that sort of thing. The same way you cultivate a good career. I mean, it's more important. I'm not trying to trivialize. I'm not trying to trivialize a relationship to your job, because I think that's a joke.
No.
I think it's a joke compared to like a relationship you have with a significant other. But I think that they're both cultivation and manifestation of experiences,
I'll tell you
rather
this, I'm
than
grateful for you.
what it makes someone admirable. See what I'm saying?
I get that.
Maybe we're confusing. Maybe we're talking in different lines, because you're talking about what makes something enviable versus makes something admirable, and I think that's where we might be having our disconnect here.
Possible.
I think that's probably where we're having our disconnect.
Possible.
This is the sort of conversation I usually will have on locals rather than having here or on my stream. But yeah, we're having
in any event, I'm glad to have you in my life personally.
Back at you, brother.
I like you,
Thank
and
you.
I like Nick personally on his own level. You're both good friends. I like you, and I like that you're in my life.
Yeah. And no one should mistakenly think that I'm comparing my wife to a house. My point is, that's not a reflection of you. It's just that's a person in your life. So it's like that's why I'm like, your house is not a reflection of you. Your wife or husband is not a reflection.
An asset
of
I've already
you.
offered to pay for.
That's not a reflection.
We did that on a prior stream because he said that
to
your
some
wife,
degree.
you bought her for, what was it? I remember, I forget the joke exactly what we did, but you said you gave her an engagement ring that was worth like $1.50. I'm like, I'll double your money. I'm just trying to go back to your prior joke. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I guess to some degree, the reflection of what your values are, because you would tend to associate with someone who you admire and respect, so that they tend to be a reflection of, in that sense, they're a reflection of you. This is not meant for this stream, though. This is for a different stream. This is a good local.
I think your wife is a little bit your wife is a little bit reflection of you, as so much as Nick's wife is a reflection of him.
That's true. I mean, I need to amend that a little bit. I need to amend that a little bit. I need to think about this. We sort of flew out into like left field.
We got
out
really
of the
serious as I'm trying to do this drug 15 shots in.
Yeah. And I think I owe him a double shot. And Lost in Law says, can the juror return a guilty verdict against the prosecution for wasting our time? Momo of 4 Rose says, you're amazing, Joe. Love the coverage and commentary. Oh, Mom of 4. Thank you very much. I appreciate the compliment. Nate Freddie York says, Nate, his behavior was that of an innocent man trying to avoid being accused, not a guilty man trying to avoid getting caught. Start to finish. Magoo, are we going to get OJ's take on the Murdaugh trial? We did. That was an older chat. Clifford Barnes, should there not be a law about Netflix crap on pending litigation? I'm
not sure how you could write it.
Yeah, you have to sort of, whenever you're suggesting a law, you sort of have to figure out how you're going to word that sort of thing.
First Amendment problems are real.
Yeah. Okay, where am I at here? Friend of the program. Here's my problem. I read this one already. I do owe him a double shot. This is what I'm going to ask you to do. This is what we're going to do. I'm going to go get a fresh bottle, and I'm going to give you an opportunity to tell everyone what a wonderful program on civil law is.
Yeah.
While I go
retrieve
this
that
bottle.
I'm intoxicated. This will be fun.
Oh, yeah. Everyone.
Yeah.
This is my good friend, brilliant attorney, and Supreme Court knowledge extraordinaire. Like a savant. It's like almost like It's almost like embarrassing how stupidly knowledgeable he is about Supreme Court law and constitutional law. So I'll let you tell a little bit about your channel while I go get a new bottle.
Thank you. Well, first of all, let me compliment my friend Joe while he's not here to listen to me. And you should subscribe to Joe. So if you haven't done that already, hit that subscribe button, because Joe kicks ass and he deserves 100,000 because he's a knowledgeable, wonderful attorney, and he deserves every bit of respect that you guys have given him and more. Deserves more respect. Subscribe to him. Do it now. Hit that subscribe button. On my own channel, Uncivil Law, we've got some stuff coming up. We got 3 Supreme Court decisions coming up in the near future. We got a decision dealing with money orders in Delaware. Delaware wanted to keep all the money for abandoned money orders. So people sometimes do not cash money orders. Delaware wanted to keep all the money orders. And so there's a Supreme Court case on that. We'll be releasing that very soon. We've also got a case dealing with tax law. I think I'm going to release this today, dealing with a guy who had some foreign bank accounts, and the IRS said, hey, tell us about the foreign bank accounts. And he didn't tell us about the foreign bank accounts. And they said, you owe us $2.7 million. And he said, how about 50,000? So dispute over 50,000 versus 2.7 million coming up on my channel. And also a case dealing with debt sharing. In this case, a married couple bought a house. They renovated the house, and then they sold the house. The husband misrepresented the house to the tune of $200,000 worth of damages. And then the question is, does the wife owe money? So we got 3 U.S. Supreme Court cases coming up on my channel very soon. They've been edited. There'll be releases. We'll be releasing one today. So tune in my channel, Uncivil Law. Back to Joe.
Yo. I owe him a double shot. So I ran out of Lagavulin. This is something you would hate, but I highly recommend.
Not my anyway. Yeah, I know it. It's not my flavor.
Right, it's Kalila.
Yeah.
I highly recommend it. Those of you who enjoy a single malt PD drink, you will. If you like Lagavulin, you will worship Kalila. Just saying.
Someone asked me, what does 15 out of 15 mean? Well, someone who is a friend of the channel bought me 15 shots worth of alcohol.
Yep.
And I've done 15 shots worth of alcohol. If that's not clear, I've had 15 shots worth of alcohol. So 15 out of 15 represents that I've done my commitment. I did my due.
Ari Jacob. This just came in here, but just says, Joe gave me advice once. He said, don't talk about accomplishments with a date to boost your value or ego. Met my guy 3 weeks later. Listen to Joe, lead with your heart. Believe it or not, I really understand. I've spent like my whole life studying people and relationships. I really understand a lot more about this than you guys probably realize. And fortunately, I've managed to cultivate people that seem to like the advice. So
yeah.
Salute.
No, I think the one for you could come anytime, and I'm not opposed to this possibility. And as I pointed out before, what's his name? Learn French. Learn French is a good friend of mine personally, and he precedes us all in sort of the LawTube space. He's the OG. He was there first, and he met his wife online. He was living in Pennsylvania. His wife at the time was living in Scotland, and now they live together in Luxembourg. So I think it can be done. I'm looking for my wife. Holla.
All right. There you go.
Yeah.
And by the way, I just want to express to Ari, I'm so happy for you that you found someone who's particularly meaningful to you. That's amazing. It's not,
no,
it's such a hard
great.
thing.
That's great. Yeah.
God bless.
If you met the person for you, fantastic. I hope I'll meet my person for me.
As do I. In fact, I will drink to that. To you finding someone who brings greater meaning to your life. Salute.
Yeah.
Okay. Friend, speaking of this individual, friend of the program says, the time frame when I type something and when you say something is all distorted. You know that. Is it possible law partners wanted the $20 million civil case that Alec was working on, $8 million plus payday for attorney? Possible as far as what? Like an incentive for them to frame him for murder, so they killed his wife and son? Like, is that possible? Yes, definitely. Some nice incentive there. Is that a reason for them to tear down their entire firm? And maybe is that a reason for them to kill his wife and son and figure they'll frame him for murder? It seems doubtful. They could just as easily have exposed him for all his fraud and corruption and had him disbarred and taken his money. Right? You don't need to go through all this. All you got to do is show the guy's a crook, get him disbarred, and voila. Can't share fees with someone not an attorney. Wish I could help you out, Alex. Adios. I'll let you mull that over because you look at it deep in thought. Lannister always pays their debt. Kurt, PayPal. That was back at 4:02. I think you probably caught up.
Yeah, I think I did the shots. I did them all. Let me double check.
Nancy Jennings says, my friend is here. She thinks Joe looks like Negan, the Walking Dead with glasses. I will tell you, I've gotten that a lot. She's not the first to say that. Since I started this channel, that is the most consistent comparison I get. Is what's the guy's name? I forget. But yeah, I get Negan from Walking Dead a lot, which I assume is an insult. I don't know. I never saw Walking Dead, but I'll take it. I'm just kidding. I know it's not an insult. It was totally a joke. Stephanie Subtle says, listen to EDB's defense closing. She thought should have been argued today. It was powerful.
No, I respect that. I've done that before. We've done it before. I think we've both done it before on stream where we've rewritten a closing or rewritten an opening in real time. And it's, at least I've done it before where it's better. So I get that. Yeah.
Hey, I got Camelot here. Look at that. Hey, Camelot. If you ever need a champion to represent Earth in Galactic Shots battle, I am choosing Kurt. That's what Camelot says. You met Camelot, right?
That.
I'm gonna let me find that chat in my thing here. By the way, it's 8317 saying yes, interested. So I'm gonna end the poll there. And let me add him up as a mod here. So this way, if he ever pops in here, I can find
Camelot.
Him. Yeah, you heard of Camelot. You know who he is.
No, I know that. You're making him a mod. Okay.
What is he? When I make people a mod, it's so I can find you in the chat easier. It's I don't want anyone I don't want any of my mods doing anything, other than if you're someone who's known and has a channel, I'm not making you as a mod because I want you to mod. People who I make a mod who are viewers of the show and stuff like that, them I want them to help enforce my 3 rules. I only have 3 rules here. 3 rules: no racism, no spamming, and no violating terms of service. That's it. Otherwise,
well, that first one's the last one's kind of the most important there. Yeah,
that's it. Anyone who's doing any of those 3 things, put them in timeout, whatever. That's fine. But yeah, in general, when I make someone a mod, who's anyone who's got more than, let's say, like 25,000 subs on their channel, if I'm making you a mod, it's because I want to be able to find you when you're talking in the chat, and not because I'm urging you to not mod. Like just it's so that I can find you. The Flesh says, if found guilty or not, does Alex have grounds to sue Netflix for slander and defamation?
Unlikely.
It's gonna be a tough one.
The problem is it's a matter of public concern. So whether he's a public figure is kind of secondary because there's 2 issues. Is he a public figure?
He's definitely
a matter of public concern. It's a matter of public concern. So probably not.
He's a public figure anyway. He's a public figure.
Debatable.
No, it's not. I disagree with you. I respectfully disagree with you on that. I don't think it's debatable.
Well,
I think
whether it is or not, that's my point. Is public concern.
The reason we're having this debate about whether he's a public figure is because under civil law, if you're a public figure,
it's a matter of public concern. That's the other factor.
Based on New York Times versus Sullivan, the famous landmark case from the 60s, if you are a public figure, in addition to all other elements of defamation, you must prove, if you want to win a defamation case, if the person is considered in the eyes of the court a public figure, you have to show actual malice. If you've watched the death trial for 10 minutes, you know what that means. Actual malice does not mean hatred or anything of the kind. In this context, it means that you were knowingly speaking falsehoods or showing a reckless disregard for the truth. So it's a higher level standard. The reason the court applied that in New York Times versus Sullivan, a decision which was garbage, awful decision, terrible, awful judicial legislation. It's basically like the judiciary, the Supreme Court decided, we don't like the way Congress has written laws. We're going to write laws on our own and just put in this brand new thing that no one ever thought of or heard of before, and just make this the new law of the land, which is what we have a legislature for. But Supreme Court, if they do it, it has the same effect. And ever since then, the left has basically been urging the Supreme Court whenever possible to write laws for them if they can't get it passed through Congress. But that's a separate conversation. Anyway, the point that I'm making here is that in order to be deemed a public figure, the Supreme Court has continually broadened what it is. But the logic that they applied is, when it's public figure, we want to give people more latitude to talk about them because people care about them. There's a public interest. It's benefiting the public for more information to be available. So the only time it's going to be defamation, even if someone gets their facts totally wrong, is if they show if the plaintiff, the victim of defamation, can prove that not only was the statement not true and harmful to the reputation, and or harmed their, if it's not defamation per se, that it harmed their bottom line. You also have to show that reckless disregard for the truth or actual knowledge of the falsity of the statements that are defamatory. And the question is, how does someone qualify? What's a public figure? What does that mean? I mean, we know Biden and Trump and whatever is a public figure. We know that people like Kurt and I are looking to become public figures. That's why we're doing what we're doing, right? I mean, there's a goal to become a public figure. You want to be discovered by people, you know. So I think that, you know, certainly a celebrity, like you know, a real celebrity, as opposed to losers like me, they're certainly going to be a public figure. Politicians are considered public figures, but the court has even gone so far as to say that if someone is in a group social media thing for like boating, and they're a boat rental place, that they're in that group, they're considered a public figure, which is mind-boggling. So with the court being so broad in its interpretation of public figure, it's almost hard to figure out who isn't a public figure. So in this context, I think Alex Murdaugh, as assistant AG, family legacy, head of his family, and this trial, the boating acts and everything, people want to know about that case. I'm sure he would be qualified as a public figure. So now you have to show, the reason this is relevant with the context of this particular question from D-Flesh is, in addition to showing that the statements are false, you have to show that Netflix knew it was false when they published it, or showed a reckless disregard for the truth, which is a very high additional burden that Alex Murdaugh would have to show, and almost certainly would fail to show. That how is he going to show that they knew it was untrue, especially when you have agents from SLED going around saying there's blood on the shirt? So they can say, we didn't knowingly lie. We were relying on this stupid agent who's a liar. And if they were, and if they can make that claim in a substantially, genuine type of way, they're going to beat Alex Murdaugh in that defamation suit, which makes defamation suit a very poor investment on his part, or any attorney who would willfully take that on as on a contingency basis. And contingency basis meaning you don't pay me per hour, I'll just take my proceeds from later on. No attorney would take that, because they'd be like, we're not going to win. So I'm not taking this. So there you go. That was a very quick synopsis of defamation law. I didn't have my bingo card for me to cover today. It's not Brandon Lesko says, okay, we get another double shot in there, Dodger. Venmo, and my prior comment was more of, does Lady Logic sit to your left when she moderates? Yeah, so she moderates, usually more at night than during the day. During the day, she's very busy, so she doesn't really moderate. And usually she's on my left there, if you're wondering. Juliet Echo Papa, they didn't ask for the missing clothes, and Blanca said she saw a pair of khakis and maybe the shirt by the shower the next day. No blood, and she watched the clothes and towel. The state is tweaking that narrative too. So I want to be clear about the whole clothing thing. Let's talk for a moment about the clothes. I think this is an interesting. I think this super chat was sent in response to a question that was sent that I addressed earlier, where someone said, "Why didn't he just turn over the clothes?" And I speculated maybe they were washed or whatever. They could have been in different locations by the time it came up, things of that nature. What's going on here? Make sure this is not This is just Law and Crime is so confusing because they're just showing like clips from earlier back. So I just want to make sure I wasn't missing anything here. So let's talk about clothing for a minute because I think that's important here. I think it's very important here. So there's really, at the bare minimum, 3 sets of clothing that Alex Murdaugh wears on June 7th going into June 8th. What are those 3 sets of clothing? Well, we know that when he went to work that day and he's going out driving around with Paul, he's wearing that blue shirt thing with the, I don't know, it's Vinnie Vines. I don't know what it is, but it's like some sort of polo shirt type of thing. At some point, according to Alex, he says it's after he took a shower, which was after he came back from going out in the field with Paul. The state would have you believe it was after he murdered his family, which would be an hour or 2 later. At some point, he changes into a T-shirt and cargo shorts. Then he discovers the body while wearing the cargo and T-shirt, the cargo shorts and T-shirt. Calls 911. He's sitting there like a sweaty pig, like just rubbing his face with his T-shirt in that video there. And sits for an interview with them. And then after the interview, because he's wearing that same outfit, I believe, by the interview, goes back inside. Sled says, "Hey, can we get your clothing?" And he's like, "Oh, okay." And Agent Owen stands in the door while he takes off his shirt, takes off his shorts, gives him some privacy. I don't know, gives him privacy when he takes off the shorts, whatever. And then puts on a 3rd set of clothing because there's still people around. He's not done. He's not going to bed. He puts on a 3rd set of clothing for the day. That's what's happening with the clothing. So there's 3 sets. There's the first set he was wearing in the morning. The second one they changed into either after a shower or after murdering his family, depending on who you believe. And then you have a 3rd set of clothing that he changes into after he gives up the clothing he's wearing when he's talking to the cops and presumably changes into clothing. So he's not walking around in his all-togethers. Is that the right word? His all-togethers?
Yeah,
right.
Works. That works.
Yeah. So that's 3 sets of clothing. Blanca comes in the next day and finds a pair of shorts and T-shirts. It likely is the 3rd set of clothing that she finds. So Sled takes the 2nd set of clothing, gets them stripped down and give it to them for their DNA test and all their other tests. Blanca presumably finds the 3rd set of clothing. That 1st set of clothing is something that seems to have gone missing. Blanca claims she never saw them again. If you believe what was implied by testimony from that was elicited from Alex while he was on the stand, that's in one of the 5 different locations he was living in ever since he moved out of Moselle on June 7th because he didn't want to be near the kennels or the house or anything because he was so stomach turned. So that's the clothing situation. Just to walk you all through it, in case you haven't been watching every minute of this trial since over the last like 3 weeks or so. In case you have a life. There's a nutshell. Polo shirt was hanging on the window of the house when the jury did the tour. The same polo shirt. I'm sure he's got like tons of clothing, this dude. I'm sure this dude has so much clothing. And how do you know that, Brandon, not Biden?
Yeah, fair point.
Did you send the link at 8:49? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what that means. Don't be a shot dodger, Joe. What's our count, Kurt? Are we doing a bourbon review after this? That was at 4:23. I assume that you're good by now.
Yeah, we did it all.
Okay. Kelly R says it's more like a lockbox, not a circle until you prove your innocence. Ask Richard Jewell. Do you remember Richard Jewell?
I do. Atlanta supposed bomber.
Yes. Those of you who don't know this reference, it was 1988 Olympics, right? I believe.
I don't think it was that early. It's a little bit
92?
later than that.
It was 92?
I thought it was later than that, to be honest.
96?
I thought it was relatively, might have been that late, yeah.
All right, now I gotta check when the Atlanta Olympics were.
Yeah, but there's a bombing in the Atlanta Olympics, and Richard Jewell was the favorite suspect, but he was totally uninvolved.
96.
And yeah, that sounds about right.
I got married.
I got married that
summer.
15, okay, I'd like to point out 15 shots in.
Mm-hmm.
I contradicted you twice until you got to 96, and I was like, "That sounds about right." So I like to point out,
you the man.
Just
the man.
Just noting, I know some shit. Even drunk, 15 shots in, I know shit.
You the man. You the man.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so yeah, Richard Jewell, he's a security guard who discovered the bomb and was later brought to before a court where the state was claiming
15 shots in. I know more than chat. I know more than chat because I know what's up. I got the knowledge.
So you're so zeus. So Richard Jewell basically was accused of planting the bomb himself and then claiming to discover it, and was brought before a jury of his peers who exonerated him, found not guilty. So
he had nothing to do with it at all. It's bullshit.
Yeah, the charges seemingly were trumped up. Right, the charges were trumped up. Yeah. Media Park says, would the prosecution redirect close have been better if, in addition to childhood books, My Mama and Bubba the Dog? That's pretty funny. He should have included Uncle Skeeter, Grits, Plain Possum, and a few more Southern tropes is the word, tropes. I think that might be, I'm want to pause.
No, that's troops.
There's a word, tropes.
There is a word, tropes. That's not it.
No, but Southern tropes would work here.
It would, but it's not what he wrote.
Well, okay, but what I'm saying is troops doesn't work. I'm trying to figure out whether this spelling of tropes is actually, in some circumstances, a proper spelling, or whether it's without the U. I know I would have written without the U. I'm just telling you. You put a U in it in tropes? My guess says no. My guess says no.
What he meant to write is your discretion.
No, my question is, was the spelling correct? Because I was about to give props.
It's not. He meant tropes.
He meant tropes, and you think they misspelled it. I was about to give credit that I think that this spelling
but I'm fucking crossing you because I can.
Yeah. Did you see me flip my keys to my daughter there just now?
Yes, it was very nice.
Thank you. She caught it. My kids are pretty athletic. It's not Brandon Lesko. Thank you for becoming a YouTube
just
member.
Now?
This account.
Fair enough.
Yeah. So there you go. Anthropic androids Kurt, adding water to scotch eventually turns it from smoky to sweet. I use this way to characterize them, i.e., how many dilutions to sweetness. I don't think I think
that might be sometimes true.
That's sort of defamatory. I think he's implying that you're watering your drinks, and I don't think that's true at all. Personally, just saying. If that's the intended
I imagine the smokiness might filter out as you add water. I think that's probably true on some terms, but it's not what I like.
Yeah. You got to go with what. Look, there's a phrase in Latin that is de gustibus.
I like bourbon over scotch.
Have you ever heard the phrase de gustibus non disputandum?
Yeah.
You know that phrase? De gustibus non disputandum.
The good doesn't dispute the bad.
Close. There's no disputing taste. Oh, is this live? Hold on a second.
Translating Latin in real time. I can do it. Yeah. No. But I tend to prefer non-smoky stuff. I like my favorite scotch is probably Glenfarclas.
All right. No, I almost just now shared the stream because the judge was up on the stand and looked like he was reading something, which would be the sort of jury question he would ask. And then you see, schmucks like this.
But Redbreast, which is Irish, kicks ass.
You're all liars. You're all a bunch of freaking liars. I'm watching right now live, okay? I'm watching Law and Crime, and they are going live right now. At some point within the next 5 minutes, I think he is going to come in there and say we're done for the day. Maybe it'll be in a half hour or so. But I was confused because they're fixated in the screen on the judge. Right. But it's from earlier today when he was talking to the juror and yelling at the juror or joking around with her about her eggs. So, which joking with a female juror about her eggs seems a little, it's a little weird. Anthropic, I got Chase Thompson. What if the hypnotist is a lawyer? No, No, you cannot hypnotize the jury. I'm going to stand firm on this one. Squizgar, what do I pay to become a grand wizard? I don't think there's a grand wizard of the following.
There's a high price roll.
There is a high priest of the, okay. You want me to check out what I gotta look at? I don't even remember what I put in there.
I can't afford that.
$100 a month.
It's a little bit pricey.
I'm gonna try and figure out. Let me try and figure out what it was. I put it in here at some point.
How much is your love, Joe?
I'm trying to figure out what my.
I'm asking for me. What do I need to pay you for your love?
For my love?
Yeah.
You already have my love. Like, why would you pay for something you already have? So I have different.
I can get a Zoom call.
Which, by the way, I really feel like on this grift, I crushed Nick. Not that anyone's bought it, but like, when you talk about having disciples, like follower disciples, like whatever, like I think
I'll buy per month.
So I want to see what do I have here? What am I? If you want to buy, let me. I'm going to try to buy a membership on my own channel, and we'll tell you what we have here. I'm at 92.9 subs. So I really want to, if you can sub up now and push me over 93K, I would really appreciate that. There's like 5,000 you here. There's at least 1,000 of you have not subbed up. So if I can get 100 subs and get me over 93,000, I would be most obliged. That's not a lot to ask. It's really not.
It's not.
So if you can get me over 93,000, I would appreciate that. As we're sitting here waiting for the jury to come back and tell us a verdict. If I go to my channel now and try watching this right now, and then say, hey, I want to join, and then I press join. Oh, okay. So there's disciple, leader, prophet, and high priest.
Mm-hmm.
So disciple is $9.99 a month, leader is $24.99, prophet is $49.99 per month, and high priest is $99.99 per month.
Do you have any that?
Do I have any high priests?
Mm-hmm.
Our this is the stupid thing. I think I have a few disciples. I don't think I have any leaders or prophets or high priests.
I know for a fact you do.
I have what? I have a high priest?
Yeah.
You just high priested me?
Yeah.
Oh my God. And here's the thing. It's so funny. It's so funny. My newest high priest, all hail the high priest of the following. I'll tell you right now, if you become a high priest here for 3 months, no, I gotta have 1 year of high priest. I will put you up on screen for at least 60 seconds. But you, my friend, I'm gonna give you right now.
Yeah.
All hail high priest of the following: uncivil law. All hail uncivil law. All hail uncivil law. The first high priest of the following. God bless. May your reign as high priest be long, fruitful. May it lead to a meaningful relationship with a significant other.
Please.
And God bless you, the high priest of the following, uncivil law. All hail.
Fantastic. Yeah.
Wow.
Thank you.
Wow. That was great.
Yeah.
That's hilarious. My first high priest. You see, if you were attaining like super lawyer, you'd be like, I don't need to become a super lawyer. No, high priest of the following is just like, that's where it's up.
I think at least for 1 month you deserve it, because look, my friend, good logic here, Joe, is a good
guy. This is tithing. You tithed off of Let's Go to me.
Well, a little bit for that, for sure. But he deserves 100,000 subs. So if you're not subscribed, subscribe now.
Nice.
You should. As a high priest, I can demand these things.
Yes.
Subscribe. Do it now.
The high priest has spoken. The high priest has spoken. You have to sub up and become a member. The high priest has spoken. That's great.
You deserve it, Joe. You really do.
You're awesome. Thank you, brother. Joshua S. says, I must have missed it. What is the Bianca theory? The Bianca theory? I don't remember hearing Bianca. There's the Bronca theory, which I don't even know if there's a Bronca theory. And the only thing that sounds remotely like this is there's Blanca, who is one of the caretakers of Maggie, or a maid or whatever. She had some sort of taking care of the house type of role while Maggie was alive and loved Maggie. She was buying orange Capri Suns the morning of the June 7th. And then you have Andrew Branca, and I don't know what the
one of the things I'm grateful for is we have a relatively good community on the LawTube genre. And I agree with you. You're the first person to say it, but it's not a community, it's a genre. Yeah, I think it's right. It is right.
You remember where we were when I told you that?
It was a while ago.
Do you remember where we were?
No.
We were in Los Angeles together.
Was the high priest? I say it's now.
We were sitting at a bar together in Los Angeles.
Okay.
With Law and Lumber and Runkle and LB and Mr. LB and you and me and Lady Logic, and we were sitting around a table when I enlightened you all that LawTube is not a community, it is a genre, and that we all partake in this.
Well, I think it's right. I think it's fundamentally right, and I think it's good that you said that.
Yeah. And I told you at the time, please don't share that with anyone because I plan on making a video about it, but I never ended up making that video. That's like one of like 1,000 different videos.
I won't tell anybody.
Don't tell a soul. It's between you and me. Nobody
never heard about it.
You never listen. No, listen. La 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 la. You don't hear anything.
Who's good logic? Never heard about it.
It's crazy. It's crazy. Go for big guy. If you're looking at kill time, you could show all the video from the property. Also, I'm very disappointed in your locals. No open chat, no links to your live streams. There's an open chat right now. There's links to my live streams. You want people to pay for content, up your game. What are you talking about? Right now, there's an open chat. Right now, and there's links to every time. If I have a stream here, if I go to Nick, you can find it. And I also have, when I'm not streaming 9 hours a day, I have videos that I put up where I have conversations with my crowd. In fact, the most recent one is when I was driving to Brooklyn, and people say that was some of the best work ever. So no, this is defamatory. I appreciate the super chat, but this is just not an accurate reflection of my locals. You need to check out my locals, which is goodlogic.locals.com, and you can determine whether I'm right or go for big guy is right. You let me know. It's not Brandon Lesko says, Bull Carp, you started this cult. I might have started, but I'm a follower. I'm not the leader. Right now, the leader of the following is the high priest, which is sitting here to my left. The high priest, leader of the following. Taylor Cook says, after Shapiro's garbage take, I really want to see an acquittal. I didn't see Shapiro's take. Have you seen Ben Shapiro's take on this?
No.
His summary trial was law and cuck level bad.
The day before yesterday.
I didn't know he made a take.
He did do a take the day before yesterday. He thought he was guilty as shit. Yeah.
Really?
And yeah. And I'm not sure how much Ben has been following it. I don't begrudge him.
Mm-hmm. I would begrudge him because if you haven't been following it, don't weigh in.
Pretty drunk.
There are a lot of cases. My point is, there's a lot of cases. There are a lot of cases that I haven't been following. Have the cojones to say I haven't been following it enough, so I can't weigh in as to whether or not he's guilty. But what did he say here? It was long cuck level bad. Also, if Alex Murdaugh didn't lie, I still see Sled focusing solely on him. That's true because he's the husband and he's the first and he's the last to see them, and he discovered the bodies. So we have no reason. They would say we have no reason to think anyone else did it but him. He saw them within minutes of their deaths, and he called it in, and he's the spouse. So that's a lot of reasons for them to focus on him. Yep, that's true. Remember the family, Reba Graham. Welcome aboard, Reba Graham. And the high priest welcomes you as well. So God bless. It's not Brandon Lesko. Why do you even have a Venmo if you don't look at it? Sometimes don't you want what is in the Venmo? What's in the Venmo? What's in the Venmo? You know what that's a reference to?
I'll show you with the box. Who's in the box? What's in the box? What's in the fucking box? Give me the gun.
That's what that's a reference to. And even as I aired that just now, this past minute, he tells me Venmo.
He's a hero.
He just bought another double shot.
I've done my 15 shots. I'll do more.
He asked
I
me,
will
and
do.
in the Venmo message,
I
it says,
will do
"Do
more.
you remember dodging your last double?" I did not dodge.
I did 15. I've done it. I counted them. I'll do more. You want to go? Let's go. What's your pleasure? No, I need to pay my taxes. Let's go. Let's go. Let's do it. Let's go, coward.
Yeah, I'm trying to make sure that I'm not missing anything here. No, I think I'm good. All right.
I'm 15 for 15. You want to go 15 for 20? 25. Let's go.
Yeah.
Damn.
Right now, Law and Crime has a message up that says, "We'll be right back." When they come in here and close for the day, that's when I'm gonna just shut things, start shutting things down over here.
Yeah.
So, but I do owe a double shot to Mr. Brandon. Not guilty says, "Can you all explain the bar for a circumstantial case? Basically, can the state make just about anything circumstantial? Because they certainly twist and manipulate a lot of info here. Love you all." So, what are your thoughts?
Yeah,
on this?
this is problematic in principle, but
Let's talk. I want to talk. This is an interesting conversation to me.
Yeah.
So let's have this conversation.
Yeah.
So, what are your thoughts about how anything is circumstantial?
well, you can imagine a case where no one observed it, but the circumstances are clear. Payment records, financial records, what else? Just lots of observant evidence, the guns.
Okay.
If somehow you can match the ballistics, let's imagine this case. Okay, let's imagine they captured the bullets from the berm.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, they matched the ballistics, and they said, okay, based on the berm ballistics, it's the same exact bullet. That'll do it. Right?
Right.
Because they have the shooting range on site, and let's say they carved out the bullets and they measured the berm, and they said same.
That's circumstantial evidence.
It's pretty good, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's.
They didn't do that. Let's say
I want to try and qualify.
Let's say the timeline was even tighter. Let's say it was tighter. Let's say for some reason we could know for sure the murders occurred between 9:05 and 9:10, right? And then they say, well, this guy was there. That'd do it. Right? We don't have direct evidence, but we know for some reason, whatever it is, it occurred between 9:05 and 9:10. We know for certain this guy's there between 9:05 and 9:10. That would be really helpful. That'd be helpful, right?
Yeah.
Because we don't have direct evidence. We don't have anyone who witnessed it. We don't have video. We don't have DNA. We don't have, but we know for an absolute certainty this murder occurred between 9:05 and 9:10. We know for an absolute certainty this guy was there between 9:05 and 9:10. Okay? That's circumstantial. We don't have direct evidence. We don't have anyone who witnessed it. We don't have any DNA. In this scenario, we don't have any ballistics. That'd do it.
All right. So right. I'm trying to sort of classify a little bit more.
Yeah.
So this is what I'm going to try and classify. I want to start by explaining to you all. Circumstantial evidence is far broader than what you probably think it is.
It is. It's anything that's not direct. Anything that's not direct is someone who doesn't witness it, or scientific. Fingerprint would be direct.
Right.
DNA would be direct. Someone who witnessed it is direct.
Nope.
Circumstance. Okay. Disagree with me.
Nope.
Disagree with me.
A fingerprint is circumstantial evidence. It's circumstantial. If there's a fingerprint of someone's fingerprints are on a gun, that is circumstantial evidence that at some point the individual whose fingerprints are on the gun held the gun. Do you know for sure that that he held the gun, rather than actually someone maybe might have lifted his fingerprints and then copied them onto the gun? You do not know that. If their DNA is on the gun, you do not, or it might have been placed there. You don't know that. Now, is it likely? Is it more likely than not that they held the gun if you see their fingers in a gripping position on the handle of a? Obviously, it's strong circumstantial evidence. But the only way that you have in evidence that is not circumstantial is when you have either visual or visual or video. That's my point. Are you going to concede that to me?
No, I understand your point. It's fine.
Okay, but that's what I'm saying is people think, so no one should think that as soon as someone hears, well, the evidence is based on circumstantial evidence, that means that it's garbage evidence. That's not true at all. A lot of circumstantial evidence is incredibly significant. Incredibly significant. Now, the question is, though, there's a lot of things that are labeled circumstantial evidence that is not nearly as significant as that sort of evidence. And here's another point I'll make to you. If there was circumstantial evidence that we see Alex Murdaugh's fingerprints on the quail pen, on the door frame of the feed room where Paul is shot, is that very significant circumstantial evidence? No, because there's 1,000 reasons it could have been there that have nothing at all to do with the night in question. In stark contrast, if a drug lord or runner for a drug lord who no one knows to have ever been on the property, if we find their fingerprints on the door jamb of the feed room and nowhere else anywhere on the property, that is far more significant circumstantial evidence. So you can even the same form of evidence, depending on the circumstances around it, will change the significance of circumstantial evidence. And it becomes very obvious when you look at it in that context. Think of it. If we found Alex Murdaugh's, so that's the same thing, gunshot residue. If you find gunshot residue in my house, that is highly significant because I've never brought I've never brought a gun into this house. If you find gunshot in the Murdaugh home, that is a joke. Because they have they may have more gunshot residue in that house than dust. So it's like it's not even you can't even compare it. And that's why the same evidence, depending on the case, depending on the circumstances, and the circumstances will change the significance of the circumstantial evidence. That's the point I want to make. Some evidence that is labeled as circumstantial evidence is never useful. Like his last name is Murdaugh, that sounds like murder. So therefore, there's a circumstance which that leads you to think that he's more likely to be a murderer. And sometimes we'll see evidence being presented as, something that's relevant and circumstantial, which is not at all relevant and should not be deemed even circumstantial evidence or evidence of any kind. And that's where you start getting into like levels of significance of the circumstantial. Is that circumstantial? Yes, it's just not evidence. That's the point. It's circumstantial that his name sounds more like murderer than your name or mine. Well, at least my name. Your name is closer. But yeah, definitely, probably, yeah, he's got the MUR at the start. So that's more than you two. So his name sounds more like murder than mine. But that doesn't make him more likely to be a murderer than me. So yeah, that's the and then you're talking about something that's circumstantial but not evidence. And sometimes the lines of what we consider evidence seems to be very blurry. He has black hair. It's like saying he has black hair. Hitler had black hair. Therefore, he's evil.
Or therefore, it's Hitler.
He's Hitler. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's our evidence discussion. It looks as if I'm not sure if they're still saying be right back. All right.
Okay.
So when you say the bar, when you ask about the bar for a circumstantial case, I will tell you that 95% of all evidence that comes in is circumstantial. It's most evidence you ever see is circumstantial. The question is the significance of that circumstantial evidence.
Okay. All right, guys. This was a new bottle when I started. It was new. You saw me open it on stream. It was new when I opened it. Brand new.
Brand stinking new. That reminds me, I owe a double shot to Brandon. So here's to you, Mr. Robinson.
Yeah. This. You saw me open it on stream. You saw me do it.
And by the way, I'm not taking any more shots today, so don't pay me. You pay me, I'm rejecting it.
Well, I have to take more shots.
No, I'm rejecting any further shots at this point.
I have to take them.
Don't send me more money, because if you send me, I'm just going to consider a donation to my kids' tuition, and not something that I have to pay for.
Nice.
It's just a present.
That's good for you. I don't have any kids. I can't put the trip.
That's true. You don't have that explanation. Aquamarine says, Joe, try Santis Dreyfal Tigkite will be the closest you will ever get to the flavor of bacon, and you missed 2 of my super chats already, though I got blocked. Really? I never try to miss super chats. It's never intentional, unless I see something racist in there, which I doubt. I'm not accusing you of. I remember recently I got a racist super chat that sent to me that I accidentally pulled up on screen for half a second and then like yanked down right away, which that one I meant to skip altogether. But I don't remember that being from you, Aquamarine. I certainly didn't intentionally miss it, and I apologize if I did. I'm doing my best here. I don't have a producer here today, so I'm working on my own. You okay there? You okay there, brother?
No.
Okay. All right. All righty then. And the show must go on. A juror brought all jurors eggs from home chicken. We saw that earlier. We're covering that. Woodyard, Tennessee says, how many paranoid drug addicts do horrible things they regret every day? Paul and Maggie were supported by a broke Alex. Ending them saves money. That's his motive. He's trying to save money on the expense of Paul and Maggie. Really? If that's your best motive, he's trying to save money on the cost of Paul and Maggie. That's about as good as any other motive we heard. And frankly, no disrespect, just as silly. Just as silly. That was the kindest way I can possibly. He's heaving everywhere, right? He is. He's heaving everywhere. I don't blame him. He's like at shot 18 or something like that. Algonza says, hey, Joe, does revoking your gay card count as racist? Oh, he said guy card. Not gay card. Neither of them counts as racist. So there you go. Neither of them would count as racist. That's my take on it. So that's pretty funny. All right. Jane Doe says,
I'm still here if you need me.
Oh, good. I was worried about you.
Fantastic.
No, are you okay?
No.
All right. Should I call a medic?
No.
Oh, okay. It's good because I don't know your address. I know your phone number, but I don't know your address. So
fantastic.
I wouldn't even know where to send them.
Good.
So, all right. If you need a medic, just private message me your address.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
I'm here for you. I don't know where
it probably cost me more. The medic would probably cost me more than all the super chats I had, which is disturbing because on a purely rational level,
I'll have to start all over again.
No, which 17 shots, I'm still in enough to calculate it rationally. It would cost me more to order a medic than all the shots he's ordered, so I wouldn't do it from purely rational basis. That's where we're at. Fantastic.
All right. Okay. All right. Angie Hammond says there are 3 sections of South Carolina: upstate South Carolina, where I'm from, Midlands, and Low Country, aka Murdaugh land. Sorry, Kurt, love you, but go Cox. Do you have any?
Clemson for life. Clemson for life.
Did you have any response?
2 degrees.
What is
2 degrees?
What does go Cox mean?
That's the University of South Carolina.
Oh.
Their mascot, the University of South Carolina, is the Gamecock.
Really? Interesting.
Yes. And that's why all the women they have the booty shorts say go Cox.
Okay.
I'm serious.
Ari Jacob says, when men do this type of crime toward their own family, Wikipedia says they're typically driven by loss of control, including financial crises / divorce. Yeah, but they also, it doesn't just come out of nowhere, like overnight. That's the thing. Like he literally just like out of nowhere. That's the problem with that. Everyone who testified about him on behalf of the state, the entity that's trying to prosecute him, said he was lovey-dovey with his wife. Went to every baseball game Paul ever had. He practically broke the law to cover Paul's butt. So, so like, you know, and breached his possibly breached his ethical duties as an attorney in order to protect Paul, and then blows his head off. And and here's the thing that I think I never heard a single person.
I don't think he pulled the trigger.
The most ardent anti-Alex Murdaugh person has never addressed, if he's going to kill him, why blow his head off?
Yeah.
Literally, like, think about this.
I don't think he pulled the trigger.
Why blow his head off? I mean, just do another round into the chest. Why?
No.
I mean,
if you want to say he's involved in some way, I get that, but I don't think he pulled the trigger. I don't think.
Think about how asinine it is for the state to claim that not only did he kill his own son, but he decapitated him by bullets. To me, that's such an asinine take. Wouldn't a juror be they? Please excuse my spelling. Your spelling is perfect. Some people put a Y instead of the I there, and some people put an I instead of the Y. So on they. So wouldn't a juror be? Oh, I see what a juror is. They. That's pretty funny. It took me a second to get to it. But yeah. Ari says they feel the family caused disappointment. They feel that their own financial failings. Oh, this is following up on the previous one. They feel the family caused disappointment. They feel that their own financial failings ruined the point of having a family, because they wish to save their family from perceived threats. And yet, 3 months later, he tries committing suicide to get $12 million to Buster. So why wouldn't he just kill himself?
I don't know. I would die for my family.
And why not kill him in the chest? I mean, how heartless is that to shoot his brains out of his skull, which is what this person did. And if you believe this, if you believe the defense experts, and here's the thing, you know, I talked about this a couple of days ago with Andrew Branco. Let's think about the position of the person at the time that the kill shot on Paul came in. Let's just take a moment to think about this. What makes more sense? An execution style shot where the muzzle of the barrel of the gun is it the muzzle? The tip? It's called the muzzle?
Muzzle. Yeah.
The muzzle.
That's it. Yeah.
The muzzle of the barrel of the gun is pressed against his cranium. Or shot from underneath. When we're looking, we're trying to dissect this crime scene afterwards. And what we see is a skull that's blown apart. And we see an intact brain, largely intact brain, rather than a shredded brain that's been, like, you know, splintered into a million pieces. And sorry for grossing any of you out who are trying to have dinner or anything like that, or thinking about having dinner anytime in the next week or so. But so now we have an intact brain. And we're trying to figure out, how did this happen? Where did the bullet come from to result in a brain excavating the body and not being shredded beyond recognition that it's a brain? You know, in other words, being shredded into just matter that you're like, you don't even know what the heck you're looking at, which apparently is what they say the first responders found. Now, let's think about this for a second. If you have a projectile that is a bird shot, which everyone says the second shot was a bird shot, that is sending out bullets from a shotgun, and the bullets are coming out, the pellets are coming out in a spray type of fashion. Some of these pellets are stopping in the shoulder. This is if you're saying it came from beneath. Then those bullets come in one concentrated fashion into Paul's neck, up through his brain. And piercing his cranium, ripping open his cranium, and then taking his brain with those pellets that somehow were in a spread thing and came through in a lined up fashion, driving through the brain into the skull, the top of the cranium, and then hitting the ceiling. You would imagine it's like basically like if you took Jell-O. Imagine taking Jell-O against a wall, not a wall. Let's call it a piece of plywood. You're a karate expert. You take a piece of plywood and put Jell-O against it, and you punch through that Jell-O into the plywood, breaking the plywood, which is essentially what we're saying: a projectile coming through the brain, which is kind of a little bit more integrity than a brain, but punching through that in a spread out fashion, and then even spread out is not like quite like this wide. It's probably like this wide, because it's coming from a shotgun blast, and then pierce enough strength to pierce through the brain. You would think that the projectiles are punching through the skull and sort of squishing the brain against the top of the cranium and pushing through and exploding through the top of the head. Or what the defense says is that the bullet was from the muzzle touching the top of the cranium and pushing through and punching through that cranium and creating like a gaseous type of explosion, which literally ejected the brain and other blood and other matter from it because of the gaseous explosion that's happening, that it's turning the brain, the mind, the skull into a balloon that's exploding outward. And now it's looking to find where's the easiest egress, and that's from the hole that was just made by the bullets, so it egresses through the top of the skull. So I'm trying to figure out, how's this brain remaining intact while a hole is being made in the cranium? And to me, it makes more sense if it was actually ejected by an explosion rather than being smashed against the top of the skull. That's my perspective. That's why, to me, the defense makes more sense. Because I think if it was smashed against the skull, well, then we would see very little brain, because wherever that hole is being made, you have bullets pressing through that mush of brain and crushing it against the top of the skull before breaking open the top of the skull. That's my take on it. Are you okay there, my friend Kurt? Because I think I might have lost you. And I see that I have a lot of messages here. Are you okay there? The last message I got from you is indicating that you might not be like totally okay. You are muted, but I think you are still muted.
No, I'm definitely drunk.
Okay. Well, that's acceptable. That's acceptable. There are worse things in the world than being paid to get drunk.
Yeah, I've done 17 shots.
It's a lot of shots. My record, I think, is 23.
It's a bottle plus.
Is that a bottle plus 23? How many shots in a bottle?
22 and change.
Wow. I made past a bottle? I went to a party for a person who had a boy, which we have a party on Friday night after the boy is born. And at that party, the guy who had his son bought a bottle of this for me, and I made it down to here.
This bottle was brand new when I opened it today with
impressive.
You on stream.
Yep.
And I've had some more beyond that. So it's been a little bit.
I think you can stop now.
I can't because I still right here.
No. 17 out of 20.
What's it say?
It says 17 out of 20, but I don't know when you wrote that. I don't want you to hurt yourself. I don't want you to hurt yourself. And I'll tell you something else. I'm like 100% certain, 1,000% certain that Let's Go Brandon, or whatever name, different names that he uses, he doesn't want you to hurt yourself either. Like, nobody wants you to hurt yourself. So if you're like if you say uncle, I think he'll accept that.
Yeah.
I want to point that out to you. If you want to throw in the towel and say, you know what, I can't finish that, I'm positive he will not feel ripped off or anything of that kind and won't care at all. I'm positive of that. I mean, I don't want you to hurt yourself. Seriously.
I understand.
Okay? All right.
No.
I worry about you. I don't want you I don't want you to hurt yourself. Let's go. Brandon doesn't want you to hurt yourself. Nobody wants you to hurt yourself. So, it's all good fun. It's not a matter of earning your love. It's a matter of making sure that you're okay when everything is said.
How about that? You know that. I love you regardless.
I understand that. I want to protect you. I want to make sure that you don't feel indebted, that there's an obligation upon you, because there isn't. So understand that. There's pressure, but no obligation. And that pressure is not something you should give into if you have any thought at all that it might hurt you. You understand what I'm saying?
That thought was a couple shots ago.
All right, so maybe we should stop. Maybe we should stop.
Should be.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, let's just stop here. All right. Adrian Hansen says, South Carolina, the state that keeps re-electing fake conservatives, Lindsey Graham and Nancy Mace, saved Biden in the primary. Lower expectations of this jury. I never had high expectations for them. Algonzo says, Kurt, you don't even have to throwing in a towel. You can give them the remaining 3 later. Heck, in installments even. That's true too. Miss Darby says, when As brother finishes, jury is being dismissed. Watch the feed. Alex Murdaugh is looking at the jury and then smiles softly and lightly nods head at someone. I believe a juror made eye contact with him and gave a positive vibe. Well, no, that's hopeful. That's hopeful. Because like I said, I believe that Alex Murdaugh should be put away for the rest of his life. I just don't think it should be for any crime of murder, just for his financial crimes. I don't want him to walk free. No one should think that. I just want him to pay for his financial crimes, not for killing his wife and son. His wife and son, yeah. Tina Lewis says, could it be that this was revenge murder and the killer is related to someone such as a politician? And this is a state governor team effort to run cover, pinning it on Alex Murdaugh since he sims with Senator Graham? Look, as many people pointed out, as Nate pointed out, and Shauna pointed out, and numerous people pointed out, this feels personal. And I fully concur with that. It feels very, very personal. All right, it says, did prosecutors ever bring up a psychologist to talk about why people historically kill their families or no? No. All right. I'm going to say, I want to just point out, Kurt, you look really beat. Why don't you go sleep this off?
Thank you very much. We'll do.
Of course. Of course.
Appreciate
All right.
it. Thank you.
Love you, brother.
Appreciate
Feel better.
Yeah.
Sleep it off. Thank you for joining me. Sign up to Uncivil Law. The dude is awesome. Not always drunk. In fact, very rarely drunk. But today he got himself a little bit inebriated. Definitely, you're not gonna drive, right? You're not gonna drive. You're just gonna curl into bed in your house there.
I'm here in my house.
Beautiful. Curl into bed in your house. Go sleep it off. Thank you for joining me. You were awesome.
Thank you.
You were really
good.
awesome.
Thank you.
Take care, my brother. All right. There you go. And he's on his way. He's going to be okay. He's going to be okay. There's no reason to worry. He'll be fine. I'm glad that I talked him out of those last 3 shots. And I'm 100% positive that that's what Let's Go Brandon would have wanted me to do. If he was sitting in my shoes, I'm positive that's what he would have wanted me to do. The idea is he wanted to see him get drunk, have a good time or whatever, and show him some support. And yeah, so there you go. I should have told him to drink some water. I should have told him to drink some water. I probably should have. I'm a little bit ability impaired myself, so I didn't think of that. But you're probably right. I probably should have said something along those lines. It's 6:05 and they still haven't shut down court. I'm not sure why. Miss Darby says, when As brother finishes, jury is being dismissed. I don't know what As brother is in this context. Well, come to think of it, I'm not sure if I could figure out any context where the phrase As brother would make much sense. When I don't know. Jury is being dismissed, watch feed. Alex Murdaugh is looking at the jury and then smiles softly and lightly nods head at someone. I don't know what this means. But maybe you mean the judge? I don't know. Mm-hmm. All right. So let's say this overturned because of the financial information, which could be. When you say financial information, you're saying the judge never should have allowed the financial information in. This was more prejudicial and probative, and the judge and the appellate court overturns it. Next trial, Murdaugh decides not to testify. Can they just use his testimony from this one? In my opinion, yes. Yes. I believe they can. I think they can. And the reason they can is it's not an out-of-court statement. The same way they can show his conversation with SLED, with Agent Wilson or Owen, or whatever the guy's name is, Spike Owen, whatever, David Owen. The conversation with David Owen, the same way they can show that, they can show his conversation on the stand here. And anything he said here can be used against him because it's not hearsay. Hearsay, the definition of hearsay is an out-of-court statement that is being offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted. And some people add in the word therein. That's what hearsay is. An out-of-court statement. Is this an out-of-court statement? No. It's an in-court statement made under oath. They can use it. It's an admission. They can use it. So even if it's overturned because the financial, since it's a statement he made under oath in court, it's not hearsay. Is it relevant? It probably would be relevant. So what I would say to you is, all of it, if there is a mistrial and this thing is done, and Alex Murdaugh gets a mulligan and they start all over again, the chances are exceptionally high. I can't tell you for sure. In my legal opinion, exceptionally high chance that his testimony here could be used at a follow-up trial sometime in the future, because it's not an out-of-court statement. It's an in-court statement. Makes sense, right? Lynn Bronner says the money of the price of eggs, though, for indictments, be kind to all kinds. I agree with you, Lynn. Although I think it's very interesting that you spell it. I don't know if it's Lim Bronner or Lynn. It seems like it would be Lim, which is an unusual name. But I have to assume that you, like most people, did not misspell your name. That was an intentional thing. Whether that's your actual name, I don't know. Not maybe, may not be. Either way, I don't really care. But I will know you as Lim, because just like if Lim was spelled with a B on the end, so I said the B is silent. In this context, I'd say the N is silent. So it's Lim Bronner. And yeah, I agree with you. We should be kind to all kinds. Kyle Count says Dallas paid while on jury, but took the jury pay. Dallas paid while on the jury, but took the jury pay. I don't know who Dallas is in this context. I'm a little confused by that. Nova Am says, crazy juror related. I work in a court, and today a juror for our trial had a family member fraudulently call her, pretending to be her kid's school, saying that his arm was broken. We called school, kid was fine. I work in a court, and today a juror for our trial. I assume it's not this trial, right? It's a different trial, right, Nova Amp? Can't be this trial. It's not the Murdaugh trial. I mean, what are the chances that you work for the Murdaugh trial? So I assume when you say juror-related, so you're in a court. Today, a juror for our trial had a family member fraudulently call her, pretending to be her kid's... A family member call, pretending to be the kid's school, saying his arm is broken? We called the school, the kid was fine. Well, I think that the trial would have been, if it was this trial, the trial would have been interrupted. That's a crazy story. That's a really crazy story. That's pretty wild. Not going to kid you. Publicly Buzz, you guys should do a weekly show together. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. It's very complimentary. I will tell you this. I was not going to say it publicly. I was not going to say this publicly until it was said first by Nick. But he did mention it yesterday publicly. So I will share with you now, you the public now, since he mentioned it on his stream yesterday. For a few months now, I've been pushing Nick. If you follow my channel at all, you know that I have a weekly show, or I'm supposed to have a weekly show with Legal Mindset on Thursday nights. Which the way that works is this: every week on Thursday nights, I go on his show, and then the next week he'll come on my show, and we sort of alternate weeks. That's the way it's been, with a very clear understanding between us that if for any reason at all he or I have a problem appearing for a particular week, so we just push it back a week. That's what we do. As it happens, for like the last month or so, every week he's pushed me back, saying, I can't do it this week, whatever, can't do it. But the idea is this way, his audience sees me, my audience sees him. It's an easy show. Because if I do a show with Legal Mindset, I don't need to like think about it. I literally, whatever topics are going on in the news, maybe I'll bring up one story, whatever, but I can go for 2 hours with him and have a highly entertaining show where we're sort of bouncing ideas off of each other. And it's a very easy show to prepare, which usually I can be confident because I know I respect his position, his intelligence, where he's coming from, that we're going to have an entertaining show, be able to joke around with each other, that my audience is going to enjoy. And that'll be a high quality show. And that's a confidence that I have in him. And so it's mutually beneficial. There's no contract. There's nothing in writing. There's nothing like there's no commitment. Either of us could break it, could back out at any time. But it's sort of like an arrangement that we've had for the last year or so. There's nothing binding on either him or I. And frequently, he or I will say, this week's not good, and whatever, and we will just push it back for another week. In fact, he's supposed to be joining me tonight, and he told me after I said to him last night, I was like, are you free tonight? Because he hasn't been on. I'm next in line that he's supposed to come join my show, and he actually said, sure, definitely, like, looking forward to it. And then 3 hours later came back to me and said, oh my God, I just realized I have a flight and I can't make it. I feel terrible. Like, he was very apologetic about it. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. That's totally fine. There's no expectation on me that you must be there. There's nothing at all. I'm like, let's have fun and hang out for a night. If it works for you, great. If it doesn't, great. Whatever it is. I'd like to hang out with you. You're fun. If not, and that's part of the reason that we get along so well. Anyway, my point is this. A couple of months ago, I approached Nick and asked him about doing something similar with him on Monday nights. And I was like, every week we'll alternate. 1 week I'll be on your show. Next week you're on my show. And we'll just sort of alternate. As it happens, Legal Mindset show time-wise tends to lead into mine, and my show time-wise tends to lead into Nick. So I was like, you know what? On Thursdays, I'll hang with Legal Mindset, and on Mondays, I'll hang with Nick because I happen to like him. I don't need to work to prep a show with Nick. I can hang with him for 2 hours or 3 hours, and it's like I'm just hanging out with a friend, and everyone who's watching it is enjoying it. It's a benefit to everyone. It's a win-win for everyone. And I was trying to get, and he had other commitments that he could not commit to me to do that. So he's like, no, I have this thing going on, whatever. He had this other commitment that he had on Monday night, so he couldn't commit to me, which that commitment has now ended. So I was like, we were still, when you're handling a trial, it's a lot of stress, a lot of time on you. So it's tiring. So to sitting here for 10 hours a day, it's exhausting. So I didn't even ask him, even though I knew his commitment ended. I didn't even ask him. I was like, after the trial's over, I'll be like, let's get started next Monday. But yesterday he announced that we're supposed to be, I didn't want to announce it publicly because I felt like until things are secured, I don't want to announce it. But yesterday he mentioned that we're hoping to get things started, that we're going to appear on each other's channel every Monday. So those of you who enjoy watching me and Nick and I hang out together, I will tell you that this has been in discussion for several months. We've been waiting till our mutual schedules free up. It does. I don't know if it's going to start this Monday or the Monday after, maybe the Monday after that, but sometime within the next few weeks, I expect to start on a weekly rotational, much as I have with Legal Mindset, where 1 week I'll be on his show on Monday night, and the following week he'll be on my show on Monday night. And that is the arrangement we plan on having. So those of you who enjoy watching us together, this way, on like every other week, we'll basically be appearing on each other's. If you're following only Legal Mindset, you'll see him on his show every other week, and if you're following only me, you'll see him on my show every other week. And basically, like I'll be hanging out with him on a weekly basis, and that's basically the plan. Same much as I've done with Legal Mindset. And it's just a nice, easy, comfortable show to do that the audience seems to really enjoy. So there you go. We do not have a verdict yet, those of you who are wondering. No verdict. Waiting on a verdict, but not yet. Not yet. I'm waiting for the judge to say, show that today is over. So Duncan Idaho says, Kurt, if I thought I could be your peer and if we were in the same region, I think you seem like a great guy and I'd want to be friends / hang out. I'm going to tell you this. If you watch more than 3 hours of Kurt, like really watch him, I think it's pretty clear the dude is a teddy bear. I have had the privilege of meeting Kurt on a few occasions, not just obviously online, but like hanging out with him. And he's genuinely like a really genuinely good-hearted, good person who obviously hasn't found, it's obvious that he struggles with the fact that he hasn't found someone meaningful in his life to share his life with. And it's clear to anyone with half a brain that that's something that's impacted him and that he's genuinely looking for. And he feels a certain frustration in his failure to find that. And I know that some people really, really like him a lot, and some people really don't. And I understand both positions. I understand why some people would be like, he's not my taste, whatever. There's a lot of reasons that someone could hate anyone, me, him, Nick, any human. You can, whether it's, based in badass or completely, cucked and whatever, it doesn't matter. There are going to be people who are going to hate on you. And I understand that. My point is, I am positive that Kurt on civil law is genuinely a very good person. Like genuinely a very good person. And like each of us, like me or anyone else, he has his flaws, but he really cares about people. And yeah, I wish for him, I hope he finds nothing but the best. Because he's a good person. He cares about people. So I hope for him nothing but the best. I know he doesn't always present himself in a way that rubs people the right way. I think that's a skill which he's continually developing. Dallas Sanders says, so you want more money to read money posts not good with? What the hell? What are you talking about? I didn't ask. No one has to pay me a penny. I've never asked anyone to pay me money. I encourage it. But I've never said you have to pay me money. You can pay me nothing. I'm not going to be upset with you. I just want your attention. I'm not asking you to send me money. I'm just telling you, I'm being real with you. I think anyone who said, hey, if people can send me money, I'd be happy about it. So I'm not different from any other human like that. But no one has to send me anything. Hey, brother. But educate us idiots on what the hell a grand jury is, the process, etc. Here's all the time, but we want to understand it better. So I don't deal with criminal law. I'll tell you, grand jury usually consists, I think, of like 40 people or something like that. And I think over there, in the indictment process, in order to be brought up, it's been a long time since I looked at criminal law. I'm not going to kid you. But basically, a grand jury is, I believe, like something like 40 people or so. And the state presents its case as to what evidence it has. Defense is not present. And they say, here are all the reasons we want to indict this individual and bring them up before a jury for them to be, for these charges to be brought against them, for them to be punished and have a trial against them. So when you have an indictment, what that means is that there was a grand jury that's assembled and they will, behind closed doors, sealed, no one gets to see it other than the grand jury themselves, that they will basically come forward and they will provide witnesses in front of a judge, in front of a jury. That jury will be a very large jury, and they usually are on panel for a fairly lengthy period of time. And the prosecution has an opportunity, without being cross-examined, they basically will take whatever evidence they have and present one-sided story. There's no cross-examination, no nothing. The defense can't have any counsel in there. They might not even know about it. They might not even know about the charge. And they basically will present charges that they would like to have the grand jury issue an indictment, which leads to the person basically being brought to trial for whatever charges are approved under the indictment. So the grand jury is the one who basically signs off on the indictment. And in that context, that's why they say that you can get an indictment, a DA can get an indictment against a ham sandwich. Meaning anything, when it's one-sided, they can present evidence and they're supposed to say, I'm pretty sure, again, I'm not a criminal defense attorney, I'm pretty sure it's only the standard for them to say is not beyond reasonable doubt, but more likely than not, like 51%. And the grand jury finds it's at least 51% based on this one-sided testimony that's presented by the prosecution. Then an indictment will come down and the charges are issued, and those become formal charges issued against the defendant for whatever charges the grand jury has approved. So that's the way our process works. So whenever the district attorney believes that there's charges that should be brought against an individual, first they go to the grand jury, they present their side of the case. The grand jury consists of like 40 people or so. I don't know if it's 40. I just made that number up. I've never been part of a grand jury. I think it's much larger than the normal jury. And I think they're looking for majority there, and they don't have any opposition. This is my understanding. This is my recollection. I'm going back to law school. I'm literally going back to law school from like, I don't know, 30 or 25 years ago. But 1997 is when I learned this. So you do the math. You probably weren't born when I covered this, when I learned this. And yeah, basically, if they sign off on it, in that case, it becomes a formal indictment, and that's when the person gets charged and can be arrested and basically face prosecution. Which leads to a trial like we have here with Alex Murdaugh. I hope I got that right. I think I got that like pretty close to right. That's my recollection. Again, as a commercial litigator, which means I do civil law. I basically do business law in court. That's pretty good. That's a pretty good breakdown, I think, for you. But that's where when someone gets indicted, it means that they were found guilty by the grand jury. But I believe the standard is 51. It's like 50.0000001%. Guilty, and I don't believe it's unanimous, but it could be just a majority, and that's why they say, and that's why like here's a situation which is like shocking, like Deshaun Watson being charged with his sexual crimes for touching massage therapists inappropriately. The fact that 2 different district attorneys came forward with their evidence, no opposition to them, and couldn't get a grand jury in 2 different counties to indict him was just astonishing. Like, how little evidence do you have here on this guy? I think ultimately they end up getting indictment against him. I'm not sure though. I don't remember. It's been a while since I looked at the Deshaun Watson situation. Okay, Joe, love you, but time to go. You're losing me forever. Well, that's disappointing. I appreciate whatever patronage you've ever shown me, and I don't know what I did, but everyone's going to have different tastes. What happened to the dogs? I don't know what happened to the dogs. I think they were put back in the kennel. That's part of the reason they think that like it couldn't have been a foreigner. It couldn't have been someone from, or it had to be Alex, because the dogs would have been freaking out if it was someone else. It sort of ignores the fact that good chance that Paul put away the dogs before he was killed. So, or did the dogs disappear? I don't even know what happened with the dogs. I think one dog, I think Bubba might have disappeared. I don't know. And Brandon Upbine says, I can't send you a screenshot of the video. The shirt is visible from outside the house. How can I send a picture? You can send me anything on Locals, which is goodlogic.locals.com. If you have trouble sending a picture there, you can reach me on Twitter. I try to check my DMs on Twitter. My DMs are open. And my Twitter handle is @thefollowingpro. As in, my show is called The Following Program, but that was too long. So I have The Following Pro, @thefollowingpro. Obscure Destination, Good Logic, 93K subs. God bless you all. Thank you. I appreciate it. I really do. Dr. Spoon. Creed Bratton from The Office once said about cults, it's fun being a follower, but you make more money as a leader. Creed Bratton is one of the best characters ever created on TV. Seriously. And what's really cool about it is that, like, the guy who plays Creed Bratton, I'm sure many of you know this, but some of you, I'm sure several of you don't. Creed Bratton, he was a singer in a famous band. I don't know if his first name was Creed. Let me check this out. Creed. He was actually a musician in a famous band. It's great, Creed Bratton. I love him. He was a former member of the band Grassroots. He's best known for playing a fictionalized version of himself. So that's his real name, Creed Bratton. And he plays a character on The Office called Creed Bratton. Yeah, and he was hilarious, and the writing for him was brilliant, and his acting was perfect, and huge fan of Creed Bratton. Senior Spielberger, Joe, unpin your locals posts that are old. I actually noticed this, and I did that. The live chat is buried by pin post and pin the live chat. That is why he thought it wasn't there. Well, it's up there now, so you'll be able to see it. Friend of the program, PayPal is your pal, Kurt. Check it. I think he's good. Joe, Les Temp, love you. You are effed. You 0 now. I don't know why you're so upset at me. No, forgive me. Forgive me. Facts matter. Bubba the Hero photos posted all over Facebook. No lie. Let's see what's going on here. Make sure I didn't miss anything. I'm not sure why it is that the day hasn't ended. I still, in case you're wondering what's going on in court. This is what I got going on here. Like, what is that? Why wouldn't the judge just end the day? I don't get it. So Bubba the Hero photos posted all over Facebook. So I have my eye is watching this the whole time. I'm not cognizant of this. At a certain point, I think we can give up hope on the judge here, though. I'm not going to kid you. I'm running out of energy here. I've been doing this for almost 9 hours at this point. Facts matter. I covered that. Phoebe says, what do you believe was the defense reason for wanting the jury to go to the crime scene, and do you think it was successful for them? I have no idea if it was successful for them. So my thought on this is a good question, Phoebes. I'll tell you, I think they feel like if the jury has a chance to actually see the layout of the place and perhaps how far the house is from the feed room and the kennels, that they would appreciate why it makes sense that he wouldn't have noticed anything about there being any multiple shots happening at the kennels if he was at the house, that it wouldn't be weird at all to them. And maybe they get a better feel for the height of the bullets and realize how if you step backward from the bullets to where the shells were found, that the person is pretty low to the ground from where they're shooting. It's when you cannot compare. There's no comparison between hearing and sight. When you see something, there's a reason why they say a picture is worth 1,000 words, because it is. So if you're there, to me, it's indicative of the fact that they believe that the more you see of this whole scene, the less credible the state's story sounds. Because you cannot compare visualization to auditory. Just can't compare it. It's not in the same ballpark. So if you're there on the premises and you actually see this is where he was shot, this is where she was at the time of the shooting, you can visualize the whole thing and you can see the shots in the quail pen and how low they are. You'd be like, how the heck did Alex get down that low to shoot? I think that sort of helps. If you just hear a number, it doesn't really register. When you see it, it just changes everything completely. It changes everything completely. So, was it successful? I have no way of knowing that any more than I have any way to know what the jury is, which way the jury is leaning at this moment. At 1.75 speed, judge does a hell of an Obama impression. All right. You know, folks, they think Republicans here, they don't care about passing any kind of legislation to help folks like you and to help folks in middle America. Health Al Riton says, Kurt, you need to drink a few bottles of water. That's probably true. Nancy says, let's get this straight. Wasn't there hair in Maggie's hand? No one has spoken of it. You're correct, and I don't know why this was not a much, much bigger deal. To me, that's a huge, huge deal. Think about this. How does anyone have... When's the last time you held hair in your hand that you weren't, unless you're a woman brushing your own hair or brushing, your daughter's hair? In what context are you holding hair in your hand? In what context is that actually happening? What am I supposed to check that you put there an hour ago? I'm looking at locals. What am I supposed to check that you put there an hour ago? Why is that doing that? What'd you put in locals there? Just giving them an option. What'd you put an hour ago? As if like there's timestamps in locals. That's like the worst thing about locals is that there's no timestamps. More havoc. I don't know what I'm supposed to be seeing here. Can you all hear Lady Logic in the background? Because I can hear her. I don't know if you can. Just wondering. What time are they sending the jury home? 10 p.m.? 10 p.m.? You think I'm going to be doing this till 10 p.m.? Are you joking? That was a word from our sponsors. 10 p.m. as in 1-0 in the evening is when they're wrapping up here. Are you joking? That cannot be. This son of a... That's what it is. He wants them to like wrap it up. He's like, come to a decision. Did you ever hear Steve, my friend Steve?
Yes.
Which, by the way, I love the rock star hairstyle you got going on for you today.
I just got home. I'm not ready for my live stream, but I hear the jury might be coming back.
Did you really hear that?
The rumor mill in the chat may be deceiving me.
Do you think a quick decision? The chat is going to lie to you. Don't believe the chat. They're full of crap. They're a bunch of big fat liars.
I know, but I fall for it every time.
No, every time they're like, the jury's back, judge is back, jury's back, judge is back. Okay. They will lie to you. They hate you. They hate me. They want to trick me.
No, they love me. They'd never lie to me.
Yes, they would. Yes, they would. This is what we have there. And I've had that for the last hour. It's looked like that.
Okay, well, I've been trying to catch up because I'm going to do an 8 p.m. Rumble stream. I'm trying to finish off the closing arguments. I was watching your stream at 1.75 speed. And I'm about...
Do I sound more or less intelligent at 1.75 speed?
Well, I like it. I like it better because it's more efficient. I can do 2 times speed, but this last guy was kind of fast. I'm eating my dinner too.
That's okay. Yeah, I haven't had breakfast or lunch, in case you're wondering. Yeah.
Well,
and now I'm being told by my chat that the judge says he's going to keep the jury there until 10 p.m.
I know, but we are liars.
A bunch of big fat. The chat The chat's pants are on fire.
They lied to me to get me over here.
Is that what it
I
was?
was going to come on. I wanted to finish off the verdict. See, like this.
Look at this schmuck. Look at this. Look at this guy. Look at this. Look. This is what I like. Flat out, just no. They have no qualms. They make Alex Murdaugh look like Mother Teresa. Like he's the most honest guy ever. James just tweeted that he's going to court. I don't give a damn where the hell James. He might be going to court. Nothing's happening there.
I don't know what's happening. I'm reading all this chat, and I don't want to miss the verdict if the verdict's coming back. On the other hand, I want to finish the closing. So, what was your thought of the closing argument?
A lot of people say James McCoy tweeted he's running back to court. All right, that's two different people who actually paid money to tell me that James tweeted that. I'm gonna go look at Twitter and see if he actually wrote that. That could be complete. What was your question, sir?
Me?
Yeah.
What was your thoughts on the closings?
Okay, so I thought Waters was hot mess garbage. Terrible. Long, convoluted, terrible. Just terrible, terrible stuff.
Agreed.
Awful stuff. A gift.
Not objectionable, but boring and ridiculous.
Yeah, it was just like, what the hell's happening here? Like, I don't even know why we're sitting through 4 hours of this hot garbage.
But that's been the whole theme of the state case, hasn't it?
Fair. I thought that Jim today was lacking in energy and direction. I think he covered most things you want him to cover, but that he was lacking in energy and direction and theme. So, but at the same time, he covered enough there that I gave him like a 6 out of 10. And the rebuttal, I was like, I don't know what to make of this rebuttal because it sounds to me so hokey and stupid. But at the same time, my advanced trial advocacy professor basically told me, when you're talking to a Southern jury, it doesn't need to fit in with the law and hear the legal arguments. But you
just like my mama told me, I had a little rabbit, and that rabbit goes running. You know that the piper's singing, and when the piper sings, you know guilty. Some stupid sing-song story. People are like, "Oh yeah, sounds."
James from court did say running to court now. 5 minutes ago, he said
might be a jury question. Can we see this bit of evidence? Usually,
likely.
I'm going to guess jury question.
That's likely.
But I don't know. I'm very bad at predicting what juries are doing. People always want to say it doesn't matter. I don't need to be a
yeah, I got this. Reader. That's what I'm saying. I was checking Twitter. I see James from court says exactly that. He says, I can't stream. I'm sorry, all. Something's going to court. Running to court now. That was 7
Fiery
minutes
Red
ago.
Podcast said that the jury does not need dinner. So if they're actually coming back to court and they actually don't want dinner, that means there's a verdict. Or they want to go home, off that sleep on it.
Court TV reporting everyone's heading back. Check Twitter. Wow, there's a lot happening here.
Yeah.
Something is happening.
Yeah.
Batea says, Steve, would it have been possible for the state AG to come to court and instead of the direct of the witness say, Your Honor, the state drops all charges due to lack of proof or some such?
That's a reference to my cousin Vinny. Yes, that could happen. But it's not going to happen here.
Fair. What do you think a quick verdict means?
I'm completely. I am so bad about predicting. First, it's pointless speculation. It's stressful. In fact, it's actually stressful. Yeah, that's what he said. Oh, cute.
And they were not need dinner delivered. Wow.
Yeah, they either said, "Look, we want to go home. We're coming back tomorrow."
Quincy said something's going on. Apparently, this is the common opinion of everyone here.
Right.
I'm also going to welcome that dog mom as a new member. So yeah, you all can rest assured. I have this open here, and even though I'm going to step away for 30 seconds and leave Steve here, that you're not missing a single thing. I'm going to be covering this from start to finish. And if there's anything that's happening with the jury right now, which it seems as if everyone's saying something is happening with them, and everyone's saying James just tweeted, I got it. I'm not going away. This is Court TV live right here, right now.
Yeah, I did hear. I heard about there was a juror dismissed too. Oh, something happened.
No, that was me going to live to make sure I was live, and we are live now.
So
yeah, there was juror dismissed this morning.
Yeah, and it was because SLED contacted them. Man.
So this is the thing on that. It was very confusing with the judge what was happening there. Hi there, Umbrella Man. Alex, still a good old boy. Okay. It was very confusing what was happening with them. And what basically came out, what seemed to be implicit from what the judge said and everything that happened is that a spouse of the juror basically was basically saying, talking about the juror's thoughts on the trial, and SLED investigated and reported something or had some conversations with them, and as a result of all of that, the judge dismissed the juror.
Well, that's good.
I cannot believe that SLED intentionally corrupted a particular juror. It's hard for me to accept, only because it seems so stupid, like for them to try to approach a juror to invalidate a juror.
Yeah.
But that's my take on it. I'd like to hear your thoughts on it.
It's a bizarre. Usually when jurors talk, they're talking to people. There's people that are approaching them. Usually when that sort of juror stuff happens, they're interfering with each other, or they're a member of the public, or somebody comes on. But if SLED was talking to a juror, that does not compute to me. I've never heard of such a thing. I will say that I'm very unimpressed with SLED in this entire thing. The thing that really upsets me is the lying to the grand jury, and the fact that the state attorney's office did not dismiss that indictment and re-indict based on actual evidence, because that's what they should have done. They allowed, look, if you're pro-state and you think that, they allowed the defense to get up there and make that argument in their closing about the defective indictment and the fact that SLED lied to them. I mean, they could have remedied that pre-trial. They could have gone back to the grand jury and gotten a new indictment without the tainted information. But they did not do that. They chose to go forward with the tainted indictment. So definitely not Brandon. How many book donations for a sidecar?
What does that mean?
Well, I drink a sidecar. So he wants me to drink.
You drink a sidecar? What's a sidecar?
It's 1/3 Cointreau, 1/3 brandy, and 1/3 roses sweet and sour. That's my preferred drink. It's really a sweet drink.
1/3. Give me two one more time. 1/3.
1/3 Cointreau, which is orange liqueur. 1/3. I use Fundador brandy, and 1/3 roses sweet and sour.
What is roses sweet and sour?
It's a mixer. It's a sweet and sour. It's a lime juice kind of mixer. And it's easy, and you can mix it up in your refrigerator. I've got one sitting in mine. So the question on the table is, how much for a sidecar?
No,
I don't know. What's the chat say? Give me a proposal. I'm going to be on Rumble at 8 p.m. tonight, I think.
There are different prices. So let me introduce you to the world of the genre of LawTube.
Okay.
I'm going to introduce you. So the Pope himself, Sir Rackets. So he's inclined to imbibe from time to time.
I've recovered this.
People will buy him a shot. The question is, at what point can someone almost like insist that you take a shot of whatever alcohol? If they say, I'm going to send you, if someone said to you, I'm going to send you $30 on condition that you take a shot, would you do that? And what is your price? Now, recognize that whatever price you set, the person who's offering this is likely to make multiples, which could be 5, 10, 15, 20. So the question is, how much would you take? How much would it cost them to send you money and thereby get you to quasi-contractually agree that you will drink that number of shots?
Well, I'm not really. I'm not.
Give you
really,
a baseline. To give you a baseline to help you out here a little bit.
I don't know. See, this is
To give you a baseline to help
I'm not planning.
To give you a baseline to help you out a little bit here, my friend, before you say another word. So, uncivil law basically says $100 a shot.
He's what?
He says $100 per shot.
Okay.
And today he was purchased from him 20 shots.
What? Kurt got 20 shots tonight?
He got 17 in, and he basically took ill. And I told him, I recommend don't take the other 13 shots. Don't take the other 3 shots, because I'm positive that your benefactor here would not want you to genuinely get ill. He's a good person. The benefactor seems, I never met him personally, but by all intents and purposes, he seems like a good person, but doesn't want you to hurt yourself by over imbibing. So that is what the question. That's the person who asked you that question is the most frequent benefactor of the law tube genre.
Okay.
So that's why he's asking what your price is. Different people charge. He charges $100 per shot. Some people might charge less. Some people might charge more. That is ultimately your decision.
Okay, wait a second.
Some people might say, okay, 100
definitely
sounds
not
like
Brandon is. Yes,
that's the same
right.
guy. That's definitely not Brandon.
Definitely not Brandon is amazing. Definitely Brandon. Definitely not Brandon is getting a credit in my new book, which you all need to go out and
I gave Steve a grand for free to help with the book. I was just asking how we got a sidecar going to wind up Tipsy Gosney, and yes, I told Kurt to stop. Oh,
well, definitely not Brandon. Are you going to come over to Rumble at 8? Well, I don't want to interfere with Joe's stream. Actually,
You're not interfering. You're not interfering.
Don't
worry about that.
Definitely not Brandon. I owe you big time. So,
well, that's the benefactor who's asking you what the price is of the sidecar.
Okay, all right. Well, I'll tell you what. Definitely not Brandon. You donate whatever you feel it's worth, and I will definitely have a sidecar for you because you're the man, and I owe you big. I'll tell you what I'm doing with definitely not Brandon. I've definitely brought Brandon as a hero. He has made me a very generous donation last time. And I mean, whatever you feel is it worth, I'm for it. All right. But I will say that what I'm going to do with that $1,000 donation is upgrade everybody who pre-orders the book Prepare. I'm going to upgrade. Now, it's not going to be a hardback, but it's going to be the best cover. There's a foil cover.
Why is everyone saying verdict, Joe? Everyone's saying verdict, and I have this up here, right here. This is live. I am right now pressing the button. Live. I'm pressed on live.
So definitely not Brandon. You will, you make a donation of any amount that you feel comfortable with, and I will make a sidecar for you because
I want to make sure that I'm not.
Make sure you got the right stream. They're not. The chat is
freaking out on me.
They're lying again. Liars. See, people lie just for fun.
My God. Say it ain't so. I'm looking at this other stream here also, which just has the seal of South Carolina and dumb Spiro Sparrow. You guys are such big, fat, stinking liars. I have 2 channels up now. 2 channels that are live. I've got 19 WLTX and I've got Law and Crime. And both you stinking liars. I'm going to update. They tell me check Twitter.
Yeah, CNN is fake news, so don't leave them. So anyway, definitely not Brandon. If whatever amount of donation, if you make a donation at whatever amount, I will have one for you only. Anybody else is not deal's not open.
I hear noise. Breaking news.
All right, breaking news, ladies and gentlemen. A verdict has been reached in South Carolina versus Alec Murdaugh. The Murdaugh family has arrived at the courthouse, and we are waiting to jump live.
Wow.
While we're doing this, I
Hey.
got my good friend, awesome trial attorney, and extraordinary person here at the Low Crime Network, Brian Buckmeyer. And I know that at some point in time, we're going to have Anjanette Levy if we don't have her already. Brian, we've been waiting around for this, and me and you were both convinced that this
You think
was
it's a
going to
good
be
sign or
at
bad
least till we
sign?
go home, or maybe a question, but it's a verdict, Brian, real fast, less than 3 hours. Thoughts?
Bob, I was planning on
I
my
don't think
weekend.
that's
I'm
a
like,
good
over the
sign for him.
weekend, you and I
All
could
right,
talk
we can
about
meet-
the,
yeah,
the
fake news.
closing
We
arguments
don't
and the
need to listen
summation,
to
because
them, do we?
it has to be Monday. I was skipping over Friday altogether, but after less than 3 hours, I'm getting that there's a verdict.
Yeah. Wow.
But we'll see. You know, the thing is I don't get really jazzed up because I'm not really a big. If the verdict comes back guilty, it doesn't really convince me. If the verdict comes back not guilty, I don't feel vindication. You know, I don't like this trial because I think it was an unfair trial for a number of reasons, and that means that I don't have confidence in the verdict, whatever it may be. Now, if it's not guilty, what's happened? This has been a crazy 6 weeks. I don't know. There's anxieties that go into it, and obviously that's what we're here for, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you know, it's a sad thing that this is what you're seeing is how innocent people can get convicted, and you're seeing how bad the South Carolina and our criminal justice system has been corrupted. It's not cool. Yeah, invite Nick. See if Nick can come join us.
Well,
huh?
I'm sending him an invitation now.
So, I mean, my life doesn't depend on the juries coming back one way or the other. Hey, there's Andrew.
There is Andrew. Holy hell.
Everybody needs to
get Rackets in here. Yeah, I'm inviting him.
Everybody needs to calm down and remember how this is played out and support stronger reform and, you know, checks on the prosecutor's office.
I feel so bad for Nick.
Why is that?
This guy, he streamed the whole freaking trial, and every good moment in this trial has come while I was streaming.
Can you hear me? It's true.
Yeah, we hear you now.
Here, let me take a break. I got to get my sidecar. Thank you, Brandon. Drink to that, right?
Joe and Steve, say you're sorry. Call us liars. What? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay. I get it. I'm going to call Nick. I'm going to let you talk to the audience here while I poll. All right, I'm going to have a poll here. You know what? I like that idea. I'm going to put a poll up here. Do you think they found guilty or not guilty? I like that idea a lot. Wow, I can't believe that they got a verdict so fast. What do you think? What do you think, Andrew? You think that's a good sign or a bad sign for him?
Oh, I don't know.
Some people are saying this. I don't think it's. I'll tell you this much: it's not a good sign to me. To me, it's not a good sign. Joe and Steve buying a single for myself for each of you. Well, thank you, Banana Bread. I really appreciate that. My take is, I don't know. Although, look, let's put it this way: let's think about it for a second. I'm going to rethink that for a second. Let's rethink this for a second. I'm going to pause. Consider this: the juror who was removed supposedly was leaning toward was strongly not guilty. Maybe they all are like, you didn't give us enough evidence. Maybe they're all like that, and that's why they came out.
I mean, I never predict what juries are going to do because they're crazy. But on the legal merits, I don't see proof beyond a reasonable doubt here. Now, I don't know if the jury's, in fact, not partial, or rather is partial, is biased against him, and they've just decided he's guilty no matter what because they don't like him personally, or they don't like the Murdaugh family or whatever.
Yeah.
But that's not that wouldn't be a verdict on the legal merit. That's just, mob justice.
Agreed. Agreed. I need a moment. I'm gonna let you two talk amongst yourselves, but I need like a good 60 seconds. But I'm gonna let you. Nothing's happening in the next 60 seconds. I'm gonna let you guys talk.
I'm just glad it'll be over.
Yeah, tell me about it. Our long national nightmare has come to an end. Definitely not Brandon. Thank you for the donation. Chat. Thank you. Definitely not Brandon for the sidecar. Thank you very much, guy. Yeah, you can't predict juries. You don't know what it means. I'll tell you that they've made up their minds. They've been waiting to do this. They want to get the hell out of there. And it's a simple verdict form. It's guilty, not guilty. So it's not a difficult one. Like if you remember the Darrell Brooks trial, they took time because that was a huge verdict form. I mean, there was 70 some counts, right? This is 1 or 2 counts. And it's the same, it's guilty, not guilty. That's it. So
I think it's four counts altogether because of the 2 murder charges and then 2 gun sentencing enhancements, basically.
So it's a simple one.
I mean, it's the same evidence. It's
right.
The same
Simple,
law.
simple.
So it's either guilty on all of them or not guilty on all of them. It's
I
not
would
like the
say,
George Zimmerman trial where they had 40 pages of jury instructions on a myriad of different criminal charges that they could have convicted him on.
Obviously, it's not a hung jury. It's not a hung jury, which is, I think that's good. I would hate to see a hung jury on this.
I'm astonished that they came back so fast. I'm not going to kid you. I'm really astonished.
Well, unless they all go back there and say, "What?" Or
we just want to go home.
Yeah. I don't know. Fast equals guilty. Fast equals not guilty. Fast equals guilty. It's impossible to predict. And everybody who thinks they know, it's what that confirmation bias. Because what happens is they go and they predict it and they say fast is guilty, and then the jury comes back fast and it's guilty, right? And they're like, ha ha ha, I'm so right. Well, it's 50-50. And when you're wrong, you're like, oh well, and then you
forget.
They forget, and then they're like, I get it right. They get it right all the time. So
it's like people who like to gamble. You never hear about the money they lost. You only hear about the money they win.
Exactly. I won 1,000 at the table, but I lost 10. But that one night I was hot, Good sidecar. 8 o'clock tonight. We'll do closings, but
yeah, I just put up a poll there for you all. I'm actually the opposite way, where I'm like, I become like a pessimist. I mean, in general, I happen to have very high hopes, but like right before the moment comes, I sort of gird myself by becoming a pessimist, and whatever I'm hoping for, I'm like, yeah, it didn't happen. And that's how I sort of gird myself for like any news that's coming my way. But yeah, I have it open here on 2 different channels, waiting to see if there's anything that happens here. Law and Crime is here. And yeah, in case you're just joining us now, it seems as if a verdict has come down and they're calling all the attorneys back. They're going to bring the jury in and we're going to get a verdict tonight.
Is Bubba going to be there?
Well, apparently, according to the state, he's the best witness they had. So, which only shows you the strength of their case. Were you here for that when he said that? I don't think you were. He said,
I was here. I don't think Steve was here.
Oh yeah, our best witness is Bubba, the dog.
It's Bubba.
So sad.
That tells you much about their case, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I am a girl drunk.
Fast is not guilty. You spend more time sending someone to prison for life. Maybe
that's the thing.
Whatever think about it.
Whatever it is you don't know. You don't know until they come back, and then it is. I mean, there's no
I'll tell you
use
what
in
this
speculating.
means. 100% what this means is fast guilty. A fast verdict means very short jury watch. That's the only thing we know for certain from that. What if they have questions? According to everyone, it's not questions that they say they have a verdict. So
they didn't order dinner.
Hey, 50% of the time, it's guilty 100% of the time.
Well, thank you, Mark. Appreciate your skill at making a boring trial more interesting. I'm going to tell you something. It's not as easy a skill as people think. And I'm not saying that I'm not saying that to tout myself. I couldn't appreciate Nick's skill until I saw, you only appreciate it when you're like sitting there. You're like, how do I frame this? So, but I definitely appreciate the love and the support that I've gotten from the peers who have joined me here, who are phenomenal. Like I can't even tell you if the price, if you wanted to retain on an hourly basis Steve Gosney, Andrew Branca, Nate the lawyer, Uncivil Law, and me at the same time, you would literally be paying many thousands of dollars per hour. And I literally don't ask for $1 from any of you. Whatever you guys want to ask questions, whatever, we're happy to interact with you. Literally don't ask for $1. And I feel privileged that, I feel like it's a deep sign of respect from them that they're happy to join me here and covering the trial. And I find it very flattering.
Well, I gotta say, I've really been enjoying being on the show with you, Joe. And I hadn't really seen a lot of what you've done, but you have done great covering this trial. And I'm pleased. I'm pleased and proud that you've allowed me on to commentate on it, because you've got a really good group of chatters and you've got a good group here, and you've got your thing going. And I really, it's neat. It's one of the blessings of kind of being on this group. I mean, Andrew was the one that dragged me into this whole thing from the chats. I was a chatter and Andrew pulled me out, and I've been blessed to meet all you guys. So,
all right, Joe, so Andrew, it's your turn to finish the circle jerk here.
Yeah, circle jerk. No, really, I'm not. I don't BS. I don't BS. I don't lie.
I know you're not BSing. I know you're not BSing, but it started to feel like that. So, and not that you were BSing, but it started to feel like I don't like yeah. If
you're uncomfortable with the praise, but you're getting fluff. But I wouldn't say it's been a long trial, and it is hard. It is hard to do what you do, and to keep it and. You're giving it adds value to these trials. If you had to watch these things without the commentary, it would be horrible. And I think, and there's good and bad people to watch. Here we are. Look at this.
Here we are.
Cheers to
the verdict has been reached. The juror.
Juror. Let's hear a juror.
I understand that there is a verdict. You may bring the jury.
Bum, bum, bum.
Poor Nick. I love Nick.
It's a chicken.
Chicken.
I texted Nick. He's aware the verdict's coming in.
All right, fine. I sent him.
I don't know if he's going to do his own stream, or I tried to send him the link for this that you shared with me this morning. I'm not sure if I did it right, but
I sent him the link also by DM.
Be funny if the jury turns out to be made up entirely of dogs.
That's right. We're with Bubba.
And one scared chicken.
Oh my God! Yeah, the chicken on the end.
Anyone want to weigh in with what they think it's going to be? They don't have to.
I hate that. I avoid that consciously.
I'll let you know after.
Yeah, whatever they come out with, that's what I predict.
Mm-hmm. Jury's here. Let's do it.
Thank you. Madam Forley, if you'll stand for me. Have you reached a verdict?
Yes, sir, we have.
Is it unanimous?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, if you will pass it up to the clerk, who will pass it to me.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
You may be seated.
All right.
You need some game show music, Joe.
Alex Murdaugh, come on down. We'll see his expression on his face.
The judge is like, this verdict is unacceptable. Judge will hand down a directed verdict for guilt.
I miss having like 4 days of my chat saying the judge is back, jury's in. All this is gone. Just like that. He doesn't look happy.
The defendant will rise. Madam Clerk, you may publish the verdict, starting with the back, not with the, let's see, tell you again.
How can he complicate 4 verdict forms?
Starting with the back, flipping them over one by one.
On the charge.
State of South Carolina versus.
Docket number 2022 GS 15-00592, the State of South Carolina, County of Colleton, in the Court of General Sessions in the term of 2022, July, the State versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh, defendant, indictment for murder, SC Code 16-3-0010, CDR Code 0116. Okay. Guilty.
I've never done this before.
Verdict. Signed by the forelady, 3/2/23.
Wow.
Docket number 2022-GS-15-00593, the State of South Carolina, County of Colleton, in the Court of General Sessions, the July term of 2022.
He's gonna be guilty in
The
everything.
State versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh, defendant, indictment for murder, SC Code 16-3-0010, CDR Code 0116, verdict guilty, signed by the forelady, date 3/2/23. Docket number 2022-GS15-00595, the State of South Carolina, County of Colleton, Court of General Sessions, July term 2022. The State versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh, defendant. Indictment for possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime. SC Code -16-23-0490. CDR Code 0549. Verdict guilty. Signed by the foreperson of the jury. Date 3/2/23. Docket number 2022 GS-15-00594. The State of South Carolina, County of Colleton, Court of General Sessions, July term 2022. The State versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh, defendant. Indictment for possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime. SC Code 16-23-0490. CDR Code 0549. Verdict guilty. Signed by the foreperson of the jury, 3/2/23.
Don't be a criminal defendant, folks.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Don't talk to
Madam
the cops.
Forelady and members of the jury, if that is the verdict of each and every juror, please let it be known by raising your right hands.
And embarrassing yourselves.
All right, thank you. Any individual polling requested? Madam Clerk, you'll need to individually poll the jury according to their juror numbers.
Juror.
Number 193. Was this your verdict?
Yes, sir.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Juror 254.
Yes.
Is this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
You suck.
Juror 326. Was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Shame.
Yes.
Juror 530. Was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror
I called it,
544.
baby. I called it
Was
cold.
this your verdict? Is it
What was I
still your verdict?
screaming yesterday? I was like, they're going
Juror
to find him guilty,
517.
you guys.
Was this your verdict? Yes. Is it still your verdict? Yes.
Loser.
Juror 578.
Can I say I'm good at
Was this your
Not you.
verdict?
Not you.
Is it
I'm
still
talking
your
to the
verdict?
juror.
Yes.
Juror 589. Was this your verdict? Is
I
it still your
told you
verdict?
as soon as they got back
Juror
there, why
630.
the hell did you lie about that
Was this your
one
verdict?
thing?
Is it
That's
still
what
your
I was
verdict?
wrapped up about. And his
Juror
answers just weren't clear
729.
about why. I know
Was
it
this your
sucks,
verdict?
but
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
they were going right. It was guilty.
Juror
I can see him.
826. Was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Juror 864. Was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Your Honor, the jury has been polled.
Thank you. The jury has been polled and the verdict is a unanimous verdict. If you will bring the alternate juror out and have her have a seat in the audience, please.
The last one.
So she can say, "You all suck." Do you agree with the findings?
Well, and I will say that this is why that my next book is directed to improving the individuals in our society rather than a lecture on law, because what we need to do is work on the individuals within our society and free ourselves.
Stand there, or you can sit back there, whatever you prefer. Okay. Are there any post-trial motions?
From the state, Your Honor.
They're none from the state.
Yeah, is there going to be a
We would
sentence?
just renew our previously argued motions for directed verdict, and at this, on the grounds, on those grounds, we would make a motion for a mistrial and to set aside the verdict.
Okay, I'll do it.
Your Honor, based on our previous arguments, we would submit that the case properly went to the jury and the verdict is proper, and would rely on those arguments.
We've been here now 28 days, first few days of jury selection, and the remainder receiving testimony.
Oh, just deny the motion. For
An
God's sakes, we know where it's
overwhelming
going.
amount of testimony.
This is
and evidence that was presented to the jury for the jury's
Lack of
consideration. As I indicated to the jury during the jury charge, or the charge on the law, that this was a matter solely for the jury to determine. The court found at the end of the state's case that there's sufficient evidence to find the defendant
Is that Lori
guilty
Lightfoot
if the
in the courtroom?
evidence was believed by the jury. Likewise, at the end of the defense's case, when the motion was renewed, the court found that the evidence was sufficient for the jury to find the defendant guilty. The jury has now considered the evidence for a significant period of time, and the evidence of guilt is overwhelming.
What?
And I deny the motion.
Overwhelming.
The evidence of guilt is overwhelming. That's bullshit.
What a
But-
son of a.
Mr. Murdaugh, you now having been found guilty of 2 counts of murder involving your wife and your son, 2 counts of possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime, the burden now comes upon the court to impose a sentence. Given the lateness of the hour and the
Oh, God, of course he's going to drag it out another
victims'
week.
rights that must be taken into consideration and complied with under the Victims' Bill of Rights, and consider what I would anticipate to be a number of people who might have something to say regarding sentencing.
Really?
We will defer sentencing
Who?
to a later date. Of course, the
Are you going to get the
minimum
financial
sentence
victims
for
also
murder
for that?
is 30 years. The maximum sentence is life imprisonment. As to each count, and on the weapons charge, the sentence is up to 5 years, or 5 years, which has to be concurrent if a life sentence is imposed.
Yeah.
When would you all like to reconvene for sentencing? I would like to give
Calendar.
everyone an adequate opportunity to prepare for it.
State will be ready at 9:30 in the morning, Your Honor.
The state will be ready at 9:30.
Yeah, what do they need to prep?
Yeah, that's right. There's no, it doesn't matter. 30 years is life.
We could do it at 9:30 tomorrow morning also.
And that's it.
All right, the defendant is remanded to the custody of the Colleton County Sheriff's Department.
Yeah, this is the whole ceremony. They love this. He's been in custody. It's not like this is adding anything.
Yeah, but this is the conviction part.
Yeah,
been convicted.
And he may be taken away.
This should be appealed. The appeal is going to be amazing. But as
I'm
Bronco
going to
says,
let
appeals
Steve
are for
talk about all
losers.
the appeal options. I'm going to take my wife out to dinner, folks. So glad to be
Hey.
here for the verdict with all of you.
Thank you so much for all your
Take care.
contributions.
Have a great
Andrew,
discussion.
give Emily my best, man.
Yes, indeed.
I sure will. Take care, guys.
Take care, my
Bye-bye.
friend.
Take care. Damn, man.
Wow.
I told you,
Madam
bro.
Forelady and members of the jury, I want to thank you on behalf of the citizens of the state of South Carolina and your fellow citizens of Colleton County.
You're an embarrassment.
You did not volunteer for this service. You were called upon by being summoned to appear, and Providence have brought you to this moment in time and these weeks in time. I know that all of you have been here at great sacrifice, particularly the juror whose job was on the line until a miracle happened, I guess, that allowed him to be able to leave rather than leave after 2 or 3 weeks. But I want to thank each one of you all individually and collectively. It's not often that you're called upon to sit in judgment of the actions of your fellow man, but you all responded
like
and
idiots.
and gave due consideration to the evidence.
I don't think it's the juror's fault.
I will make no comment now as to
This was letting in way too much propensity evidence. They convicted him on everything else. This is the fear.
Nature of the evidence, but certainly the verdict that you've reached is supported by the evidence.
Jackass.
Circumstantial evidence, direct evidence, all of the evidence pointed to only one conclusion. That's the conclusion.
Why do they keep saying that? What direct evidence?
Applaud you all for.
I think in his mind there's direct evidence because
As a group,
I question whether he knows the difference between
and as a
direct and
unit,
circumstantial evidence.
And individually evaluating the evidence and coming to a proper conclusion as you saw the law, as you saw the facts.
The chat is mad that I got it right. I'm sorry, chat.
Now that you served for the next
but I agree
year,
with
you're
these
not
guys,
eligible
though.
to serve again. Now, of course, many people never get called upon.
I would have
You're
voted
not
not
eligible for the next year, and
But I
for 2
call the
additional
fact that the
years,
juror is going to be
you can be exempted from service. because
Chat,
no
you can hate me
person
for
is
that. Hate me
required
for
to
being
serve
right on that.
on jury duty in this court.
Sorry.
More often than once every 3 years. Tomorrow morning at 9:30, we will reconvene for sentencing. You all have no role in that because that's solely up to the judge, to me. You're welcome to come back if you want to and be a part of the audience if you like. I also want to thank the alternate juror who was locked away in a room by herself for these hours, who's hung in there during that period of time. I want to thank you as well. Madam Clerk, what do you have to tell your jurors?
You suck. Boo.
Thank you for your service and what the judge said as well. And I think we can release them tonight and bring them back in the morning.
No, they're off jury duty. They can come back if they like. And you don't have to if you don't want to. Typically, I've seen jurors wanting to see the end result of a case.
This was a
once
tough
they've
case, though.
invested a lot into
This wasn't.
it.
I don't think this
It's
was
really
an
an
easy,
amazing thing.
not guilty
with
or
juries.
even. No
Quite
one
often,
came out there
at
know
the
what they
start
were
of the case, jurors are.
This was always 50-50.
You're like, whoa, why am I here?
That's what
I
makes
wish I
the
wasn't
that's
selected.
how it's not guilt beyond a
But as
reasonable doubt.
time passes,
No, I agree.
and the jurors
I agree.
become invested and really committed to the case and committed to seeing it through. and are very disappointed when they are not able to see it to a conclusion. And then along the way of serving, you end up finding out quite a bit about our judicial system and learning quite a bit, well, about human nature for sure, but also about the presentation of evidence and hearing from expert witnesses and really learning a lot of things that you'll be able to take with you when you leave jury duty. And to Madam Forelady, I don't know if you were hesitant initially or not, but you have stepped up to the plate and done a great job of
All right, just wrap it up.
Leading the jury
Jesus.
as well. And thank all of you. So
I'm sick of hearing
the
this
jury
guy.
is dismissed. If now, one thing before you go, of course, we have
Still going?
Jesus.
Wow.
invested a lot in maintaining the privacy of the jury, of each one of you. And you are free at this point to discuss the case with anyone. And given the high profile nature of the case, I'm certain that the many people in the media will probably want to communicate with you, but they have no means of contacting you because under order that I issued, the identity of the jurors must be kept private. And if you decide that you want to speak with anyone, local, state, nationally, or internationally, that's your prerogative. However, should anyone harass you, please let me know and I will address those issues. If anyone through the somehow or another discover your identity and harass you, and rest assured I will intercede on your behalf. That having been said, you are free to communicate with whomever you might want to concerning the case from now on. And so with that, thank you, and you all are free to go.
Judge, if I could
Yes.
If I could have you go to the jury room, and I'm going to meet you back there for just a few minutes.
All right.
Gather your belongings.
And as is my practice, I'll speak with the foreperson before you leave the building after talking to them back there. Anything else?
I think that's it.
We're gonna wait to let them close out here on the court before I shut that down. And I'll talk to you each.
Recess till 9:30 tomorrow morning.
All right, court's in recess, and that means that we can close that stream out. And as you all heard, guilty on all counts. Weapons possession, 2 weapons possessions, and 2 counts of murder, double homicide here, that he has been found guilty. And anyone is free to refer to him as being a murderer at this point. I'll let you each weigh in with your thoughts before I give mine. So I'll start with, Nate, do you have additional thoughts in addition to anything you were expressing while the verdict was being handed down?
No, I just was glad that I called it. That's one thing. But no, you know what? 2 things I think went wrong at this trial for the defense. The first thing is that propensity evidence was ridiculous. That should not have been let in. And I think that really, really weighed, because you're talking about financial. You're saying he's lying about everything and you got all these other crimes. I think this jury could have convicted him based on these other crimes. He's just such a horrible person doing all this, even though they tell you you're not supposed to consider that. It's just human nature to do so. And I think that's the reason why you don't let that type of evidence in. And the second thing is, I think it was really that question about why lie about that. Now, I think the defense did the 17-minute thing. I think that was great. You'd have to do all this stuff, change the clothes and all that stuff in 17 minutes. But I think to the point when he admitted to lying about being near earlier and when he last saw them, that I think was enough to tilt it. And I said that earlier. They didn't explain that away well enough. they touched on it. They gave a little excuse, but I said that excuse is not good enough for that key moment, because that key moment, that gives you not only the time you need, but then it also just makes them look even more suspicious. Now, as a matter of law, I've said it since the beginning. I've been saying it for the past weeks that we've been watching this trial, ever since the state closed. I do not see this. I do not believe he's guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. My vote would have been not guilty. I've been saying that from the beginning, and I still feel that same way right now. I don't believe he committed I don't believe they proved it. I don't believe they proved it.
Steve?
Yeah, people are saying they've lost faith in the justice system. And I will say that faith is not to be placed in any human institution. And this was taught to me. I remember when I was I prosecuted, then I went to the defense office, and I was a believer in the criminal justice system. And I went to I had a guy who had a very strong case of self-defense, and I wanted to do a stand your ground motion. And the defense attorney was threatening my client with prison if he didn't plea, and his offer was probation on a felony. And so my client came in, and his father was an old civil rights warrior preacher from the old South. He fought the battles in the war of civil rights and marched the march. And he came in to scope me out like, Gosney, what are you about? And I was passionate. I was like, this is wrong. You need to fight, stand your ground, and you need to fight this charge. And I was fired up. And I remember him looking at me in the eye and say, can you guarantee me that he won't go to prison? And I said, I can't guarantee anything. I'm just saying you got a good case. And he says, your problem is you believe in the system. It's like, I know the injustice of the system, and I can do the probation. So I'm going to plea and take the probation because I can do it. And that taught me a lesson. That man knew his criminal justice system. And the fact is that faith is not to be placed in a human institution. Faith is only placed in God. And if you believe in the system, you are making a mistake. And I would say that we need to work on individuals. We need to work on bringing ourselves together and raising ourselves up so that we have reasonable people in these juries. And we need to free ourselves and liberate ourselves from groupthink and the tyranny of the mind and the tyranny of the group. So I could list probably 20 cases in my appeals that are outrageous miscarriages of justice that were rubber stamped by the courts. And so I'm way beyond getting upset by injustice, but I doesn't mean that I don't hope for better.
I think that the American justice system is the greatest system on earth. And I'm not aware of any system in human history that was better defined. And that being said, I think it's hot dog feces.
No, I'm with you. And we can talk appeals, and I'll talk appeals.
And there's plenty to talk about with respect to appeals. But I'll tell you right now, if you ask me about this judge, my personal opinion is that I don't know if he's biased. I don't know if he's incompetent. I had a lot of issues with many decisions that he made, which I thought were just asinine. I mean, there's really no other word for it.
Right. No, you're absolutely right.
Fifth Amendment rights, Sixth Amendment rights.
Sixth Amendment violation was absurd.
Over and over and over again, every time decided against the defense. Is that why he lost? I don't know. I don't know that it's why he lost. It could be that he was a dead man walking from the moment that he was indicted.
Well, let's get it straight. Okay, so he's going to go to prison for his life anyways. So it doesn't really matter in the net that he's going to get life in prison for this, right? Mm-hmm. What matters is that there's a killer out there who got away with it, who's laughing at the system, right? That's the problem with what we've done here. And it's all on us. I mean, you have
to ask yourself, what is the purpose to a justice system? What is the purpose? Is it it's not merely to keep us safe, but it's also, it's going all the way back. If you believe in, if you're from a Judeo-Christian, or you have any belief in any of the Abrahamic religions, it's basically going all the way back to Abel, that the blood calls out from the ground for justice.
But we are fallen. We are fallen men.
And the failure by man to have a fair call to justice is an indictment on the system that we have instituted here. And I think that there's so many failures here in what we saw over the last 6 weeks, in the fact that we had 3-4 different trials all submerged into one under the rubric of, oh, we're trying to figure out motive, we're trying to figure out this. I think that philosophically, everything, these decisions with respect to bringing in these different crimes that he committed was ridiculously flawed as a basis for motive, which we had that discussion, you and I, Steve, a few weeks back, where I said I don't think that's justice, and the idea that should have been allowed in is asinine. I think that the idea that this was even held in this county is asinine when you consider the level of hatred that's reputedly there against him. There are the questions as to whether
that goes to the defense team, though. That one's on the defense team.
Well, I don't know if they tried. I don't know if they tried fighting venue or not. So I'm not gonna claim to have looked into the pretrial motions on that, because I haven't. But I'll tell you right now that the idea that this was the idea that people can walk out of this and actually believe that if you believe that he killed him, that's fine. You want to believe that based on whatever it is that you believe, that's fine. But the idea that in a handful of hours, a room full of a dozen people could unanimously come to a determination that the state successfully managed to present evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that this man had zero logical, rational motive to harm his own wife, his own child, blow his own child's brains out of his head, and that this is something that beyond a reasonable doubt, which means it's basically beyond any doubt that is reasonable, that they're positive. This is what happened. This is what happened. We have no weapons. We have no DNA on him. We have no DNA anywhere related to him. On the basis of the fact that this guy is a schmuck, and he is a schmuck. He's an evil schmuck. I said that over and over again, that I want him to spend the rest of his life in prison. But the idea that they came to a conclusion that there is no other logical explanation other than he's the one who killed them, despite forensic evidence from digital evidence from the phones that completely contradicts this claim, despite the lack of any evidence, but purely basically on the fact, by dint of the fact that he lied, is so utterly asinine. And the fact that the judge allowed all this evidence in, to me, my personal opinion about this judge is that he's a joke. I think he's an embarrassment to our judicial system. That's my personal opinion about him. I think he's a terrible, terrible judge. And unfortunately, there are probably other judges who are like him. What I'm saying is I couldn't believe so many of these decisions he made on a constitutional level with respect to the evidence that he allowed in here, and that he allowed this jury, if they didn't come in here with him thinking of Alex as a dead man walking, to be swayed by so much prejudicial evidence, one thing after another, to make this jury despise him because he is a very detestable human being, and to think that is why he now is convicted, and that he will forever carry the stain as a man who murdered in cold blood his own wife, his own son, is horrific display of and it's a stain on the American judicial system.
Well, I do want to say this. Juries get it wrong sometimes too, but I don't believe this jury is the problem. I believe the evidence that was presented to them was the problem, because they were put in a tenuous situation, right? Either become legal scholars as we are, because if you go to Emily's chat and you go to a lot of other places, people are cheering. Yes, this is the right call. They saw a different trial than we've seen. Just like I'm having this argument with you that I believe he should be not guilty, I'm having the same argument with someone else who believes that he's guilty, right? Mm-hmm. So what I'm saying is that I think in this moment, we accept the system that we know is flawed. And all we can do is try to make it better and learn from these experiences. So I'm not as down on the system for not being perfect, because yes, this is a horrible situation for this guy because I believe the trial came out wrong. I believe this guy is not guilty. I think it sucks. I do. But I also recognize that we have a system, and I pray that that system, either through appeal or something else, can see the flaws that we've seen, that this guy is suspect. But I don't want to throw out the good for the perfect, because the perfect is something that we don't have. This is the best system on earth.
And that's what
right?
I
We
started.
all agree. This is the best system on earth. And it's not good enough. I agree. Unless it's perfect, it's not good enough. But we have to accept what we got.
I started with that. And if you ask yourself whether it's the best system on earth, just to ask yourself, in which court system would you rather be tried? And you probably, and I doubt you come up with any. And that's what lets you know that this is the best system on earth. But it still is so incredibly flawed and so easily corruptible that it's disheartening. It's disheartening to a lot of my viewers. It's disheartening to me personally. I'm sure to several people. I'm not going to speak for anyone here on the panel. It is disheartening. This is the reality of the world that we live in here, though. And I'll tell you something. Someone mentioned here, I don't remember if it was a super chat or someone, or it was a comment that I saw just floating by here very quickly, and because very active chat here, thank God. But yeah, God forbid if you ever find yourself at the scene of a horrific thing, you keep your mouth shut. Do not say a word.
I want my attorney. You say, I want my attorney, and I want
even if you're completely innocent, you say, I want my attorney. I am not speaking without an attorney here. And you keep your mouth shut. And that you can consider legal advice. Okay? Keep your stinking mouth shut. Nothing can harm you if you keep your lips closed. And you have one tongue, but you have two lips to guard your mouth, and a set of teeth to keep your mouth shut. Two guardrails there to keep your mouth shut. Because if you keep your mouth shut and let them come forward with whatever evidence they have, nothing you say is going to talk your way out of it. You might think you're the glib. Look at this guy. He spent his entire life fooling one set of people after another. And ultimately, there's a certain, some would say, just irony in the fact that his own tongue is what ended up probably getting him convicted.
Of murder too, but
for crime that I personally don't believe he did.
It's still not right.
And I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's just.
I'm not saying.
No. I don't think anyone would misinterpret what I just said as a claim that it's justice or this is a good thing. My point is the lesson that you who are watching this should take from this is you find yourself in this situation, you keep your mouth shut because there's nothing you can say to make it better.
Yeah, I meant that.
And everything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law.
Even if you haven't gotten your Miranda rights.
Anything
you haven't heard
anything that you said
words to you, it's true.
And the thing is, any information that you want to convey to police, you can do it through your attorney. So you say, you tell your attorney, here's what happened, convey that to them. Here's what they need to do, convey that to them. So the attorney's statements to the police can't be used against you. So that's an insulator against. So if you want to help them, your family is killed, talk through your attorneys so that it can't be used against you like this one was. That's a very good lesson. I will say that we really need to work on our citizenry and creating reasonable citizens and people that are not tribal, that are people that are following the law, but also not holding things against people because they're on the other tribe. And I don't know. I mean, the system is flawed because people are flawed. We have a flawed judge. We have a flawed prosecution team. We have a flawed jury. We got a flawed defense team. So, we don't have a perfect system. And I say, even we in the public defender's office, we say even the best case is 50-50.
Yeah, but this is the reason why I take objection with blaming the jury, because if the judge is bad and the prosecutors are bad, then it's kind of like the jury just going to do, you know what I mean? It's like, how can you blame them for the outcome, right? That every objection is going this way, everything is going this way, and they're only being fed this information that we all agree is bad. So I think the jury, because looking at that jury and looking at what they were fed, it just seemed like there was no other way unless they were convinced that he didn't do it, or if he could prove he didn't do it, then he did it. And that was because the judge let all that crap in, and that was because that was a horrible prosecutor. The prosecutor proved nothing.
Right. No, I'm with you. I'm just saying that it's a consequence of our failings as human beings that we're seeing this. I mean, I must say that I've kind of gotten through this many years ago. I mean, it's a terrible thing, and I've seen so much injustice that I'm kind of, maybe you come over to my Rumble and I'll counsel everybody about how I've had to deal with it, because it's very painful to see what you firmly believe is strong injustice, and how do you mentally deal with that and come out sane and come out with hope. And I've had to deal with it. I've been through this, being in the defense side and seeing what I see as innocent people being put away for years in life. And it's a difficult thing to deal with as a human being. It's hard to confront injustice and the flaw of man looked at in the eye. We want to believe in a happy world. We want to believe in a
just world.
In a just world. But, that is not the world we live in. So we'll talk about that. I mean, I know that, you've got your own channel and I don't want to intrude on it, but that's what we'll talk about that. Obviously, we're not going to talk about closing arguments at this point.
If you drop me a link, I will pin it in the
I put it in private chat if you want. So that starts at 8:00. So that's 20 minutes. So
right. And I'm not going to be done here in 20 minutes. So, if anyone wants to switch over there, I'm not worried about losing my audience.
How long you been on though, man? You've been cranking.
Yeah, I've been going for over 10 hours so far.
You're not going to be done in 20 minutes. You're a beast.
Yeah, I mean, look, I have a bunch of comments that I have to work my way through. So
let's get them. Let's go.
I'm going to work my way through them. I'm just going to pause for a second here and make sure that I pin a link to your show that you have going on here.
Well, let me get out of here because my kid is bothering me. But I will see you guys a little later. This was fantastic watching it with you guys and wrestling with these ideas. I love this stuff. I'm a nerd. Ask Joe. Joe knows I'm a huge nerd with all this stuff. So this has been fantastic. And again, chat, please don't hate me forever. Don't hate me forever. I was right on Rittenhouse, right? I was right on Rittenhouse. So.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna read one chat here. Algon just says, "Oh, great, Nate. You're able to think like an effing retard. Good job. Gloat more. Alec deserves to rot in jail, but this is a graphic miscarriage of justice."
Now, see, I think people don't understand why I make such a big deal.
And he also says the jury had less brains. Collectively, had less brains than Paul Murdaugh. So,
that's So just so everybody understands too, I had this streak for about 2 years where every jury trial I was calling right, and I lost it on Kim Potter. I said Kim Potter, and I still believe that was a miscarriage of justice. Kim Potter is where I lost it. So now I'm really for the past 3 years, I've only gotten 2 cases wrong. So that's the reason why I was happy I called this one right.
I know.
But the chat, I think the chat is like, why is he so happy? I'm like, yeah, because I got it right. Even though
you're happy you got it right.
You
think it was. Wow. You basically you're pleased. There is a certain sense of satisfaction that you're pleased with your own prediction that the jury was going to do this wrong. Basically.
Yeah, because I just said when you laid everything out, it came down to that one question. Mm-hmm. That's where I thought it was that. And I was like, it's going to turn on that, and that's why I thought. And then I listened to Emily too, and I was like, yeah, she's right. So. All right, guys. I will see you guys later. Thanks again for having me.
Later, my brother. Thank you for joining. All right. And Steve, if you need to get out of here so you can prep for your show.
No, I'm prepped. I just need I got 16 minutes. So if you don't mind, I'll hang out for 16 minutes.
Yeah, sure. By all means. You can as soon as whatever moment you want to leave, you let me know. Nance Jang says, let's get this straight. Was there a hair in Maggie's hand? No one has spoken of it. John Basinger says the only thing Alec was confronted with prior to the murder was a quick conversation about diverting funds in a pending civil case, nowhere near settlement or adjudication. Yeah, the idea that he had any kind of motive here is asinine. Clonaz Steve, Dream Killer. I'm still stuck on the fact that Joe is a grandfather. We are the same age. Yeah, I got married at 26, had a kid at 27, and I'm 52 now, and she has now 3 kids. So God bless her. She's married with 3 kids, and each of them is a bundle of joy. I'm very, very blessed. Jacob Turnbow says, imagine the shot that made the brain dance like pressure washing the inside of a cooler. It makes more sense than the long journey through the shoulder. Yep. Bleed the sheep. What was stopping the state from connecting the Stephen Smith murder to the Murdaugh crime syndicate 2? I'll allow it. Renee Miete, $5 for Starbucks small coffee. Well, I appreciate that, Renee. Thank you. Thank you. It is a small coffee at Starbucks. So sad how expensive everything is. John Hogan says, I'm paying for uncivil to stop. I think that was drinking. Chug water, Kurt. Will the lawyers get the proceeds from the ranch? I don't know how the money is being dispersed. Jamie Green says, just watch documentary. It gave me more reasonable doubt. Everyone on it hated Paul before Mallory. Worse after. Gypsy Soul, you're a solid guy, Joe. Jury can stay until 10 p.m. And we're all shocked how quickly they came back. Loso says, Joe, when's your next blue day so I can mark my calendar? Purim is next week. I want to give you the exact night that it's going to be because it is next week. So this way you can all mark your calendars for when I'm going to come in here in costume and almost certainly drunk, because it's once a year is a Jewish holiday of Purim when I will get drunk on Purim. That is kind of what we do. And Purim starts on March 6th and ends March 7th. So it's going, I believe that's what I'm looking at. Yeah, March 6th ends Tuesday, March 7th. So next Tuesday, I will be here in costume, probably an early show that night. Usually I stream the following program at 10 p.m. till midnight. I expect that I'll probably be streaming like, I don't know, 7 o'clock or 7 o'clock or so that night. I likely will be drunk. I'll likely be joined by Nick Ricada and Legal Mindset because they seem to enjoy watching me drunk and whoever else wants to be in here. And I will be in costume. I already know what the costume is, but that's top secret. But I will be, my face will not be this color. What color it is, I can't. Last year it was blue. It will. My anticipation is, assuming I get my face paint in time, my costume calls for my face to not be this color. So that's all I can give you. That's all I'll give you for now. Lazo says, DR guy says they're going to be deliberating until 10 p.m. Nope. Lynn Brown says, correct. Following 18 shots of scotch, Alex and not guilty of 4 indictments. Well, unfortunately, it didn't work out. They are close to a verdict, apparently. Jason Lizat, thank you for those good and kind words to Kurt. You're a good and solid friend. Keep up the great coverage and work. Well, thank you. I really appreciate that. Lynn Browner says, this is better than Scotch Off. Got to go. New sub. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. If you can sub up, I would really appreciate it. I'm working to try and busting my tail, trying to get to 100,000 subs. I think once I get to 100,000 and firmly above 100,000, I'm safe there. I don't expect to be like grifting for subs nearly as hard after that. But getting that silver play button to me is a big deal. So it'll be a while until I feel like I'm near another threshold. I'm certainly don't plan on pushing so hard. But if you can sub up, I would and become, you'll be able to say when I hit 1 million, you'll be like, wow, I was one of his first 100,000. That's a pretty cool thing. Kyle Bogue say, listening to Joe's voice reminds me of being a kid riding on my grandpa's tractor while listening to a baseball game on the radio. Thanks, Joe. I'm going to tell you something. Someone told me like 10 years ago that my voice sounds like Al Michaels. If you close your eyes and listen to me, that they hear Al Michaels. I don't hear it personally, but that's what I've heard.
Say this out loud. This is Al Michaels, and that was a totally farcical call.
This is Al Michaels, and that was a totally farcical call.
Close.
Yeah,
I can see that.
Chris Clements, you all need to get some low-proof alcohol so you don't get so smashed, or set a cutoff. Seeing people get overly drunk feels dirty, in my opinion. I'll tell you something. I went through a streak for a while where Brandon was getting me drunk on a nightly basis, literally, until I sort of said, you know what, that's not what I wanted. I don't want the public to think of me as like, that's what I am. So I actually cut it off, even though, like I said, the money was nice, but I just and he's a phenomenal supporter of all of us. I'm not going to kid you. For all your thoughts about Let's Go Brandon, the money that he pushes into people like Steve or me or Nick or Kurt or whomever, Legal Mindset or Legal Vices, it enables us to really do what we're doing.
Was it Let's Go Brandon that got Kurt?
He goes by all these names. Let's Go Brandon. He's got so many different names, but like you sort of start recognizing who he is.
Well, he's a good guy, and I appreciate.
He's genuinely great. He's a genuinely good person.
I really appreciate his support, and if he wants me to drink for that, I'll cut it off if I get too far. Yeah. One sidecar is no problem.
It's meant to make things more entertaining.
He's
not anything remotely
he puts his money where
bad.
his mouth is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We don't have to.
And he
take
obviously
his
has.
deal.
He obviously has significant means that he can afford to do what he does.
Sure.
And
we
God
don't
bless
have
him.
to
You know
take
what?
his. We don't have to take his deal.
He's supporting entertainment, and I think that, and hopefully people who accept him on any of these, don't take it to a point where they actually make themselves sick or embarrass themselves. But like it's in the idea is to make us loosen up a little bit, and and make things a little bit more entertaining. And I genuinely appreciate him, and I think that he's an asset to this genre.
Well,
So
I mean,
think
he
that.
is supporting alternative media, and this is the thing. I mean, you
It is.
can watch propaganda media, or you can give us, we can give you our best. We're spending as much time, all of our time, with you, and people like that are what make it worthwhile for us to do what we're doing.
Because and if you think about it, we invest. I know you are working as a lawyer on a regular basis. My objective is to work as little as possible as an attorney and to instead engage with the public and talk to them about the law, about politics. And honestly, I really enjoy the humanities, where I sort of think about things, about the difference between something that's admirable versus something that's enviable, and what those differences are. Those are the sort of things I really enjoy, and I feel as if people really gain a lot from, and people seem to genuinely appreciate. So being able to help people enjoy their time while at the same time learning something, I feel as if I'm giving like a real value. I'm able to support my family, and in large part, it's because of people like Lesko Brandon. So no one should in any way think he's doing anything wrong. Quite the contrary. He makes it possible, because I have to first and foremost I have to feed my family, and if I couldn't afford to do this because I couldn't afford to feed my family. So all that would happen is I would just go back to just practicing law and doing what I don't enjoy nearly as much compared to this, which I feel like I have certain abilities and people appreciate. So, but I have to feed my family first. So I appreciate him greatly. Duncan Idaho says, Steve, what do I have to do to convince you to sit down and watch The Verdict and give your opinion on its realism, authenticity? What does Duncan have to do? What does he have to do, Steve?
What do we have to do? I don't know. Come over to my Rumble channel and we'll talk about it at 8 o'clock.
All right, there you go. That's what you have to do. Definitely not Brandon. So he always goes with Let's Go Brandon. Definitely not Brandon. So he says, I gave Steve $1,000 for free to help with the book. I was just asking how we got a sidecar going to wind up Tipsy Gosney. And yes, I told Kurt to stop.
Hey, look, I did the sidecar, man. Let's Go Brandon. He gave me a nice, kind donation, and he earned the side, and I earned the sidecar for being a good man. And Brandon, you are a good man. Thank you very much.
I want you to listen. You've been a real asset to. You were such a great find. I don't know who found you, but you really were.
Bronco.
You were a phenomenal find.
Well, thank you. Not everybody agrees with you, but I will say that.
I want you to know something. I've yet to hear from a single person who disagrees with that perspective. But I don't know who you're.
We'll talk. Well, you got to come. You got to come over to my Rumble channel. We'll have a nice long form interview sometime in the near future. Now that this abuse is over.
Yeah. Brad Van Buren says, movement in court. Check your chat. Guilty. He said guilty. Oh my God, I have to open a beer for this. Too quick, bad sign. And unfortunately true. Wonton Samurai says, is there any chance that it's hung jury ready? No, that would not ever happen.
We got the benefit of hindsight, right?
No, but I'm saying is the hung jury would come, that the judge would send them back. They say we can't agree. He would send them back. And that usually happens for like a week minimum. Like two people just will not change their minds and neither wants to argue. That's not the way it works. No, they would say you have to argue. Ashley Ransom says, for Branco, we thought bad things when we saw a verdict was reached, and then we saw you in a t-shirt for the first time, and now we know for sure. Yeah, he can never wear a t-shirt again. Fast equals fast. There you go. Kimberly Fine, what if they have questions? Well, unfortunately, it wasn't just that. There's only war. Fast equals guilty is survivorship bias. If the state's case would bring back a quick not guilty verdict, it likely would not have gotten an indictment. I don't know about that, because they say that a DA can indict a ham sandwich. Not guilty says this is beyond sad and terrible either way. Steve, love you. Joe, thank you. And Branko, see April 15th. Well, there you go. What if not guilty and it was DA that brought reasonable doubt in their closing? I don't know. doesn't seem like it happened. Jack V likes boys. I don't know who Jack B is, but who's Jack B? I'm not sure who that is. Andrew Hammond, OJ's verdict came back in 3 hours, maybe a sign. Unfortunately not. In my opinion, it's hard to get past lies to the grand jury. Subscribe for the verdict. That would have been nice if you did subscribe. If you appreciate my content and you could subscribe, I'd really appreciate it. If you enjoyed, whatever we contributed here to the trial, that would be nice. And please make sure you sign up to Steve also. The link is to his Rumble, which he's got to get out of here in the next 5 minutes for.
No problem. I got it set up.
All right. Austin Pissy. I'm not a rich man, but here's what I can give to say thanks to you, Andrew and Steve, for your coverage. You guys are awesome, especially Steve. I told you, everybody loves Steve.
Thank you. Well, we'll talk about that too, maybe over on Rumble.
Everybody loves Steve.
Everybody, not everybody, but we'll talk.
Bobby Joe Brown, verdict. Oh my God, now what do I do with my life?
Yeah.
Joe, thanks for your coverage. It's been funnish. Hashtag pants are prison. Bojangles, fast verdict equals guilty. The wine moms win again. Yeah, I'm sure they were all celebrating and popping champagne. Duncan says, I hate Alex and I'm still anxious about this verdict. So do I. I feel the same way. Mark Lying, with the not guilty, this judge isn't going to thank the jury. As Pharrell says, my Southern family believes the state is always right, unless it involves their drug charges.
Yeah, I've experienced that too.
Rocky says, what jury taken off was for not guilty and Sled knew this? There's no way to know that.
Yeah.
El Bayer says, just think all his horrible rulings now set a precedent. Not really.
Not precedent, really, but
yeah, precedent is
it shows you how much trial judges can get away with.
Yeah, precedent is really at the appellate level. It's not at the trial court level.
Right.
So, and when it comes to citing cases, you would cite a trial court decision for what's considered influence, but not binding on anyone. So it's not binding on anyone else. Precedent means you must follow this. If a higher level court than you decides something, the lower level court they're obligated. They don't have a choice. They must follow that. But if it's so then that's what makes it precedent. You must follow it, as opposed to when a trial court decides something, no one needs to follow it, but it's considered influential that they can't, it's a reason to lean a certain way, but it's not labeled precedent by any attorneys or judges. And Cole says the defense attorneys seem to be less enthused after Alex testified, in my opinion.
I think they were tired.
Yeah, I think they were exhausted. I think they were really, really exhausted. Esther Rish says this is the Flash's origin story. Buster is Barry and Alex is his father. Sentenced for murder of his wife he didn't commit. I'm not familiar with the Flash's origin story.
I'm not either, but it's interesting.
Yeah. Freaks noted, well, the financial trial is over. When does the murder trial start? Jury's convicted a thief of murder. They weren't going to get past it, sadly. Relaxing study and focused music. They dismissed the one juror who said not guilty, reported on that jury to get them dismissed. I don't know. That's so speculative. There's no way to know that. Lily Smith says, Twitter says there was a verdict. Did they vote guilty? Yes, they did. Tribune says, sad see miscarriage of justice, but appeals mean more content. Briefs are less infuriating than media circus trials. Nate was right, though. LOL. New Neanderthal says, moral story, shut your mouth, even if innocent. That's what I saw. I knew I saw someone saying something to that effect. And yes, this is a very, very, if you're going to take, if anything good can come out of this trial, it's this lesson for every one of you to learn. Everyone who saw this trial to learn. There's no,
because this guy did everything possible to cooperate.
Mm-hmm. And the huge mistake he made was talking to the police.
And he got hammered.
Yeah. If he said nothing at all.
There was nothing that he said that helped him.
Yeah. And just crushed him.
Yep.
Literally crushed him. So if he was quiet, he would have, at worst, he would have been found just as guilty as he is.
1 minute warning, Joe. So I got to go in 1 minute.
Get out of here. Go.
No, I got 1 more minute.
Chris Clements in Trump's voice.
We had the best evidence. All the evidence. Just a great evidence to get you railroad for this guy for better because he's a bad guy. I don't know.
That was as terrible as mine would have been.
Yeah,
so I thank you for stepping in.
Yeah,
the best evidence.
The best evidence.
You have to sort of in the middle there. Best evidence. All the evidence, just great evidence to get you to railroad this guy for murder because he's a bad guy.
All right, with that, I'm going to duck out. Hey, man, Joe,
Right.
you're a gentleman, and I will have you on Rumble as soon as I can arrange it within my schedule. but thank you for everything this week and this last couple of weeks.
My
All right?
pleasure. Thank you so much for joining me on this regular basis. It's been great hanging with you.
All right,
Have a
God
great
bless
night.
you,
And
man.
you guys check him out. The stream is linked and is pinned in the comments below. And you can feel free follow him over there. He's about to start up, so he'll have great content. And certainly, I'm going to wrap up here in the next 10-15 minutes. And I certainly recommend you check him out. If there was a way for me to redirect, I would, but there isn't.
No
So,
problem. God bless you, man.
Take care, brother. Ashley Ransom, we don't disagree that he was guilty. We disagree that the state proved it beyond reasonable doubt. Unknown DNA under Maggie's feet and fingernails, and the hair, and clumping hair. I mean, it's astonishing. It's astonishing. I think that in my heart of hearts, I will always believe they just hated him. And he's a very easy person to hate because he's a schmuck. He's a terrible. He's a bad person. It makes me feel, I guess, that's, I guess, the one thing you can feel better about is he deserves to go to jail for the rest of his life anyway. It's a shame for our justice system, and it just sort of feel as if it's terrifying. It's terrifying. Ugh, whatever. I'm trying to find a silver lining, and I'm not even liking the silver lining that I'm finding in this. It's just bad. A lot of bad. I'm going to jump over to some Rumble rants here that I have that popped in here. I'm going to switch over to this in this direction. I don't expect to stream tonight. And Legal Mindset backed out on me. And I've been streaming for 10 and a half hours so far. So I'm not going to be, I don't expect to be streaming tonight. I'm too wiped. I don't see how I'm going to have the energy for this. But I am planning on having a 90,000 sub celebration this weekend. So make sure you follow me on Local so you know where to find that. Elgon says, no excuses, Nate. As a juror, you have a moral obligation in criminal trials of making the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt. I don't think I think he agrees with you on that, Algonzo. He was purely pleased about his own personal prediction coming true. That's all. You have a moral obligation to recuse yourself. There's also Elgonzo, and Neo Darkmark says, thank you for hosting. And I tell you, you're very welcome. It's really, I want you to know something. It's really been my privilege to host. A lot of you have been very complimentary and very kind to me. And I just want to tell you something. Anyone would kill to have the opportunity to do what I did. And I'm pleased that people enjoyed it. But yeah, is it tiring? Yes. Is it a privilege? 100%. And the opportunity to work with the phenomenal talent that I've been able to work with, Nick, Andrew, Nate, Kurt, Steve, Legal Vices, one and all, just smart people, good attorneys. And to be joined by thousands of people. I'm a very, very blessed man. And I never take that for I never take that for granted, and I hope I never do. So, Ashley's, we got this. Finn, again, thank you for this very generous super chat. It says, broken system, the state had nothing. Amazing coverage, Joe, Stephen, team. Plus, please push Nick to finish the forward. I'm sure he's going to be talking about this. I am positive he will be talking about this verdict, and he will undoubtedly have a better rage than I was able to have in my exhausted state. But I'm sure his rant will be epic, and make sure you don't. I would certainly check him out tonight. I expect that he's going to be streaming tonight, and I would definitely check him out. Matt McNamara says, travesty. Gosney is right regarding his next book. Lots of broken people out there. Also, Ska Rue, this judge. Shannon says, would have been interesting to see it without the financial crap. Also, Judge stopped talking. Oh my God, he went on and on. That dude wouldn't stop. Creatosis says, he said they go to 10 p.m. and by God, he made sure they do. Yeah. I really, it's not that I dislike this judge. I have no respect for this judge. I don't respect his intellect. I don't respect his wisdom. I don't respect his fairness. I just, so many things that this was just, to me, it was a bad display of the implementation of justice on a national stage. It was just terrible. This was really terrible. If you have so many people feeling like it's just that unfair, I'm going to tell you this. when you're talking about settlements, they say the best settlements are when both sides feel as if they've been punched in the gut. That's when you know that you have a fair settlement. I don't know. The other side, maybe they have questions about his fairness, and that, if anything, would be indicative to me that there was fairness here, but just felt as if every significant decision just went against the defense over and over and over again. And on some of them constitutional issues, which didn't seem close. And he's like looking to like bend over, arch himself and contort himself in ways that he could fit himself inside a suitcase to reach the decisions that he reached, and allowing unlimited amount of time to talk about unlimited amount of issues or unlimited amount of crimes under the rubric that this penumbra claiming that this is to prove motive, which is astonishing. It's astonishing. If you missed my philosophical discussion with Steve about the concept of what should be allowed in under motive, what my point there was, it's not as if the fact that you need to have a motive in order for a jury to buy it does not all of a sudden expand what we should allow in. Quite the contrary. Quite the contrary. It should be just the opposite if you really think things through. I'm not going to go through it right now. It would take me a good 10-15 minutes to explain it properly. But the idea, in other words, what I was saying in short is Darrell Brooks drives through with his SUV, drives through a parade. Nobody cares what his motive is. Nobody cares what his motive is. All we care is, was it intentional? Did you do it? Was it because he wanted to look like a tough guy? Was it because he hates white people? Was it because he was trying to get away from the police? No one cares. What we know is you're a friggin' monster and you deserve to be punished. Justice demands that you be punished. And he was. His motive was irrelevant. When do people care about motive? If there was video of Alex Murdaugh, let's say they had security cameras, and on the security cameras, we see him, would people be saying, what's his motive? What's his motive? I wonder what his motive is. Why did he do it? Why would he do it? I don't understand why he did that. No, we'd be like, I see him there on camera, acting like a friggin' monster. Put him away. Everyone would say that. No one would start saying, well, why did he do it? People might have that question, but the jury wouldn't care about that. Why do we care about motive in this case? Because there's no visual evidence. There's no eyewitness. There's no video. There's no nothing. There's so little evidence. So how do we get around that? It's like, well, a typical person would say, I don't understand. Why would you even think this guy would do it? It's his own wife. It's his own son that you're alleging that blew his kid's brains out. How are we going to prove that? Well, we're going to rile the jury up to hate this person by talking about unrelated crimes and pretend that that has some relation to why he did this, which makes it that much more likely that the reason he's getting convicted has nothing to do with, but because they hate him because he's evil in these other things with the other crimes that he did. That is ass backwards stupid. And that's why I said that if you want to bring in his other crimes to say, if they brought it in after he testified and say, look, you took the stand, but we know you're a liar. How do we know you're a liar? Here's all these people you stole from. That I would have a more acceptable thing. Here's all these people, all this evidence that you stole from all these different people. Here's crimes that you're convicted of committing. Then I'd be like, okay, you know what? That makes sense. The jury should know this guy is established as a liar. But when these allegations, not proven crimes, allegations of crimes are brought in here because maybe somehow this made him feel nauseous, and because he felt nauseous, that's why he killed his son. Like, what the hell does that even friggin' mean? Maybe this made him feel pressure. He feels pressure all the time. That's what I'm saying. When I say nauseous, I'm saying it's the same thing as feeling pressure. He felt a certain way that day. So that equates to motive. That is asinine. That is designed to be prejudicial. It's designed to make the jury hate him and to punish him because they hate him. And I cannot believe that that this verdict was anything other than the jury's expression of their hatred for him. And he's a very easily hateable person, and there's a lot of public pressure to hate him. It's very, very easy because he's a jerk, because he's so hateable, because you should hate him, because if you have a heart and you're human, you should hate him. But over here, this jury was charged with finding justice and figuring out whether or not the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that he actually committed these particular awful acts, not other awful acts. And it really comes across as if they came out here looking with their pitchforks and their torches, because he's such a schmuck in so many other ways, but not in this way. That's what they didn't prove. And that's why you're feeling the way you're feeling. You're likely feeling the way you're feeling. Sorry for that little rant, but I know I said I wasn't going to go through it, and then I went through it. But there was just so aggravating. So aggravating. Oh, my God. Yeah. I just saw this here, this last thing that I checked off. It's a very generous super sticker. Thank you, Consistent Try. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Not guilty says they showed the jury when they were watching Alex be taken away. It makes more sense now. Don't be a criminal defendant. Branka. No, that's the best way to not go to jail is don't be a defendant. Sean, this is very sad. Rewarding the state for being corrupt and inept. 2 hours of this side of life. Crazy. It is. It is crazy. Ali writes, we need to keep Buster in our prayers. If I were him, I'd never return to that county. That was what Kelly R. said also. Poor Buster. I meant to pull it up here, but somehow I lost it. When the verdict was coming down, the chat was running very, very, very fast, and it was hard for me to even click off on like super chats. And when I would scroll up to try and get it, it's like the chat kept moving on me. But I sort of took him. I wrote it down because I didn't want to forget it. Jamora said, I think he belongs in jail for finance, and I'm still heartbroken by his verdict. I feel exactly the same as you on that. I think he deserves, by the way, I think he should spend the rest of his life in jail. I think he's a terrible human. And that's the only thing that makes me feel a little bit of like, look, at the end of the day, he belongs in jail. I'm so surprised about how my stomach is so gut-wrenched when I still feel like he should spend the rest of his life in jail, just not for this. Tishna say, welcome to Southern politics. Yeah. It's not any better in, what was it called? Tannery Hall up here in New York. Tanner P. They show the entire jury on camera. I didn't see it. I didn't notice it. But they're embarrassed. Nate wants to give a pass to them. I'm not giving a pass to that jury. You suck. Jury, if you're watching this, you're losers. You suck. Because how you come to a conclusion within 2 hours that beyond a reasonable doubt he must have murdered his son, you're asinine. I'm sorry. I'll say it. You're ass. You're losers. You basically spent 6 weeks sitting there so you could choke the monkey and do a crap job. You did a crap job. And I don't care about the lies in the prosecution. You heard about the lies from the state, and you still said guilty beyond reasonable doubt. You heard about how there's forensic evidence. And if you're too stupid to see through it, I'm not giving you a pass. You're a schmuck, okay? Do I want anyone in my audience to harm you, dox you, humiliate you, harass you in any way? Absolutely not. Don't do that. That makes you worse than anyone on the jury. No one should affect them. No one should reach out to them. No one should yell at them or make them feel like any sort of way. Other than me, like you want to express on social media how they're garbage, that's fine. But don't harass them. Don't try to find out who they are so you can punish them. Absolutely, that would be terrible, 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 terrible thing. My opinion is they don't get a pass. They suck. They had a chance to do the right thing. Not only did they fail to do the right thing, they actually could not do the wrong thing fast enough. 2 hours to come back with this asinine verdict is just astonishing. Sorry, that's just reality. I'm not giving you a pass, but just because the judge was incompetent, is either incompetent or biased or both. Kayla, wow, I lost some faith in our justice system. I guess if you lie and steal, that makes you a murderer. I'm no lawyer, but I hope he can appeal. There are a lot of bases for appeal. Will he win his appeal? I don't know. Even if he wins an appeal, best case scenario is he gets a new trial and weeks of this all over again in front of the same judge. But yeah, that's reality. Unless the judge retires, which there is talk about that happening. Political BS, Democratic state's message, guns are bad, don't own them, BS. I don't know if that's what their message is, but this is just a terrible decision. Terrible decision. Awful. No excuse. No excuse at all. This was awful. I'm scrolling through to make sure I didn't miss anything here. Margaret Devine, Court TV just showed the jury when he was escorted out. Chris Oliphant, this is why I'm against death penalty. I do not trust juries or the state to get it right. It's an interesting conversation. I still support death penalty. I think it should be an even higher level of proof beyond reasonable doubt. Shannon 7 says, between this case and the case Vices is covering, it's just scary what can happen. It's true. It's reality. It's the world we're living in. Justin Wright says, hey, Steve, I love this country. I'm not allowed to effectively tell off the state. I fought for freedom. All I see is tyranny today. It was bad. Not a good day for justice today. Angela B, as a South Carolina resident, this is scary, total perversion of justice. I agree with you on that totally. Justin Wright, I was born into requiring to believe in the DOJ. I'm not allowed to leave it and still be free. We remember. That's all I can say to you, my comrade in arms. We remember. Bob in the zone says he was judged guilty before the trial even started. That's my speculation as well. I think he was a dead man walking. And do I think that the defense did a perfect job? No. I think they did a damn fine job. I think near the end they were collapsing, and the job they did was average, mildly above average. There was so little evidence. They shouldn't need like top attorneys to perform on top of their game in order for a jury to come back not guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. But here we are. Elias says, panel's thoughts on chances to overturn or appeal? Thanks. Look, Branca always says appeals are for losers. What does that mean? It means a few things. A, well, you're never appealing unless you lost. B, when you're appealing, it depends on the nature of what the issue is you're appealing. Some are given there are different standards that the appellate court uses. Sometimes they give discretion saying, what did the judge say? If it's in the ballpark and we disagree with it, we'll give it some credit. Others review it de novo, meaning that they don't think about what the judge said at the lower levels. It depends on the basis of the appeal, the issue you're appealing. There's so many different bases to appeal and so many different bases that can be appealed in this particular case that I'm really not going to begin to weigh in on it. It's really best served to wait and see. Will there be an appeal? Yes. That I'm sure of. But until that appeal comes in, start discussing the likelihood of success of them, it seems premature. That's all I'll say. It seems premature. I think there are a lot more bases for appeal in this case than most cases that we've watched, that I've had the opportunity to watch. And when I say basis for appeal, I mean good basis for an appellate court to overturn the decision. Mazamar says the reason this came out guilty is because Nick is not on the stream. All hail the nose. Love you guys. I don't think that's true. Netscape, I think you're joking though. Netscape says the verdict is scary. Netflix got him convicted. Definitely they didn't help. Nancy Kane, I'm so freaking pissed off. I've watched from day one. Glad I don't live in South Carolina. More importantly, though, Nate, how can I get your t-shirt with your cute picture on it? I would go to his, I'm sure that if you go to his, there's a Teespring or something. If you go to his channel, you'll find something there. Ryan Knoll says, is it typical for a judge to tell a jury that they've reached the only right verdict? I've never heard that from a judge before. Doesn't matter. That's all emptiness. That's all emptiness. It doesn't matter. If you say you reached the right verdict, he's going to say that because he's not overturning it. So, it's pretty meaningless. I wouldn't worry about it. I wouldn't think that means anything. There's enough there are many stronger bases to be upset with this judge than his after verdict comments, which were vapid. Evacuate Brain says Gosney. I guess that's the skull of Paul Murdaugh says. Gosney has the right idea. There was no critical thinking. Honest people would have backbone on that jury. I doubt all of them would have ruled guilty if not for the social pressure and cultural depravity. This is why I said that they should have basically given a basis for the jury to dissociate themselves from the public at large in the region by basically saying the reason you've heard for the last year that he's guilty is because Sled lied to everyone, saying there's blood on his shirt. And that's why all your friends think he's guilty. That's why they've been here last year that he's guilty. That's why people not watching his trial think he's guilty. You know better. And they never did that dissociation at all. Would that have changed things? Honestly, doubtful. They came back in 2 hours. This jury was ready to hang him. That's what it tells me. Likely. Seems like they basically raised their hands. Who says he's guilty? I would imagine at least 10, if not 12 hands went up when they took their initial vote, and they're like, oh, wow, well, we got to sort of sit around for 5 minutes. It doesn't look like we were all like, in the tank here. Trish C says, had he not said anything, they'd still have used it against him. Even if you're not allowed, they would. You know what? He's in a stronger position, though. It's tough. The idea is make yourself as hard as possible to convict. LXB, at this point, after looking at court cases the last 3 years, I'd rather be carried by 6 than judged by 12. That's not true. That's definitely not true. Majority of people are not critical thinkers. It's never better. It's never better. Life is always better than lack of life. So no, it's not better to be carried by 6 than judged by 12. Better to be judged by 12. Beverly Alford says the Dow Brooks jury deliberated just under 3 hours. This jury took 2 hours. Chilling. God help us all. Yeah, it's true. Greg Kennedy, some news channel filmed the entire jury when they panned the camera to follow Alex on his way out. I don't care about that. Like I said, I don't want any of them doxed. I certainly don't want to be responsible for inciting anyone to harass, harm. Certainly, oh my God, definitely not physically harm, but even harass, dox, embarrass, or do anything to them directly. But a public statement about the jury being crap, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And I do. I think they're an embarrassment. I think this was an embarrassing job. You want to tell me they're tired? You want to tell me they were deceived by the judge? All right. Some people might want to give them that pass. I don't think it's appropriate to give them that pass. You're an American citizen. You understand that you have to find guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. And you have a case here where for 6 weeks, all the state's own witnesses did was create more and more doubt about how much he loved his kids, about how much he loved his wife, about how there's no forensic evidence here, there's no motive, there's no anything, and you basically in 2 hours said he definitely killed them. That's asinine to me, and I don't care what the judge said, or I don't care what the prosecutor said. I think you're a garbage jury. I think you embarrass yourselves. Maybe you want to rush to get out of there. Maybe you're exhausted. Whatever. Okay. I think you embarrass yourselves. That's my personal opinion. And if I live next door to all 12 of them, I certainly would not harass them, dox them, or do anything to try and punish them for that. I just think that as they're in performing their civic duty, they did a terrible, terrible job. And I'm not willing to say, oh, it's not their fault. No, it is their fault. Ultimately, they're the ones who voted guilty. So. But no one should think for a second, I'm not saying this in a joke or a sarcastic or any sort of thing. I'm 100% sincere when I say no one should harm them, harass them, dox them, embarrass them, to their face or anything like that, call them out by name or anything like that. I don't want anyone to think that I endorse such a thing. Someone who does such a thing to the jury is 1,000 times worse than all 12 of these jurors combined. 1,000 times worse. I think you're a complete douchebag if you do anything like that. You can make a general statement about what the jury did without going after any of them individually, foreperson or anyone else on the jury. A. Hedinger says they used him getting a lawyer against him in the closing rebuttal. I saw that. I also saw that sadly the defense failed to say objection. And I know that the judge would have said overruled, but you still have to go on the record and say the objection. I mean, make him say overruled. This way you can appeal that. Like, I don't know what it does their appeal, their failure to say that. It was terrible. I think they were worn down by the length of this trial. Didn't like when the prosecution used AM asking for attorney against him. Same exact thing. How are you guys not black-pilled purely faith? It's not black-pilled. The reason I'm not black-pilled is because I understand, unfortunately, the best system that can ever be implemented is still subject to humanity. That's just reality. So that's just reality of the world that we live in here. So I'm not black-pilled. We do our best, hope for the best, prepare for the worst. That's my thought. Hey, Saqib Ahmed, how are you, brother? This guy, if you don't follow him, I met this guy on Twitter. Saqib Ahmed. You should. I want to. If you're on Twitter, I highly recommend. He goes by this name on Twitter, Saqib Ahmed. He's breaking stories all the time. He does, like, I don't know if he's a journalist or not. Honestly, I literally don't know if he's a journalist or not. I just know that he breaks more stories than most journalists you've ever seen. So, and he's based and badass. And I highly recommend you guys check out Saqib Ahmed. You should follow him on Twitter. Me on Twitter, I'm hard to find because I don't go by Joe Neerman or Good Logic. I go by the following pro, which is a truncated version of at the following program because mine doesn't fit anymore there. But Saqib Ahmed goes by this name. I don't remember if there's a dash or not between it, but if you put in Saqib, you'll find him pretty quick. So Saqib, good guy, smart guy. So I actually had talked to him about coming on the show, and we'd set something up and it didn't work out the timing. I don't remember if it was my fault or it was probably my fault, not his. But I highly recommend you check him out on Twitter. He's a smart guy, and he seems to have a great deal of integrity. And what a rare find that seems to be these days. So, what am I at here? If your system is so great, why is it so political? Tell me a system that isn't political. That type of corruption exists in every system, ultimately. I mean, also, I want to be clear here. Political has multiple definitions. A lot of times people refer to political as, like, Democrats versus Republicans or whatever in different countries, labor versus whatever. Labor versus conservative, whatever they call themselves, different things. There's also political as far as I like my friends and I'm going to look out for my friends. That's also another way people use the term political. Either way, if it's tilted in one way or another, it's political. I think that the framework that they're operating within is far superior to the systems you're going to find anywhere else. And that's the best you can hope for. You can only set the rules. As far as implementation, when you see someone implementing the rules improperly, applying the rules improperly, you have to root them out, ferret them out. But until that means that they're going to be applying, on that case, they're going to be applying it improperly. That's just the nature of humanity. There are going to be flaws in any system that's going to be applied by humans. But I think every system is political, unfortunately. That's just the nature of the world. Nate, I disagree. The jury believes such a ridiculous motive. They are also to blame. I'm on the same page as you. I gave 0 pass to this jury. 0. They're losers. Objection, trickery. Imagine if a juror said not guilty, the town wouldn't have it. They could be next. That's, to me, first of all, why does anyone have to? Why can't you be on a jury that says not guilty and no one's going to know? Why? Like, do you know where you're? I have a next door neighbor on both sides of me. One of them is my brother-in-law, and I have no idea where he goes every day. Like, why would anyone know you're there unless you're blah 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 blah. TC says judge made a comment about overwhelming evidence of guilt. I heard that. In my opinion, to preserve the record for appeal. Yeah, I think so. Appellate court will consider the strength of evidence determining whether his errors were meaningful. That's to a degree. To a degree. I don't think his statement makes it that much stronger, though. I think that's rhetoric, meaning empty words. I don't think that has much significance, if any. Jim says, should have asked the judge if he did it, he would have admitted it out of habit. I admit it. Yeah, that's pretty funny. That's pretty funny, Jim. Salty rules to this question. Why can the defense ask for mistrial from some other judge. This seems so unfair when this judge overruled it anyways. Love salty army. Because the trial judge oversees everything in this part. He gets to decide it. I think you're saying, why can't he? That you want to go to appeal it, you go up to the level above this judge. But they give broad discretion to this court to make determinations. Otherwise, how could you ever have a trial if they don't have the discretions to make these sort of decisions? In order for our judicial system to function, you have to give judges wide latitude to sometimes get things a little bit wrong, but there is so much egregious here. So much that cumulatively and collectively, the level of impact it had on the outcome here is terrible. Go for Big Guy says cover the press conference. I'm not going through the press conference. I'm seriously at 10 hours and 56 minutes right now. If you think I'm looking for more work to do, I'm not even doing my show tonight. I'm canceling my show for 10 o'clock tonight. I'm beat. I seriously, I didn't have breakfast or lunch, or obviously supper. So all I've had basically is 1 coffee and 5 shots of whiskey. So I'm not looking for more work to cover right now. Imagine being Buster Murdaugh after all this. Yeah, it's gonna suck. I mean, let's face it though, Buster Murdaugh wasn't gonna be spending any time with his father because his father's gonna go to jail for financial crimes anyway. So I don't think this really impacts Buster Murdaugh that much. My personal opinion. I think he was going to basically take over whatever was left of his family's finances and go on with his life. There was no way he was going to come out of this in any sort of great shakes. You know what I'm saying? His father's going to jail forever anyway. Chad Smith says, I keep hearing Alex was there 5 minutes before the murder. I thought the only evidence he was there before was the Snapchat video. What did I miss? Yeah, that was 5 minutes before. 8:44, he was there. New member of the following. Welcome aboard, Ace. Thank you so much for joining. I appreciate that. I would give you the whole thing. I can't. I'm too tired. I'm really wearing down now. 11 hours seems to be my cutoff. At 11 hours, I seem to be wearing down. I love you, 7th Penny, even though you can't send Joe money. What? Okay. No one should feel an obligation to send me money. Seriously, whether you're on Rumble or YouTube, never feel that you're obligated. I appreciate all the support I get. No one should ever feel that they're obligated. And I understand that some people are in a better situation financially than others, and I get it. And I'm certainly not passing judgment on anybody. Wednesday Snow says, I watched an innocent man be railroaded. This was a political witch hunt for attaboys to Waters. The corrupt judge and the AG makes me want to go to law school, fight this kind of injustice. Thanks for your coverage. Well, I appreciate that. If you end up going to law school because of me, do not blame me, because I never recommend anyone go to law school. I never recommend it. Although I appreciate and admire the nobility of your motivation, because there's nobility there. BFM says trial by combat. At least there are no lies there. Maybe. Dallas Anderson says, Juror let go today's last day. Innocent investigate. How am I supposed to find out about that? Joshua Newton says, this wasn't a conviction of Alec, but a conviction of Paul for the boat death. I think it was conviction of him on financial crimes. That's what I think it is. Everyone hates him because of the financial crimes. Yikes. Sorry about that. And Cole says, defense was tired. The client is now guilty. I hope they get some rest. You know what? They're human. They're human. But I did feel as if they lacked a certain level of energy down the stretch. Sherry Lawless says, my son is facing charges with no real evidence. Now I'm so frightened for him and maybe it gave him false hope. I hope for the best for him. I obviously know nothing about the case. I can't give you any sort of guidance as to how you should handle it. Not that I'm a criminal defense attorney where my advice would be helpful at all anyway. But I hope for the best for you and him. Right-wing extremist says, given what we've seen so far, outside video recording of your innocence like Rittenhouse, what's the reason to let yourself be taken alive? What's the alternative? To basically allow the police, justify the police to gun you down? Is that better? How is that better? And did Kyle know there was video evidence? No, he didn't know. He did not know that, right? He didn't know there was video evidence of his innocence. So if he had embraced this feeling, so you don't even know what video evidence there is of any situation you're in. And let's assume that Alex didn't do this. At what point should he not let himself be taken alive? He's calling the police for help when he finds his family dead. So what should he do? Call the police there and then get into a gunfire with them? Like what does that mean? So I'm not sure I understand the situation as far where someone would be allowing themselves to be taken alive. You know what I'm saying? You're saying if someone's in the middle of like a big shootout, kill a lot of people, and now they were trying to decide should they let the police take him alive? Well, that person's guilty. So I'm not sure if I understand the scenario that you're describing here. Slick, I'm very defense friendly. Though Alex did it, thought Alex did it, still think Alex is involved. State didn't prove it. I would have voted not guilty. Harpooty, terrible choice for defense. He's a slime fixer. In my opinion, his behavior biased the jury. I didn't see that personally. I didn't see that. I thought Harpooty was a pretty good attorney. He was a pretty good attorney. But Texas Sunshine, L'chaim, thank you so much. That's very thoughtful. I appreciate that. Kim Rose, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate. Consistently try. Again, I want to thank you for this super chat. It was very, very thoughtful of you and very generous. So thank you. James Miller says, Joe, you should clip the part you mentioned earlier where your law professor told you the anecdote about closing arguments in the South. I thought it was quite compelling. Well, thank you. Thank you. I was determined to tell that story over with all of my objective when I told that story over was to tell it as with a similar level of captivatingness that I heard it from my professor. So the fact that you found it captivating is the ultimate compliment, because that's the whole goal of giving it, is you want to captivate the audience, whether it's a jury or the people who are watching me tell that story over. So thank you. It's a very, very big compliment. And I'll consider that. I'll talk to my editor about that. Mommy Heather, I thought you said you were Joe. I've enjoyed your stream. We love you. Don't mind me arguing with the dumb troll over in the chat. Thank you very much, Mommy Heather. I appreciate that. It's very, very generous of you. Thank you. Dante LSX says the AG prosecution did a press release and it was embarrassing. You know what? I don't even want to watch that. I don't want to watch Waters. I don't want to see Alan Wilson or whatever the AG's name is. I don't want to see him. To me, they're gross. They're gross. They're disgusting. I don't want to watch it. I don't expect to cover it. I don't expect to watch on my channel. To me, they're disgusting. Everything they did here was gross. This was to me a perversion of justice, and them basking in it is not a good day for American justice system. Quite the opposite. Tell Senator, anyone in defense seat there should be very scared. Yeah, that's reality. That's reality. Bridget, and now there is at least one murderer running free today. Well, frankly, they've been running free for the last 2 years. So if he was found not guilty, I highly doubt. I mean, I understand your comment, Bridget. If it makes you, I don't know why it would make you feel any better if I told you if the jury found him not guilty. It's not like the South Carolina police are more likely to find the killer. They'd be like, well, since the jury found him not guilty, now we're going to find the real guy. They would just feel like, wow, we sucked at getting a conviction and need to work harder at it next time. You know what I'm saying? But that guy would still be running free no matter how the jury came back. I don't know if that should make you feel better or worse. Maybe that makes you feel worse. I don't know. But that is reality. Objection, trickery. The press conference was disgusting. I'm glad I didn't watch it. Bob in Zona says, remember Schroeder wouldn't let Kyle's statements online about shooting shoplifters in because it was prejudicial? That is proper law application. Good memory. Good point. Great point. And this judge, ask yourself for a second, would this judge ever have kept that out? And I'm telling you, zero chance he would have kept it out. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. And that is a great example of the difference between a judge who's acting like a gatekeeper and trying to say, is there something which will help the jury come to a rational conclusion as to whether or not the defendant committed this crime or not? Is this really something that's going to help them more? It's going to make them just inflamed and angry at him. And this judge didn't give a damn about inflaming and inciting this jury. Quite the contrary. He practically seemed to be handing the prosecution more matches to inflame them. So much so that he would object on their behalf. It's just astonishing. Terrible miscarriage. Awful. I thought this judge was, on a scale of 1 to 10, I think this judge was like 0.2. This was terrible judge. Maybe that's an exaggeration. 1.3. Terrible. I wasn't impressed by his competence. I had zero confidence in his integrity. This was just an abortion. That's my personal opinion. My personal opinion about him. Awful judge. Just astonishingly bad. Embarrassment on a national stage. Just an embarrassment. And I doubt there's anyone else in my genre who's going to come down on him as hard as I did. I was just like, how many different ways are there going to be constitutional issues? And you don't even not even give a corrective instruction to the jury saying, do not take from the statement that was just made by the DA's office that his decision to consult with counsel is his right, and it should not be inferred. Not even to do that minimal level of protection to make sure that the sanctity of his basic civil rights, his basic constitutional rights are protected. No, just who cares? Tell the jury about more crimes he committed. Asinine. Karen Frost says, oh my God, my power went out. We're having severe weather, just turning you back on after an hour. The verdict came back already? Yes, unfortunately, he was found guilty on all counts. That's the reality. Guilty on all counts. Lori, South Florida, the grand jury indictment based on perjury to me should have been tossed in the case. Yep, that should be looked at in our system. Agreed, 1,000%. That's a shame. It's only fair that you got the verdict. Thank you for covering. I don't know if it's fair. I feel terrible for Nick. He put in way more time on this, and I got like the juiciest part of this steak, and he got the bone. Pardon the statement. Dallas Sanders says, investigate juror let go today, last day innocent. When DAs and judges elected equals politics. Fix? I don't know. I wouldn't say that. That's the one thing I wouldn't say. I wouldn't say he's fixed. I just think he's incompetent. And I do think he didn't like him and leaned against him in ways that were just frightening. Rachel Guernsey says, we're supposed to shut up if we're in this type of situation, but how do we do that? We'd already have a lawyer on retainer and still help get the police as much info as quickly as possible. It's tough. It's a tough situation. Not going to kid you. So I have to say, I can't afford counsel. I want counsel here, but I also want them to be. I want you to go after the real killer. But I need to have counsel here, and talk to your counsel. Sometimes we're put in terrible situations. Sadly, I think he was telling the police in front of counsel. But I don't think. Here's the other thing. The other part of that message is you have to be upfront with your counsel. You have to tell your counsel all your dark secrets. If you hold back. Because I don't think he told his lawyers the truth that he was at the kennels. You have to tell them. You have to be upfront with them about all the things that scare you about your situation. Because otherwise they can't really best protect you. And I think he was not well protected because I think very likely he did not tell his own counsel that he was down at the kennels. Evacuated brain. I saw Alex Soul die, reliving the hours of testimony of his son's intact brain being violently ejected from his skull. He didn't cry the last 2 days. Yeah, I think he was worn out also. I think everyone was worn out. Who wasn't worn out watching this? This was just exhausting. I'm 11 hours and 10 minutes into this, and I think I'm virtually. I need to make sure I didn't miss anything here, but I think I got everything. If I missed your super chat, I apologize. I really try catching every one of them. It is possible I missed a few. Oh, like this one. Thanks, Joe. You've been great and so nice to us. It's my pleasure. This one I got also. Yeah, okay. I think I got everything. I think I'm good. I'm sorry that the finish here was so disappointing. I was at least as disappointed as any of you. I do not expect to be streaming tonight. I normally stream from 10 to midnight. I don't expect to be streaming tonight. I'm really, really tired. I thank you all for joining me. And God willing, I'll be back here on Saturday night. Until then, hope you all have a phenomenal weekend. Look out for your loved ones and your family. And as always, Godspeed. Have a great weekend.